4, 3, 2, 1.
Since 1923, the creme de la creme of racing talent has gathered in central France for the world's greatest endurance motor race. For the first time ever in January, 200 of the fastest drivers from the real and virtual worlds, located in 116 different venues across 28 countries, will reunite for the second running of the Le Mans Virtual 2022. Hello everybody, welcome to Studio Gabriel. We're in the heart of Paris, ready for the second running of the virtual greatest endurance motor race on the planet. Le Mans Virtual 2022 is the culmination of the season, the Le Mans Virtual season, which has been running through the winter. And once more, 50 cars, 200 drivers and millions of fans around the world will join us and you to watch what happens. We're less than 30 minutes away from the start of the race. I'm Martin Haven, with me Ben Constanduris, Lewis McGlade, Chris McCarthy, Alex Brundle and Hayley Edmonds. We'll be here in the studio covering all the action from the green flag to the checker and beyond. So welcome everybody as we get ready for the start of this fantastic race. And Ben, as ever, Le Mans bringing plenty of talent and plenty of excitement.
The first edition was really the very biggest sim race we've ever seen in the world of sim racing and indeed in the world of racing as a whole, especially during our lockdown. So how do you better that than, in fact, making a series out of it? This is the culmination of the 2021-22 season, a huge prize pool for this race, but also for the championship overall, which took the very best of the real world and mixed it up a little bit with the virtual. So we were able to go to the Nordschleife in the virtual world. You couldn't do that in the real world. We're finishing off with a full 24-hour race. It's round 5 of the championship, but really, this is the one. A 50-car grid expanded from a 36-car full season entry, and of course 2 classes, GT cars and LMP cars. We have 4 drivers per entry, 2 pro drivers, 2 sim drivers, dynamic weather and day-to-night transitions, part of the R Factor 2 package on which we race today. It's going to be absolutely fascinating, and we're treating this as we would do the Le Mans 24 Hours. Let's have a word with the boss of motorsport games. Gerard Neveu is with Alex Brundle in race control.
Yes, thank you, Ben. I'm sitting here in the epicenter of Le Mans Virtual Racing. Everybody preparing for the event, not least executive producer for Motorsport Games, Gerard Neveu. Gerard, we're coming back after a successful event in 2020. What's new this year?
Okay, we can consider that we have a fantastic grid. Definitely the upgrade of the grid is very impressive with the top sim racing, the top manufacturers, the top sim racer, the top racer. So it should provide an amazing race. And that's the reason why definitely the ACO and Motorsport Games are very involved in this program. Another point very important comparing with last time, 250,000 euro providing as a prize money pool by Motorsport Games for the best competitors of this championship and this race today. Finally, what we have to never forget, the target for ACO and for Motorsport Games is to deliver in 23 a fantastic dedicated game for all the fans about Le Mans. But now it's time for the biggest esports sim racing event of the year. So let's start the engine for the second edition of Le Mans 24 Hours.
The biggest sim race of the year in virtual terms, in endurance terms, but it's a culmination of a great series of virtual races. Let's check out the Le Mans Virtual Series in review.
The season started at Monza, everybody behaving themselves in the first chicane. RAG and Real Team showed early pace, and it was Porsche versus BMW in GTE. RAG were not destined for a good result, but Real Team and Baicoles battled door handle to door handle for the lead. Action all the way in both classes, disaster for WRT, but victory in LMP for Real Team and in GTE for Porsche. At Spa, it was a 6-hour encounter, and once more, RHG were in the frame. Redline claiming the early lead as championship leaders Real Team crashed out. WRT's woes continued on home soil, and Yas Heat, one of the victims of Eau Rouge. Closing stages, RHG forced a splash and dash, but Redline stayed out and headed to victory in LMP and in GTE. An astonishing success, claiming both classes. Even the first corner of the Nordschleife proved a little tough for some. Bump drafting was the way to go, and staying off the curbs, as GPX Williams discovered. BMW's bump drafting caused major problems, as did moves that were never going to happen. Safety car came out with server issues, the race restarted. Argy-bargy all the way down the grid. Victorious among the chaos and confusion, Redline and RHG. Over the vicious bumps of Sebring, the dramas started early, as did BMW's rivalry. Wolves were caught out at sunset, BMWs were caught out by each other. Redline picked up a penalty for avoidable contact, FDA crashed out of 4th, and a fierce battle raged with Real Team and RHG. The LMPs were bump drafting over the bumps catching out GPX Williams. But after 500 punishing miles, our only distance race was won by the #1 Rebellion Williams Esports and by Redline.
Some of the very biggest names in the world of esports racing, and some of the very biggest names in the world of real racing coming together for the Le Mans Virtual. And we treat them equally, and we treat them with the same respect that we do in the Le Mans 24 hours for the real world. And if that means bringing a real world team of experts into race control to manage, and of course led by the man himself that has race controlled every single WEC event so far, it's Eduardo Freitas at the helm as race director.
Yes, Ben, and I'm on my absolute best behavior here. Eduardo Freitas coming to adjudicate this virtual 24 hours of Le Mans. Give us a bit of a feel for the specific challenges of being the race director in a virtual edition of this race.
Well, good afternoon to all of you. A race is a race, be it virtual or not. Here we don't have to deal with safety, which is a huge burden that's taken out from race control. The team here will concentrate on driver behavior on track, following the regulations, driving stints, contacts, interpreting things as they happen. We'll be monitoring the weather. The forecast says it should be dry, but one never knows. In Le Mans, it can have a switch there. But we will be concentrating basically on how drivers will behave. Qualifying proved it should be a tough race. The results were quite tight between the leaders of each class. So we're in and prepared for a 24-hour sprint race, and let's hope we can all enjoy it in a fashionable way.
Well, we have the best of sim races, the best of real races joining us. Even the real race director is getting involved. But how can you get involved in this virtual 24 hours of Le Mans? Here is Hayley Edmonds to tell you more.
That's right, we want to make this event as interactive as possible. So we want to hear from you. Join the conversation. As you can see just by my left-hand side, Le Mans Virtual is the hashtag. Use it on any kind of social media channel. And our experts behind us, we've got social media managers from WEC, from 24 Hours of Le Mans, from ELMS, and from Le Mans Virtual. So we'll be filtering out any kind of funny photos or any anecdotes or any questions you may have for our experts that are just behind us. Don't hesitate in asking them. We'll do our best to answer them. And of course, we've got some support from Alonso. We'll chat to him just later, who says good luck to everyone taking part in the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual. We are, of course, in France, so everyone please stand for the French national anthem. So as you can see here in the studio, Gerard mentioned earlier, 116 sim rigs will be taking part. Well, no, they'll be used for the course of this event, of which we have 4 here in the studio, which is fantastic because we'll be able to chat to the drivers when they're not driving and just get their feedback, their general, how they're feeling about the race thus far. As you can see, there's Juan Pablo Montoya, who's competing with his son, which is a first for you both. That is fantastic to watch. But yeah, we have a variety. We have the sim racers, as you can see, just getting ready for the start of the race just behind us. And yeah, if you have any questions for them as well, please don't hesitate. Use the hashtag Le Mans Virtual, and we will ask them throughout the course of the race. So, and as I said, we would Fernando Alonso, who better here to talk to us about the Circuit de la Sarthe, to take us through than, of course, 2-time Le Mans winner and F1 driver Fernando Alonso. So let's watch his onboard.
So Le Mans, probably the longest and the most beautiful circuit around the globe. We're here on the main straight. It's a long corner going into 10-1. You try to pass the corner before braking for the Dunlop chicane. Use all the curbs, maximizing, but obviously in all endurance racing you have to take care of the car as well. So the way you take the curb and how much you take is always a compromise between having the car healthy until the end. High-speed corners in 10.5, 10.6, and then you go to 10.7, Petit Rouge, where you can really launch the car with the maximum speed. It's a very high-speed corner, around 200 kilometers per hour. And then you go to the section of the very long straights, which are obviously the DNA of Le Mans. These long straights, maximum and top speed, you're running with very low downforce cars. So the top speeds are very high, around 330 kilometers per hour. Heavy brakings for the triple chicane, the first one on Le Mans here, the right, left, right. And then another very long straight is perfect opportunities for different categories to mix a little bit and to have all your overtakings done in this part of the circuit. It's quite smooth. There's no big problems of the bottoming or anything like that, so no big concerns on the car, even if you are at those speeds. You get to the second chicane, this time is left, right, left. There are some opportunities to pass some of the GT cars on the outside of the last corner. Another long straight. The circuit here is a little bit not flat, so the central line, it gets a little bit bottom in the car, so you have to choose or left or right to save the plank. And then you go to a very tight corner, probably the slowest of the circuit. Right corner, you take all the curb, and then you launch the car from very low speed until Indianapolis corner. So all this long straight is a combination of the top speed of the car, but also the launch you get from the corner before. The traction is very important. And yeah, it's a beautiful part of the track, and that is ended up in the Indianapolis corner. Quite loaded the car on the entry, on the right corner, and then heavy braking to stop the car. A lot of accidents happen here. When the track gets damp or wet, it's very easy to go off there, so it's a corner to maybe take some margin when the track is not in perfect condition, so when at night the visibility is not great. And Arnache, there is low speed corners. You launch the car and you head into the last part of the circuit. The Porsche corner is a combination of high speed corners, very high, around 220, 230 kilometers per hour in all these corners. So you can really feel the downforce of the cars. You can feel the tire wear as well. Here you are damaging the tires a lot. It's a very tricky place to overtake GTs, so yeah, it's definitely the most demanding part of the Le Mans circuit, the Porsche corner. And then you arrive to the fourth chicane, the last 4 corners of the circuit. You have to commit quite early here because the visibility is not great, so you have to guess more or less where the curb is, and yeah, attack all the curbs, always taking care of the car, but very aggressive last part of the circuit. And that's it, Le Mans. the best circuit in the world and the most famous race in endurance racing.
Great view of Le Mans there, virtually courtesy of a two-time winner, one of only 3 men ever to win Le Mans twice in one season, of course, during Super Season a couple of years back for Toyota Gazoo Racing. Fernando Alonso competed in the virtual Le Mans a couple of years ago. He's had some post-operative surgery actually in the last couple of days, so he is feeling a little bit under the weather, possibly not the best place to be racing, but he will definitely be supporting his former teammates and everybody else because he was so invested in this race a couple of years ago. And Ben, this circuit, the virtual track here at Le Mans, is exactly a replica. It doesn't just sort of look a bit like it. It has been digitally scanned the entire 13 kilometers, and every bump, every camber change, every curb height is precise to how the track exists in real life.
Yeah, scanned via laser, millimeter precision, every single bump, as you say. So the drivers should be really feeling exactly what the real world drivers would feel. Of course, Le Mans is a living being as well. Most of the second half of the circuit, where we're just about to arrive to here, is public road, and that obviously alters every single year with the trucks that drive down it. So that laser scan is from a couple of years old, but it is exactly how it was at that point. And of course, the actual layout hasn't really changed for the last couple of years at all, but the trucks do some damage when they drive all the way down to Arnage, is public road.
Yeah, and particularly in the rain, as you do on the highway, any country you drive in, when you're down the Mulsanne Straight, you will find those little grooves left by the tyres start to fill up with water. So the circuit is the same. The challenge remains the same, staying awake, staying alert, and staying 100% on it the entire time. As it has been since they introduced the chicanes on the Mulsanne Straight, this has become 100% a sprint race. There is no more taking it easy or relaxing, particularly against a field of this quality. We've got the reigning Formula One world champion, we've got the reigning IndyCar champion, our champions from 2 years ago have returned, and qualifying gave us a fantastic indication of how close this is going to be. Lewis McGlade, 3 cars at the end of the best lap, covered by 39 thousandths of a second. It was tight.
Very, very tight indeed. You know, all these Dutch drivers, Jeffrey Rietveld, who was the one that was battling at the front of this group in the blue car, Max Verstappen in that black and red, the black and pink one at the rear end of that being the Mercedes, and that one is Bonner House, and these all over the 13.6 kilometers, as you quite rightly said, separated by 0.039. The top 2 separated by 0.002. Now, we don't get to see that often, but we are going to see a very clear image as to what a gap that small actually looks like.
As you can see here, Max Verstappen made up a lot of his time on the brakes into all of the corners, into the chicanes, and then the others, perhaps with a bit more experience of these cars on this track, gained on the exit. Max into the closing stages, super brave, super committed in the Porsche curves, as you would have to be in real life, and challenging hard, and then out of the final chicane, just gets his nose in front and at the line. That is 2 thousandths of a second between the top 2. It is literally the depth of the splitter. Drat, says Max Verstappen, beaten to pole. Well, if the race is anything like as exciting as qualifying, then we're going to have a fantastic 24 hours. And 2 years ago, the first virtual Le Mans was just door handle to door handle all the way through. So let's take a look at our starting grid. Max Verstappen, the reigning Formula One world champion, starts on the outside of the front row of the grid, but he did lose out. Pole position went to the number 70 Real Team Hydrogen Redline car, and that will be started by Felipe Drugovich. So he is the man who will get the best view. And then looking all the way through, we have a huge field of LMP cars. They are all in the Orica 07 LMP2 car. They've all got the same Gibson engine. They all have the same Goodyear tyres. So the difference is what the drivers, what the setup that the teams can work on, and the strategy as well. Chris McCarthy, how they use their fuel, how they use their tyres, how they use their drivers indeed is going to make a big difference in the overall race.
Yeah, you'll see on the grid a lot of the drivers are going to be ones you're familiar with, because the professional drivers are the ones starting. And just to give you an idea of the kind of championship we're having represented in the top 10 alone, F1 versus F2 on the front row, Formula E drivers, Formula Regional European Championship drivers, and a European truck racing champion as well, all in the top 10 alone.
And when we get into our GTE class, we have 4 new teams there, including ProDrive. Mercedes-AMG Petronas have their car for the first time ever, an official Mercedes-AMG entry. They're in the P2 class as well, so look for the number 67 Orica. That is going to be undoubtedly one that has got a story behind it. In our GTE class, again, 4 new entries, and our pole position has gone to not a Porsche, not a BMW, but to a Corvette. Redline Racing Esports with Dennis Lynn, the man on pole position in that Corvette. And that's going to be a fascinating battle, because it's not just about winning Le Mans. Of course, that's the one everybody wants to win, but it's also about winning the championship. And Chris, the points here at Le Mans are double points compared to any other race, and so they have a huge effect on how the title is going to end up in the Le Mans Virtual Series.
Yeah, in the LMP class, there's 4 points between the top 3, so it's a winner-takes-all scenario between those guys. And then in the GTE class, there's around 20 points, 25 points between the top 3 as well. So you'd say any one of those 3 could go and take the title. And the wildcards are going to play a part in that as well, in separating the margin of points between 2 teams. If they're first and third, then the margin gets bigger.
So there is our grid. 50 cars, 200 drivers are waiting for the most famous words in motorsport.
1 minute board on the grid.
For our 50 starting drivers, for all their teammates, just as in June, for the drivers who will start the real 24 hours of Le Mans. Sweaty palms, racing hearts, dry mouths, the formation lap gets underway. It'll take around 9 minutes to come back to the line, ready for the start of the 2022 Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual. And boy, the anticipation is going to be huge. Ben Constantiouris, this is always one of those moments at Le Mans where everybody is on the edge of the seat. Whether you're in the grandstand there, whether you're on the banking, whether you're around the circuit, whether you're in one of the teams in the garages, in the VIP suites, or actually in a car, it's still a massive moment of anticipation. And I think today is no different.
An exceptional atmosphere every year at Le Mans. Even when it was empty the year that we were there under COVID regulations, there was still this incredible anticipation. And when we were sitting here in the year that Le Mans should have happened in June but couldn't because of COVID, we had that same feeling because of the crowds, because of the 200 people around the world participating in this. Let's go down to Alex, who's got Juan Pablo Montoya getting ready for the start.
Well, the tension is building here on our little virtual grid in the middle of the studio. Father and son Montoya joining us here in the studio to race the virtual 24 Hours of Le Mans. I see you just loading in for the start. Juan, how are you feeling about this one?
Pretty good. You know, I mean, I've done a few laps, not crazy amount of laps. I feel pretty good. You know, for what we've done is okay. We're, you know, most important to have a good time with Sebastian and the other 2, you know, kids that are racing with us. So it should be a cool race.
Little bit of a dry run for later in the year when you're going to race together at the Sebring 12 Hours. Are you going to enjoy it as a father and son experience?
Yeah, I think that's going to be really special. I think here is a good warm-up of working together and everything and get angry at each other. But nothing like the real thing at Sebring, so it should be fun.
Montoya's ready to rock and roll, guys. Follow them if you can all the way through the 24-hour race.
Well, father-son combinations have been a thing for years in endurance racing. Great to see Juan Pablo and his son Sebastian here. And of course, they're in one of the new entries in LMP. That is the LM Cup Champions entry. The 2 pro drivers are the Montoyas, and the guest drivers, Luca D'Amelio and Christopher Hoogfeldt, who were the top 2 in the Le Mans Cup Virtual that was the support race series to the Le Mans Virtual Series. And Lewis, those 2 drivers, not part of major esport teams, earned a spot on the grid, sharing with the Montoyas and racing up against the Formula One world champion, Max Verstappen, and the rest. And of course, none of this could happen without the backing of the ACO.
That's right, I'm joined here by Pierre Fillon, President of the ACO. Now, Pierre, I mean, the edition in 2020 was a huge success. What were your expectations for this 2022 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual?
Well, you know, after the big success of the first edition, it was important for the ACO to continue to develop this event and to develop our new eSport championship, the Le Mans Virtual Series. And eSport is now an important part of all of our championship in the ACO. This event is already a success with the fantastic grid we have today. The other target is to promote the real 24 hours. And you know that next year we will celebrate the centenary of the 24 hours. And maybe the last target is to prepare the future. And the leading car you will see in a few minutes to launch the race will be our hydrogen prototype, the H24, and hydrogen, which is energy of the future.
Well, that was going to be my second question, actually. It's the H24 car. You're really putting it out there. You're really concentrating on multiple areas of development as the ACO. But, you know, how important is esports to you?
You know, Le Mans is an innovation laboratory, and we are here to develop the future of the mobility. And this hydrogen is a future for us, because in 25 we will have a car able to win Le Mans in the 24 hours. And it's important to use the e-sport to promote this technology and to keep this spirit of innovation.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Pierre.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Pierre Fillon, the president of the ACO, the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, of course, is the group based in Le Mans who, since 1923, have been running this great endurance motor race. Originally, it was set out for manufacturers to prove that cars, automobiles, were reliable, could drive in day and night conditions when they were thought to be expensive and unreliable. But since 1923, Le Mans has been at the forefront of new mechanical innovations. Well, you just saw the H24 car, hydrogen-powered, heading out on track. It's going to be a very different proposition from anything we've seen before. But, of course, we've seen petrol, diesel, electric, hybrid race at Le Mans. We've seen front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive. We've seen all sorts of different sports cars, prototypes, over nearly a century of racing. And come 2023, that is going to be a massive milestone for the ACO, the centenary of the first ever Grand Prix d'Endurance at Le Mans. And of course, in those days, the track ran into the Pagenaud area in the center of the city of Le Mans. It was all gravel and barely metalled roads, so it was a very different beast from what we see these days. But again, pushing the forefront of technology, and that is what endurance racing, and that's what Le Mans is all about. That's why the manufacturers come then to prove new technology, whether it's engine technology, lighting, tyres, brakes, electronics, everything here. This is the most destructive test bench you can possibly use for your technology.
And we're really excited to see the future of Le Mans over the next couple of years grow and grow as more manufacturers join a new regulation sets that we'll kind of start to see progress in June this year. And we do have the safety car now leading the cars down the Mulsanne straight. There's Max Verstappen getting himself ready as the man who'll line up on the front row. But in second, let's chat now to the FIA President, Mohammed bin Sulayem.
Dear competitors, dear friends, and all the eSport community, I'm full of praise for what has been achieved with the virtual Le Mans event. I want to thank Gerard Neveu and his team at Motorsport Games and, of course, the FIA World Endurance Championship promoter for their great work. To have stars like the Formula One World Champion Max Verstappen and IndyCar champion Alex Palou competing together is so impressive. Esports is an era in which the FIA has been increasingly active over the last couple of years. We have a dedicated department supporting our ASNs and running grassroots level esports competition and attracting more people to motorsport. I would like to wish everyone involved in this year's virtual Le Mans a fantastic event.
Good words from the brand new president of the FIA. In fact, he was newly installed more recently even than Max Verstappen was installed as the Formula One world champion. So everybody on their formation laps. There's two different generations of F1 racer, Max and Juan Pablo. And both, of course, keen to make sure that the machinery steps up. So Max Verstappen starts on the outside of the front row, and you heard the president of the FIA mention the IndyCar champion, Alex Palou. He's racing here as well, one of the prototype cars, 966, the Team Ford Zilla Oreca. So he shares with Luke Browning, Nuno Pinto and Gianmarco Fiducci. He is on the formation lap as well. And another one perhaps to pick out is car number 1, our winners from 2020, the inaugural Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual Rebellion GPX Esports. This season, Louis Delatraz, one of the original winners, and so nearly a winner of Le Mans in June, one lap away. Augustin Canapino, Nikodem Wisniewski and Kuba Brzezinski, those are the guys who are in the number 1 car.
And that's just one change from the lineup that won 1.5 years ago. Augusto Canapino replacing Rafael Marcello, who won at that time. Canapino is better known for his sim racing exploits than he is for all the championships that he's won over in Argentina. He is so fast, part of the Williams Esports team, and bringing him into a winning car means that that car is even faster than it was before. But Chris, the level of this race versus what we saw last time is actually even higher.
Yeah, well, Canapino, don't think he hasn't done this race before, because he has. He was in one of the other cars. He's literally just been promoted up to the championship leading car because of that experience and that success in esports that you mentioned. So they have a full team that have all done this race, 3 of them doing it together and 1 of them in a sister car.
Well, we've got 8 new teams in LMP. Pescarolo, one of the most famous sports car names, they're represented and they are here in our studio. Car number 16, the Pescarolo eSport car, is here. The LM Cup champions, the Montoyas, are racing here. Veloce Esports, under their own banner, entering a car. Mexico Racing Team, an all-Mexican lineup. The big banner name there, of course, is Mima Rojas Sports Car Race, and sometime IndyCar driver Duquesne with Prima Sports. They're here in the studio as well. Gabby Aubrey, one of the drivers here. Alpine come, and of course, that has been pushed along by Fernando Alonso as well. There's the view from the number 1 Rebellion GPX Esports car, and they have got plenty of opportunity to go out and potentially repeat their victory from 2020.
And the last car that you didn't mention that is new is Mercedes. Mercedes-Benz bringing in a works team to this race. The first time Mercedes have entered Le Mans for over 50 years, and it's great to have not a pseudo-works team. This is coming from the factory, the F1 factory, based out of them. They've brought in works Mercedes drivers to represent them in the Pro, and of course they are already represented well in the sim racing world by Jarno Opmeer, who has won the F1 Esports Championship for them, and Bono Huis has won lots of championships on R Factor 2, which is our platform. So fantastic to have Mercedes here, and then of course we already know about the representation in GT, which is, well, we were just having a look at them, Porsche and BMW and Ferrari.
Well, Porsche and BMW really is the story of the title battle. Ferrari, with the Ferrari Drivers Academy, the FDA Esports team, have not quite had the luck or the pace at every race that some of their rivals have. Porsche's factory cars have throughout the season raced in the regular Porsche factory livery, but here they've got a sort of split personality, either the Joker from the Batman series or Day-Night, whichever you prefer it. That's the half black, half white livery you can see on those 2 cars. So the winners back in 2020, that was the 92 Porsche team. They are back on the grid as well. Anchan Juven, one of their factory young drivers, Sage Karam, Josh Rogers, Tommy Usgaard. There's an all-female crew as well. We need to mention the W Series crew. They're one of the 4 new teams that are in GTE. So W Series have entered Fabian Volbend, Isla Agren, Emily Jones, and Lubov Ersakovsky. Yeah, we'll come back to Lubov. I knew I would fluff that.
Lewis can do it.
Rozratskovskaya.
There you go. I knew I'd fluff that the first time out. And our championship leaders, Redline, the 71 BMW. And this is... It is so close, and it is so possible, as ever at Le Mans, for things to go really, really wrong. This is going to be, particularly if you're in a championship battle, as applies to everybody else, the rules always apply. They're the same at Le Mans. Stay out of the pits, don't hit anything, just do the laps. 23 hours, still be on the lead lap, in position to battle for the win, and then hope that Lady Luck smiles on you. And for everybody at WRT who knows what that feeling is all about, yeah, and Louis Delatraz, one of our winners 18 months ago, knows all about that from this year. But the formation lap is almost over. We are seconds away from the start of the 2022 Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual.
Nice and slow through the forward chicane at the end of the lap. Max Verstappen on the inside line heading towards the first kink, but he has been jumped by teammate Felix Drogovic, and Drogovic is going to lead through the first kink, but there is a braking zone left-hander under the bridge for the first time, and will Drogovic look to Verstappen, look to the inside? Was there contact further back? I think there was a little bit of contact in the LMP class, so everyone seems to have still faced the right direction, but the front two are getting away, and here comes Verstappen into the lead of the race already. Drogovic respectful to his pseudo teammate, and Max Verstappen leads Le Mans.
Through come the GTE field, and again the Porsches that started at the front challenging the Red Bull car. So the Corvette slips back. It's the 91 car that goes ahead. Mitchell de Jong ahead of Dennis Lind, and Chan Juven in the 92 Porsche lying in third place. Yeah. And a great start from Max Verstappen.
Drogovic is struggling here. Look at him dropping back even into the clutches of the Mercedes. This is not going well for the real team Hydrogen Redline car. Max Verstappen's already got an enormous lead, but it is the other Redline car that's dropping backwards.
So was there contact? Has he picked up damage? Damage is active. Might have been a little nudge at the start, but it might be something other than that. Maybe they've just not got their tyre pressures absolutely spot on.
I think more confidence at this point. Even now, even right now, you've got nerves are running. I know, real world drivers, etc., but nerves are running. Danny Juncadella, Max Verstappen, they're not bothered about that. They don't have that pressure on their shoulders. They know what they're doing in this scenario, and they have gone.
Juncadella needs to get on top of Max Verstappen's pace here. They cannot let Max Verstappen get into a comfort zone where he just cruises at a faster pace than everyone else. We've seen it time and time again in the sim racing world and in the Formula One world. When Verstappen is at his best, he's untouchable. Danny Juncadella in these early laps needs to get onto his tail, get into a slipstream as well, so they can maybe even start pulling each other along and separate themselves from the pack. We aren't expecting this race to run clean all the way through the 24 hours. We do have a safety car. We have the possibility of red flags as well. And of course, weather is active. We could see rain. But certainly at this stage, don't let Max get comfortable. Here's the other Red Bull, another Red Bull car in the GT category. Seb Jobe set the fastest time for pole position, but it's not him in the car at the moment.
It looks like we've had a problem for WRT. They've dropped right down the field. Franco Colapinto in that car, and Fabian Volvend also has dropped right back. Hasn't actually come through the first sector. If that's a timing issue, then I'm not too sure, but it could be the W Series and WRT both in trouble in the early stages. We did see almost contact as well between the Mercedes and Max Verstappen, and now the gap is coming down. Juncadella in that Mercedes is chasing down Max Verstappen. Ben.
Change for the lead. No, not quite. Dennis Lind looking to the outside of Mitchell de Jong going into the Porsche curves, and there was no space. Sorry, that's Indianapolis, and there was no space for him. Lind in the car that Sebastian Jobe qualified, but it does look as though right now he's the faster of the two, and Mitchell de Jong just trying to play himself in slowly here with his teammate just behind Dennis Lind in third position.
And without trying to burst their bubble too much, there are 3 teams that have picked up a penalty already. This is due to infractions with their driver usage. They've got 3 sim drivers and 1 pro driver. We need to have a minimum of 2 pro drivers. The penalty for that, which goes the way of the 111, the Red Bull Racing Esports car, one of the Butler Power Team Project 1 cars, the number 56, and of course the Williams Esports number 5. All receive a penalty for breaching this rule. It is a 6-minute stop and hold penalty, which sounds enormous, but that 111 car, trust me, that Red Bull, keep your eye on it in GTE, it can come back from that.
Well, that is the story that we're going to have to follow, because obviously they will be in a different camera shot, on a different page, on a different, script for everybody else. And they knew coming in that they were going to have that issue, and as a result, they will have had to plan for it. And so, as ever, plan A, which is what they were thinking of, is going to have to change, and they've now gone on to plan B to deal with that 6-minute hold. And they don't have to take it immediately. It doesn't have to be at the end of lap 1 or lap 2 or anything. It can be just a hold when they come in for their first routine stop. So let's talk a little bit then about potential strategies. Lewis, in LMP, we're looking at potentially a 10-lap stint, 35-ish minutes for our LMP cars, and potentially double stinting the tyres with the drivers.
Yeah, now the way this is going to work, obviously because they've done a full formation lap, this is where things become a little bit awkward in the prototype category. They might, some might come into the pit lane, might even be able to save to get to that 10th lap. Normally on standard running, 10 laps is absolutely fine. We'll take a look again at the start. Then watch out for the WRT car that received a bit of contact. One of the GPX Williams cars also received contact in the background at turn 1, but we might be able to see what happened to WRT.
Well, up into the Dunlop curve, there was quite a lot of argy-bargy there. Was that the WRT car got knocked out wide, I think. Not sure who drilled them from the side.
This looks like a very easy pass for Max Verstappen. That almost looks as though Redline had worked that out already, had discussed it pre-race.
That
was a lot of contact.
That's what happened to WRT.
Oh, and back onto the race. Oh, it's Bicoles. That's the 444. The Floyd Bicoles Burst Esports car they've gone into. And once again, this season, the WRT without a rear wing, that is, I think, 3 from 3
Monza
from 5.
and Spa, So the
and
first,
the Nordschleifer as
and
well.
the Nordschleifer,
4 out of 5.
Wow.
Yeah.
But what does that mean for Bicoles? Surely they would have picked up damage from that kind of contact.
That 444 would have done, a lot on the, particularly the front right of the car. So that's not ideal. Yeah,
they're running in 7th with Sergio Sette camera in the car at the moment. But Philippe Denez in the Marla is in the pits. Franco Colapinto is also down the order as well, of course. Fabien Volven still not showing up, so perhaps a timing glitch for the W Series team. But Mitchell de Jong, purple sector 1, obviously starting to pull a little bit of a gap, but Ben, the fight for second getting very, very close.
Well, yeah, it was the fight for first, wasn't it? Dennis Lim was challenging Mitchell de Jong, but in that last couple of sectors, he's checked out, and now Dennis Lim under pressure from the second of the Porsche Esports cars. They are racing in their effectively factory outfit with a stream themselves, and here comes the second car around the outside. Is there going to be space to do that, to sweep around the outside, to get the inside in the braking zone into Indianapolis? Yes, there is. Nice move, Porsche 1-2 now.
Yeah, now the 71 really need to get onto this, but sorry about championship stuff. That instant we saw as Dennis Lind goes once again on the attack and trying to get his way past a little bit wide though. Whoa, that's going to be a little bit tight for Juven, who's gone out towards the barrier. And then watch out for the BMW Team Redline car. The Bicoles car that was involved in that instant, by the way, was the number 4, the championship leader in prototype.
Well, there's the 71 BMW, the red and black, trying to fight its way through the Red Bull car right in front. Anchan Juven, you saw in the inset in the lower picture, more contact. Okay, rule 1 of Le Mans, what is it? Don't hit things.
Right, so
rule 2, see rule 1.
It's a 24-hour race. Rudy Van Buren in the BMW there, he actually raced not the Le Mans 24-hour race, but he raced in the support series for the Le Mans 24 Hours in the Porsche Carrera Cup France, amalgamation of all different things.
Everything.
So he has real-world experience at Le Mans, but of course has come from the virtual world. Huge amounts of titles over the last couple of years for Rudy Van Buren, trying to translate that into a real-world career, but leading our virtual championship as well. Getting himself up ahead of that Porsche with all that fracas. It's all allowing Mitchell de Jong to check out, though.
Well, our 2 class leaders are gone, aren't they? Mitchell de Jong in GT and in LMP, Max Verstappen. They are some way ahead. 2 cars in the pits at the moment. Number 10 Marlow Racing Team from LMP and the WRT 31 car. We saw the reason for that. There is Max Verstappen, your race leader. And the other car that is shown as stopped on track is the W Series car. So Fabien Volven started that car. So that all-female entry has had 0 luck so far. Didn't get round to complete the first lap. So hopefully they will be able to sort themselves out. Mercedes-AMG, well, right now, I'm sure there'll be a few people interestingly staring at the screens in Brackley trying to work out what the split times mean. And
it's Mercedes versus Max Verstappen again.
Here we go again, okay. However, at least we know the race director is on our side this time. Now, listen, the deal is, at the end of qualifying, there was a little timing glitch, and as they came across the line, Max Verstappen was briefly shown as being part of Mercedes-AMG, and he went online afterwards to say, look, I don't mind you putting me in the wrong team, but literally the least likely team is the one that you put me in. Yeah, any other team but them. So he hasn't lost his sense of humour, and he certainly hasn't lost any pace. In traffic, let's look at this little battle as the Corvette shapes up. In traffic, yeah, Chris, you know, you and Lewis, you both do a lot of sim racing. In the real world, you have a better view of what's around you and more of a sort of feel for it maybe even than in the sim world. And for the pro drivers, I think that is one of the harder aspects of fast-moving metal in the sim race, is that you don't quite have that same feeling of who's around you.
Well, I'd say some of the rigs out there are built so well now that, you know, triple screens around you, you can look physically to your right or left and see what's alongside you. So I'd say it's as close as it could be now with the technology we have, and we'll look at some of that we have in the studio throughout the 24 hours. So the drivers are using the rigs more and more now in between races to keep themselves in shape, especially if they don't have access to the sims down at their teams all the time. But this is a great battle we have going on. It looks now like the second and third place are starting to work together. So we saw down the Mulsanne Straight that they were pushing each other along, just trying to close a gap to the leader, because that lead Porsche is gone.
Yeah, now they've got to be very, very careful with this. And look at that.
Juven being very brave on the outside in the slower part of Indianapolis, but going deep on the inside in the quick bit. That's a real trust in your tyres, and goes through for third on the Corvette. And you can see the next Porsche right behind having a charge as well. Now the leaders of the prototype cars are already coming out of Tertre Rouge onto the Mulsanne as our GT leaders head down towards the Porsche curve. So there's already half a lap between them. Normally in the real world you get about 4 laps. It's 3 wide. Everybody close your eyes on the pit wall. And the Corvette comes back through. But what happens in the battle of the Porsches for third? Factory car hangs on. There's Juven down at the bottom. Porsche Junior driver in last year's Mobil 1 Super Cup. Race winner, but has yet to claim the title.
Don't need to do this. Don't need to be fighting and compromising your lap pace, because all of this battling will slow them up and it'll allow the gaps to grow. And okay, they can sit in the slipstream and perhaps help themselves a little bit. Right now, the leader in both categories have a really easy go of things.
Yeah, and sitting in the slipstream only works if you are sitting in the slipstream and not actively trying to outbrake the guy in front of you. You've got to have that self-discipline. There's the 65 Panis car, the blue and gold. And again, that is one of our strong driver lineups. We've got some phenomenal driving talent, both in the real and the virtual world, in a lot of these teams. Just mouth-watering, the number of great drivers.
I was going to say a word for Fordzilla, who we see on screen. They started on row 8. Luke Browning, who raced in the ADAC F4 Championship last year, finishing in the top 3. He's got that car all the way up to 5th place, and now he's staring at Felipe Drugovich just a little bit down the road, who races in F2. So great work from Luke Browning, and a mention, of course, I don't think we've mentioned him much yet, James Baldwin solidly keeping Veloce Esports in 3rd. He's just behind Danny Juncadella in the tow and being very, very patient in his approach. But this is great driving from that car ahead. Luke Browning, which carries, of course, our IndyCar champion, Alex Palou.
And that, Fordzilla, is effectively a works Ford entry. Yeah. Fordzilla is the Ford team. You don't see them flying the flag too much. They don't vigorously fly that Ford flag across sim racing as a whole, but when it comes to the big events, they are there, and Fordzilla, great to see them, and with such a great lineup too, as you mentioned.
2 more teams in the pits, the number 57 Project 1, as well as the 88 Proton.
Rocket down the inside. Oh,
wow.
That's our Le Mans Virtual Cup car, the Cup champions.
Well, that's
to the barrier.
That's Juan Pablo, who's sitting in the studio right now, smiling. Apparently enjoyed that.
Well, look, he's in a cluster of a dozen cars covered by the same amount of time, or on the same amount of tarmac you would normally find 2 or 3. Red, white and blue there is the Graf Racing entry. That's one of our Le Mans only entries, Graf by ProSimu. And Juan Pablo, right in the thick of it. And that is so much him. That was always his racing career. If he's out on his own, he sort of almost wants either to catch somebody or for somebody to catch him, so he's got a better race to play with.
Proper racer.
And what's happening here, by the way, because we're seeing this now, we've seen a couple of times the Proton competition car behind this Porsche car. We're kind of not really sure whether this is going to work, because they're all fought effectively, the Porsche esports cars and the Proton competition. They're all a part of the same team. In a sense, they're all co-anda drivers, and so in this sense, I wonder if there's a little bit of communication to the Proton competition team to be like, look, Loic Hartog, try not to pass Iron Tenjuven just yet. Let him get past Dennis Lin first.
I was going to say, just to clear up, we might hear Coander a lot. Of course, that's a big esports team down the inside. There we go. Left it very, very late. I don't think that move was intended, but had no option. It was either contact or go down the inside, and very well executed. But yeah, for our fans who don't watch esports, Coander are a big team. They have drivers in all different outfits throughout the grid, so we may hear that name mentioned a lot.
Well, the cork in the bottle here is Dennis Lind, isn't it? The car that was on the pole position, thanks to Sebastian Job, is now dropping down the order. Any car that gets past him seems to check out. Rudy Van Buren a couple of seconds up the road now from the battle we've just seen resolved. So it does seem as though Dennis Lind hasn't got the pace yet in that car. And of course, things change as day becomes night, temperatures change. They can change their compound of tyres as well. There's so much, and as the fuel burns off, the characteristic of the car will feel different. So much to consider across this 24-hour period. We're only 15 minutes in.
And I've also just seen word from race control, at least as far as I'm aware, that number 77 that just got past Dennis Lin with a dive bomb down the inside at Indianapolis, that has a drive-through penalty applied for jumping the start.
Ooh, wow. Ooh, okay, so passing before the start-finish line, because of course it's a rolling start, so you don't dump the clutch before anybody else does, but if you pass before you get over the start line, then you'll get a penalty. Of course, the game will apply that. So the Corvette slips another spot. FDA's Nick Nielsen there he is, in the red cap and the red sweatshirt at the top. Now, Ferrari last year, 2 years ago, 18 months ago, they were based in Maranello in the museum. I mean, what a location to have your esports team. This year, they were expecting to be in their brand new esports centre at Maranello, but they are in fact in a team like us, in a TV studio, but they're in the heart of Milan, not too far away up the road. So their esports centre will come online hopefully later on during the season. By the time we get to next year's Le Mans Virtual, I'm sure they will be fully ensconced. But Nielsen, a great pro racer, very strong in the sim as well. But the Corvette just seems to have great speed at the end of the straights, and that's sort of replicating exactly what we've seen so many years in real life with the C7. So the C8 just tops out just a few kilometres an hour, maybe better than some of its rivals.
Yeah, it is the fastest on the straight, and I'm okay with saying that. They'll message me, don't you worry. But the Corvette is the fastest on the straights. Now, that doesn't mean it's the fastest around the lap, because obviously it'll lose a little bit of time in the Porsche curves, as we would expect. But then it's just about how it looks after its tyres, how it looks after its fuel, etc., etc. Don't get me wrong, through the night I'll be going through all of the details on that, don't panic. But right now, it's a good race car in a good position, unfortunately, with that penalty looming over its head. So we will see that one come down to pit speed and then have to sit in this box for 6 minutes.
And the 88 Proton, was that one of the cars that had a 6-minute hold?
No. The right. 77 Proton's the one with the penalty.
So 88 is still in the pits and is now 2 laps behind. The W Series car has yet to complete a lap, so that sounds awfully like they've had a connection issue. More battles further back.
That's the car with a problem. They've lost. Is that Panis Racing? Let's have a replay.
Here's Panis.
Here we go.
Here's what the problem was.
With Axel.
A lock-up under braking, and the Axel car also getting held up there.
Well, innocent victims in that Axel, weren't they?
Yeah, just really.
But a shame for Panis Racing, because we mentioned them earlier, they were running fairly well, but championship-wise for the 88, that is an absolute disaster, because they were running third. They were having a great season, so it's going to be over to the 77, who are currently 4th in class.
Yeah, well, 88 has now left the pit lane, but again, still shown as stopped is the 45 car. So 88 is the last running car. 111, Dennis Lind, the Red Bull car, that also had problems early on. So the Mahler car number 10 has just left the pits as well. They dropped down the order. Team WRT, of course, we saw them losing that rear wing. And here comes the Corvette out of Arnage, back past the Ferrari. So the Corvette is fighting a rear guard action already in the first 20 minutes of 24 hours. It's going to be a long race for everybody here.
What happened to Danny Yunkadere and Filip Dragovic?
I think that's just a timing glitch. I tell you what, here we go. We've got, this is the likes of course, Dennis. We've got the Red Bull at the head of this, fighting this one. It's a great battle. At the back of it in the Tesla car is Alex Smoliar, who raced in the FIA F3 Championship this year, racing against Nick Nielsen, who won in the GTE AM class last year as well. So great fight going on here, and I think that Tesla car is about to line up a move on the Ferrari.
Yeah, we got another little timing glitch because Dennis Lind is shown as being a lap behind everybody, whereas clearly the pictures tell a different story. He's still ahead of Nick Nielsen. And the Proton car, Luke Hartog, the 77 car.
This is great because we've got a Corvette versus a Ferrari versus a BMW as well.
Yes.
Fantastic.
That's Le Mans for you, isn't it?
And big names in that as well. This is the thing with the GTEs. When I was looking at the starting list of some of these drivers starting for the GTEs, obviously we know it's a pro driver that must start the car. The pro drivers that were starting in the GTEs, like you say, Mitchell de Jong, Rudy van Buren, Loic Hartog,
Bruno
Dennis
Spengler,
Lind, Bruno,
GTM champion.
Such an incredible list of real-world drivers, but they're great. These are the ones that are great in the sim.
The biggest of all, and the most successful of all, Jimmy Broadbent.
Never heard of him. Never heard of him.
56.
Yeah.
Where is the 56?
It's got a penalty as well, don't worry. It's got to come into pit lane. It's one of those ones in the 6th minute.
He's down in 15th in class. He's just letting everyone get away, and then he's going to charge through and win it right at the end.
He's gotten where he wants them, hasn't he? and
he's giving them a head start. That's all he's doing. He asked for that penalty.
14th in LMP at the moment is Yifei, the man who was driving WRT's lead car on the final lap of Le Mans last year, only to have it cough and die underneath him. Well, there is our first official, it's the first time we've seen a pit caller, and again, that's a long way from where we're expecting. We've only seen the leaders now onto lap 6, or completed lap 6.
Where contact is on in the pit lane, they might be coming in early to get out of the danger zone when everyone, you think of it this way, if you stay out and go as far as your tank, everyone can go about 9 laps. Suddenly, 30 prototypes head straight into the pit lane.
Yep.
I'd want to get out of that cluster.
And remember, that car has contact as well, so
I think it was the 4. I think it was the other Bicoles car that was in the contact, because that's the one that was
both are in the pits.
down.
Both are in the pits.
Oh,
yes.
are they?
Yeah.
Both the 4 and the 444, so all the 4s are in the pits. You saw Sergio Sette Camara come in, and Tom Dillman is in as well in the number 4 Floyd Bicoles burst. So Alpha Industries Bicoles, 444, Sergio Sette Camara. And again, watching Dennis Lind.
So the question is are they coming in early, 1, to get out of the traffic, but 2, to actually just, because the cars are not feeling as fast because they've been carrying damage the last couple of laps, get it repaired as soon as possible, rather than try and do a full stint like that.
Yeah, you've got to be careful, because obviously when you've got damage on the car, especially if it's on the suspension, it's going to start pulling the car to one side, which is bad for so many reasons, not only pace, but also for tyre life as well. It will destroy tyres.
Right, driver change as well. So that I'm thinking 444, that was strategic, because they have already taken out Sergio Sette Camara and put in one of their pro sim racers, David Mrocek. So the pole is in 444. Number 4, though, Tom Dillman is still in, which,
big moment there for Dennis Lind.
He carries a lot of speed into Indianapolis, possibly a little more than he really ought to be.
A little bit too much on that case. I think this is the Yas Heat car. We are having a look here. Finally, had a good race last time, didn't they? They had James Baldwin in the car that time. They'd had a miserable season, but then last time out, Yas Heat went and finished in 7th place, and they could have finished a lot higher. They took a big gamble on strategy. So it'll be interesting to see how they go. They've got Will Tregurtha in the car currently, who has raced in all sorts of GT categories, started out in Ginetta Juniors and worked his way up, and he's currently running in 4th place. So they've snuck through up the order there. I think it's actually just up the top 10, maybe in 6th place is the Yas Heat car. So a really good result for them so far. They've just gone by Race Clutch Alpine, who we ride on board with, another team who's had a bad season but look to turn it around here at the Le Mans 24 Hour.
Just going to say, by the way, confirmation about those Bicoles cars. So the 444, like you say, strategy, that does look like it's the case, them coming in. It was the number 4, got that confirmed by Cameron Roger and Rasmus Andreasen, who have confirmed from the team that it was the number 4, the championship leading number 4 Bicoles Burst Esports car that was the one that was involved in the incident between themselves and WRT. So you come here, you're battling not only for the race win, you're battling for the championship as well. And you're already starting in the first 2 minutes of the race. You've got an awful lot of damage to deal with.
They're back out on circuit now, but it does seem as though they haven't changed drivers. So Tom Dillman has stayed in. So that really was just a pit stop to try and get the car as repaired as much as possible. 1 extra minute in the pits enough to get the car back to how it should be? Or will it feel weird forever now?
It should be able to be repairable. Now the thing is it will, unlike in other simulators where you get an option as to how much you can repair the car. In R-Factor 2, you come in and it will tell you have this much damage. You either repair it when you tell it that you want to repair it when you come in, or you just don't. And so it's sort of, if they have repaired any damage, they've repaired all of it.
Got a lot of pit stoppers by the looks of things. James Baldwin in the pits from effectively 4th position, I think. Will Tregertha for Yas Heat. So that's both Veloce cars effectively, because Yas Heat run by Veloce. Again, going on a similar strategy, and Red Bull Racing's LMP car also in pit lane. We're only halfway through the first stint.
Yeah, well, we expected 10 laps, but they're starting to come in a lot early, aren't they? Norby Kish as well, the European truck racing driver, has also come in for Red Bull Racing Esports. So, yeah, drivers pitting a lot sooner than we expected. We'll see if that trend continues throughout. Of course, we did have the warm-up lap, so that might be playing a little bit of a part in it as well.
ARC Bratislava's Mato Homola in the pit lane as well, another one of our LMP pit callers. So we did have all the 4s in on that lap, 4, 44 and 444. Maybe that's just the way it was. Anybody with the 4 in the number had to come in the pits.
Was called into pit lane. No, who knows? Who knows?
Saw Eduardo Freitas there in the inset, typing away furiously on the Discord. And you know, we talked about this actually in Le Mans last year, is having done the virtual race where all the communication is by Discord with all the teams. Eduardo found it was such a useful tool. He's now introduced that into the World Endurance Championship, and at Le Mans, all the teams and race control converse constantly by Discord, which has 2 effects. First of all, it's simple, it's easily understood, everybody's got it, everybody knows how to use it, and it's instant. And secondly, it doesn't all get broadcast on the radio, which is devoutly to be wished. So it has that that double bonus. But it's interesting, you know, so much. The sim world learned so much from the real world, and vice versa. It really was massive two-way traffic, not just a whole different bunch of racers coming together. It was a whole bunch of technologies coming together. Now, in our lab with Fernando Alonso, he pointed out, of course, because of the long straights here at Le Mans, it is a great opportunity to leapfrog slower class cars. When he was racing with Toyota Gazoo Racing, there were 3 slower classes. Here, if you're in a P car, there is the slower GTE class, but as the race goes on, they will be more and more spread out, and so you will be, after lap 4 or 5, constantly in traffic, and that's where our leaders are now.
Here's Fordzilla getting themselves legitimately up into 3rd position. Yes, a couple of cars ahead of them have made pit stops, but Luke Browning has done a really good job and gets himself up into 3rd ahead of Drugovic, who was our pole man. And now this battle is 10 seconds back from Max Verstappen.
Oh, Simpson's way off.
Ooh. Comes back on.
Not scared off, I think, actually.
I was scared.
Well, watching the mirror, and you know, and that's a genuine issue for GT drivers, particularly in the Porsche curves, is that the P cars come at them at such a phenomenal closing speed that the danger is you miss your braking by looking in the mirrors and then go off, and that's exactly what you saw. Well, little pit stop there for Fordzilla, and so Real Team Hydrogen, who are one of our top teams in the Le Mans Series Virtual, they continue. They've had a pretty decent season. Luke Browning in the pits. What's he completed at the end of lap 7? We were expecting maybe 9 as a maximum, because it's a sort of 10-lap stint plus the formation lap, so you probably don't want to push it to 11.
I have a theory. I think the LMPs are going into the pits as they're approaching the pack of GT cars. To avoid going through traffic, at least for one more stint.
To counter that, or to add to that rather, I did get a message from one of the people that was supposed to be driving, Dennis Jordan. Unfortunately, had to step aside from the number 11 Red Bull Racing Esports, and Alex Siebel's jumped in his place courtesy of wheel issues. He said the strategy for us, avoid close pit stalls and avoid GTE traffic. So I think that is exactly that. They're seeing the train ahead of them and going, right, I'm out. It's my time. Bye.
Although Max is just carving through them.
So why not?
No worries.
Well, Max doesn't mind an overtake, does he?
And he's got enough of a lead.
And he's on his own, and he's the leader, and while he's got that speed and that head-on, just give him free rein, let him go. If the horse wants to gallop, don't bother reining it in. You know, there's plenty of time to be reined in the next 23 hours.
10 seconds is the gap now between Verstappen and Juncadella. I know our graphics sorting themselves out right now on the TV screen, but we do have up-to-date here. There is Max Verstappen in the Redline liveried machine on his own. Right in the background, just coming through the shot, was Danny Juncadella for Mercedes, would you believe? and there's a 10-second gap between them. Drugovich is a couple of seconds back from that, but we do have the likes of James Baldwin, who's pitted, Luke Browning, who's pitted. Those guys are going to be in the mix there too, but certainly the battle for first is between these two, and there is the gap on your screens.
Yeah, so Max, that's obviously his Skype camera. He's not actually leaning over half asleep. I know he's casual and relaxed about his sim racing, but he's not that casual and relaxed. He is in his seat at a normal angle. Danny Juncadella in second place, and Drugovich for Real Team Hydrogen Racing in third. And again, Lewis, you know, we're a long, long way away from where we start to talk about the points. And in fact, we probably won't do much unless some of our major players in the Le Mans Series Virtual strike trouble. But how many cars in LMP potentially could be the champion at the end of this race?
I mean, realistically speaking, it is a large contingent. We're mostly talking about the top 5, because it's in that sense between them, it's if you win the championship as well. That is between the number 4 Floyd Bercolo's Burst Esports, 2 of the Redline cars, including the number 1, 2, 3 that is leading the way, and the Real Team Hydrogen Redline, and then a couple of others. We'll see how Nicholas Nielsen did get past Dennis Lind as well, coming up towards Indianapolis. Super tight. This was about a lap ago, just to the inside nicely. Dennis Lind not going to fight this one quite as hard as he will fight in the Porsche Esports teams early on. He's got to watch out for the Tesla R8G car directly behind him, though. So
I was going to say,
on that.
Red Bull, they've got that penalty, so letting people go is a clever strategy, really. It's about damage limitation for them at the moment. You know, if people are going to go by, that's okay. You've got a 6-minute penalty to serve. There's no point adding to that penalty by fighting.
No, delay them as long as you can, legitimately. But when they finally make the move, whatever. Keep your speed up. Keep your speed up. Yeah.
Yeah, try and save the fuel. Once you've got into their slipstream, you can use that just to lift off.
And Max Verstappen, our leader, has gone into the pits. So as has Felipe Drugovich as well.
Drugovich has just gone in, so that leaves Mercedes AMG Petronas. Stop the count. Mercedes lead. so Danny Juncadella is leading, and he goes on to lap 10 of the race. So, and that means that Race Clutch Alpine move up into second, and Axel Sports, the SEM9 flash axle machine. Abel Aslan, who was one of the very quick early runners in qualifying yesterday, they're up to third. Our race winners from the inaugural Le Mans 24-Hour Series Virtual, Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual, Rebellion GPX Esports, the car number 1. They lie in 4th place. In 5th place, Alpine Esports, and in 6th place, Alpine Esports as well. Car number 36, car number 15. There are, 10 cars currently in the pit lane from, 9 cars currently in the pit lane from LMP. So Ollie Rowland, we haven't spoken about him, and he's now just taken over the number 70 Real Team Hydrogen Racing car. So again, a little change over there with strategy, going straight in, 1 stint, change of driver. A change at Jota as well, coming out in the 38 Jota car. Is Ibrahim Khan. Now he's one of their sim race drivers. So where Real Team Hydrogen, number 70 car, put in a real world Formula E racer, Ollie Rowland, then some of their rivals are going the other way and getting their esports pros in. And while the traffic is still so close, that's possibly not a bad call, because they will be more used to doing that than the real world drivers will be used to doing that in really close racing. So put the real world guys in once the field is separated out a bit. You've got plenty of racing for everybody to do.
You think, as a viewer that maybe isn't familiar with esports, that you should be using these professional drivers, but really this is a complete switch over where the esports drivers are the professional drivers in a way, and the professional drivers are only that by title, unless you're Max Verstappen, who managed to go and take a front row start. But yeah, it's better to use them in the complicated stages of the race. They would have this all planned out before. They will have a spreadsheet that they would have made. Every driver knows exactly what time they're going to be in the car and for how long, so they know when they can go and get some rest, just like they would in the World Endurance Championship. They have it all planned out.
And of course, we don't have everybody in every team in the same place. So often you will have 4 drivers in 4 different locations, and quite not infrequently in different countries, in different time zones. I mean, that's one of the glories of doing everything online, is that it almost doesn't matter where you log in from. But of course, it sort of does, because when we were talking about Le Mans Virtual 2 years ago, you know, you had racing drivers in Japan, you had them in Australia and New Zealand, you had them in the USA, you had them in Europe. So they were across, you know, a dozen different time zones, and it sort of makes sense to have your driver racing in a time zone that's better for his body clock, rather than put him in when it's, you know, the middle of the night where he is, even though it's you know, the perfect time of day in Europe. So some of these drivers may not appear in the roster you know, until daylight where they are. If you've got drivers who are in North America, then there's no point putting them in the wee small hours if you can put them in daylight while your European drivers, say, get some rest. So some of that strategy will be based on logistics, some of it will be based on how you figure the race is going, and they may well change those rosters around a little bit. If they do need to really get some pace back into the car, they might then start burning some of their pro sim racer hours where they would otherwise perhaps have put the pro race drivers in, just to get them back on the front foot again. You know, you've got to play it as a dynamic event. What your plan A is, as every engineer at Le Mans will tell you, plan A, you tear it up the minute the race starts, and then you go on to plan B, and then you busk it from there. And the more you've done it, and the better experience your team of drivers and your team of engineers and planners and strategists have, the better chance you have of making a good fist of it. But plan A never lasts. First casualty of war, plan A.
Yeah. And like you said, that they're going to change it throughout the race, particularly at the end of the race, given where they are in the race. Now, one thing, traffic is starting to come into play, because James Baldwin, the gap to Max Verstappen, they've both pitted, is really coming down. So there is the reigning Formula One world champion, 2.6 seconds behind is former world's fastest gamer in James Baldwin. So we could have a little battle for the lead on our hands very shortly, but you can never get too carried away, as you said earlier in the week, with gaps. You know, they can come down by 2 seconds and then go up by 3 seconds. So until they can see each other, until we can see them both on screen, we can never get too carried away.
Well, the good news for our GT leaders is the GTs are now back in front of all the crowd of P cars. Of course, they're not in front of them because the P cars already lapped them, but they've now all pitted. All the LMP field has pitted, so they are now all sort of back at status quo, which means Max has cycled back up into the lead because there was no fumbling with the wheel guns, or the wrong tyres weren't there or anything. That, you know, but in sim racing, the driver is responsible for making sure his pit stop happens, so the driver has to pre-select what he wants to do before he goes into the pits. All right, we have got 40 minutes, 45 minutes under the belt nearly. Let's see what the social media is saying.
That's right, thank you very much. As I said earlier, we're trying to make this as interactive as possible, so don't hesitate in using the hashtag Le Mans Virtual. Now, it's only 45 minutes into the race, but we've already got a bit of banter, you know, some photos, everything you want, a few questions as well from you on social media. Starting with actually the official F1 account for Mercedes, showing their support, of course, to their team that are taking part. Now we're moving on to our next one. This is a fantastic little graphic here. We've confronted the clash of the titans, we'll call it. The F1 Esports champion, Jarno Opmeer, and of course, the reigning F1 champion, Max Verstappen. So we're just going to give it a bit of feedback. Who do you think, you know, is going to be victorious after these 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual? Now we're going to move on to our next. There's a bit of banter between teams. Shout out to our chief engineer, Felix Pons, and this is a little funny joke here, that of course drive faster. And we can move on to, you know, we want to know where you're watching from, how you are following this 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual. We've already got a bit of feedback from you saying you want it, watching it with your dog, your family. And as we can see right here, Aidan Brow is watching it with his little son. It looks like he's feeding him at the same time. I mean, that is luxury, isn't it? Being fed whilst watching motorsports. He is living the dream. Please don't hesitate in using the hashtag Le Mans Virtual, and one of our the social media managers that are just behind me from several social media channels. Brian's giving us a little wave right there. So just keep in touch. We want to hear from you.
Thank you, Hayley. So the race continues. 23 hours and 21 minutes remaining. We've almost broken the back of this. Nearly 40 minutes in. Max Verstappen, the race leader from James Baldwin. Gap is 5.1 seconds. Danny Juncadella in third place for Mercedes-AMG Esports, ahead of Fordzilla's Luke Browning. Will Chigurtha for Yas Heat in fifth place. Really strong early run from then. And the number 444 Alpha Industries by Collett. That's David Morocek in the top 6. No pit stops yet in the GTE class. Mitchell de Jong, the runaway leader for Porsche Esports. The 91 car is 5 seconds ahead of Rudy Van Buren in the red line team BMW car, number 71, the red and black car. Anjan Juven for the Porsche Esport team, 9.6 off the lead in third place. So a good battle shaping up, but again, the leader in both classes with 5 seconds. We think that there's probably going to be about a 14-lap standard fuel window for the GTE cars, which probably means 12 or 13 after the formation lap when we start to see cars coming in. They've completed 10 laps now, they're on lap 11, so we may get pit callers at the end of this one if teams are trying to dodge some of the traffic in the pits, because damage is on in the pits, and that is one of the hardest times to avoid drama. Well, double Le Mans winner and one of the participants in the first 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual, Fernando Alonso, joins us now.
So yes, I'm going to be joined in just a few seconds by Orlando Fernando. In fact, you're here. Hello, Fernando. Firstly, how are you doing? And tell us what your involvement in this edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual is this year.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm just following the race, following the team with Alpine Esports, CART 36. And yeah, I'm not able to participate this time. I had like a surgery last week and I was a little bit in the hospital, and now I'm recovering. But you know, I wanted to follow the race. This is an amazing event, and I wanted to be part of somehow.
Of course, a fantastic race to be a part of. Have you taken part in the two? Now, when I saw you at the 24 Hours of Le Mans in June, you said that you were trying to convince Ocon to take part. What happened? Why isn't he taking part this year?
Yeah, I think we wanted to do it together somehow in the same car, and because I couldn't make it, I think he decided to postpone it. But I think, one day we will do it together. That's a guarantee.
I look forward to seeing it. So you're extremely implicated in esports and, of course, sim racing. You're showing your sport just earlier on social media. Now, why do you think it's so important as racers, racing car drivers, such high international levels to take part and be present in the esports world?
Well, I think esport and sim racing, it gives you basically the unlimited possibilities, and probably we don't even imagine right now what esport will become in the future. And we've seen these kind of events, you know, the involvement and the professionalism of everybody into the race, which I think it can basically compare to a normal 24-hour race in terms of preparation and amount of work. So this is great to see. I think the involvement of obviously the WEC family into this project as well on the World Championship, the involvement of the motorsport games, everything is quite glued together in a perfect way, and this is the result what we have seen today. But as I said, I think what it will bring in 3 years' time, in 5, in 10, nobody can imagine now. I think the possibilities are endless, and this is fantastic to witness.
Now, Alpine are currently developing a program and are going to enter 2 LMDH cars in 2024 in the hypercar program. Would you ever consider taking part in the 24 Hours of Le Mans again?
Yeah. I think it's in the plan. I don't know when and with who, but I love that race. I love the atmosphere. I love the endurance racing in general. I think Le Mans is obviously the best. But I did enjoy Spa, 6 hours, Fuji, Bahrain, Daytona. I mean, endurance is something that is probably the true DNA of motorsport, because that sharing the car with your teammates, with other people on track, different categories, this gives a lot of adrenaline on a driver point of view. So, yeah, endurance is on the plan for the future.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Fernando, and thank you so much for showing your support.
Thank you. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Of course, Fernando's story in Le Mans Virtual last year was a pretty dramatic one. The team felt like they were out very early on, and they had sort of went, okay guys, sorry about that, we're all done. Fernando then had the opportunity, or the team then had the opportunity to rejoin. We had an early server crash and the team was able to rejoin. Fernando had gone out on his bike and was out riding his bike. They had to ring him back and say, hey, we're still in the race, come on back in. And he didn't just go, I'm over that now. He came right back in and they competed all the way through. They knew they were never in with a chance of winning, but they wanted to compete in the race exactly as much as they had done at the start. So, you know, that was his tale for this year, and as you saw there, he's just kind of back at home, recovering from a little bit of post-season surgery. The story is less good, though, I'm afraid, for the W Series racing entry. Well, here is their tweet. Gutted. We suffered server issues on the way to the starting grid and never made the start. Unfortunately, we can't rejoin, so that is the end of our Le Mans virtual journey. Thanks to everyone for your support, and thanks to our drivers for their hard work and prep. Well, you know, that's really tough. First ever all-female entry in the series. And again, you know, it happens, you know, cars die in the pit lane and never make the start of Le Mans in the real world, and you can have similar problems here in the virtual. So, Chris, that's really tough, and you know, there's nothing much you can say. It's just really gutting for them, and really disappointing for all the young female fans who are hoping to see a female team competing here.
Well, it's all the practice you put in, isn't it? Particularly for the professional drivers, if they haven't done sim racing, to get to the grid essentially and then not be able to take the start is really heartbreaking. And someone that might know something about that throughout his career is Alex Brundle. Joins us now, of course. Alex, in 2020 you raced him. You're one of the only drivers in the world to do both the virtual Le Mans and the real Le Mans in the same year. How is that when you've done so much practice for an event and then you get to race day and you're not quite able to take the race? How is that?
Well, firstly and foremostly, I'm really enjoying the start of this event. But yes, of course, it is absolutely gutting for the W Series team. We can only feel for them and all of those hours, you know, you put into preparation. I was talking to Louis Delatraves before the event. He reckoned he'd put in hundreds of hours into trying to retain the title this year. And it's absolutely gutting to not even be able to take the start. But even still, you know, you've spent that time. You've grown that relationship with the people that you have been building this team, have been racing with. And no doubt they will be back to have another shot at it throughout the continuation next year of the Le Mans Virtual Series, and indeed perhaps for next year's edition.
And I have to ask, racing at Le Mans, how is it at the start of the race, whether you're in the garage watching or in the car? We saw the start, we saw how hectic it was. It was all the professional drivers getting their elbows out. What is that like?
Utterly bizarre for me, honestly, to watch this, because I'm so used to seeing this from within the car. And what really hits me, actually, when I see the race panning out in this way is that there's that heightened tension, of course, of the beginning of the race, the start, the moment the flag drops. But then as a driver, that tension never really falls away, and you don't really get a sense of it watching the race from the sideline. But you're still pushing. Now you go into management mode, start thinking about what the collateral damage of the start's been. If you're like the WRT car early on that took a little bit of a side swipe, had a little bit of contact, what are the implications of that? What's our stint plan now? Looks like drivers and teams are looking at a double stint on the medium tyres, what I'm hearing from almost everybody out there, and are going to be racing hard. One driver, 2 stints, keep the concentration up, and that stint plan will be starting to form itself towards the end of the first hour.
Mentally, that's so hard, isn't it, to then pick yourself back up, not just the stint plan, that's a whole nother thing, but mentally to say to the team, right, we've got 23 hours, 45 minutes, let's just keep pushing. I can imagine as a driver that must be really difficult to do, particularly if you're not in the car, to just keep the motivation within the team.
Concentration is everything, and I really found doing this race that the adrenaline from literally moving fast is not always there. You know, you don't have that adrenaline to keep you going through the race, and so that provides an extra bit of concentration to the mind. It boosts you up, but you really have to eat, drink and sleep just as you would throughout a 24-hour race. But all of the energy is not necessarily being used by the body, it's being used by the brain to keep your eyes hard focused on the virtual road ahead, and to make sure that you can deal well with battles like this one between Danny Juncadella and Browning, pushing him in the Ford Zilla team behind.
Yeah, great battle for second place. Third place, Danny Juncadella, just hanging on ahead of Luke Browning. Will Chigurtha, a couple of seconds back down the road in fifth place for Jas Heat, and sixth, the number 444, Alfa Indusu by Colles. We're expecting pit callers in the next lap from our GTE field. At the moment, Mitchell de Jong, the gap was 5 seconds. Rudy Van Buren has sliced into that. He's halved it in 2 laps. It's down to 2.5 seconds. Now again, as we've talked about so many times, whether you're in a GT or an LMP car, Alex, you can lose 2 seconds easily in any chicane just because there's a car in the wrong place. So it doesn't necessarily mean there's a problem for the Porsche or that the BMW is suddenly much quicker. It's just the way it constitutes.
In a stint, in a moment, in a slight sideways error, because you're on the throttle hard for so long over the 13+ kilometres of the Le Mans circuit. It's about, if you're in London, it's pretty much the distance between one side of the central area of London and the other side, the Le Mans circuit, Canary Wharf to Kensington.
So
basically.
2.5 hours by car then?
2.5 hours by car, or in this case 3 minutes and 20 seconds, which
insane.
is quite outrageous when you think about it. And that's how long you're on the throttle for. So as you pick the gas up, you know, you lose time down that next long stretch every single time. The other place you can lose a lot of time here, entry and exit of the pits. And as we're starting to see pit callers, guess what? Just because you're heading into a virtual pit lane, it doesn't do it all for you. Yeah. You've got to nail it on the way in. You've got to nail it on the way out. You've got to find the right pit box, because some of the furniture that we get really used to in the real world is just plain not down there.
Yeah, blokes hanging out boards going, "This way, stupid." Yeah, it doesn't exist, does it?
How did you know what was written on my board?
I was going to say,
camera never lies.
Do you practice that throughout the weekend then? Do you look for certain things in the pit entry, like, that's my breaking point there?
Of course, yes.
It might be a tree or something like that.
Reference points, we put boards out everywhere. That's why it looks like another UK reference. I apologise to our global viewers. It looks like Blackpool illuminations when you head down into the pit lane, but lovely bridges. I love bridges in the pit lane. They always help you to find your way up and down pit road as we've got more action on track.
It's very close in GTE. It's half a second for the lead. So Rudy Van Buren and Mitchell de Jong right together.
Illustrative of your point, Martin, as we see 2 prototypes going side by side. This is Canapino trying to make the move in the Rebellion, and indeed he does momentarily. Losing their position again to the 7-9 Flash Axel car as they head down towards Arnage. That curb, just as bumpy as I remember it in real life.
Panis pick up a spot there, the 65 car, the blue and gold going through. So this is the battle for 9th place. And Nico Veroni in the Panis car getting ahead and just picking up that spot. So 5-car train, 6-car train actually. Now they're starting to stretch out a little bit. The Red Bull Racing Esport car, Norbert Kisch, European truck racing ace.
Here it is again then, round the outside of the first part of Indianapolis. And the real road, the way this game is put together, the road will actually develop as the race moves through. I remember it very, very intently from competing in this race. Some of those moves you might be able to, just like in the real version, some of those moves you might be able to get away with early on in the race, like around the outside of Indianapolis. You will find marbles and you will find the scenery if you try to put the car in those places late on in the race.
Yeah, or late on, even in the afternoon. And you know, the sooner or the more often anybody touches the dirt coming in through the first right-hander, that gets swept out onto the track, and of course the eddies just leave it in the edges. Like they say in oval racing, don't get in the grey, because that's where danger lies. So the car that we were on board in the middle of that was Augustin Canapinto and the number 1 Rebellion GPX Esports car. Of course, they are the guys that won Le Mans 24 Virtual back in June 2020. So they are they are the defending champions. They have the number 1 plate. Here again, Mitchell de Jong with Rudy Van Buren. And the BMW, the Redline BMW, 2 wins this season in the Le Mans Virtual Series in GTE. They've had a very strong season. They've always had lots of pace. you know, in such a short season, we've had 4 races up until now, and then this is the 5th and final. But in such a short season, it's hard to allow misfortune really to kind of stretch out. It hits you hard. They came into the pit, so top 2 heading into the pit lane, and that, I think, at the end of their 13th, the end of their 14th lap, is going to start to trigger lots and lots of pit stops.
Yeah, we'll probably see them. We expected around lap 14 or 15, but with that warm-up lap, I think lap 13 now is when they decided to come in. But Agustin Canapino making great progress in that number 1 because they didn't have a great qualifying. I think we're looking at one of the Floyd by Collis cars.
Yeah, that's the Yas Heat car of Will Jagurtha and David Marocek behind in 444, on board with Marocek, the Polish driver. So that's the Yas Heat car. That sort of turquoise and black livery is one of the easy ones, even for a Dummkopf like me to spot. So that is the battle for 5th position. And actually, Will Jagurtha, race winner in British GT, in GT4 and in GT3 machinery. He's had an entertaining few years in GT racing. Looks like it might well be a good spot for somebody to pick him up to go maybe to Le Mans Cup in LMP3 cars, maybe even think about heading into LMP2 as well. And I'm sure, you know, anybody who starts out in GTs, you look slightly enviously at prototypes and go, oh yeah, I quite fancy that actually. because Alex, what racing driver wants, oh no, I don't want any more speed or grip. No, thanks, this is plenty.
It does feel rather luxurious driving around the Le Mans circuit in a prototype car. I've never done it in a GT, but indeed I have raced a GT3 car, as it was called GTD, in the European Le Mans series. And let me tell you, the work behind the wheel is significantly more without the downforce pinning you to the floor. But indeed, it does help, you know, to go to a GT car at Le Mans the first time around and get a sense of the place, understand what you're passing when you're blasting through in a prototype car, or indeed blasting into the pits in a prototype car.
Okay, so prototypes coming into the pits. 2 drivers did not come in on this lap in GTE. Sami Matti-Trogan for Team BMW GB and Bruno Spengler for the BMW BS Plus competition team. So 2 BMWs have already started to try and eke out more laps on fuel, or at least one this time. Okay, Rudy van Buren for Team Redline, another BMW, did come into the pits. That might have been strategic to come in earlier and try and avoid some of the other traffic. And actually, he's come back out ahead of Mitchell de Jong, who was the leader in GTE. So our leaders in GTE are now BMWs 1, 2, 3. The top 2 have yet to stop, but they will almost certainly have to come in next time. Danny Juncadella under pressure from Luke Browning. And that was a pretty clean pass under braking into the chicane.
However, he's going to have the slipstream, Alex, now down the next string.
Certainly will, and he may well have a go back, Danny Juncadella, but he is a very, very experienced peddler indeed. Long association with Mercedes through DTM, through GT cars. He knows how to drive a 24-hour race, and I sensed there was a certain amount of Browning being eased through there and just driving his own race, Juncadella, and indeed, he is cautious through the traffic. He'll want to follow now and understand where he's slower, because it's not like they're on a different stint plan. They're on a different strategy or have anything wildly different going on in the cars here. So Juncadella will know that most of the difference between those 2 cars might be in a bit of setup, but may well be in him and the way and the pieces of track he's using and the way that he's driving the car. So here, an experienced competitor like him will be looking to learn as much as possible and use this opportunity.
Well, we just saw them blasting by the battle between Jordi Spheres and FIA Esports Ferrari and Alex Smolyar in a 888 Tesla R8G. They're now up behind Anchan Juven in his Porsche as they start to work their way through traffic. Juven 3rd of the stoppers. Gabi Chavez for Satellite Racing has not stopped, which is interesting. So that car currently lying in 5th place in GTE, but out of sync with the others on stops.
Here's our leaders.
Yeah.
Now, I tell you what, that's a really good work from the red line, because that Porsche at the start, Martin, was gone.
Yep.
So they've done really well in the latter part of their stint and the early part of this second stint. BMW-wise, they've been better on fuel all season. You remember, every race we went to, they went longer than the other cars.
2 laps and on places like Monza and
that's what won them the race. I think it was round 2 particularly. At Spa, they went so long on the fuel. We were, Duncan was with us that round. We were going, surely they're going to stop, surely they're going to stop. And they literally just never did. And Proton, who thought they were on for the win, were scratching their heads a little bit. But here we see Veloce, James Baldwin doing absolutely fantastic.
But hang on, that was him coming into the pits, wasn't it? Or was that the Ford chicane? So that was him coming into the pits. Now, okay, so...
This was the move.
No, that wasn't him coming into the pits. Yeah, so Fordzilla, great move.
It did look like him. It is him. Yeah, he's in the pit lane. So
he is now. Yes,
he's in for
it's taken a little while to pop up. Now that's out of sync, so that is a problem for Veloce because it's only 17 laps, and we think a minimum stint for LMP should be 10. Which even if they stopped on lap 7, which I don't think they did, not sure that's a 10-lap stint. Will Chigurtha is in as well for Yas Heat. Now, Yas Heat, again, we need the strategy laptop, which we don't have.
I'm on the...
tell us each and everything.
I'm on the guys have it, so I'll give them a message now. But I didn't look like they had a problem. They're running so high up. I mean, unless they had a bump with a bit of traffic, but they were coming into the pit lane very, very quickly. This is Nico Verone. Panis having a really solid season, but
really good
I
start
think
here.
Flash Axel have been one of the standout teams at the start of this race. You know, we look back at their season so far, Martin. They're currently down 17th in the championship out of 21. And their best result so far this season has been 13th, and they're well inside the top 10.
Well, Axel Sports really pinned their colours to the mast very early on, didn't they? This is former Grand Prix ace Alex Young, Malaysian driver, entered the car in prototypes, entered the car in GTE from Malaysia, from Malaysian team, and predominantly with Malaysian drivers as well. So very much trying to promote the sport within his home country by nailing Malaysia to the mast here in the esports game. So, you know, they don't have that history of big esports team racing that a lot of the European racers do. But again, whether they're going to end up well up in the championship or not is possibly a moot point, because if they get a big result at Le Mans, actually everything else is forgiven and forgotten. I think back to the FIA GT Championship some 20 plus years ago, Mercedes versus Porsche in the GT1 era. Mercedes won 10 rounds of the FIA GT Championship. Porsche won one race in France in June. Nobody cared who won any of the others. It was only Porsche won another Le Mans and Mercedes didn't. And that's the deal here. And for Axel Sports and for everybody else, you know, and that's particularly one of the heartbreaking things for the W Series entry, an all-female crew. They're coming here to try and, you know, hold their head above water and see what it takes to be competitive in this super competitive GTE field at Le Mans, and they didn't even get to start finding out where it was because of a technical issue. And unfortunately, Le Mans is a cruel mistress in the real world, and clearly is just as cruel a mistress in the virtual world. So, you know, we've seen last lap victory snatched away from cars twice within the last decade, and we've also seen cars failing to make the start. And unfortunately, the W Series entry is just one of those casualties of Le Mans.
I was going to say, the question in a month's time, isn't it, is where you finished at Le Mans, not where you finished in the championship.
Unless you won the championship.
Exactly.
Yeah. If you won the championship but didn't win Le Mans, that's one thing. If you won Le Mans but didn't win the championship, that's another thing. If you win them both, Hail Mary. Nobody cares where you were in Monza or Spa or Sebring.
Now, Axel, one thing they have done this year is they've branched out in terms of their driver lineup. Nakib Aslan is the only Malaysian driver. It was all Malaysian last time. Now they've got drivers from all around the world, including Australia. So that's one thing they have done. They've branched out a little bit, and it is certainly working, the changes they've made to that driver lineup. Now, on screen, we are looking at our leading Porsche. This is how close it is between our two leaders, and this is for we're over an hour into this race. That's a long race on its own, an hour and 5 minutes. That's how close it is.
Now, we didn't see the pass, but bear in mind, Mitchell de Jong came out of the pits behind Rudy Van Buren in the red and black BMW. So Mitchell de Jong is now back in front of Van Buren. Cars coming across the line. There it is, Team Redline. Well, they were shown leading the race ahead of Mercedes EMG Esports and car number 70, Real Team Hydrogen Redline, one of our lead championship contenders. Fordzilla have had a very up and down season, currently on the rise in the first hour. So we are an hour into Le Mans 24 hours virtual already. Goodness, where does the time go? Some of our front runners, Fordzilla in the pits, Nino Varoni for Panis Racing in the pits as well. Yes, Heat have just pitted, so too Red Bull Racing. Duquesne, one of our studio teams here, have pitted. I didn't see anybody jumping up and running around, so it looks like they remain with Boulet at the wheel, and David Nemchek for AMC Bratislava. There was that's their second driver change, I think. So further on down, you can see ProDrive. We've sort of mentioned the fact that they are here. This is a big deal for ProDrive as well. David Pittard, British GT racer and European GT racer, in the opening stint for ProDrive. ProDrive Esports, you know, they've just finished the Dakar on Saturday, or on Friday, and then here they are embarking on the virtual Le Mans. And you know, it's a show of the intent of ProDrive to get themselves involved in this and to try and bring Aston Martin into this as well. You know, not the Aston Martin factory, but AMR Aston Martin Racing that ProDrive runs in prototype in GT racing. You know, they very much want to be a part of this as well.
Yeah, well, they've bought one of the drivers who raced with Aston Martin Racing in 2020, Lasse Sorensen, and we'll remember, anyone who watched that race will remember they finished second. So Aston Martin definitely helping them out by giving them the abilities that and the experience that Lasse Sorensen brings to the team. There you can see it looks like Mitchell de Jong just checking in his mirrors, and one thing he's looking at is the gap. I think Redline has had a bit of a bad sector, maybe traffic in the other direction just going against him slightly.
Well, one of the things that slows down GT cars, perversely, is prototypes getting in front of them and stopping dead, where the GT car still needs to try and slow down. That always slows you down. One hour into the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual. We started with our 50-car field, all present bar one, W Series unable to get themselves hooked in, but it was a great start from the front row of the grid for the red and black car. Team Redline, Max Verstappen, our pole man, leading out of the first corner. But Felipe Drugovich could not hold off the Flying Dutchman, who dived by through into the S's for the very first time of asking. Pole position for the Red Bull Racing Corvette in GTE, the field starting a little behind the prototypes, only 7 wide into the first corner, nothing to see here in the Dunlop curve, and the Corvette again dive bombed by Porsche ace Mitchell de Jong into the Dunlop chicane. Some contact further back, Panis and the WRT car, which then was also collected by, we believe, the number 4 by Coller's car. Down into Indianapolis, Porsche versus Corvette versus BMW. This has been the story of the season so far. Corvette has shown pace on the longer, faster circuits, and it is the car, the C8R, perfectly suited to this track. Anchan Tuven below, giving chase in the 92 Porsche car. And plenty of battle in this massive midfield and teams pack. Juan Pablo Montoya and his son Sebastian, who's there sitting riding shotgun. It's been a long time since they've had a riding mechanic at Le Mans race. Montoyas are clearly bringing that back. Sebastian racing with his dad for the very first time ever here in a virtual format before they do it for real in Sebring in March. Well, the Corvette that had qualified so well, clearly having trouble switching its tyres on a little in the race and dropping back into the clutches of the Porsches behind. Problem early on for Panis at the Dunlop chicane, making a mistake, catching themselves out, and one of their rivals both dropped down the order. In the mirrors, the car behind you may be closer than it appears, maybe more alongside than it appears. Nick Nielsen putting in a move around the outside of the R8G BMW. Again, having to be brave. Indianapolis has been the scene of a lot of our action, which often then ends up being parlayed out in Arnage. And again, more contact between our winners last time out. Number 1, Rebellion GPX Esports car, Agustin Canapinto, trying to work his way through in the S's. And just a little bit of a touch. Both seem to have got away with that without too much damage. Rebellion GPX Esport car currently in second place, battling with Danny Juncadella in the Mercedes AMG Esports car. First ever official entry for Mercedes in the Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual. And those cars are at the top of the pile as Max Verstappen for Team Redline has pitted. The second round of pit stops underway at the end of the first hour of Le Mans Virtual. Martin Haven, Chris McCarthy in the studio, and our first in the studio driver swap as in the pit lane, the car, the Le Mans Cup Champions car, which is piloted here in the studio by Juan Pablo Montoya and his son Sebastian, and by our winners of the guest drives, Luca D'Amelio and Christoph Högfeldt. And there's been a driver change, Juan Pablo handing over to Sebastian Montoya. That car is currently in the pit lane, number 26, 24 car rather, in 26th position. And one of half a dozen prototype cars in the pit lane. We've just had the first round of stops for GTE, and the story at the start of the race, as well as the battles out front in both classes, was the very disappointing tale for the W Series entry, an all-female crew car of drivers from W Series and from the virtual world as well. And unfortunately, they could not get connected on the formation lap, were unable to start the race. Well, one of the big players in the race is R8G. The R8G, of course, is Romain Grosjean. He's with Alex Brundle.
Yeah, race we're going to be catching up with various team members, various stars of automotive sport all the way through the 24 hours. And one of them, IndyCar star, ex-Formula One driver Romain Grosjean. Romain, your team, R8G, are competing extremely hard in the studio with us. Tell us a little bit about the team, why you've decided to get involved in esports, and how much you're enjoying it.
Yeah, right. Yes, I mean, you know, I always kept an eye on esport, always was interested about it. And when we had the pandemic, we had a little bit more time at home. So at that time, I decided that it was probably the time to create the esports team. And I was lucky to find the right guys, because initially it's not easy, you know, to understand everything about it. But I think today the idea is to give a chance to youngsters really to live from their passion. I was lucky in my life that I was able to make my life out of my passion, and that is absolutely amazing. So I'm trying to do the same with the boys in esports.
So do you have a passion for this from behind the wheel, or are you looking to be team principal at this point? You want to compete yourself or not?
Well, I love competing, but I'm not fast enough at the minute, so I need to practice a little bit more. Le Mans 24 Hours is definitively the race I wanted to do. Sadly, it just didn't work out with the move in the States and so on. So, you know, I think next year you will see me competing, because I think it's one of those events that you really want to be part of. And, you know, I know the boys have been working really hard. I'm glad we're in the studio. We are really, you know, trying to give the maximum and to make it as professional as we can. So definitely want to be involved.
Yeah, I was talking to Joel van Uitert earlier on in the day. He's been pushing hard for you. Don't worry, he assured me, my teammate a couple of years ago at United Autosports. But talking about your move to the States, first year in IndyCar for Dale Coyne, bit of a culture shock for you?
Well, very, very different for sure. But I really enjoyed it a lot. I think it was a big discovery for me. And, you know, after a few years without being able to fight for pole position or podiums, it felt really good. So obviously 2021 was a big year. Dale Coyne was an amazing team. I really enjoy. But now I've got the opportunity in 2022 to be with, you know, one of the biggest team in the US, definitely, and maybe even in the world, Andretti Sports. So I can't wait that we get started. It's going to come in a month and a half, so it's getting there.
So what can you do right now? Where are you in the world? And can you start with Andretti to try and get the performance where it needs to be? Or do you just have to leave it to the guys and wait until you can get back on track for the start of a new year?
Yeah, actually, you know, one of the reasons I couldn't compete in the race this year is because I'm flying to Indianapolis later today to go to the team. I went there last week. I'm going again. this week, and we have got the media content there. We're starting to get things going. I'm lucky that my engineer from last year, Olivier Boisson, Frenchman, followed me at Andretti. So he knows exactly what I like in the car. I'm gonna jump in the cockpit on Wednesday. We're gonna make sure that everything is right, and on the 14th of February, we're testing his Sebring. So, you know, it's gonna come soon, but definitively I've got the right package. I've got the right guys around me, and very excited to get started in the DHL car.
We have seen you before in a sports car, in a Ford GT1. Any chance we're going to see you back at Le Mans, save you a little bit of money on protein shake maybe? It's nice and relaxing, you know. Race is very long, you have a lot of time. What do you think? You're going to come back and give us and show us how it's done at the 24 hours?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'm praying that the calendar in 2023 is made in a way that I can compete IndyCar and I'm free for Le Mans 24 hours. You know, I think LMDH is coming. And I would love to be in one of those cars in Le Mans. It was one of the best races ever done, so definitively when I come, and I'm just hoping really that the calendar is gonna be made in a way that I can compete. I would like to do Daytona, I like to do Sebring, Petit Le Mans, and obviously Le Mans.
We book you in. We'll book you in for all of them. Romain Grosjean, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. Good luck for your season, and see you at Le Mans very soon.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Super busy time for Romain Grosjean. Last time we spoke to him, Chris, he was just ready to go out for qualifying in Long Beach. So, you know, it's trying to keep on top of those time differences and keep on top of the calendar. And yeah, hello everybody. We all want to see the same field of drivers being able to go and race at Daytona, at Le Mans, at Petit Le Mans, at Sebring, and at all of the other big sports car classics. So we echo exactly what he's saying, and I'm sure Fernando Alonso and a whole load of other sports car drivers would love to be able to do the same. So, and that is coming, you know, with the new hypercar class, either Le Mans hypercar or LMDH. The convergence of rules between IMSA racing rules and ACO racing rules is going to give us the opportunity to see the same cars racing in all these different races, and hopefully those who write the calendars will work to see that. Well, let's get back to our race in hand, and the top three in LMP are working on different strategies. James Baldwin leads now for Veloce Esports number 28 car. He is triple stinting, so he has triple stinted his tyres. He is one time in the pits, and there is Project One, the white and blue, and GR Wolves.
Oh,
so
wow. Now, was that the 56?
Is that Wolves going a lap down at Molyneux?
I think that's the 56 car, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the 56 Project One car, which was in 15th place.
That's the one with Jimmy Broadbent in.
Yep.
And he's politely shown that GR Wolves car into the barriers. They're racing at the Molyneux, as you said. They're playing Southampton in 40 minutes' time.
Now, was that which of the GR Wolves cars was that? Was that 86 or 87? I think that was Ben Barker, who is a pro driver for GR, what was Gulf Racing, GR Racing now with Mike Wainwright and the boys. So Ben Barker, the tallest driver in the race. I can say that without knowing how tall the others are, but he is the tallest driver in the race. And there is the Wolves car back ahead of the Project One car. So that battle continues, and that's quite reflective of what happens in the World Endurance Championship. Those teams tend to spend a lot of time racing against each other in the GTE Pro field. Not necessarily leaning on each other into the barriers, but racing each other in GTE Pro. Well, let's talk a little bit again about our leaders. James Baldwin leading in, you watch that, I'll look at the timing screen. Jump in. James Baldwin leading by 4.8 seconds over Max Verstappen in 1-2-3, the Team Redline entry. Max stopped a lap after Baldwin. A lap after both of them has stopped Danny Yucadea for Mercedes-AMG Esports. Now, he's been in the top three since the start. That car now in third place and back out on track. He was on his out lap last lap, now back up fully to speed. Will Tregurtha is the first car that's a lap back, or is not yet to complete his 22nd lap. Fourth for Jas Heat. Dadman Rocek, Alpha Industries, 444 up to fifth. Fordzilla in sixth place.
There's Broadbent in the top right of your screen. Hey, I tell you what, of course, he's racing Prague. He was racing Praguers last year in the Brickyard Championship. Had a very good debut. He announced recently that he's going to be doing that again a little bit this season. Jimmy, give us a wave. No, I don't think he can hear
he's
me.
too busy.
But yeah, of course, he did have that incident with the GR Wolves car. There's a Wolves car just ahead of him.
I think that is the GR Wolves car, Ben Barker right ahead of him. And did you see the way that Barker then took the line away from the P car? No, I need this line. I need to be here to make it through this chicane without having a big crash. Just wait, big boy. Took the line, took his spot and goes through. And sometimes you have to be pretty bloody minded when you're in a GTE car because the prototypes tend to want to run roughshod over you. Now through goes our GTE leader, that's Mitchell de Jong in the Porsche, and he needs to stay ahead and make those moves immediately, not worry about the other guys' feelings, just get by, because he's trying to win this race and trying to stay ahead of Rudy Van Buren in the BMW Redline engine.
I think that Team Project 1 car has served their penalty. They're carrying a 6-minute penalty because they've dropped right to the back. They're a lap down. So it would make sense. There he is, Jimmy Broadbent. He's very frustrated. He was just about to go through Tetrouche.
Well, that's the frustration of having the P cars coming through and taking the line away and taking the air away from the car as well. As they go by, the aero wash disrupts the grip of your car. And listen, if you have an accident, Tetrouche, you don't have a small accident. So okay, and unfortunately, you know, for 24 hours, for every driver of that car and every other, there is going to be that endless frustration with the traffic. It's tough enough getting a lap that is good at Le Mans, because as Alex pointed out, you know, you're on the straights, you're thinking there for 30 seconds of where you're going to brake, and you always overthink it. You've got to get yourself into that rhythm where you're not thinking about where you're braking. Your braking just happens naturally. Your senses make it happen, if you like. It's automatic, and that is what the drivers refer to as rhythm, where you're not going, here I am, nearly, now I brake. It's just got to be instinctive, and when that comes, when it flows like that, that's what drivers talk about being in the rhythm. And whether you do indoor karting or you're a karter, whether you race, you know, a hot hatchback or a Citroen C1 or a Formula 1 car, the feeling is the same. And just very occasionally as an amateur racer, you realise that for the last couple of laps you haven't actually thought about where you're putting the car, and you go, oh, that's what they're talking about. When the whole thing it just envelops you so much, and it becomes instinct. And for these guys, that happens all the time, and that's what they talk about, the rhythm when they're in the zone. That's what they're talking about, and that's what everybody here is trying to get. You know, you're in the car for 30, 40 minutes or an hour or 2 hours, and the more time you spend thinking about what you're doing, the slower the car's going to go. Ollie Rowland being chased by Ibrahim Khan here for Joseph's. First time we've sort of looked at the Jota car, but Khan with pressure from behind as well. Who is that behind? Let's scroll back up the leaderboard. That's Agustin Canapino, of course, who is the driving the #1 car, the reigning champions.
Replay here from the LMP class. I think this is one of our Alpine cars making a move, is it? Is that the real team car?
Yeah, it's Real Team Hydrogen Racing.
Move. So there's the #1 behind them, and that was Oliver Rowland going past Ibrahim Khan. Ollie Rowland, who raced with the 2Cs Motorsport team in 2020, finished 4th, currently 7th on the road. So Ollie Rowland doing a good job here so far, but he's going to find himself under pressure. We got, in fact, this is Agustin Canapino trying to get past Ibrahim Khan now in that Jota car, and I think this move will be done fairly comfortably.
Well, you can see the gaps coming down over the last couple of laps, and once you're in the slipstream, it's a little bit like Spa when you come out of Eau Rouge with a head of steam. The car in front is basically reaching out behind itself and slinging you past. That's what the aero effect has, and he's on the inside, commands the braking line into the inside. Ibrahim Khan could have fought it, but then of course,
no point.
If the Rebellion Esports car drifts a little wide, you're on the outside, you're the little piggy that gets rolled out of bed. So there is a certain degree where you fight it, and there is a certain degree where you go, okay, I've lost that particular little skirmish, I'm keeping my speed up, I'm going to sit behind him now. Now I can lift and coast a little bit down into the next chicane, down into Mulsanne Corner, down into Indianapolis. I can sit behind him for 4 or 5 laps, however much I've got long in my stint, and I can save ourselves a little bit of tyre wear, a little bit of engine life, a little bit of fuel. Maybe not enough to get another lap out of the car, but maybe. We don't know quite how close that particular Motorsport car is. You know, this is a long lap. If you can save 12 kilometres of fuel, that's no use. You'll run out a kilometre shy of the pits. If you're close, maybe to another lap, and you can sit behind a car for 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 laps of your stint, and maybe just creep another lap of fuel out, that might, in 22 hours, be a massive advantage.
And it's what Alex was saying earlier as well. You can learn from the driver that's just gone past you as well. If you know they're quicker, find out why they're quicker. You know, it might be another strategy, but more likely it's something they're doing on circuit. And it was an interesting point Alex made when he said that, because it's not something you would necessarily think about in a race. You would think they've done all their learning, but this is the only chance they get with all 50 cars on the track at the same time, and you get a chance to follow these guys. In practice, everyone's trying to find their own space. They're doing their own things, but this is now the race that we're in. We should go back to Redline, and just like that we do. Max Verstappen 1 second behind. This should be a fairly comfortable pass as well, on James Baldwin. All right, let's have a look at a replay. This is the Montoyas. Now, they have hit a problem. We did see a quick shot of them in the pit lane.
Yeah, they had a disconnect, but they are back in the race.
And Sebastian Montoya in the car, racing in Italian F4 last year, had a great season in that. Now, they're not going to be here tomorrow, and I spoke to Sebastian earlier this week. The reason is because he's racing in the Formula Regional Asia Championship, which starts at the Yas Marina circuit next weekend. So he's flying to Madrid, changing bags, straight over, and he's got to be then over in Dubai. So, yeah, he's going to be racing in that Formula Regional Asia Championship with the Prema team. Best of luck to him, and then hopefully we'll see him in the European Championship a little bit later. But here we go, change for the lead about to happen, Martin.
No, but the Porsche is going to be key here. James Baldwin is going to catch it in just the wrong place as he's trying to get on the throttle out of the corner, and Verstappen is wily enough that he will have spotted that Porsche, gone, right, I'm going to show my nose, I'm going to force Baldwin to brake late, and that means he needs to carry more speed out of the corner. The Porsche's in the way, he won't be able to carry more speed out of the corner. I'll hang back a little, I'll get the slingshot on him, plus then I'll also pick up the toe, and that's exactly what's happened. Sweeps around the nose. I tell you what, Max has, you know, he talked about how much he needs the brake pedal under him. He is so confident under braking. Now, we saw in the qualifying lap, he doesn't always carry all the speed out. It's a game of two halves in qualifying, but this isn't qualifying. This is about taking the position, and once you've got by, if you are slower on the exit of the chicane, it doesn't matter, you're blocking his exit. So this is a hugely committed move, and exactly what we've seen all season, all his career from Max Verstappen. Commitment 100%. The brake pedal for him is the key instrument in the car.
You know, the amount of training the Formula One drivers will do in their legs just to be able to slow those Formula One cars down. And if you want to be the best at it, you've got to do an unbelievable amount of training, because a Formula One brake pedal feels like a brick wall. You know, that's what, to get that thing slowed down without locking up and as quickly as possible is something you need to train a long time for. I remember I once tested the BRDC F3 car, and the brake pedal was so unbelievably hard. I mean, I was going 50% on the brake, and I was trying as hard as I could. So I think I only got up to 80% at the very hardest. So.
It's something way over 100 kilos of brake pressure. Now, am I wrong in thinking it's 190 kilos of brake pressure? I'm not sure, but it is. You're absolutely right. It's not assisted. It is nothing like a brake any road car driver has ever come across. Imagine not pressing the brake pedal, but pressing the clutch rest, the foot brace, and trying to make that move. That's the sort of feeling you get from a full race braking system. They are under such huge pressure to try and get the car stopped, and that power in his right foot is one of his key instruments. That and the incisive brain. You can see halfway around the lap, he's already pulled out about 2.5 seconds over James Baldwin.
I wonder what that moment was like when he was right in the toe of the reigning Formula One world champion. I know he looks so focused. James Baldwin, I don't need to point out which one's Max Verstappen for 99% of you, but yeah, bottom right is James Baldwin. I wonder what that moment was just like there when he was sat right behind Max Verstappen. Of course, he's going to be incredibly focused, but yeah, it it must have been a nice moment, as it will be for all these drivers racing.
Well, and again, you know, what Alex was saying is exactly the deal here. Max is, he's the Formula One world champion, not the Formula One esports world champion, the actual Formula One world champion. So Baldwin here is going to try and sit behind him, and now he's a little too far behind for comparison. But in that second half of the lap where Max got by him down the end of the Mulsanne, seeing if he could get as late on the brakes into the corners as Verstappen and what it did to the car would have been a really interesting lesson for him. Now, he only had 2 or 3 opportunities to do it, and actually going into the Porsche curves is possibly not the best place to do it, but down into Indianapolis, or a Mulsanne corner for a start, then Indianapolis Arnage. You know, Arnage is a slow speed corner, but again, guaranteed Max will find more under braking there. You lose and gain more in the slower speed corners than you do in the faster speed corners. That is just one of the facts of racing life. So that, you know, half a lap where he could follow Max and try and replicate how deep he was braking. You can see James chatting away there because he is on the chat with his engineers, with his teammates, the same as Max will be. Max is keeping his powder dry, hasn't got a lot to say. But, James chatting away. Just a couple of thoughts maybe, you know, what are we doing, where are we going? He will be the first of these 2, I think, to break for the pits next time round. And Danny Juncadella in 3rd place, Will Chigurh the 4th, David Rocek, Nuno Pinto. So Fortilla still in the top half dozen ahead of Ollie Rowland, Agustin Canapinto, the defending champions, Ibrahim Khan and Nabil Aslan. That rounds out the top 10. Great battles down the order though, and here is another one of them. So who are we looking at here? On board with the 21 car. So this is a little further, I've lost them now, my timing screen. This is 10th place, Nabil Aslan, Imran Khan just ahead. Whoa! Split the difference in traffic. Now, that was most worrying, I think, for the BMW driver that had a prototype in either mirror. Where are they going with? Oh, that's where they went. They went either side.
I must say, just hearing from the guys with the strategy laptop that Baldwin was 21 seconds quicker than Verstappen in the pits. So you've got to think of, he only needs to really stay within that margin because eventually he's going to gain that back, isn't he? He's going to triple stint his tyres. So he's going to be able to make that up later in the race, or his teammate will. So this is just a conservative race for him now, really. He's just got to stay as close as he can to Max Verstappen. Right, here's another look at it. One goes right of screen, Jota, and then the other car to the left. Wow.
Misread the car in the middle there. That's one of the Corvettes, not a BMW. Right behind is one of our newest drivers in the field, only announced in the field today, Red Bull Esports, Alex Siebel. A German driver.
That was the Axel car. So this is the Axel car here.
This is the Axel car coming on the inside. Got by the Jota car.
It got back by into Mulsanne,
And the Red Bull car right behind. Look in the mirror. So on your left-hand side, you've got the Jota car. In your rear-view mirror, you've got the Red Bull car as well. So that's and of course whoever the poor soul was in the Corvette who just got blown by both his doors blown off by a prototype on the straight.
Now there's only a couple of Corvettes. Of course, we have the Red Bull. It would have been the satellite racing car, which is one of the new entries.
Yes, that's one of our Le Mans only entries. That's why I didn't recognise Gabby Chavez, Simon Sykes, Henry Sinek, and Jimmy Nisula.
Jimmy Nisula did the Le Mans Cup. I think we might have even saw Henry Sinek in it, but Jimmy Nisula was one of the heavy hitters in that. Won the Nordschleife race, qualified on the 2nd row. Didn't quite go so well for him in the main race. Otherwise, he would have been racing in the car with the Juan Pablo Montoya and Seb Montoya. But still, he was really, really good in that one. But here we can see the Jota and the Red Bull drivers now on our screen. I do love this camera we get. We don't get this when we watch the Le Mans 24-hour. We don't get to see the drivers' faces, their reactions live. And that's what the Le Mans virtual 24-hour does, Martin.
Yeah. It is good, and I know an awful lot of sim racing gamers themselves and fans will be looking at the rigs going, what's he driving, what's he got, and what they do with their room, how they decorate it, what they've got up, and that's all part of it, isn't it? Well, let's get back down to Alex Brundle. He's in the social media corner.
So we've been getting in touch with everybody over social media. If you'd like to contact us in the studio, hashtag Le Mans Virtual is your way on to the screen of socials. Widespread sympathy for the W Series team, unfortunately out before the race even began on earlier on today with a server issue. Widespread sympathy from them for the fans. They put out this tweet saying suffered server issues on their way to the grid, never made the start, unfortunately, so can't rejoin the race. End of their Le Mans journey. Everybody feeling extremely sorry for them. Someone having a little bit better time are the Wolves eSport team, who are broadcasting and who are playing from their HQ, their stadium over in Molineux. And they're having a great time. A little bit of a room with a view for the Wolves eSport team to be playing with. So that's great for them. The final part of our little bit of a social hit, 192,000 viewers on Bilibili, Chinese social network, viewing the race as it's going live. Continue to get in touch with us, please. We love to see your tweets. We love to see your interactions on #LeMansVirtual as the race pans out.
Well, it's not just since the race has got underway. We had more than 1,000 people waiting half an hour before we even got into our seats in the studio for the pre-race show on YouTube. So wherever you are following the race, whether you are watching us currently on the streaming or whether you're just starting to pick it up on social media, then it is available in just about everywhere. Ferrari have got their own dedicated Italian language service. Porsche are topping and tailing every hour in German and carrying the coverage of this 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual. There is full French commentary as well. If you've happened across this in English but you are francophone, there is full French commentary as well. I think you can probably find that on lemans.org. It's on FIAWEC.com website as well in English, and I'm sure you can find the French commentary, and that is being led by Bruno Vandestick, the French voice of Le Mans, the 24 hours, and Marc Minari is joining him. So too is our leading car driver and our driver standards advisor, multiple Le Mans winner Yannick Dalmas. He'll be part of their commentary lineup. And there in the studio, you can see Sebastian Montoya. I think his dad might have gone off for a little moment in the VIP and possibly a coffee. I think it might be espresso time all right. But Sebastian with plenty of track on his own. Now, that LM Cup champion car is 29th in class in LMP. They had that disconnect issue here in the studio, so that's really knocked them back a bit, but he is fighting his way back up through the field. And for him, lots of time at the wheel, and that's really important. Now, prototype stops continuing. Floyd by Colles, kind of before Tom Dillman, in and out of the pits, he stays in. Alpha Industries, 444 by Colles. Sergio Santacamera back into the car. He started the car, and then there was a double stint from one of their pro sim racers. He's back in. Alex Siebel, Wiltshire Goethe, Jimmy Baldwin, all in the pit lane. Veloce, Yasheed, and Red Bull Esports. And Isaac Gillison, in fact, has taken over the Veloce Esports car from James Baldwin. So the Duquesne car here in the studio, a pit stop. No extra bodies moving. A little thumbs up, little thumbs up there from the Duquesne guys who are on the studio floor with us. And we're riding on side with the monitors are still too far and they're still coming. This is the Team Redline car. This is our race leader, Max Verstappen. This is what you want to see at Le Mans. I can remember Fernando Alonso's first year when he came for the first time with Toyota Gazoo Racing. It rained in one of the free practice sessions and nobody went out. Fernando went out and just stayed out. Not because for any sort of silly, I've got to be out in case nobody else is, but because he had not tested the car sufficiently on wets, on intermediates, on slicks. He went out on slicks on a wet track, which got wetter, and then we could hear from the radio, the team was saying to him, okay, do you want to stay on the wets for another lap? Do you want to come in and try an intermediate? What do you want to do? He was basically trying in different weather conditions to figure out what the car did if you had to stay on slicks or felt you needed to stay on slicks if there was a rain shower. What would then happen if you went full wet when it started to dry, which he also tried out? What would happen with the intermediate and how it felt going from intermediate, from slick to intermediate, where the grip was, where the grip wasn't, where it was much better, where it was only a little bit better, how the car felt, what the ride height change of putting a different tyre on made, then going to full wets and all of that. So it's all of that time behind the wheel. And you know, but that view of his car on its own going down the Mulsanne, And at the time I said, and just thought, why is nobody else doing that? It can't be that they all know so much about the car that it's invalid, but the simple fact was, he felt it was more important for him to have the knowledge to try and win the race, because it always rains at Le Mans, as it says in all the videos, rather than the other teams who had maybe more knowledge not wanting to risk a crash and damaging the car in free practice. So he went with risk and reward. He needed the reward of knowing what the car was going to do on the various different tyres in the weather. Because he'd never been there before, he'd never experienced it before, and he didn't want to go in naked in terms of that knowledge.
I think that's confidence and belief in yourself, but
yes,
to an extreme degree. They all have confidence in themselves. You know, of course they do. They're racing in the Le Mans 24 Hour, but I think he takes it to another level. He's a two-time Formula One world champion. And it's things like that, you know, learning. Here we go. We've got a replay here. Is this going to be contact down the Mulsanne Straight?
No.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh.
R8G. And that was one of the, was that the Williams eSports car? Potentially. That's the number 8. Is that the second time they've hit problems? I'm sure they were one of the ones.
So that's Erhan Yayovsky. He is in the pits now.
Now that's one of the cars that's doing very well in the championship as well. GPX Rebellion Williams. They're 6th in the championship. Started their season with a podium.
So that was Chincic who got hit there. But yeah, but the big loser was the number 8 R8G car. Of course, we just had the boss on, so wow. Erhan Yayovsky, well, he is in the pits, or in fact, he was in the pits. That was his outlap, but I think potentially. So yeah, that's a fairly major error. What else? Yeah. What else did we just? Oh yeah, we were just watching the black car with the bright green highlights, and that is the Duquesne colours. So Duquesne Prima Esports, they have just stopped.
That's an a new team bringing an all-French lineup racing here at Studio Gabriel in Paris, and Gabriel Aubry, part of their lineup as well, former vice champion in the FIA World Endurance Championship and the 24 Hour of Le Mans. So he did race in 2020 as well with Jota, so brings that experience to the team.
Now they had a driver change, but not in the studio, because they handed over from one of their pro drivers in the studio to one of their pro sim racers. So, so there was a driver change at Duquesne, and it is now Maxime Delpech who is at the wheel, because it was Léo Boulet who started here in the studio for Duquesne Prima Sports. Gilles Duquesne is in the studio as well with us, and so you can see there in the inset picture, Eduardo Freitas. So Eduardo is working hand in hand with Ben Rossiter-Turner from Motorsport Games, who is sort of responsible for the overall running of the actual platform itself, the entire race. And yeah, well, you know, always good to see Juan Pablo. He's not in front of the stewards there; he's behind the race director. So it's much safer than being on this on the settee of shame outside the steward's office.
He hasn't been called in. He's not on that chair outside race control.
He's meandered in.
I wonder what I was going to say. I think they're looking at that incident that we would have just seen, surely,
likely.
and I wonder what Juan Pablo would think of that. But they haven't had a huge amount to do since the very start of the race. But now they certainly will be busy for a few minutes in there. As we go on board with Rocket Sim Sport, Mark Gassner, the driver, they've subbed in for this race.
Chasing down the team from Alpine. This is Sasha Lehmann, one of their pro drivers at Alpine. So he's at the wheel of the Alpine car, and Rocket Esports with the livery from Silverstone on the back. So who's in the Rocket car now? What position is this for? I'm getting timing screen behind us. Okay, so this is for 8. So Sasha Lehmann is 8th for Alpine, and Gassner is 9th for Rocket Sim Sport.
And it's an Andre, then the car behind that we saw, very similar. Of course, looking at the Alpine cars there, you can see the third car in queue is the Alpine Esports. So Fernando Alonso will be watching this one very carefully. He'll be cheering that number 15 car on, because it is closing down. The team, of course, run by Jenson Button, the Rocket Sim Sport team. So we've got a Fernando Alonso versus Jenson Button. I'm sure both of them will be watching on, and it looks like Fernando's team, Alpine Esports, who haven't been racing throughout the season. The Race Clutch team has, but the main Alpine Esports team haven't. So they've got nothing to lose in this race, and they look like they could be about to challenge for 9th. New fastest lap, I think we might have just had as well.
Yeah, for actually what is now 6th place, because a couple of cars in front of them have dropped into the pits. Ollie Rowland, Imran Khan, and Thibaut Kazumon, in fact, for R8G. He's taken over. Has he taken over the number 18 R8G Esports car? I think he has. Or did he start it? Okay, I'm not sure. However, a bunch of cars in the pits. Ollie Rowland in and out very quickly. So Ollie Rowland starting the car, stays in the car. Where are we now? We're an hour and 48 minutes in. Did he take over at the first change? He did,
yes, he did.
Yes.
He jumped in after that first switch around.
Max Verstappen has pitted as well. So Danny Juncadella leads from Mercedes AMG Esports. And no lap cars between him. Agustin Canapino in 2nd place, Nabil Aslan 3rd, Thierry Latier in 4th place. So again, there are cars, and actually Team Redline, Max Verstappen, is the first of the front runners who stops every time. That's because they stopped earlier in the first stint to avoid much of the prototype traffic coming into the pit lane, just to avoid any major dramas. There is the Rocket Sports car, catching up with the BS and competition BMW. And where is that currently? That is currently in 8th place in GTE. Bruno Spengler at the wheel. That's the car with the zebra stripes on.
Yeah. Fairly good season for them at times so far, BS Plus competition. They're running 7th in the championship, a pair of 5th places so far this season.
The main issue for the BMWs in the whole series is that they have spent far too much time far too close together on the racetracks.
The red line.
That car and the BMW Team GB car have spent an awful lot of time together, and sometime too close together, and both have lost ground as a result. BMW Team GB
they're 6th
at the moment. Yeah, Sami Matitrogan just a couple of spots up the road, and actually only about 6 seconds ahead of Bruno Spengler. So at the moment, that's good distancing. So let's take a look at our leaderboard. LMP, you just see 67, that's Mercedes AMG Esports, driven by Danny Juncadella. Agustin Canapino, the winners last time out, Rebellion GPX Esports, he's the new name in that fold this time. Nabil Aslan 3rd for SEM9 Flash Axel Sports with a car in both fights. And then Latier for Race Clutch Alpine ahead of Verstappen. Team Redline in 5th, having stopped, and Lehman. This battle, the Alpine Esports car ahead of the Rocket Sim Sport car and the 2nd Alpine Esport car, working their way through the GTE traffic in the Porsche curves. Yeah, Michel de Jong leads in GT now by 24.6 seconds from Rudy Van Buren. The BMW Team Redline need to be saving laps. Rocket Sport and Alpine coming into the pits, and who is that right behind comes in with them as well. Everybody's in.
There's a flurry,
Max Verstappen pops back to the top of the pile. So Juncadella, Canapino, Aslan, Latier, Lehman, Gassner, Andre, Chincic probably as well. Yes, he's in as well. Is that Gillison for Veloce? No, he's already made a 3rd spot, so he's actually going to go back up the order. So too will Nuno Pinto. Ollie Rowland's made a 3rd stop. So Graf need to come in. Yes, he'd have made a stop. That's them just going through the front of this shot as we watch GR Wolves trying to hold the line, the thin white line, or yellow and black line, and for Molyneux fans. Oh, we got another disconnect. A problem for...
That's contact there. You see coming down the hill. Big contact, the GR Wolves car.
So now that is another... Yeah, that's the absolute in-speed car. I was going to say that's another...
That's Jonathan Hoggard in that car.
Not the England cricketer. I'm assuming not the England cricketer.
No.
Another Jonathan Hoggard, okay.
No, he's done a lot of junior single-seater racing and some GTs in the near future, as in the near past as well. So,
well, we had a small disconnect for the Mexico racing team. They are now back in the pits. So again, that's one of our new teams, purely for Le Mans. Memo Rojas, Luis Diaz, the permanent drivers, and Alberto Gironella and Manuel de Samaniego They are the guys who are in that car. And Gironella is in the pit lane. So Max Verstappen leading from Isaac Gillison now in the Veloce Esports number 28 car by 30 seconds. And there you can see our GTE leader, Mitchell de Jong. Nothing in front, nothing behind. It's almost like he's got a free test session here at Le Mans, and he's now nearly 2 hours into this stint. Stifles a little yawn, and there is plenty of time here at Le Mans on the straights to just kind of, you know, relax your shoulders, take that stiffness out of the neck and the shoulders and the upper back, and just have a little breathe and a think before you get to some of the corners. And that's really important, because of a long race like this. You're under a lot of pressure to perform, a lot of pressure to keep that pace up, and having that little stretch, you know, once or maybe twice a lap is really important. Ollie Rowland siding through traffic, and Kuba Brzezinski right behind him. There's the BS Plus competition, BMW Bruno Spengler, they go by him. So they're working their way through the top half dozen cars in GT now, because that BS, top 8 now after the pit stops.
It's a good battle here with Rowland and Kuba Brzezinski as they make their way down to Arnage now. Having just come out the pits, that number 1 car. In the background, we can see the BS Plus competition car as well. Still running 8th in class with Bruno Spengler now.
Cars in the pits.
Yes.
Now damage is on, so it's really important not to have any contact in the pits. This is down at Indianapolis. Oh, and contact.
I think that's the Mexico racing team.
I think that's why they, and actually a big hard impact like that can disconnect you from the server. So I think you're absolutely right, and that is why they were disconnected from the server, very probably. There is Sebastian Montoya being watched by Dad.
Oh,
that's handfuls of Oppo there. That looks like it's possibly not gone as intended.
No, I'm not too sure what happened to them exactly.
That was that their car? They hit the Mexico car?
Possibly. And there's the Mexico car now back in the pit lane without a rear wing, and hopefully they can get back in the race. Gironella was in the car for them, so big contact there from what we believe was Seb Montoya into the back of the Mexico racing team.
Yeah, no, his dad is now back down with him, watching what's going on.
I'm not too sure if that was a problem or if he was lining up a move and it's just gone a little bit wrong. Here they are. So this is the Le Mans Virtual Series team.
Yeah. LM Cup champions, or the top 2 drivers, in fact, in the Le Mans Cup Virtual Series, getting a chance to race with the Montoyas. And again, as you said, because the Montoyas have to leave Paris fairly sharpish, they will do all their time in the car, I think, handing over from one to the other, and then their sim racing teammates will sort of take over the reins at about 1 or 2 in the morning, halfway through the race. Minimum driver stint for any driver is 4 hours in the race. So actually, they could do 8 hours and by 10 p.m. be done and be ready to pack up and leave. And then their teammates can do the remaining time. Maximum for any driver is a 7-hour maximum, but you can do no more than 3 hours in any 5. So it is possible to flip-flop 3-hour stints between the 2 drivers. It does mean you are then committed with if that's the way they play it. If Juan Pablo and Sebastian can't race on much beyond midnight, then it will leave it to their pro sim colleagues to do the donkey work. But then they are committed to 3 hours at the wheel on and 3 hours off, as otherwise they start to run into drive time issues. With Bruno Spengler looking back at Sebastian Wunsch in the Simsa Sport Ferrari, one of just 2 Ferraris in the field. Having said that, no, we don't. Satellite Racing is a Corvette, one of our new entries. We don't have any additional Ferraris. We have an additional Aston, an additional Corvette, an additional Porsche. And we did have an additional BMW from W Series, but didn't make it through. So Wunsch at the bottom, Spengler at the top.
And it just having a look down at timing, Gironella, the Mexico racing team, after that heavy impact from the Le Mans Cup champion team are now back in the race. They've just left pit lane.
Yeah. So those two cars actually not too far away. The Montoya car had lost a lap earlier on with a disconnect in the studio, and so Mexico Racing Team dropping back towards them. Number 5, Williams Esports as well, you know, a strong lineup. Attila Tashi, the Hungarian touring car ace, started that one. He's sharing with Moreno Sirica, Pablo Drac and Mikel Romanidis of Greece. Romanidis at the wheel at the moment. They are 3 laps off the leader and a lap ahead of Mexico Racing Team and our LM Cup champions. So a sort of battle there at the tail of the field with cars that have been delayed. And again, the virtual world very much reflecting the real world. That will happen quite early on Saturday afternoon, evening, is that cars will have lost a lap or two because of incident, contact, damage or some frailty, and will then spend the whole of the rest of the race battling each other, but, you know, laps behind the leaders.
Oh, we have a great battle forming down the lower order of the top 10 in our LMP class. We've got Nikit Aslan for Flash Axel. A couple of seconds behind that is the Yas Heat car, then it's the Alpha Industries by Collis car, then the Race Clutch Alpine, then the Red Bull Racing Esports, all split by 5 seconds. Yep. So, yeah, some brilliant racing forming in our LMP class as Simsa come into the pits.
So Simsa are in, and again, you know, they were just, what, 0.3 of a second behind the BS competition car as they peeled off into the pit lane. So just a car length or so in it. Sebastian Wunsch pitting from 5th place with Jordi Spheres, FDA Esports in the team in the pit lane as well. Team Redline, Rudy Van Buren in the pit lane as well. Mitchell de Jong has stopped and has remains the leader of the cars that have done 2 stops. Sami Matti-Trogan leads for BMW Team GB. And again, BS Plus competition, Bruno Spengler, that BMW stays out again longer than any of its rivals. So whether they are only a further lap away from the pit lane because that's how it happened in the first stint, or whether they are potentially going to save fuel, only really, you know, the first half, first 2/3 of the race is going to tell us. But right now, the BMW looks like it's got decent speed and good economy.
And yeah, that, as we said it earlier in the race, it's been the story of the season. They're able to go longer than the likes of the Porsches and the Corvette. And I think as a team, particularly if you're BMW Team GB or BS Plus competition, you're in and around the top 5 of the championship, I think you should try and take advantage of that. You shouldn't take the conservative strategy or, you know, or the strategy that everyone else is going to take. I think you've got to try and do something a little bit different if you want that chance to go for a potential podium, say. And it also keeps you out of trouble a bit. Look at the clear track they have around them.
Well, and the other factor of endurance racing that the fans love, that we love so much, whether it's the real world or the virtual world, is that the cars look and sound different. They are different, particularly in GT, and they have different strengths and different weaknesses. We talked about the Corvette earlier on with Lewis. He said, you know, I know I'm going to get a lot of flack from all the Corvette guys, but it is the quickest car in a straight line, which means it's got a better top-end speed at the end of the long straights. Now, there are several long straights here at Le Mans, and that is a factor. It will lose out then, possibly on punch out of the corners, in the medium speed stuff. It might not have so great low speed traction. It might not be quite so comfortable in the very fastest corners. Every car will have its own little foibles because of where the engine is, how the engine works, how the transmission works, what the weight, the wheelbase, the track of the car is. They're all different and they all have different strengths. And if one of the strengths of the BMW is it's parsimonious on the fuel, then that's the strength you have to exploit more than any other. Don't play to your least strong element. Stack everything with your greatest strength. If your greatest strength is Max Verstappen and the maximum driver time is 7 hours, he's got to do 7 hours.
Yeah.
Not 4 or 5. He's got to do 7 hours, and not 7 hours 1 minute either, by the way.
Of course, professional drivers have to start the race, but putting him in, he can put them in a good position for the rest of the race. And at that point, it becomes less and less likely that they're going to well, mechanically, they could hit a problem at any time, but it's more likely that they won't cause their own disaster if they're out in the lead by a long way. The drivers can relax, and they don't have to attack so much when they are going through traffic. They can take their time going through traffic and not take any risks. So the risk element really, really decreases the more better position you are in the race. And having Max Verstappen in the car for this amount of time, given the pace he showed in qualifying yesterday, just goes to show that, Martin.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, battles continue on track, pit stops continue as well. Now, once you get a couple of hours away from the start and various different strategies sort of develop, then you see various different pit stops developing. R8G now back out of the pits with Erhan Jajowski after that contact, but they are looking like they're still on the lead lap, which is good news for them. WRT also still on the lead lap despite that early drama. No, that's not, I'm looking at the wrong column there. Gap to the leader. No, R8G are a lap behind, so too Mahler, and then WRT are 2 laps back after that drama. And we have a whole host of pit stops going on in the GTE field, so still Porsche 1-2, the factory Porsche teams, those night and day liveries. There have been driver changes, so Matt Backham at the wheel of 91, Josh Rogers at the wheel of 92. Now that car has set the fastest race lap for the category. Luca Colombo is in 71 BMW 10. So Kevin Stolzer has taken over FDA. Timotej Andonovski in R8G's 888 Tesla Esports car. Sami Matitrogan and Bruno Spengler in the pit lane. So I wonder whether we're going to see driver changes there. What are we, 2 hours in now, 2 hours and 4 minutes from the start of the race. So it's not a bad time, maybe, to start putting somebody else in. Don't forget, no driver is allowed to do more than 3 hours in any 5. So realistically, with a 4-driver lineup, that would be 3 hours at a stretch. You're unlikely to want to get back in after just 1 hour off, and that would be against the rules anyway. So we could see a couple going, but it does look... Jack Keithley in at Team GB, and Javier Raivio is in at BS Plus competition as well. So there have been, wholesale changes. Kevin Van Doren in the 77 Proton car, Sebastian Wunsch remains in Simpson Sport. So lots of changes of driver lineups then. So sort of 2 hours in a GT car. That might be sort of how they're slicing it up, which is effectively 3 stints.
Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good number to go on. In the GTs, that's 2 stops.
A double. It is actually a double stint, isn't it? So it's more than 50 minutes. It's
now
very nearly an hour.
We expect them to be single stinting on the soft tyres, but that's 2 full stints, 2 hours in the car. That's that's not too much or too little. I'd say that's a good time then to jump out and have some rest before handing over to someone else.
Yeah. Because as all of our pro drivers discovered in the build-up to Virtual Le Mans 2 years ago, it's not a physical strain, it is the mental strain, which all the sim racers probably didn't really realise, because it's all they know, because there's not the lateral G loading, there's not the vibration, the bouncing around that you get in these tumble dryers that are real race cars at Le Mans. It is all mental. You have to know, you have to think, you don't feel what the car is doing. It is all done between the ears, and that's what makes it more of a strain than perhaps you might think, because he's actually just sitting in a seat in his spare room or in a race room somewhere. Physically it's not demanding, but mentally it is extremely demanding. For the same reason air traffic controllers don't do more than an hour at the time, because it fries your brain, and that's not a good thing when you're controlling fast-moving aircraft. Is that
it's the Yasheet car.
Is that a change of nose? Is that an all-black nose? Didn't they have more turquoise on the nose earlier in the season? I'm thinking. Anyway, has been a driver change in Yasheet.
Yeah, Pejic is in the car, so they are chasing down Aslan. We did mention the bottom down the battle down the lower order of the top 10, and this is exactly it. Yasheet chasing down Sem9 Flash Axel Racing, and this is a battle for 7th place. And just behind you can see Sergio Sette Camera in that yellow and silver Alpha Industries by Collis car, just trying to close down as well. And then Tom Lartilou next along. But here is Max Verstappen leading the way by just under 30 seconds. And back with us here is Ben Constanduris.
A good moment to switch around, you said a few seconds ago, and that's exactly what myself and Martin Haven will be doing. 4-hour stints for us commentators across this 24-hour race, so hopefully that works out.
Double stinting.
We are double stinting, and hopefully it doesn't tire us too much, but great to be following the first couple of hours as a spectator like you guys out there. Thank you for all of the comments across all the different channels. There's so many different channels to watch, including, of course, lots of people upset by Jimmy Broadbent's penalty because of, well, they're just watching Jimmy Broadbent, so anything he does is God. But lots of different platforms and opportunities to watch Le Mans Virtual. And Max Verstappen still aboard this lead car. Different strategy to the pursuers behind. Of which most have now changed their drivers, including Veloce and James Baldwin out of his car. Be interested to talk to James Baldwin to find out how the car felt after a triple stint on tyres. It looks as though Redline are double stinting, and that is why the gaps have ebbed and flowed over those first couple of hours. A little tricky on our strategy computer to exactly work out what's going on. Not the easiest. We haven't got the same one as we had last time. We haven't got the same one they have in WEC, but there's still data to be analysed, and luckily we've got a very clever man in Lewis McGlade who's doing it.
Well, you know, you might ask, well, why aren't Redline triple stinting? They're in the lead. You know, they don't need to do that strategy. The double stinting is your normal strategy. That's the one you would go to if you're doing a 24-hour race. The triple stint is the alternative strategy, if you like, and Veloce are the team chasing. They are also the team not fighting for a championship, so they can afford to do something different. Replay, Ben.
By Collis on the inside, Williams on the outside. Oh, and that is. Those are that's our championship contender, the number 4.
No, I think was that the Alpha Industries car in the 444?
Kind of seemed to lose it slightly under braking, which put the car to the left-hand side and across the gravel. Contact with the 22 machine. And where's 22? So that is JPX Rebellion. And Shijic is aboard that machine. I think that might have been a battle for position with Tom Dillman in the 4.
Yeah, I agree, because the 444 is much further up the road. So it's gone from bad to worse for that number 4 car. They had that incident at the start of the race, and Tom Dillman, who we all know from racing in the likes of World Endurance Championship as well. But Ben, back over to you.
We're actually heading over to Alex, who has Marc Genet, part of the Ferrari family for many years.
Hello, hello, and joining us on the virtual pit wall, 2009 Le Mans winner, Ferrari brand ambassador, Marc Genet. Marc, where are you in the world right now, and how's it going there with your preparations for this event with Ferrari? We look to have lost Marc momentarily on the screen, but Ferrari making an incredible contribution to this event. I believe they've set up an entire... setup there at Maranello to play the game, to prepare for the Ferrari Driver Academy intense challenge for the GT class of this event. Let's go back then to commentary, and we'll reconnect with Marc Genet in just a moment.
Well, here is the 51 machine. Kasper Stoltz aboard that machine right now. In the FDA Academy team, they have just the most incredible lineup of drivers. Okay, massively focused on the F1 Esports Championship because they had a driver's champion in David Tonitza, who has also shown in other platforms as well. They entered a full works team into our first edition with Charles Leclerc, Antonio Giovinazzi were 2 F1 drivers at the time. Alongside, I think at that time was Enzo Benito, I think, part of the Ferrari family. And it was just an incredible lineup, but it didn't go their way 2 years ago, 18 months ago. And so just the one works entry this time, but someone like David Perel, who has become a sort of pseudo works driver in the real world for Ferrari, doing so much, has a massive amount of sim racing experience with his company, the Sim Grid.
Yeah, Nicholas Nielsen and David Perel raced together 2 years ago, so they're familiar with each other. They've bought drivers who all raced with each other, well, who all raced in 2020. Casper Stoltz also was racing alongside Nielsen and Perel. It's just Jordi Zviers who has joined, who was in one of the AF course cars as well in 2020, the one that finished 7th in the GTE class. So yeah, they've brought in great experience. In terms of this season, well, they haven't really had the best of fortunes. They're the one of the sole Ferraris. There's only 2 of them, FDA and Simsa, and they are down in 10th. So they've struggled in comparison to the Porsches and the BMWs. Their best result came at the 2nd round in 6th place, which was their personal best result overall. So yeah, FDA Esports, they've got nothing to lose here really. So let's see how they get on over the next course of the 24 hours.
Well, we're channeling the spirit of endurance for you and trying again with Marc Genet over at Ferrari's challenge for this Le Mans 24-hour virtual event. Marc, where are you in the world right now? And tell us a little bit about Ferrari's engagement with this event.
Yes, I'm in Milan, where we have in the room where I am staying, we have the 2 pro drivers of the Ferrari 51, Nielsen and Herrera. So I'm following when they are driving. Nielsen, as you know, he just did the first stint, and he should go driving later on, one of the pro drivers of Ferrari. And we are just showing the world, that how much Ferrari is involved also in all the esports and the simulator virtual world, and yeah, we're going to be doing a 24-hour dedicated channel, and following you as well. And it's nice because I've been always very close to this race in the past, because when I was racing there as well, and it's just so nice to see that the virtual world can get so close to the real thing.
You won this race back in 2009. You've won the real thing. What experience have you passed on to the? Of course, you have Ferrari pro drivers jumping in the cars, doing the job, but also sim racers who are looking to take the maximum out of 24 hours, which. Although there are many sim races over 24 hours, Le Mans is pretty specific, isn't it?
It's very specific, probably on the driving as such. Because I raced in the LMP1 class always, and the GT, as you can see how much they are being aggressive over the curves. On the LMP1 car, you cannot be just so aggressive, but for sure on the mentality of Le Mans, how to have the right approach. For example, Nielsen, when he started P9 and he moved up to P4, he was taking the amount of risk necessary, not more, not less. This is a team effort. Le Mans is a team effort. In Formula One, you don't think the same way throughout the race. So I've been talking to them more about that. About the fact that you have to make sure no mistakes, take care of the car. There'll be opportunities. Always stay within the lap of the leader, and then the night always is full of surprises. You just have to. And normally the car who stops the less is the car who wins the race. There's certain things that you tend to see them year after year, and you just want to remind the drivers that when they get into the car, they just don't get too obsessed about their stint, and they see more the big picture of that race.
Your tremendous experience, of course, incredibly useful for Ferrari in the real world as well, with the advent potentially of definitely of the Ferrari hypercar in the next phase of endurance racing, the hypercar era we're all so excited about. Potentially a testing role for you, and if not a testing role for you, then where do I sign?
Yeah, I have to say it's great news to see Ferrari come back into the top class after many years. I think when I was racing at Le Mans, there were three cars or 3 manufacturers in the top class. Now there's going to be so many that I don't think ever in history Le Mans will have so many manufacturers. Ferrari, of course, one of them. And we'll see. I'll talk to Corse Clienti and see how can I help them. I'm probably even a bit old to do the official test driving role, but I do think I can benefit, because my last Le Mans was in 2014 with Audi. Then I joined Le Mans with a Nissan project, which it didn't work very well anyway, but my last official Le Mans entry was in 2015. So it's not such a long time ago, and I think I still can help somehow Ferrari when they approach the hypercar era.
You absolutely can. Great experience. Mark, thank you so much for spending this time, taking the time out of your race. Best of luck to you with the Ferrari Driver Academy car for the rest of the race, and catch up with you a little later on. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know about you, but 2015 seems like a long time ago for me. Really long time ago. Little duel going out on circuit. That's the Mercedes AMG, I should point out. I was corrected earlier on Twitter. The Mercedes AMG Works team. Not a huge amount of Mercedes going on the livery. The fin there has got the silver arrow on it, and that is a Mercedes versus Ford battle, because that is the Fordzilla car just behind them.
Great battle. Mercedes AMG doing very, very well so far, running in second place. So a battle inside our top three. 46 seconds back from Team Redline so far, but Danny Yucadea brings a lot of experience. We've got a pro driver versus a sim driver here, but very, very evenly matched, which shows we said this a little bit earlier, the level that has increased from the professional drivers. Here's a little replay as we saw that pit stop going on.
Pro Drive Aston Martin being lapped, and a very easy pass there for the recovering Rebellion GPX car. I think that's the 22 that we saw off circuit a little bit earlier on, and it really does feel as though the other car just backed out of it.
Yeah, that was Marcel Chinchik in the number 22 going past Devin Braun.
Yeah, so Rocket, so that was for 13th. That was a change of position. There is Max. Nuno Pinto now in pit lane for Team Fordzilla. He'll be jumping aboard that 966 machine. Verstappen yet to hand over to any of his teammates, and you kind of get the thought that, yeah, okay, Max Verstappen's one of the very best in the world, but there's also a huge amount of expert drivers in that team. Maximilian Beneke is the star sim name there. He is the most performant driver on the iRacing platform. He has, I think, still the best rating that there is. Doesn't necessarily mean that when you change platforms you're at the same performance. There are different feels to every platform that you play in sim racing, but the philosophy is still the same. And when you look at the likes of James Baldwin, who can be incredibly fast, as we've already seen for Veloce, in this particular platform, he's won on other platforms. I think if you're a sim racer, you're a sim racer. You can really race on any different platform, and it's the best sim racers are the ones that can jump from X to Y to Z.
Just like professional drivers, you know, who can jump from a single seater to the World Endurance Championship in an LMP and then can go and race in a GT car as well. I think the philosophy is the same in esports racing as well. They can jump platforms, cars, championships very, very quickly, and that's just due to the amount of practice they do. But yeah, it takes your very, very talented drivers to be able to do that very well.
So out of position a little bit is Isaac Gillison right now, because Veloce have got this slightly weird alternate strategy where they pitted halfway through the first stint, and that has put them off sequence with everybody else. It might play out as we get to the end of the race, because flat out it doesn't look quite as though the LMP2s can do a full hour. So the fact that they sacrificed half an hour at start means that actually by the time we get to the end they might all have the same pit stops. But it does mean that Veloce are an alternate strategy, and they do rise and ebb and flow through this field as the strategies play out. The guys at the head of the field at the moment, the top 7, have only done 3 pit stops, and as you look further down the top 20, there's others who've done 4. So considering we are only a couple of hours in, there's plenty more to play out, of course, but it does mean you're not fighting the same traffic at the same time. Lots of traffic at the moment for Isaac in that white Veloce car to get past some of the GTE machines, and he's being chased by the first of the Alpines, and then just behind is the second one. So that's the Fernando Alonso based livery that we saw Fernando do our track guide, and then behind is the 15 car with Andre aboard right now.
Yeah, the Alpine Esports team going along very well, both of them inside the top 10. Sadly, the other one we saw involved in an incident, dropping down the field, but these two teams going along pretty nicely, and there's still a long way to go. And as Martin Haven always says, you just got to stay out of trouble and stay out of the pit lane. And so far, that's what the likes of Alpine Esports are doing. So I think they'll be fairly happy with their progress, particularly Alpine Esports, given they've not done any races this season. Remind our viewers, this is part or the conclusion of the Le Mans Virtual Series, of which we have had 4 rounds, which started back in September, where we did the 4 hours of Monza and then the 6 hours of Spa in October. November saw us do the 8 hours of Nordschleife, and then just a few weeks ago we did the Sebring 500. So those teams who have done all of those races have a lot more experience in Le Mans virtual terms. For the newer teams jumping in, they've got that challenge of adapting.
Into the pit stop sequence again for the end of, I say an hour, but it's not quite an hour. There is the Redline car, and that has made its 4th pit stop now. So not at the top of the timing screens like you would expect, but says they're only in 2nd position with the Works Porsche just ahead of them. And therefore, the Rebellion GPX Esports Williams run machine in 3rd position, right under the gearbox of Redline. I'm surprised that Max is still aboard that car.
It does seem strange, doesn't it? It's we're over 2 hours into this race, but Max Verstappen feeling that he wants to potentially get half. Well, he can only do 3 and only 5, can't he? He's got to get out of that car soon.
Yeah.
In the next 40 minutes.
Yeah, so one more stint, and perhaps
stint.
Slightly a short one.
That's going to be tight, isn't it?
Kuba Brzezinski gets past him for 2nd position in the car that won last year. And let's see if Kuba can now start stretching his advantage. We do also have this slightly confusing thing with new and used tyres. The new tyres obviously going to be faster than the used tyres. I suspect Verstappen will need to confirm what Verstappen's on tyre-wise after that last pit stop. And a pit stop of around a minute is enough for a full tank of fuel. A minute 20 is when you're looking at potentially changing tyres. Oh, Max having to find a bit of room to get past the Porsche going into Indianapolis there. That's the first time I think we have seen an LMP car overtake Verstappen and set off into the distance. So I would suggest that Max is on the same tyres that he was on previously, and Kuba perhaps has got slightly newer tyres, although Kuba hasn't yet pitted. We still are owed a pit stop from the #1 car.
Now, if you are watching along and thinking, I wouldn't mind trying a little bit of esports as well, Sport Buff are giving you a chance to get started in that. We are going to be giving away a Thrustmaster T248, and you can do that by watching the stream over on the Traction GG Twitch channel and play along on Sport Buff for a chance to win a Thrustmaster T248. The top 3 at the end of the stream will automatically win a wheel and pedals, but there is also an hourly raffle for a random person in the top 50 of the leaderboard too. So it is all to play for. So head over to the Traction GG Twitch channel, play along on the Sport Buff, and at the end of it all, if you've got enough points, you'll be walking away with a wheel and pedals to get yourself started in the world of esports. And of course, if you are just getting started in the world of esports, don't forget, we had the Le Mans Virtual Cup as well, which was open for anyone to enter. It ran throughout 4 of the rounds. Each round you had to qualify, so it weren't like you had to qualify before and then you're in the whole championship. You had to qualify each single round. No matter where you qualified, you still took part in the race. And the top 2 at the end of it all are competing in this race alongside Juan Pablo Montoya and Sebastian Montoya. And no doubt similar opportunities like that will be coming up via Le Mans Virtual in the future.
And so many of these competitions in the sim racing world are open to everybody.
Yeah.
As long as you're fast enough. And, you know, as an event organizer myself, you want to open it up to anybody possible. But ultimately, it's always the creme de la creme that rise to the top, that get the opportunity.
You've got to start somewhere, haven't you? Yeah, you know, and if you don't get started, you'll never be the creme de la creme, so to speak. And if you're good enough and you put in enough practice, you know, maybe one day you will.
Results then, slightly confused results because we're in the middle of the pit stop sequence, but I think basically it sorted itself out. Redline leading Veloce by 34 seconds with Mercedes AMG in third spot. And then the Veloce run Yasheet team in fourth position with Team Fordzilla in fifth spot. Amazing lineup of sim teams and real-world manufacturers there in the top five. Then we've got Bicoles, Redline, Rebellion. Actually, the first of the Rebellion's only down in 8th position. Alpine there down in 13th and 14th spot. And some of the cars that have been a little bit more unlucky in the LMP category before the first of our GTE leaders. The Porsche number 91 ahead of the 92 by just 8 seconds. Always tight in GTE. Best of the BMWs is the Redline 71, the championship fighting car. And actually Ferrari doing a good job there just behind them. ProDrive down in 47th spot overall. It's pretty close at the head of it, but it's a bit more spread out a bit further down. And Porsche very much the car, the chosen car to have across the GTE field. The only retirement we've had so far, unfortunately, the W Series car having an issue on the warm-up lap. They disconnected from the server during the warm-up lap and therefore could not reconnect before the race went green. And that's why we do not see W Series, which is a big shame. Very, very cool to have a championship like W Series support another championship like this, in this kind of a way. And of course, always great to have female representation as well. And some very, very talented female representation. The sim world is even more accessible for female racers than the real world of motorsport, let's say. If there is any physical barriers to entry for females, and I don't believe there is, then sim racing completely eliminates that. And the likes of Emily Jones, Maya Rose, for instance, there's some really, really fantastic female racers out there.
Yeah, and the Richard Mille Racing team entered back in 2020, and they were the only all-female team. Now, Richard Mille, that wasn't just them as an esports team. Of course, now we know Richard Mille doing the likes of the Le Mans 24-hour World Endurance and so on. W Series decided to take the reins this time around, and they gave 2 esports drivers a chance to race alongside 2 of the drivers from the W Series Championship. So we had Fabian Volvend, who was due to take part in the race, was due to start the race, finished 6th in the W Series last year, took 2 podiums in Isla Agren as well, who also featured in the Michelin Le Mans Cup. So brought that Le Mans experience. Fabian bringing some success from the W Series. Emily Jones, who raced in 2020. It looked like such a strong team and a capable team of going very, very well. A real shame for them, but I really, really do hope that they come back, not just in the 24-hour, but in the Le Mans Virtual Series in the future, because I think they would have had a really good race. But the W Series, a fantastic concept in feeder series racing, an all-female series, and now on the F1 support package as well, broadcast on networks all around the world. And the racing in it was pretty strong as well. It was very entertaining to watch throughout the year.
We do also have Bajska represented as part of the Marla racing team for this race, alongside Phil Denez. ARC Bratislava going for a spin, and decent contact into the wall there at Indianapolis. Ling Ping Hone. Oh, and that's the Porsche. That's the Works Porsche having to take evasive action. Could see that they're there.
It's Josh Rogers.
And Josh just got a bit nervous that they were going to come across on the left-hand side there, and probably chose the right way to go. Didn't make any kind of contact. Wouldn't have collected gravel like you would do in the real world, so can carry on regardless.
That could have been the end of their chances of a win in that split second. And the decision-making there from Josh Rogers has not only kept them in the race, but kept them in the fight for the overall race win. So it's moments like that throughout the 24-hour race, and when you're 40 minutes, an hour and 40 minutes into a stint, and you have to switch on and make a split decision like that, that's what a racing driver is, isn't it? Whether you're a pro sim racer or a professional driver.
it's quite easy, I think, at Le Mans also to relax into a comfort zone, especially when you haven't had too many laps of traffic and you find yourself in a relaxed environment, and then suddenly something like that surprises you, and it really wakes you up, and it really makes you think, okay, I need to be on my A game all the time here. We are watching, by the way, the battle for fourth position between Payek and Browning. This is Yassit versus Team Fordzilla. Fordzilla ahead of Yassit, so that has a position change, and Luke Browning doing a fantastic job for Team Fordzilla, up into fourth. Has a bit of a gap to the Mercedes AMG Sports team, Danny Yucadella aboard that car, but Team Fordzilla, considering where they qualified, doing a really nice job of things.
Yeah, Luke Browning doing a really good job. This, for me, has been one of the standout teams of the race so far. Fordzilla, in terms of their season so far, they took a podium back at the 8 hours of the Nordschleife, but given the events of that race, it was a podium that you had to take with a pinch of salt in terms of whether they were going to go on to replicate that. But they're showing that they have the pace. They're a new team to the Le Mans Virtual. They didn't race in 2020, so...
I don't think the team was really formed in 2020. I think it was at very early stages of Fordzilla.
But, you know, you look at the drivers they've got on there, absolutely fantastic. They've got the reigning IndyCar champion, Alex Palou, who's going to be in the car at some point, and that will be very exciting when we get him on circuit. But for them to move up from the 8th row of the grid to be in 4th place is a very, very good result so far for them. You know, of course, we're only 2.5 hours in. There is a long, long way to go. 21 hours and 31 minutes, but still, they couldn't have got off to a much better start than this, Fordzilla.
And doing it between Nuno Pinto and Luke Browning as well.
Yeah.
Not relying upon their expert sim racers, but Browning showing that even though he is a real-world driver, he has real sim racing prowess. And when you look down the timing screens right now, there are plenty of drivers in the cars that are the pro drivers, if you like, not the sim drivers, although the sim drivers are pro drivers, which is where my phraseology falls down a little bit. But ultimately, the guys that go out and race for real, we're seeing a lot of them still out there, and we're seeing a lot of them pumping in great laps.
I think the way to get round that, we have professional sim racing drivers and professional drivers. They're both professionals, albeit in their different fields. But Luke Browning, you know, in 2020, I'm sure he was the British F4 champion that year. But, yet, of course, they had their esports championship as well, didn't they, British F4? And I'm pretty sure Luke Browning was someone who featured quite heavily in that. Now, here is Proton competition, the 88. A complete disaster start to the race for them, and recovering from that is going to be very difficult. It's going to take them into the night to get anywhere near the or into the top 10. It now falls on the 77, Ben, and Van Duren currently in the car for them. 7th place overall. Proton coming into this, you'd expect this was possibly their chance to go and challenge the factory teams and the Porsche Esports team, but so far it just isn't going their way.
I always like to search around the Twitter sphere and see what kind of questions are being thrown up, because I saw many of you perhaps joining us for the first time, not necessarily so au fait with how this sim racing world works, how it differs to the real world. So we tried to make it as similar as possible here at Le Mans Virtual. We have our race control who are monitoring all of the cars, and they have the ability, Chris, to monitor them in the way that they can't do in the real world. They can actually jump on a camera which follows every single car and analyze back and forth replays to their heart's content. So if there's any race control decisions that need to be made, they can be really made properly. And I know that the sim world and the Twitter world get very aggravated by race control sometimes. Every decision is made with all of the information, unlike in the real world where sometimes it's not possible to have the right view because the camera's in the wrong place or whatever. Here, you've got everything.
And that's probably why people get aggravated with them, because they have access to everything. So they can get all the data required to make a decision. And it was interesting to hear what Martin said as well, that taking Discord then over to the World Endurance Championship, because I think a lot of people learned from the Le Mans Virtual in 2020, albeit drivers, teams, and organisations as well, and that's just one example of that. And it's great to see this time around the amount of people coming back, because when we ran Le Mans Virtual in 2020, it was a replacement for a race that couldn't take place because of a pandemic that was going on to the world. Some people thought that's all it was going to be, but this year it's come back as an entire series, and it's come back even bigger, and we've got 250,000 euros up for grabs as well.
I do remember that moment where we toasted each other after the end of the 24-hour race in this very room and thought, are we ever going to do this again?
Yeah.
Will we ever have this kind of a scale of event again? And such a huge challenge for the organisers to try and do something that even matched closely what was done in such unique circumstances. But where we are, you see, that's exactly the wrong place to catch traffic. Where we are right now in Studio Gabriel once again, with this huge prize pot, with these kind of profile names participating, I think we are seeing exactly a refinement of what we did first time round, with all the learnings that you were talking about. And I wanted to talk also a little bit about driver changes. We've seen quite a few people asking, how do the drivers do driver changes in this sim world rather than in the real world, where one driver jumps out of the car and another driver jumps into the car. It is basically the same thing in the virtual world. You jump into the server and jump out of the server.
Precisely. And here in our studio, where we have 4 teams here, Pagenaud Esports, RAG, our LM Cup champions, and Decane as well. We have the rigs set up for them, and they jump in the rig and they jump out of the rig.
And that's a challenge, actually, for these guys who are in our studio, not least because of the lights and the distractions we've got around. So many of these guys will be in their own environments, their home environments, and that means their home simulators. These guys are having to sit in a simulator that has been sat in previously.
Yeah.
And for the likes of Pescarolo, for instance, all 4 drivers are here. So that seat is going to be hot and sweaty. The pedals are not going to be quite the same as set up, because each driver is size difference. There's booster seats going in. You can't set your rig up for you when you're in a studio environment like this. You're jumping into a compromise between the 4 drivers that you have. And I mean, the Pescarolo rig that we've got here is absolutely state-of-the-art, beautiful setup. There's different rigs all the way around our studio and around the world. But ultimately, whether you've got a rig that you've attached to your dining table and you're sitting in a dining chair, or you're in a proper metal rig with hydraulic pedals and direct drive steering, it's still set up for you. So that's where here in the studio you've got to compromise a little bit.
Yeah, I sat in the rig that the Montoyas are using, and I didn't realise, I mean, obviously they've set it up for how they want to sit in it. Of course, Juan Pablo Montoya, Sebastian Montoya were out doing the test at Bahrain in the LMP2 cars, and as you said, they're going to race at Sebring as well. They sit really low down. I mean, I was looking up, and I think I'm a bit taller than Sebastian Montoya, but they sat really low down. That's their preferred seating position. Some people, to go back to the point you were talking about, wouldn't be comfortable with that. So how do you change that?
Not sure I would.
How do you change that quickly?
Well, it's not something you can change quickly, but for sure there's all the different types of rigs, and of course here in the studio, those rigs that are supplied to the teams by Le Mans Virtual, the play seat and the Thrustmaster wheel and pedal set. And this is a change of position. Just going back to the pictures for a second, this is a battle for 6th position in class between Proton and BMW GB. So Jack Keithley in the BMW and Van Doren in the Proton. And that's changing a couple of times. The battle's about a minute behind the leaders of the GTE category, which is Backham and Rogers for Porsche. So really, as it has been all season, Porsche versus BMW. But I have to say, 40 seconds back for FDA, they're still very much in the mix of things. And we do also have a battle going on in the LMP category as well.
Okay, let's look then at Proton competition. They are on the right of our screen. Tesla RAG are now behind them. So they have swapped around positions, Ben.
Yeah, I think that was a passing move. On the left-hand side, which is now our full screen, is Rocket Sim Sport, the 2 Alpines. and then Floyd by Collars and GPX Rebellion Esports. So the 4 and the 22 that have gotten together each other a couple of times already, we've seen, and they're back on the same racetrack trying to get past the BMW, which they have now done. But the number 4 of Tom Dillman by Collars being right at the sharp end, thanks to Burst, who run the team all year, and again in the slipstream to the outside line into the braking zone at the first chicane. And was there a little touch again between the two of them? Toman goes deep into the braking zone to hold on to the position for GPX Rebellion for the moment, but that will compromise his exit, and that will give advantage to Tom Dillman once more. Dillman, I feel as though, has been in that car for most of the race so far. And of course, they have the likes of Jerne Simoncic coming into that car, Ben Vishgal as well, and Jesper Pedersen, the full lineup for the number 4. And again, slipstream, but this time just fading out the throttle from Tom Dillman, deciding he's not close enough to go down the inside there, and perhaps he's going to wait and do it going into the Mulsanne hairpin at the end of the lap.
Back on board with Dillman, just trying to close that gap now, as we said, to Victor Martins ahead. This is an interesting battle in itself, isn't it? Victor Martins versus Tom Dillman. In fact, Yuri Toman, sorry, versus Tom Dillman. Victor Martins actually the car ahead, FIA Formula 3 racer, then Yuri Toman, and then Tom Dillman. Here we look back at that number 77 Proton car. In the backgrounds, we can see the BMW Team GB car closing in. It looks like Andonovski in the Tesla car is ahead now in 5th and down the road, so that might have been a timing glitch when I read those the other way round. Van Duren is being chased down now by Jack Keithley. There we can see the BMW Team GB car in the background. This is your fight for 6th place in GTE. They are just over 1 minute and 5 seconds away from our class leaders in Matt Backham, who is being chased down by Josh Rogers and another F3 driver in Lorenzo Colombo, out for BMW Team Redline as well. Those guys looking to try and secure the championship if they could win. At the moment, the overall title and win would go to the Porsche Esports team in the 91. Likewise, if the 1-2-3 car wins overall, they would win the championship as well. And that's because, Ben, this race comes with double points to all the other races we've had this series, and it comes with the same amount of prize money. If you win the overall series, you get 15,000 euros. If you win this race, you get 15,000 euros.
Prize money is such an important part of sim racing these days, really trying to create an industry in sim racing. So over the last century or so, there has been little bits, dribs and drabs here, but it's lacked behind the world of esports such as League of Legends, Call of Duty, where there are millions of pounds to be won in the highest echelons. And really that's where some of the big players in sim racing are trying to push this world to be able to support the whole industry, to be able to pay for these professional sim racing drivers, because they do get paid. But how do you then pay the teams? Yes, there is sponsorship, but ultimately prize money really helps to push it. And that's why also we've seen the very best in the world of sim racing being represented here. The LM Cup champions that we see now on screen are our 2 champions from the support series to the Le Mans Virtual that's been running all year. An opportunity for 2 amateur drivers, let's say, to represent the Le Mans Cup in this Le Mans Virtual and to race with Sebastian and Juan Pablo Montoya, who are in the studio. Our 2 winners are at home, but Juan Pablo and Seb are in our studio, and they're going to chat with Haley Edmonds in just a few moments' time.
Well, I'm ready right now. Thank you very much, Ben. So as you said, I'm joined here by Sebastian and Juan Pablo Montoya. Now, it's the first time you've competed in the same team, both of you together. So Seb, what's it like competing with your dad? Go on, you can tell us.
To be honest, it's been a really cool experience because everything I've learned has been from him. And to be honest, it's been quite difficult because we have different ways of driving the car, and just kind of adapting one to another. It's just to see who's quicker and how we can make him go faster has been a real challenge, but it's been really fun and good preparation for Sebring later this year.
Right, so I mean, who's the better driver out of you 2?
The better driver what?
Out of us 2.
I don't know. I have more experience.
No, I mean on a sim.
On the sim, he spends way more hours than I do.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah,
probably
you're better than your
yeah.
dad. That's good, you can claim that.
I'm quicker than you, but it's okay.
So, Juan Pablo, this isn't the sim you're used to driving. I mean, unlike some of the people taking part, you know, who are obviously, you know, driving the sim, normally used to driving, this isn't yours. What's it like? You've had to adapt to that as well. What's that been like?
That's been a challenge. We came yesterday and we looked at it and we go, I've got work to do. So we, you know, changed a lot the feel of the brake and the feel of the steering, just to get a little bit close to what we're used to. Sitting positions different. Everything is different, you know what I mean? Like, you're used to having certain buttons on your steering wheel and things, and it's a big change. Like, yesterday when we started, like, I couldn't even complete a lap. I was, like, crashing every lap.
Who'd have thought
painful.
it?
Exactly. So we, you know, I mean, for the spirit of it, what we're doing, you know, we put in the hours yesterday and we got comfortable, and today it's okay. You know, I mean, it's difficult, you know, from what we're used to having to this, but it's been okay.
So as a professional driver who's actually taken part in the real 24 hours of Le Mans, what would you say is the biggest difference, the one you have to adapt to the most, doing, you know, transitioning between the two, going from that to esports?
Well, the harder thing with the esports is staying connected.
Right. That potentially could cause a problem, right?
Yeah,
Other
I mean,
than
I've
that,
done it. The last time we had issues, and today we, like, when we did driver change, Sebastian started, and we had I'm not sure what happened. We had a connection issue there. And it's a little frustrating, but it's what it is. You know, it's part of the game, and we just got to deal with it.
So, okay, where are you guys, when are you guys going to jump back on the sim?
We just started to look at it when you called us, so I don't know.
Oh,
Hopefully
okay.
in a couple hours. 2 hours, I think? There you go. He knows.
2 hours?
More or less.
Great, more or less. All right, great. Well, thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Great to hear from Juan Pablo, and great to have a man of his stature here in the studio with us. We have 4 teams represented and plenty of famous names, and great to have guests. Something we weren't allowed, actually, in the first Le Mans Virtual, to have anybody in the studio other than the very bare minimum. I remember when we arrived here, the streets of Paris were empty. It was so bizarre. And of course, now you come back and go, oh, this is what Paris is like. There's lots of people around.
It was weird being actually out of the country because...
For you, yeah, of course.
You know, for us coming over from the UK, we've had people come from all over crew rise, but we were locked indoors for 2 or 3 months. And that was the first time I'd actually really left my house. So it was bizarre actually being out in the open and around people again. And as you said, we were very restricted. Of course, there's a lot of rules still put in place to follow safety procedures this time around. But what we have been able to is add 4 rigs into the studio, have some teams in with us as well. I remember we did have a couple of teams here last time, but yeah, to be able to have the likes of Juan Pablo Montoya and Seb Montoya in the studio as well as R8G, Pescarolo as well, and Decane as well. It's it's absolutely fantastic, and it just adds to the whole atmosphere. There is a real buzz around here. We have the guys over in social media getting to work as well, taking your tweets. Use #LeMansVirtual. Brundle's over on the pit wall as well, and then we have guys at the back watching on this on all the screens we have around the studio. And of course, right in the middle of the rigs, the best part about it, I think, Ben, is the trophy from the Lego group. It's absolutely awesome, isn't it?
It's really cool to have the backing also of Lego. Algorand is another of our sponsors, Rolex, Michelin. Really cool to have all kinds of, Goodyear completely made a faux pas there. Just you know, being in France just comes out your mouth straight away. But great to have all our different sponsors and backing. And
Rolex as well, of course, Thrustmaster, great for them. I don't have a good memory, Ben. It's on that board over there.
Oh yeah. And Total, we didn't mention Total.
Yeah, I could have just not told you that and looked like I had. I don't have good memory, so I'm going to look like I have good memory all of a sudden. But yeah.
Pit stops are happening at the moment for the GTE category, so the order's a little bit mixed up whilst people get in and out the pits. Our 2 lead Porsches have been in and out.
Mercedes AMG coming up as stopped.
Yeah.
Now they've been fighting for the win.
Could be a glitch.
I hope it is.
In the pits now.
There we go. Okay.
But it was a slow lap for them, even in Sector 3.
Yeah, they were 8 seconds off, weren't they? Let's see how it pans out over the next couple of minutes, but it's something we'll have to certainly monitor. And Alex Siebel in for Red Bull as well.
Another look at Rocket Sim Sport, the team that is heavily supported by Jenson Button. There is a Mercedes car in the garage.
Right, so it was something to be concerned about then.
So is that a glitch? Is that a disconnect? Is that a crash that we haven't seen and a reset? But Danny Ukudela is in pit lane. We had a couple of cars appear to be in pits at the same time as him, but I just didn't feel as though this was the right time for them to be pitting. So that's a real worry for one of our race contenders right at the sharp end of the field. Danny Ukudela hasn't really given the opportunity for anybody else in that car to have a go. Maybe they will get themselves reset and back out again. And at the bottom of your screen is Devin Brown, who is part of that Rocket Sim Sport. I was saying that is basically Jenson Button's team. The same livery as the JBXE Extreme E car. We've seen that livery on James Baldwin's GT3 British GT car when it was Rocket as well. Rocket comes from Jenson's father, who used to build kart engines, obviously primarily for Jenson, but also was a kart engine tuner back in days where, I was about to say in the early days of karting, but it wasn't the early days, just the early days of my karting career. He would tune the engines, and his tuning company was called Rocket. So a really nice nod to Jenson's late father, having a team back in the world of motorsport, and of course carrying the Brawn colours that gave Jenson a world championship.
Lots of driver changes going on. Logan Hanna has got in for the ProDrive team as well. Logan raced single-seaters over in the Middle East, so lots of experience, lots of karting done for her as well. She does Formula Ford racing in the UK now, so Logan, someone who we know from racing in the likes of F4 and Formula Ford, now in the ProDrive car and trying to help them get back up the order.
Quick look in behind the scenes of Motorsport Games. All of these guys providing you with the racing pictures, monitoring all of the connections. And we have 7 different streams coming from Motorsport Games into our TV truck that is then combining the studio to the Skype interviews that you're seeing to us as commentators as well. There's one of the onboard feeds. And kind of goes to show just how much manpower and commitment goes into producing this. And I know that there are people out there in the sim racing world who go, well, we do it the same, but we only do it with 2 people. You don't. You don't do it anywhere near quite like this. Right, what happened to Danny Ukudela? Here is a replay then of the Mercedes getting loose through the final chicane. I think he's had a hardware failure there. The car's, like, maybe the rig is disconnected from the PC, something along those lines. So he hasn't disconnected. The car is still in the server, it's still running, but he has no control of it. So that, and it's very easy. We don't necessarily have so many mechanical problems in the world of esports racing, but you can have a rig issue or a computer issue, and the Mercedes is still not out on track. Is that it? They're going to pull the plug already?
You have to get back to the pits, don't you? You can't just, if you have to just jump back to pit lane without entering the pits, you're out.
Right.
That's how I believe it.
You know better than me on that sense.
Well, we'll find out.
And if he's had to reset back to the pits and that is not allowed, then that is game over. Even if he could get the other drivers into the car with the correct rig settings. Louis Delatraz tweeting to me saying engine failure for the car. He feels it's an engine failure from what he's seen.
Yeah, you wouldn't think it would be fuel. I mean, Danny Ukudela he's so experienced that I don't think that's a case of he's misjudged and missed the pit lane. It's more likely, given his experience, that it is an engine failure.
So from what Louis Delatraz is seeing, and thank you very much, Louis, for being in touch with me, he said a double downshift over-rev the engine into the forward chicane, and the engine blew. Now, we didn't obviously see it, because we didn't see the smoke, and I didn't hear it in the replay, but we don't necessarily hear everything that you guys are hearing, in fact, Benny House has reported it in the Discord channel of the Le Mans Virtual as well. So that is it. Can you believe it? Mercedes AMG Works team are out of the Le Mans Virtual, having been a real competitor at the head of our field for the first couple of hours. And a simple thing as just a false switch, because your paddles are so sensitive. I don't think, and Alex Brundle, he's probably not listening to me actually, but I don't know whether you can do that in a real car, to double downshift so that you blow the engine. The car has like a fail-safe to stop you from doing it. Yeah. So that is not something you really could possibly do. Like in your road car when you've got flappy paddles, Chris, and you probably don't have flappy paddles in your road car. You don't have a road car.
I don't have a road car.
I just remembered. You can't. But if you went from fourth down to second, you could blow your engine doing it that way. You can do it in a sequential in the sim world. So that is what has happened. Mystery solved. Thank you very much, Louis, for pointing out Bono House's news.
I just asked the guys as well, and yeah, it is confirmed they're out. Mercedes AMG Esports are officially out of the Le Mans 24-hour Virtual 2022. What a shame, because of course they were a wild card coming into this, but they were very, very capable of going to take the race win, Ben.
Yeah, that's a shame. That was definitely one of the cars I had tipped for the, well, they were at the sharp end, and I had tipped for challenging once the driver rotation starts for that Redline car, because it hasn't yet. Max is still aboard that car. Then perhaps we would see that car pace change in relation to the other cars. But unfortunately, Mercedes out, and we focus our attention on the battle for 9th position. The GT category has basically sorted itself out after its latest round of pit stops. And whilst we sort ourselves out, let's go over to Alex Brundle.
And the next guest on the virtual pit wall will be 2021 IndyCar champion Alex Palou, who's going to be jumping in the Fordzilla car halfway through the race here. Going to be seeing him a little bit later on. Fordzilla they were sitting up around 6th place, just been through the pit stop cycle, and that's not Alex Palou. That's not Alex Palou. Yes.
How's it going, Alex?
It's going very well, thank you. It's going very well. So how's IndyCar going to go for you for the next season? Good to see you.
I'd love to have a go at IndyCar. Yeah, how are you? You and the team are doing a great job covering this event, I must say. Really enjoying watching you, but pretty feisty racing in the first lap or two, wasn't it?
Very feisty racing. Saw Max Verstappen, a name that you won't have heard of from the sim racing community, heading into the lead early on in the race. But so you've been enjoying it so far? You've been enjoying the race?
Yeah, very much so. The graphic I find incredible, to be honest. You know, I was lucky enough to race there, I think 9 times, and with you as well in 2012. So I know the place incredibly well. And when you see just the detail alongside the track, even the recovery vehicles and the trees coming out of Arnage down toward, Porsche and all of those things that are so reminiscent for me. To see them on the graphics is very good indeed. But yeah, really enjoying it actually. And surprised just how punchy they were. And you're right, that young Max Verstappen kid seems pretty handy.
It does seem pretty handy. You, of course, lived the whole process of this event with me back in 2020, of course, throughout lockdown, and saw the amount of hours I put into, which wasn't enough. Eventually, we ended up finishing towards the rear of the field because the sim races were just so fast in these conditions. Were you shocked by the amount of time that really went into getting these cars sorted out?
Yeah, I remember you disappearing for days on end down there in the gym where your rig was. But I do think the driver's rig should be in a sauna to make it more realistic, to be honest, and maybe throw a bucket of very hot water over them when they get out after a triple stint or something to make it very realistic, and then maybe slap them around the face for 10 minutes or something. But it is...
when you raced with me, that used to happen anyway, and I think that...
Yeah, but it's really impressive to see the dedication, the commitment, the level of teams involved and the driving standards, and just to see the sort of commitment that's needed, really, to... I'm more and more getting engaged. I struggled, to be honest, as a man of a certain age, initially with sim racing to, because of, I don't know, maybe I thought the jeopardy wasn't there or something if you crashed the car, but I'm increasingly aware now of how popular it is, how important it is, and I think Fernando summed it up earlier on as to just how far sim racing can go.
Yeah, it really is a growing part of our sport, and so many big names involved in this part of our sport as well. You can't ignore it anymore. You just can't ignore it anymore. I'm watching a round of LMP2 pit stops, so as insightful as this has been, thank you. I'm gonna let you. That's Thanks so much for joining us on the virtual pit wall, Dad.
Well done.
See you later.
Well done, great job.
See you later.
Lovely moment. Great to have Martin Brundle as part of our coverage. Great to have Alex Brundle as part of our coverage.
Yes.
I hope nobody can pull up my dad, because he'd be useless. He'd be asleep by now anyway. That was lovely. That was a lovely moment. Actually, great sort of scenes going on in the studio right now. Gerard Neveu's come over to thank Alex for that. I'm not sure he was fully prepared.
Well, he thought it was Alex Palou.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So yeah. It certainly didn't look like Alex Palou when he came on the screen.
Well, it's lucky that Martin has been watching the first couple of hours. That would have been awkward. What have you been up to today? Oh, I've enjoyed a couple of pints down the pub. And yeah, great stuff. And there's been good battles going on in the LMP2 category as well. Whilst we've been following that, this seems like race-long battle going on between Alpine and Rocket. From the outskirts of the top 10, and they've all been in the pits and come out again. So I think we're back into a position where everyone's pitted, right?
This happened during the interview, by the way. This was Axel taking a spin. And is that allowed to reverse back in like that? Is that going to be an unsafe
entry
into the pits? Unsafe rejoin is usually the phrase.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that could be under investigation, because you can't enter the pits over the grass. Certainly, there's been similar instances like that where people have realised they've run out of fuel and then just have to make a late dive into the pits. But I'd say there's definitely going to be a question mark over that one. And that's a real shame, because Axel going really well. Going back to, it was a fantastic interview there by Alex and Martin, but one thing I liked that Martin said is he's raced, of course, at Le Mans several times, and the fact that he noticed all the little details that go into the circuit is something that I think no matter when you raced at Le Mans, if you raced in it in recent history, you'll recognise all of those, but even if you raced in it years before, you'll still recognise the small details that have been put in, because, let's be honest, there's not been huge amounts of changes in recent years to the circuit. It's still the circuit we all know and love throughout the years.
Yeah, we mentioned at the start of the programme, didn't we, that because it's a public road, basically from this point onwards, from the second half of the lap, every year that we go there, every year that I go there for the real 24 hours, things change. That house has been painted by its owner, or that tree's been trimmed. And so it is a constantly evolving beast. Even the tarmac, where, sometime in September a truck has deposited a load of oil in a particular corner, it has marked that bit of road. These chicanes actually are not part of the public road, interestingly. There are roundabouts, and then those chicanes go round the roundabouts and are not used by the public highway. So these bits are, the chicanes are not, The braking zone into Mulsanne is not. That is just racetrack, because there's again a roundabout to its left-hand side, which is using public road. But then all the way to Indianapolis and Arnage, that's all public road as well. And then you come off that, and basically where the Porsche curves begin is where the racetrack begins. But all that public road does change every year, as you would. And I remember actually a couple of years ago going there when it wasn't Le Mans, and they'd started trimming back all the trees around Indianapolis before the run to Indianapolis, and that used to be like a real tunnel effect. We're coming to it now, and it used to have trees really, really close on both sides of the track, and it used to have this real tunnel vision. And because of needing to do some deforestation and to widen the viewpoint, they just trimmed the trees back. Not something that you can necessarily keep on top of when you're building a sim, but it does change every single year. It's not like a stale racetrack only race. It's somewhere like Silverstone that when you go there every year, everything's pretty much exactly the same place.
Yeah. It's one of those places, isn't it, when you go to Le Mans, if you're there early enough before everything kicks off, the first thing you ask is, let's drive the track. That, the bits of the track that are public road, you immediately want to go to drive them. I remember, the one and only time I've been to Le Mans was back in 2019, where us as Motorsport Games went over there to do the Le Mans Esports Super Final, where this whole journey began, which allowed us to get in enough preparation. So when the Le Mans Virtual, the opportunity for that came back in 2020, we were more than ready to go. The Motorsport Games team were more than prepared for that event, hence it was so successful. But that was the first thing that we wanted to do, and it's a surreal experience because, as someone who's never going to be able to race at Le Mans, as millions of viewers
never
have that
say
experience.
Never, Chris.
Oh, I physically will never be able to. I can't have a racing license. Yeah, I've been banned. No, but I physically can't have one. But that's the thing that you want to do. You want to go out and get that experience, so then when you're watching the race, you have a little bit of relatability to it. But let's return to this battle. Fordzilla trying to chase down the real team, hydrogen team. Smeedle in that car, professional esports driver and professional driver, ADAC F4 driver. Luke Browning chasing them down, and this, I say it all the time, this is the beauty of Le Mans Virtual, these two worlds forming to put on a great show where people like Martin Brundle even tune in to have a watch and are thoroughly entertained and impressed. And I think that is a good time to, we'll say it many times, particularly at the end, to say that's due to the hard work, months and months of hard work that's gone in by not only the people in this studio, but people based back in the UK and over in the States as well, part of Motorsport Games.
Yeah, part of the Motorsport Network and the power of the network to be able to have the influence to draw in. The name itself draws these celebrity names to be able to come and chat with us. The likes of Fernando Alonso, the likes of Juan Pablo, who is in the studio, the likes of Martin Brundle as well. That Le Mans name is so special to anybody who's either been there as a fan or raced on circuit. I think you always have that same association. And actually, I missed Le Mans this year. And I missed Le Mans this year.
Yeah.
Really, really missed it, not being there.
It's, if you haven't been, it's something you have to go and do. I remember going back there. We'd just done our 24-hour race in 2019 when the race was about to get started. I think we were 3 hours before the race start. We finished, so I didn't get to see the start, but going in there in the evening time was just a fantastic experience. And seeing the race end as well was a truly great experience. All the marshals, as we talked about earlier this week, going out on the track waving their flags, and the fans clap for every single driver that comes along, because it doesn't matter who wins in that sense. They just appreciate the effort that has been put in by every single driver to get to the end of that race.
And the end of this, because the effort that goes into preparing for the Le Mans 24-hour virtual is huge, is monumental, because there is no limit in testing. They're not spending thousands upon thousands per mile on testing for the Le Mans 24 hours. They don't have to go and pay for a racetrack They literally can just jump on R-Factor 2 and do lap after lap after lap, and that brings that level up really, really high and makes it very, very hard to get up to this level, like Alex found in the first Le Mans Virtual, where even though he was locked in his gym for days upon end, he was still nowhere near the fastest men.
Let's have a replay first, Ben.
Listen. So that it was through the first part of the chicane, he knocked it down to first gear.
It'd be good to see that one more time so we can just focus on the gear numbers, but
no way you should be in first gear in the
yeah.
first part of that chicane. That's almost a third gear corner. So how he got down to first gear, whether there was a miscue on a button,
or was it a problem with the wheel?
Or a problem with the wheels.
That led to that?
Yeah, sending the wrong signal.
Because Danny Juncadé is not going to knock it down to first, is he?
No.
No. None of the 200 drivers that would be competing in this race would do that.
I think when Martin was in a Group C car and you had a big old stick shift to deal with, it probably was a lot easier. But when you're going up, 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 down, down, down,
yeah,
to go down, down 2 more, a very odd one. Very, very odd one.
I suspect, having seen that on board now, that was possibly a problem with the wheel.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I'm sure Danny would hope that it wasn't a problem with him representing Mercedes.
Yeah,
I don't know actually whether they are. I know that some of them are at Mercedes. And I know Danny's got a fantastic rig himself. He's usually based out of Ireland, so he probably could have travelled to Brackley, to Mercedes AMG.
Wolf's car.
Wolf's
sorry, that
missing the pit lane by the looks of things.
And rejoining the track, Ben.
Well, drama still on the track, and he's going to have to do another lap if he can. If he's got enough fuel. Let's have a look then at the highlights so far of this Le Mans 24-hour virtual. Max Verstappen and Drogovic on the front row of the grid for Team Redline, and it was Filip Drogovic who initially took the lead, but with a little bit of fracas going on further behind, a little bit of contact between some of our cars, Team WRT having a bit of a bump and having to take to the escape road, but it wasn't long before the swap changed and Max Verstappen in the 1-2-3 Team Redline machine was released. Sebastian Job set the fastest time in qualifying in the Red Bull Esports Corvette, but Dennis Lin took the start and he was soon passed by the fleet of Porsches and BMWs. Firstly, the 91 machine getting past, and that was Mitchell de Jong, and soon after, teammates. Biggest impact at the first corner, that machine. Coming straight across the circuit and taking out what we think was the number 4. And First Esports by Collet's machine injured in that encounter. A little bit of a roadblock behind Juan Pablo Montoya at the start of the race, and Montoya getting forced into the barrier, and the stream of LMP cars coming past him quite soon after. That was the Panis machine getting it slightly wrong, and again, Bicoles in the wrong place at the wrong time. Contact between those two. Just one Works FDA entry up in the top 5 for Nicholas Nielsen. And then we had Ford versus Mercedes. Luke Browning doing a fantastic job for Team Fordzilla, and at that point getting himself up into 3rd position. Max Verstappen coming into pit lane, but staying aboard the car. And up until just 40 minutes ago, Verstappen was the leader. Veloce, James Baldwin, inheriting the lead due to a different pit stop strategy, but with better tyres, Max Verstappen ended himself back into the lead of the race. Traffic always an issue, and the 21 machine taking just a little bit off track now. This was a big moment. Trying to overtake RHG, catching the back of the Williams machine ahead, and Williams getting away with it, but RHG heading into the barriers on the Mulsanne straight. Wolves and Project One banging doors like they're in a touring car race. And then this mistake from Sebastian Montoya into the back of Team Mexico. Mexico having the bigger of the impacts. And then Mercedes retiring out of the race. The 91 Porsche looking resplendent at the head of the GTE field. It's Redline at the head of the LMP field. And with 5 pit stops now completed from our LMP competitors and 3 from our GT competitors, this is how it looks. 22 seconds, the difference between Team Redline and Team Veloce at the head of the field. It's Beneke and Gilson who aboard those cars. 3rd position to Team Hydrogen Redline, and then Team Fordzilla in 4th, with Rebellion number 1, the winners last year, 5th spot. Plenty of battling. We've been really enjoying those battles just outside the top 10 positions between the 2 Alpine and the Rocket Esports car, and that continues. The best of the GTE cars is Porsche 91, just 2.5 seconds now ahead of its teammate in the 92 machine. Best BMW is the Redline car in 3rd spot, and at the moment with Colombo aboard that car. Then David Perel in the FIA Esports Ferrari, and Tesla R8G in 5th position in the GTE category. We've got 8 cars on the lead lap in GTE, although there is a couple of pit stops already starting to happen, and then those that have been in problems, and the number 111 having been given a penalty, of course, because it has too many simulator drivers, have got some serious work to do, down in 17th place in the category. There, though, is our leader, Maximilian Beneke, with Isaac Gillinson 22.8 seconds behind.
Team Redline in a very, very solid position. We must remember Veloce, of course, did triple stint at the start of the race on their tyres, so they are on an alternative strategy. However, Team Redline have been leading the way since the very first lap. So Team Redline looking comfortable at the front. Veloce doing all they can to try and chase that down. The real Team Hydrogen car, after some problems at the very start of the race, are now recovering there in 3rd. And then Team Fordzilla, the big movers in LMP, up from row 8 to 4th. Kuba Brzezinski, they qualified out of the top 10, the reigning champions. They are now up to 5th, so they've kept out of trouble. They've made moves when it's come their way. They now lie in 5th place after 5 pit stops, as you said.
Filip Drugovich reporting that he had issues with the platform in that first stint, where he kind of fell like a stone, really, from being on the front, well, being the pole position car. He just didn't have any pace, and it was unlike his usual pace to fall so quickly through the pack. So he has uninstalled and reinstalled R-Factor 2 on his computer, hoping that that will solve his issues, because he didn't really understand why he was so slow. His teammate now, Schmidl, in 3rd position, with Luke Browning still very much in touch. Here is Luke Browning. The gap has slightly grown over the last couple of laps, but they've also been having to carve through traffic, so not the easiest things to do for Schmidl and Browning. And then there is a 10-second gap to Brzezinski in the Rebellion GPX Esport. There is Schmidl at the top and Luke Browning at the bottom. Browning definitely in the UK, because it's already dark by the looks of things.
Yeah, he's based out of the UK, although he did all of his racing, in fact, abroad last year. Just looking out for some new drivers. Michi Hoyer, I think, in the race now for the first time, and he's been setting personal bests for the last 3 or 4 laps now. So Michi Hoyer absolutely flying. Then we have Ferris Stanley in for Jota as well. Gabriele Mini, who raced in the Formula Regional European Championship by Alpine last year. A very young, talented driver, former Italian F4 champion. He's in 17th place. Is it Job van Uitert's first instalment to the race? The number 18, trying to get back up the order. Imborg as well is in for Pescarola. We have Romanidis in from the Williams. And, of course, great to see, although they had that incident earlier, Le Mans Cup champions Luca Di Melio in the pit lane. That incident, of course, was nothing to do with Luca Di Melio, but his best lap time so far, a 3:25.4. That is about 2 seconds off. We don't know what tyres, what fuel he was on when he set it, but nevertheless, great time from Luca D'Amelio, which would put him in and around the top 15. Victor Martins has done a 3:25.3, so he's roughly level with an FIA F3 race winner, which I think he'd take at this stage.
Jesper Pedersen is now aboard the Floyd Bicolles number 4, one of the cars that is part of our championship fight and has made clean work of Devin Brown. Rocket Sim Sport versus Floyd Bicolles there, and an easy pass for Pedersen, who is 2 minutes back from our leaders Beneke, but has been involved, that number 4 car has been involved in various skirmishes so far in the race. Actually trails their teammate, the Alpha Industries Bicolles Burst car, which is up in 9th spot. You mentioned Michi Hoyer now aboard that car, so expect that one to move forward in proceedings. But Brown not really putting up much of a fight there, down in 16th position, and Pedersen up to 15th.
Well, Isaac Gillison just bringing the gap slightly down last time, but there is a long way to go for the Veloce team if they are going to close down Redline. The race seems to really have settled down now, doesn't it? Everyone is in their own rhythms. We haven't had any major battles for a little bit of time. Ben, you've commentated on Le Mans several times. Is this something that we tend to see at this stage of the race?
Yeah.
After 3 or 4 hours, this is when all the battles have stretched themselves out. Of course, we have the mayhem of the start of the race and the first round of pit stops, and then the first round of traffic out of the way. Everyone is now in their own space on track, and this is the point where you say where people might be more settled and trying to go a little bit longer with their stints, perhaps.
This is where it all settles down, but this is also when you start swapping drivers. You get rusty drivers, you might get the less experienced drivers in the car, and so there is a point where you suddenly start seeing chaos again, because those drivers are making small errors, and we do see, kind of coming into the night, plenty of times this is where safety cars come out for large incidents and things like that. Large incidents won't cause safety cars in our race. We do have certain sim racing championships where if there is a big accident, race control will throw a safety car because it would happen in real life. But our race control won't do that. We'll only throw safety cars or red flag situations if there is something, if there's a real issue with the platform or with certain timing issues, or maybe even us. Issues with us, throw a safety car.
I say the race has settled down. We're about to have a battle for the lead. The 2 Porsche Esports cars are split by 1.6 seconds now. So given that they're both Porsche Esports cars, I'd say something has been worked out as Josh Rogers seems to be closing in on Matt Backham. The last time that we really saw those guys battling away was at Spa. And what they were doing there was working together and just slipstreaming each other by and letting each other go through. And that, rather than pushing each other along, they were just using the effect of the toe to swap positions each lap, and they used it very, very effectively as well. The next car behind that is Lorenzo Colombo in the number 71 Redline car. So for them, this is not what they want at all. They don't want 2 Porsche Esports cars right with each other and potentially them working together to increase that gap, because BMW Team Redline are left out all on their own in 3rd place. So we'll have to see how this one unfolds. Through the first sector, Josh Rogers is 0.02 of a second quicker than Matt Backham, just to show how close they are. But we could see our 2 leaders potentially swapping places in GTE very soon, Ben.
Great to see one of our teams represented here in our studio. They've got a really, really cool rig as well, supplied by RHG and Romain Grosjean's team. And Romain Grosjean moving himself from Geneva over to Miami to moving his whole family, in fact, over to Miami to live a better life, to be honest, because at the moment Geneva is grey and Miami is nice and warm.
I don't know if you heard IndyCar, he had a motorhome.
Oh, yeah.
And he just drove it round to each round.
Everybody does.
And that's how he lived it. It was absolutely fantastic. And you could see around the paddock, he was having such a great time. I think it was the most fun he's ever had doing racing.
Absolutely. The racing in America is very, very cool, as Alex Brundle knows, and he's with another Alex Palou, the IndyCar champion. We haven't seen him yet, but he is due to race.
2021 IndyCar champion, Alex Palou. Alex, you're jumping in for Fordzilla a little bit later on in the race. I don't think we've seen you in the car yet. What's the plan for you? When are you going to plan to be driving?
How you doing, man? Yeah, I think it's going to be on my European night shift, just because it works for me being in America. But yeah, really excited about it. We are P3 at the moment. I think we'll be in the mix, and yeah, super excited to be here.
Doing an awesome job this year in IndyCar, taking the championship. I know Dallara, who put together those IndyCars, have some incredible simulation software, some incredible simulation tools. Does any of that experience help you out here? You know, what do you think you can bring to the team here?
To be honest, I don't bring too much. I'm always struggling to be at the pace with these guys, but yeah, for sure. I think the simulator is a good tool that nowadays we all use, and it's been great to share with the team and to help me improve also in the real life.
Yeah, so you're working with the sim racers, right? To get you up to pace. And what have the main differences been then? Like, what do you have to work on jumping out of an IndyCar beast into the virtual world?
I mean, for real drivers, I think it's a bit tougher to get up to speed, just because we don't have that many inputs from the car. We just have the steering and maybe the pedals, you can say, but we don't feel anything on the body. So it's hard for me, at least, to get up to speed, but it's just about putting hours and trying to follow them. But it's been great. It's you work and you try to improve the same way as you do on the real life. So as we don't have much testing on real life nowadays and not so many races, it's always great to spend time here.
You put a little bit of endurance time in back in GT 300 in the McLaren. Is it a big jump in terms of mentality as well? It's all happening over a little bit more of a sequence of hours here than perhaps we're used to with the IndyCar stuff.
Yeah, it's a lot of hours, obviously, and you have to be, even if you're not racing, you're all the time checking with the teammates and with the team, the strategy and stuff. But yeah, it's good experience for me now, because in a couple of weeks we'll be racing in Daytona in real life with DPI, so it's great training.
What is it? I mean, you've been doing an awesome job this year. What is it about Ganassi and Chip Ganassi Racing that they just seem to have a magnet attached to the front of the car, and it just drags itself to the front of the field? Give us a feel for what's special about that outfit and how they managed to achieve that year after year.
I don't know, man. It's just a great group of guys, and they have a lot of experience. Obviously, they've been they won 14 championships in IndyCar, so they have a lot of experience winning. But they have good group of guys. I think my teammates also was a good help this year, having Scott Dixon, Jimmy Johnson, and Marcus in the team, and also Canan. For me was awesome. So yeah, hopefully we can keep it going.
Alex, best of luck when you jump in the virtual car a little bit later on. Thanks so much for joining us on the virtual pit wall.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
Awesome to hear from Alex Palou, and also great to have IndyCar champion and F1 world champion in the same race. I think, Chris, you brought it up yesterday in commentary for qualifying. When was the last time that happened?
I think only Martin Haven would know.
far,
far beyond my time, if it's ever happened at all. I'm not too sure, but that's the beauty of the Le Mans Virtual. You know, everyone, you always hear it in racing, don't you? People saying, I wonder who would win if you know, that driver raced that driver. Well, this is exactly what we get to find out. We get to find out who is going to win when we put these guys head to head. Okay, it's not a straight fight. They are part of a team. But the other thing I find great is that, you know, Alex Palou and Max Verstappen, two drivers who are looking to defend their titles in arguably the two biggest single-seater championships in the world. At this stage of the year, you would think, or you would assume, perhaps they would be out on a training camp, but instead they are using their spare time, their off-season, to prepare and then race in the Le Mans Virtual 24 Hour. And I think that's honestly a great thing. Rather than completely switch off, they want to stay, they want to keep practicing, albeit in virtual racing.
So many drivers are going out karting, so why not do it on virtual racing?
Thank you very much, Ben. So, yeah, I mean, it was great to see that Alex finally got to speak to the real Alex Palou after all that, after chatting to his dad. His dad seemed to really enjoy it, and that's really encouraging. It's great to see. Thank you very much for following Mr. Brundle, Dad Brundle. We've got a lot of things up for grabs going through over the course of this 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual. Notably, we'll have a competition with one of our main sponsors, Lego Technic, later on. Yes, you could possibly even be able to manage to recreate that, then you could be in with a prize. I'll talk about that in just a bit. But you can also watch the stream over on the Traction GG Twitch channel and play along on Sport Buff for a chance to win a Thrustmaster T248. Now, the top 3 at the end of the stream automatically win wheels and pedals, but there's also an hourly raffle for a random person in the top 50 of the leaderboard, so it's all to play for. So let's switch over to the socials. What's going on Twitter? Well, there's this fantastic image from outer space, 24 hours Le Mans Virtual, as seen from the sky. As you can see, it is just a sea of orange. I think the Verstappen army is out in force following Verstappen's outstanding opening stint. Our next is a fantastic image taken from Molineux. That is the Wolves Stadium. They are playing a Premier League game today against Southampton, and what a view. What a view the team will have. I'll be watching probably not actually much football, to be honest with you, but you know, the support's there. And any more from socials? Here we go. Motorsports fans waiting for the racing season to start, because of course the racing season hasn't started yet. So what better than a free 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual with some of the world's best drivers in virtual and of course in real driving. And we'd like to, of course, a little shout out to our Asian supporters. They're showing us a lot of support. So heads up. So heads up to you. Thanks a lot for following. And of course, if you want to join in the conversation, use the hashtag Le Mans Virtual. We'd love to hear from you. Where are you watching from around the world? With who? And if you have any questions for our experts, I'll go and ask them, and we'll try and do our best to answer them. We have our team of social media experts from WEC, from ELMS, from Le Mans Virtual, and of course 24 hours of Le Mans. Now, if you're used to following one of these championships, we'd also love to know who you're supporting, any particular team you're rooting for. So as I say, use the hashtag Le Mans Virtual. We'd love to hear from you.
Absolutely. We are waiting to see your creative social media interaction, whether it be on Twitter, whether it be on the YouTube handles, the various different channels that we are streaming on. You can comment on any of those. We do want your interaction, especially in the middle of the night when we are tired and could do with some entertainment. You can be that entertainment. Josh Rogers getting a little bit messy there. I think got slightly distracted by the LMP car that passed by there. So Porsche 1.3 seconds between the two lead cars. They are 19 clear of the best BMW from Team Redline. And for so many years now, Porsche putting so much effort into sim racing. I remember 3-4 years ago now, heading over to their offices to talk sim racing before really they'd ever made it public they were going to get involved. And then suddenly the Porsche Esports Super Cup crops up, and then their Works esports teams across different platforms. Josh Rogers, very much a Works Porsche driver and a two-time PESC champion as well. Matt Backham, part of the team, and there is their setup. Their setup is incredibly impressive, Chris, because they aren't racing from the Coanda home, which we would be used to seeing with all of the purple carpet. They are in a TV studio like we are.
Yeah, it's great to see, you know, some of the setups that have been put in. The most unique setup that we have, though, you know, you talk about people in studios. We have the GR Wolves teams at the Molineux Stadium, and it must be very, very loud. I mean, Wolves are having a brilliant season so far. They're in the top 10 of the Premier League, but they are winning 2-0 against Southampton. So their season is only getting better. And when Raul Jimenez and Connor Cody scored on the 37th and 59th minute, yeah, that we talked about some drivers having a distraction from being in their homes. Imagine the distraction of having football fans right on the other side of a window right in front of you. When Raul Jimenez was scoring his penalty, that, I mean, especially if it was a decision on VAR, that must have been absolutely crazy. But as well as racing, they've got free tickets to a game. That's
I'm not
bad,
sure they're
it?
watching, are they?
If you're not in the car,
you've got to be paying attention.
If you're not in the rig, you're going to. Oh.
You've got to be paying attention to your team. Well, I suppose you've got two teams to pay attention
You'd
to.
be watching.
Hey,
You'd be watching.
We've got an answer to when was the last time an IndyCar and F1 world champion went up against each other. And 2008 Belgian Grand Prix featured Kimi Räikkönen and Sebastian Bourdais. Bourdais was the IndyCar champion.
They were both reigning.
And Kimi Räikkönen was the F1 world champion. Later that day, the IndyCar champion changed to Scott Dixon because he won the championship the same day as the Belgian Grand Prix. But during the Belgian Grand Prix, they were both champions. Thank you very much to you and Wayne, Smoking Puppy 841, for that. You have answered a question. And you guys, please carry on with that, because we will certainly be using your interaction to help our commentary colour as we go through the 24 hours.
It would be great. I'm going to throw it, if someone could find out when it was at Le Mans, that would be awesome, because to have those two racing each other, Kimi and Sebastian Bourdais, that's unique in itself. But to find out when it was at Le Mans as well, that would be absolutely awesome. So, but there you go. Not for 13, 14 years was the last time ever on a racetrack in any championship that happened.
Can't think of the last time a current Formula One champion would have raced at Le Mans. That would be a long,
exactly.
long time
That's
ago.
why it's interesting to find out, because it would have been decades ago.
Interesting watching this inset with Maxime Benniquet driving the Team Redline car. Lots of interaction going on between somebody and Max. Lots of smiling. The last time we saw him coming through this section of corners, there was clearly a joke going on in his headset.
I think it's you're on TV. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. And Max always runs these slightly smoked glasses, which helps the glare from the screen, protects his eyes. Doesn't look like he's in his usual streaming setup. It does look like he's in a different place. Be interesting to know where he is. But Benniquet, as I say, very much comfortable on a different platform. Hasn't done a lot of R Factor 2, and but still part of the all-conquering Redline team. And him and Verstappen have teamed up together in the past and won on occasion endurance races on other platforms. So he's very happy to be comfortably out in the lead, and the lead is big at the moment because Veloce obviously last time out took tyres, whereas Benniquet didn't, because we're on split strategies. So Mike Epps is now aboard the Veloce Esports car, sometime British touring car driver Mike Epps, and very, very handy in the sim, but the gap is nearly a minute. So the not taking of tyres last time for Maximilian Benniquet has extended that advantage. That will seesaw, don't worry. They will get closer, the guys behind, because we've just had a long, big round of pit stops. But with Benniquet keeping the same tyres on, he has extended his advantage.
So Redline, are they trying to cover off the strategy that Veloce have pulled, essentially, by adopting the same move, albeit later in the race, possibly?
Maybe, and maybe you can do it when the temperatures change. You know, when you get into the night, the track temperature, the air temperature changes, and it will mean that the tyres will go longer than they have done in the heat of the day. So that could be quite a possibility later on when we go into the night stages of this race. Night is expected at around 9:30. We are at 8:20. No, we're not at 8:23 local time. That is how many hours we've got left. We're at 5:41. I haven't seen daylight since we walked here, so So it can be a bit confusing.
Neither have I. And we probably won't until tomorrow.
But we've got a good few hours before we go night at Le Mans. So we're working on, interestingly, we are working on real-time weather from Le Mans.
Yeah.
So if it was raining at Le Mans, then we would have rain in the game in this particular race. But beautiful, calm weather at the moment across the whole of France, and so cold and clear. But sunset is around now, but we're using the sunset of June timing, so we've got that shorter night.
I've got to say, Max Verstappen, I mean, we were talking potentially about Josh Rogers closing in on the 91 car, but Max Verstappen has since responded. I think those guys are just managing their pace now, the two Porsche cars. Lorenzo Colombo continuing to keep them honest. Then we have Davy Perrell in for FIA Esports, who is having to manage the gap of Andonovski from the Tesla R8G team behind. I think they are the youngest lineup that we have in the field, and they've driven some absolutely fantastic races this year. The results really, really haven't replicated their pace, albeit the one win they took when they went all the way to the back on the first lap, then they spun and went to the back again, and they still won the race somehow. But Tesla in 5th so far, and they are still within a lap. So, still well within the lap, just over a minute behind, so they've got plenty of opportunity to try and fight for the win later in the race. D Station have come in. They are in 11th place so far. You'd have to say for D Station, a team that has had a best result this year of 12th. They've finished no lower than 14th. They've been very consistent in the Le Mans Virtual Series season. Anywhere in and around the top 10. If they could get a top 10 for D Station, that would feel like a win. I think they'd be very, very happy with that. And if that's their aim, they're just out of the top 10 so far. So roughly, you'd have to say they're on course to do that. Luca De Bellio still going round as well, still putting in some consistent lap times. Just looking at his sectors through the first two there, 32.3. which is a couple of tenths off Benek, and then we have 121.7, so I think he hit some traffic maybe in the second sector, but yeah, overall he's setting some very respectable times. And our two leaders come in, Porsches.
Pit stops in GTE. Matt Backham and Joshua Rogers. I'm pretty sure Rogers needs to get out of that car. He's been in it for a while. But with just 1.3 seconds between the two of them, there's formation flying going on at Porsche. And of course, they are all in the same room, and they have a bank of engineers in that room, as well as a TV studio to deal with. So they are able to just talk across the desk. They don't have to rely upon Discord to talk. And that will change the way that they run things, and they will work in formation. Porsche want to win this. It's not 92 or 91. For the championship, it's more important that one wins than the other, but for Le Mans as a whole, it's very much Porsche needs to win that. And at the moment, versus BMW, they are the closest challenger and not really close enough. And FDA only have one car, and so you're putting your eggs in one single basket, the 51. The 71 is really the only BMW challenger, because the other two BMWs, the GB car down in 7th and the BS competition car down in 8th, just a little bit off the pace, over a minute adrift. So it's a weird choice for me, and I don't know what your opinion is from BMW. Porsche has partnered with a single team and decided to go at it as the Porsche Esports team, in the background run by Coanda. BMW last year decided they were going to support 4 different teams across the sim racing spectrum, and those 4 teams have all entered cars into this, but they don't work together in the same way that the 2 Porsche Esports Works teams work together, because they're run by different teams, and so they have an obvious rivalry whereby Williams don't necessarily want to offer all the information to BS or Team Redline. Yes, it's great to have spread your brand wide and far, but I'm not sure in terms of results it actually works.
I think we've got to remember BMW did not take part in 2020. There was no BMWs on the grid. The way I see it, they're dipping their toe in the water with it, and they've gone, okay, let's attach our name to this, but let's let other people who know what they're doing do it, and we'll give ourselves 4 different chances to go and get a good result by putting the BMW with 4 different teams. And here you can see one of the BMW Team Redline, and it's worked for them guys so far. The experience they have, they lead the championship and the race now with Lorenzo Colombo at the wheel. I think that's what they're doing. I think they're just dipping their toe in the water with how Porsche are performing, particularly in this race, all in the same setup, and it's something they've done throughout the season. Maybe that might just see BMW change their approach next time around.
I suppose if you look at the way BMW went racing in the real world, even in the touring car era when I was on site, you didn't have one single BMW team. You had BMW Team UK, you had BMW Team Germany, and I think even Team Spain at one point. They were run by different outfits. Schnitzer, RBM, RMB I think was another one. And so I suppose that mirrors actually how they've always gone racing. They don't necessarily have an in-house team like Audi have Just, even if they are partnership with a different team. It was always sort of Audi Sport, really, and only one team running it, much like Porsche and Coanda. And FDA is FDA. They're not in partnership with another brand. It's Ferrari, Same as Mercedes. It's Mercedes AMG that run it. So different approaches from different brands, dipping and understanding this virtual world.
Think about it this way then. Porsche Esports Team are Porsche Esports Team on the face of it, on the title. If you didn't know Coanda existed, and a load of viewers don't, then that's how you'd see it. You'd see it as the Porsche Esports Team. BMW have association with Redline. They have the Team GB, BS Plus competition, and R8G as well with the Tesla guys. So they are now associated with 4 different teams, 4 different brands. Here's one of them. These are, I call them the junior team, the Tesla R8G, and that's a big brand in itself. Tesla and Romain Grosjean. So that's the advantage of it. They have 4 different outfits, 4 different associations, and 2 very big names as well. So yeah, you could see it as both an advantage and a disadvantage, but I think to have a factory team is something they should consider next time. Whoa.
Whoa. I'm going to say that was a...
was that on the Wolves car?
A ping error going on the Wolves car. Then 61 machine is Axel Sports.
I'll tell you what, it's going to be nerve-wracking for Wolves down at the Molineux, because Southampton have pulled a goal back as well. James Ward-Prowse scoring. Here's the replay as well. A lapse in concentration.
No, I don't think it is, because there's absolutely no way that the LMP car would have just driven through that Porsche if he'd seen it. So, we've got 116 different computers connected to our servers. We've got all of our studios set up, trying to see exactly what's happening from all those different places around the world, 28 different locations, 39 countries represented, but 116 simulators connected to the server, all the other cameras connected to the server. And you are, at some point, going to have a delay, a ping issue. I'm going to say that LMP car couldn't see where that Porsche was, but we could. Our computer could see it, and that's what's caused that connection. You would. It happens a lot more in other platforms than it does in rFactor 2, but I don't think you could apportion blame there to the LMP driver. Maybe you can. Maybe race control will look at it and they go, well, no, they'll need a penalty because it's eliminated the other person's race.
Look, I know they've got people in their ears. More likely, it's what you're saying, and that's just unfortunate. They just have to take that as one of those things. If it was that they could see them and hit into them, then all I could say is that was potentially a driver having a brief look down at a wheel. Probably not, though. Have you got an answer, Ben?
Yeah. So just confirming on the in race control, Enrique Andre saying that he went into the pits. He couldn't drive a change, and when he went back out on track, then there was no cars to see. So he's kind of gone around the track and
tried his best to
tried to
stay
get
off the
back.
racing.
Tried to get back to the pits without actually knowing where anybody is, and of course, blindly made contact with people. That's a really tricky one.
It's almost like going with a blindfold on, isn't it? It's that's incredibly difficult to do.
But if he couldn't get back to the pits, he would be out the race. So
exactly.
he's got to do it.
He has to go around, and I think even if you're the Wolves team, you would sympathise with it, and you'd understand it, because if you were in that position as well, very easily the same thing could have happened. So a shame for them. Alpine Esports have just come up that they've stopped Zuber, who is out in the 15. It's come up that they've just stopped.
Yeah, so that's the car we're talking about.
That's the car that's been right. So now they're. Does that mean now they're out?
I presume so. If they're stopped and can't get back to the pits, as we said earlier,
then that's it.
That's it.
That will be 3 cars now out of the race if that's the case.
Yeah, and the number 777 as well, reporting damage from the contact, missing a rear wheel, so they can't get back to the pits because of that contact either. So it looks as though they might be out. D-Station Racing.
Wasn't it the Wolves car that they've hit? Or was there?
Well, no, I think they hit the 61, so that was the Axel Sport.
It was the Axel Sport.
I think that was the one that we saw, but it's being reported that they had contact with other cars as well.
Oh, so on their way round, they've hit a couple of cars on their way round, basically.
Ouch. Lots of unhappy drivers, as you can imagine, being effectively wiped out of the race by an invisible snowplow.
How do you tackle that, though? If you can't see anyone, do you drive off the racing line slowly and just hope everyone else can see you and would drive round you? Or because when you're coming through Porsche curves, if you're driving slowly, it's one of those you don't prepare for something like that. I think that's confirmation. Alpine Esports are out.
And it was Zuber aboard the car. I think you're right. I think he going slowly would have meant he wouldn't have made contact with anybody else, and then he just has to rely upon people going around him. That would have been a better approach in that situation.
Well, it's one of those instances you don't ever prepare for, do you? And that's just what in racing, whether it in the virtual world or in the real world, these things happen, and you only know what to do when you're thrown into that situation and how to approach it. And it's very easy for us to sit where we are and look back at it like that, but for Zuber, I imagine that would have been very confusing, because he might have thought, okay, maybe I'm just on my own for a second, or it's that's a really difficult situation. A real shame if we've lost more than one car from the race as well. Right now it's shown that Alpine Esports has stopped, i.e. is out, and they will join Mercedes-AMG Esports team and W Series as teams are out the race. But we are worrying for D-Station as well. They're being shown as in the pits, not stopped, so hopefully they manage to crawl back round and get any damage they had fixed.
Yeah, did they drag the car with 3 wheels? I suppose you could. It's possible.
Yeah. We don't know which one came off, do we? So.
I mean, reports are that they had contact with 3 different cars. Wow. Although I don't know how they know that if they couldn't see them.
I'd say there's 3 different cars that are saying someone just ploughed into us, quite literally, without attempting to stop.
Yeah.
Well, we did say about 15 minutes ago that the race had really settled down, and since then, we almost had a fight for the lead, and we've had a couple of incidents as well, unfortunately.
In terms of the battles, though, it has settled down. Here is Schmidl in 3rd position now, clear of Team Fordzilla. It's the battle we were being entertained by. Nino Pinto is now aboard Team Fordzilla 966, still in 4th position, but Wisniewski now aboard the 1 is closing down. Nikodem Wisniewski, part of the winning team from the 2020 edition of the Le Mans 24-hour virtual, part of the Rebellion GPX Esports, and there is only 8 seconds now between the two cars. 8 seconds between Schmidl and Pinto, and then Pinto and Wisniewski. So we are now seeing more and more of our professional sim racers jumping aboard. There is Team Fordzilla and Nuno Pinto, a very, very fast R-Factor 2 competitor, and a Portuguese driver that is based and made his name out of his performances in R-Factor 2, kind of solely, really.
Yeah, BMW Team Redline in the pits, and they're followed by FDA Esports. So 1 and 2 now completing their 4th stops and joining the Porsche Esports team. We still await BMW Team GB and BS Plus competition among a few others, but they may very well be on their way to the pits now. But here we look at Fordzilla. We heard from Alex Palou a short while ago, the reigning IndyCar champion, and he is watching on this race and getting ready to take over that Fordzilla car. It will be in 4th place. He's going to be roughly 20 seconds behind 2nd place Mike Epps in the Veloce Esports car. And you just know there's Nuno Pinto. You just know when Alex Palou takes over the reins of that car, he's going to be fired up for this now. He's going to be feeling very, very confident. He's seen the ability in his team. He's seen the pace that's being shown in that car. And as a driver, that must make you even more excited to get out there and get in the car. You must be in the garage ready to go half an hour before you're even going to be there, like, right, let's get going, get me in that car now, when the car is performing this well.
One of the things I really like about Nuno, and I've had a chance to meet Nuno Pinto a couple of times, he is not your usual sim racer, as we see D-Station also retired out the race. That, you see, that wasn't the car that we saw in the replay, but that was also a victim.
So it was the Axel car, yeah.
The Axel car was hit, but they were also hit as well. So, yeah, back to Nuno. I think a lot of people assume in sim racing that you've got to be young, that you are, you know, if you're a sim racer, then you are a teenager or at least in your 20s. You're not a sim racer in your 30s and beyond. And that's completely untrue, especially for the hobby gamer. Perhaps the professional kind of guys at the very, very top end are younger, because they've got more time on their hands to be able to do it, because they don't have the responsibilities of wife, children, that get in the way of being able to spend days and days practicing for them on virtual. But Nuno is one of those drivers who is of an older age and still at the very, very pinnacle. And it's really, really cool to see. And there might not be so many of them represented the top echelon of esports, but there is a lot of them racing in esports.
Well, that's the thing with esports. It's not down to, you know,
it don't matter.
You don't
even Martin Haven could do it.
It's not a case of fitness, is it? You don't have to be a certain weight or physically fit enough to.
Karting. I was always slow because I was heavy.
Yeah,
right?
There you go.
Nothing to do with my actual speed.
But that's it. You know, you need to be of a certain weight to go racing in a car and of a certain physical fitness. But, you know, in the rig, that doesn't make any difference whatsoever.
Yep. It is just simply how much time you have in your hands.
Yeah, it's that's all it is. It's how much time you have in your hands, how dedicated you are to it as well.
Here's a car we haven't seen much of. The Red Bull Esports LMP car. Kish Norbert. Or Norbert Kish.
Hey, yes. I never thought I would have seen Norbert Kish racing for Red Bull. Yeah.
It's an interesting one. I don't think he's a Red Bull driver in the real world.
No, he does trucks, doesn't he?
He's a multiple European truck racing champion in the real world.
Well, he did do the esports European truck racing, and he was absolutely fantastic in it as well. They were racing trucks, though, not LMP cars. So I remember we did our round at the Bugatti circuit. And he was brilliant, but yeah, I never thought I'd see him doing LMP cars.
How do you do a truck race around the Bugatti circuit? That must be.
It was fantastic.
Racing LMP cars around a kart track.
It went I thought when I got into that race, oh, this is going to be hard work, but it was brilliant. It went all the way to the final corner.
Here's a man that we're missing out of our Le Mans virtual studio. He stood with us and commentated for 24 hours last year. He's on Skype today, Alan McNish.
Yes, our next guest is a 3-time Le Mans winner and a man connoisseurs of virtual Le Mans. Might be expecting to sit in exactly this seat, catching up with guests as they come in. But we appear to have lost Alan McNish. We found Alan McNish, and there he is. Alan, Nobody explains Le Mans quite like you. Are you enjoying the race so far? We're pretty early. We've got 20 hours of this endurance race left to go. Talk us through your impression so far of this race and what the teams are going to need to do now in your experience.
Well, Alex, you know what it's like. I think it all started off with qualifying, and if you saw the top three were separated by a tenth of a second, doesn't mean anything in a 24-hour race in reality where you start, but there's a lot of profile from starting in pole position. But, you know, the battles are sort of raging up and down. It was good to see the start. Verstappen obviously took off like a scalded cat and wanted to cement his position there. But I think right now it's going to ebb and flow. And the thing that, you know, looking at it, we're obviously in January, but it's still daylight outside. So that nighttime period when you get into about 11 o'clock at night and then running through to 6 in the morning, I think are going to be crucial, just exactly like it is in the real race itself in the middle of the season.
Now, I've hidden someone on this virtual pit wall, and it's a man who's very difficult to hide, but he's halfway through your tunnocks from the green room. Martin
He's
Hay.
also very difficult not to hear, because that was the first thing when I switched it on. I could hear Mr. Haven, and the tones in talking about this race with such passion, it was good.
So Martin is desperate to ask you a couple of questions about the development of this race.
Well, the first question, obviously, is where is Audi's eSport team? I mean, obviously, we've got Mercedes here already, Mercedes-AMG Petronas, they started the race. Porsche and Audi, really, among the German manufacturers, Porsche have got their GT program, but Audi don't have, as such, an eSport content. Now, surely that's got to change, what with your passionate involvement in the sport?
No, I think, Martin, you know, we were both there at the first virtual Le Mans 2 years ago. And I think that was a game changer for me in terms of where esports is going, and also how it actually is as a spectacle, not just as the sporting side, but as the entertainment side. And I can see parallel universes coming together in the next 3 or 4 years. And the fact that we've got another virtual Le Mans and a date that I think is probably going to become somewhat cemented into the calendar is a really good thing. You know, what happens in the future, you know, right now our eyes are focused very much on Le Mans 2023 and being there on the grid for that. And I'm sure, you know, part of that process as well will be building up the sort of wider sphere of our Le Mans entry.
Now, your testing has already started. I know that the super giant pizza oven has been well and truly tested, but what about the LMDH program? That's going to take up an awful lot of time for yourself and everybody at Weissach at Audi in the competition department, Shanna. So when are we expecting to see physical presence of the car? Has it had wheels on track? Does it exist yet? Or is it still in the ether?
No, the car's certainly been fully developed. It's at the last stages. We're in the start of the build process to then go testing, which won't be too far away in reality. And then that'll allow us a full development program through the course of 2022 in preparation for 2023. But Martin, you know what it's like. These things aren't built overnight. And so therefore, the preparation has actually started when it was announced, which was back in November, 2020 now? And so in reality, it's been being designed, developed, built, and all of that process is going on, and also with teams and various other content that we need to try to make sure that when we hit the ground, we hit it running, and we're also competitive with everybody else, because it's going to be one super competitive grid.
So you're excited then about the next stage of endurance racing? You think it's going to deliver? It's going to be the Group C era, the next Group C era that we're all expecting it to be.
Well, you know, you're excited, I'm excited, Martin's excited. Anybody that's got a heartbeat for racing's got to be excited, never mind a heartbeat for Le Mans. You know, my first time at Le Mans was in the late 90s, and there was about 7 or 8 manufacturers that had a chance of winning the race. And that is exactly what's coming back again. The next period, I think, is going to be another golden era. When I say that, there's been golden eras through the years as well, but this is one that's got a real width about it. And, you know, I've clearly got an Audi hat on, no questions about it whatsoever. But to think about a Ferrari racing, a Peugeot racing, a Toyota, an Audi, a Porsche, a BMW, you know, an Acura, it just makes the hair stand up in the back of your neck. And that is something, I think, for the fans, for the competitors, for the drivers, for the teams, it's a fantastic thing. But it's also been an architect about the convergence between global racing with IMSA in America, with the ACO and the WEC in Europe, and that's something that I'm very, very pleased about, that they've been able to actually find a clear direction for the future.
The question, though, is as a driver, okay, so we've got this convergence between LMDH cars and Le Mans hypercars. Le Mans hypercars look like they're going to have massive power, a little bit more weight. LMDH car, the big downforce, the more stock hybrid system. I'm going to put you on the spot here. From a competitor's perspective, as a driver, what would you want underneath you as you headed off into Le Mans 24 Hours 2023?
Alex, exactly the same as you. The winning car. That's simply it. You know, what letters are next to it's kind of irrelevant. You want to have the winning car. You want to have the most efficient car. But we also know that to win Le Mans, in the same way as it's going to be today, it's not just about the car and the setup. It's also about the team, the preparation, all of the background details that stop you coming into the pits to make sure that you're on the track as much as you can, just delivering consistent lap times. And that's something that I think is designed by humans. And so as much as the car and the designation, I think, you know, in reality, one of the real points of convergence was the fact that whether you've got an LMH car, whether you've got an LMDH car, whether it's at Le Mans or Daytona or Spa or Monza, then either one can win. And that is one of the real keys to the whole success of this next generation of racing.
Well, you've had experience of Le Mans as a driver hoping to win, as a driver who has won. You've been a world champion. You're going to go back, the next time you go back to Le Mans, not as a commentator, but as a team boss. That's another different hat and a really different job. That's going to be a whole new world opening up, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, when I moved into sort of team principal in Audi's electric Formula E programs, it definitely changed my mindset. There's no question. As a driver, you've got one job, and it's one view, your car to win. And the other cars in the team, to some extent, are there, and you have to work with them, but you want your car to win. And when you go there with an overall look of the team, then you've got to try to balance all these things out. And ultimately, you've got, you know, more cars in the game, so you've got more chance of success. But on the flip side of it, you also have got a little bit of management to do. And that's something that I know as a driver, and I know both sides of the coin. And it's clearly something that Dr. Ulrich, who was my boss for such a long part of my career, he was very, very good at managing us drivers who, we have to be honest, quite slightly egotistical, you know, slightly determined.
Surely not egotistical drivers. No way, no chance.
Talking about you, obviously, but I was just meaning the wider sort of generality here. But at the same time, to be able to manage all that adrenaline and focus, which is required and why drivers are actually hired to do that particular job, and to make sure that it was the best for the team. And that's something that every team boss tries to manage at different points in his career. I think the very fortunate thing is that Audi, we've always had a very, very strong driver lineups, and we've had ones that work together. And that's one of the keys to success, as you can see again by, you know, the deliverance of the people at the top of the timesheets here today.
Well, Alan, we wish you all the best with the development. We wish you all the best with the testing. We wait with bated breath to see the car on the road and out, of course, at the race in 2023. Thanks so much for joining us. Catch up soon.
Whether it be on a dinner table or whether it be in a studio or whether it be in a commentary box, Alan Manish is always fantastic to listen to chat to, and to be part of a conversation with. And thank you very much from him to give us a little bit of his time and insight into the world of Audi, into the world of Le Mans. And it's, as I say, we're going to miss him all across this 24-hour period, because he was the man with the strategy, the understanding of what goes on, and we've got Alex Brundle, but, you know, he's not quite as old and wise. He hasn't even touched the strategy laptop yet.
He took one look at it and was like, no, I'm good, thanks.
No, fair enough. I'm with him on that one. We do have a battle on track, though. 4th position, Veloce versus Redline. Schmidl versus Epps. And Michael Schmidl has been closing down Mike Epps for the last couple of laps. So really, really good to see. Well, not good to see from a Veloce point of view, because that means they have now dropped behind the number 14 and number 1, that is because those two have not pitted yet. So actually this is effectively a battle for second position. But we do have Rebellion and Race Clutch ahead of them at the moment. Race Clutch is one to watch. The 14 machine has been setting really good lap times. It's got a really good, solid group of guys in that particular team, and therefore the pace has just been solidly good all the way through. So we are kind of in the point of sorting out where we're at right now, because Beneke has pitted and retains the lead. Wisniewski in the number 1 hasn't pitted, second position but only 11 seconds back. And then we've got this little battle. Veloce sneaking past the traffic, and now eventually the next two do.
And watch the 22 there as well, because that's for position as well. That is Marcel Chinchik.
But he hasn't pitted yet, so he owes us a pit stop. So yes, he's part of the battle right now, but ultimately the battle here is for second, Epps Schmidl, and they are on the same, we think, roughly on the same strategy, certainly having done the same amount of stops.
Now you've got to think here though is that Marcel Chinchik, he's in a lighter car. Yes, the tyres might be a bit more warm, but if he's towards the end of the first stint of this set of tyres, and you can see there with the yellow walls on the side being mediums in this. For anyone wanting to note that there are 3 different compounds within the Le Mans Virtual Series. It is white walled tyres, which is soft, yellow walled tyres, which is mediums, and then the green walled tyres, which is hards, which we probably won't see too much over the course of the running of the 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual. But taking a look at this car, if you're in the hands, well, he's gone into pit lane anyway with Marcel Chinchik, but what I was going to say with Michael Schmidl, is he really going to fight the 22? Is it worth it? Now this has a few things in its connotations, not only down to the race itself, but do remember that the 22 is one of those cars that is fighting for the championship. And when our championship leaders, the number 4, had that issue on the first lap with the WRT coming across the nose, it's blown the championship even more open than it was to those that were a little bit further off the lead, and the 22 was one of them. So they're eyeing up the championship. If they're going up against the 70, of course the 70's got to fight this, regardless of where they are on strategy.
Yeah, but I don't also think it matters at this early stage of the race.
You know me, I like talking about the championship within round 1 of the championship, and we're already speaking about it.
Now, Mike Epps in the top of our screen. We know the face of Michael Schmidl now after seeing him for a while. He's got his handbrake there set up. Doesn't need that in an LMP car. Mike Epps is a little bit arms and elbows. Still got that kind of touring car style of elbows out because he's got space in the cockpit. Couldn't do that in a single-seater. On the radio, chatting to the rest of the Veloce team. I think that's the Veloce offices.
No, he is driving from his home, which is somewhere from memory near Silverstone. Because he was originally supposed to, when we were first discussing Le Mans Virtual, this time when the team's being sorted, and he has driven in this season of Le Mans Virtual Series for Jota, and I believe he was supposed to drive for the Jota team. It was only around 2 or 3 weeks prior to the running that he jumped ship and went over to Veloce, and so he's joined that squad. That's all very interesting to me, because then Jota is staring at him, being like, that could have been our driver, and yada yada yada. I mean, no hard feelings and all that, but still, it's kind of it was a bit of a hit to one team, and when Veloce come on with that kind of outfit to pick up someone like Mike Epps, who's classified as a pro, who is also fantastic on the sim, it's a win-win for them.
Now, Lewis, you're a little bit involved in teams that are involved in this. You have a bit more back-end insight than certainly the rest of us. When you talk about drivers swapping teams and late-minute changes and stuff, is that because Veloce have offered him a little bit of money, whereas he wasn't being necessarily offered money at Jota? Is it because there's just more potential for a win? Is there? How do you get drawn from X to Y to Z?
It's a lot of different things. I mean, you've got to take it, like you say, first and foremost, financially, there could be, I don't know what the contract was and what the deal was there on the app side of things, but speaking of it from a general point of view, like you're saying, is yes, one team might not offer any money, or might say, look, if we win, we're going to divide the prize money by 5 rather than 4, because 4 is for you as a driver, and then the 5th one is for the engineer that's been with the team. And whereas Veloce might be like, nope, we're not going to do that. We've got chances of winning this. We've got sponsors on this. We've got money coming in, and so that there is probably a bit of the financial incentive. But then again, as you're saying, we are all competitors taking part in this race. They all want to win, and if there is a chance that you have a better ability to win with another team, then go for it. Now, this is I'm sure Ed Trevelyan-Johnson, team manager of Zancho, is listening in right now, so I'll ask him to mute the microphone before I absolutely rip into Jota a little bit. But compare where Veloce is right now. They're running in second position at the moment, 4 hours into the race. Jota, throughout the season, have yet to finish inside the top 10. Now, that's not me saying it's a slam dunk. Yes, Veloce was 100% the move, but comparatively to where they are on the track at the moment, Jota's down in 15th, the car he could have been in. You know, he's made a call which has impacted his position in this race tenfold.
Absolutely, and he has a real opportunity. There is definitely... I'm actually a little surprised that a one-time entry like Veloce have come in. I'm not surprised because it's Veloce. I'm more surprised that we've got guys with so much experience throughout the season. And I suppose Veloce have in another guys, but as a team, this is brand new to them.
Yeah.
And they really are taking it to the very best. Sorry, we are so spread out that I had my back to you, Mr. Brundle.
Miles away.
Wonderful to have you with us. Thank you very much for joining us once again. Have you enjoyed chatting to your dad?
Well, I thought I'd better check out that strategy laptop of
yeah, you do.
I didn't know the password, so I've jumped
on.
Oh,
is that it?
I've jumped on the Alcamel, which will give me half a chance. Alcamel system providing live timing for us for this particular event, and I'm getting very interested in this battle up front in LMP2, not for the absolute lead, of course, with Team Redline around 54 seconds up the road, but the battle between the 70 and the real team car looking very, very close indeed as they head down into the first chicane. There they are, of course, on their rigs. But it's interesting me because you still, you feel like you've got a decent way into this race, and it's the stage of the race where you can very easily make an error because you've got 19 hours left to go. You feel like you've been racing for a long time. How much do you risk now? Do you ease him through? Do you defend? Do you try and hold the driver behind back? It's all time to play with, but is track position really important? You're only going to know in a few hours' time, and so you've got to make a call from inside the car. No one can help you with that as to how aggressive you're going to be in defence of your position, for example, in that Veloce car.
And is this a point also where you might be looking, I haven't really looked at stint lengths, but are we looking to try and achieve some fuel saving, or everyone seems to be pretty flat out? It doesn't look as though Schmidl is pulling up under slipstream and then pulling out of the throttle, but that would be something that in this position, Alex, you could easily be doing.
Oh, so close as they headed down towards Arnage. And certainly there have been stints at Le Mans where you follow people and you try to take a little bit of fuel back by lifting out of the throttle towards the end of the straight, using the slipstream to require less power from the car. We're looking at around 10 lap stints, aren't we? 11 if we really try and save fuel, at least for the LMP2 entries, this Orica LMP2 chassis. With its Gibson engine, of course, in real life, and indeed Gibson engine on the virtual system via R-Factor 2. But yes, you can try and save a little bit of fuel, and of course that will not only potentially elongate your stint, but it'll also reduce the amount of time you're sitting still. Less fuel used means marginally less fuel to put back in. Even if you gain a percentage of a lap back, it means you're going to gain all of that time back in terms of fuel flow when you're sitting stationary in the pit.
Yeah, because they don't do fuel and tyres at the same time, as is expected, as it is in the real world, is in sim as well. The tyres and the fuel are done at separate points of the pit stop, which means, like you say, if you save yourself a couple of litres, it's going to save you a bit of time in the box. To note how much that is, 2.5 litres. I have the number here. The refuel rate is 2.5 litres a second that the prototypes are filled up. So you save yourself a lap, maybe, or half a lap. That can save you a second in the pit lane. That can save you a decent chunk of time within the pit lane that's just enough to warrant trying to save that amount of fuel.
It's funny because you watch the race and you think, oh, that driver's lost out in the pits. Nothing to do with the way that he's been driving the car, nothing to do with the way that he's been setting about his stints, but in fact you can control everything, including that pit stop process from the driving seat. You can give your engineers and mechanics the best chance of changing the tyres on the car quickly by stopping nice and neatly in the box, and of course you can reduce that fueling time by by saving a little bit of fuel on track. All of those factors, of course, passing over into the virtual simulation.
Just to go through what we're seeing on the right-hand side just for a second, every single driver connected to the server needs to have an active stream coming from their account, so we can verify that they say who they say they are after apt-gate. That's just kind of a requirement across all simulators. It also means we can dip in and out, pull out those picture-in-pictures that we are seeing, and do interviews using that same system, and just filtering through some of the images that we were receiving. Plenty of options for then the TV guys to pull out. If we're going into a battle, for instance, we can say, right, we're out to follow the Porsche 91, get the image for the 91, and then we can put that into the inset, so you can actually see the driver's face, which of course you can't see in the real world because they've got a helmet on. You can't see the expressions, the tongue hanging out, or the frustration, or the smiles.
There's a couple of good ones. Like when it comes to, and I mean this, like when people are driving, and there was always one when I was watching PESC, the Porsche Esports Super Cup, and watching Sebastian Job drive. Now, when he goes into corners, the way you can see it changes how he's breathing in. It's very, very interesting. Now, I've got something here between Red Bull and one of the Bicoles burst cars. I'm not sure which one it is. I believe it is the 4 picking up the position. And sorry, it was a 444 actually, gaining 7th position on the 11 Red Bull Racing. Nice, easy move there, and a little more progress for a team that's doing quite well on the 444 side. They went out of strategy by pitting very, very early in the race on lap 6. And then Red Bull were trying to recover themselves from losing a driver just prior to the race.
And we were about to talk about this car, and then we switched to something else. We haven't really spoken about the LMP2 Red Bull entry that much. We saw in the early stages the Corvette and GTE, but this car has kind of flown a little bit under the radar so far.
They have not, this is, harsh, yes, but they've not had a particularly good season, has the Red Bull Racing Esports team. This is one of the teams that I was looking at thinking, yes, this one is one to keep an eye on, mostly because of Dennis Jordan and Alex Siebel are fantastic when it comes to this prototype in R-Factor 2. They know the strategy in and out, but where this prototype is effectively an old car on the platform, it's been out for a few years. Everyone else has caught up with the tricks and twists that they know about the car. The thing that this car struggled with, though, through the season more than anything else has been the pro driver. They've had a revolving door. They've changed fairly frequently throughout the running of the season as to which pro driver they've had. Started with Andras Kirili as a last-minute replacement for the first round. Then Jack Doohan, Liam Lawson been in the car. Cooper Webster finally jumped in last round. They found a little bit of pace within the car, within the pro driver. Norby Kish, no problem. Seems to have got right up to speed straight away.
So that was what we were talking about, wasn't it? And Norby Kish actually started his racing career on Live for Speed. And Live for Speed is probably something for the younger generation you've never heard of, but that was really the first proper simulation where and organised many competitions as well. Kind of based out of Germany. They ran lots of competitions for the likes of, guys who are now in their mid-30s and late 30s. We remember that simulation very, very well, and it still exists. You can still play on it, but Norby Kish was very much part of it. Side by side for second position, and a little bit of kissing going on between Real Hydrogen, Team Redline, and Veloce. All right, so they're taking it seriously. I thought it was going to be a lot more chilled than that, but that was defending and elbows.
Braking absolutely on the runoff, essentially, down into that second chicane. A little bit of a kiss on the way in. You can get round the outside there. That chicane a little bit faster, of course, than the first chicane. Let's see it again. Veloce defending to the inside. The crown in the road is there on this simulation. It is harder to break down the middle of the road. A little bit of a kiss at the apex. Well, all's well that ends well, but that is exactly the kind of moment you have to avoid. You can pick up a little bit of damage, you can lengthen your pit stop, you can lose time, and...
he was too quick in.
I don't think it was touching, no.
Because Epps went over the curb on the left. I'm not. Yeah, I think Schmieder was just too hot in.
Yeah, either caught it on the apex or got a little bit of contact. Either way, move completed off track would not be a move completed, so has to cede the position.
Now, how hard is that, like in real life? Because we you know, in the sim, right? Because this is one of those critical differences between real life and the sim. In the sim, you have to drive more with your hands and your eyes, whereas been told time and time again in real life you drive with the body, with the feel. Is it kind of one of those things where you catch it as a sort of an automatic reaction in real life?
Different drivers drive the car in different ways. I mean, you don't know how exactly everybody is connected to the car, but certainly you have to wait for the information to come through your eyes on a sim, and that's something that you talk to pro drivers who jump in. We're talking about how hard it is to find a pro driver who can do the job against the sim racers in an event like this, and how actually sometimes that performance is not necessarily linear with how they're performing in real life. Several big name drivers really struggle on the simulators. Several drivers who haven't made it to such a status in real competition are absolutely ballistic on a sim. Max Verstappen is both, and so you can see that it's just that correlation is not always there. I often think that perhaps these teams are looking for drivers who do rely on the visual a little bit more and that have that method of driving the car, have that method of controlling the car, and those are they who find the jump across easiest. Certainly, you wouldn't think too hard about that moment in the car. That would come absolutely instinctively. In the sim, you do have to think about that moment. You have to actively correct it, put the car back on its correct course, and critically not overcorrect it and spear the car into the wall, as we've seen so many times throughout the various virtual Le Mans competitions and through the early phase of this race as well.
I heard from a karting friend once who said that he as you do in karting, you don't have mirrors, so you look behind you, and he said he looked behind himself as he was going through a corner, and as the rear end was stepping out of the kart, he looked back forwards, and by the time he'd looked back forwards, he'd already corrected it just on feel, which is incredible to me. You can't do that in sim racing.
Well, there's a certain self-preservation which also comes into a little bit of that, but yeah, definitely it is a very different sequence.
Well, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. I know many of you have been waiting to hear from Jimmy Broadbent, who started the 56 car and is now with Haley.
Well, I couldn't do a better introduction, Ben. So yeah, I'm connected right now with Jimmy Broadbent. Now, Jimmy, I don't know how to introduce you, YouTuber, sim racer, but also like motorsport, real world racer. How would you introduce yourself?
I think last time we chatted, I was in a shed somewhere, so I think it's a bit nicer to say that I'm not there anymore. But I'd say amateur racing driver. I think that's the nicest way of putting it.
Nice title, nice there. Yeah, so there's an upgrade. You were in the shed, now you've gone inside. Is that anything to do with like the winter temperatures?
Yeah, you've got to be careful, self-preservation, No, I think my mum got bored of me living in a tool shed, so I thought, you know what, I'll treat myself to a house. So.
Fair enough. Good upgrade. So the last edition, in fact, no, for this edition, you were like a last-minute edition. So tell us how that came about and how you've prepared, if you have been able to, for this 24 Hours Le Mans Virtual.
Yeah, I got I had about a week's notice to be in this race. And it was just the same as last time. Let's go out there and just put in laps and try and learn the car. I don't really drive as much in sim as I used to. So it was to get back up to speed was fairly difficult. The guys were really nice, though, as they always have been, and really welcoming. So thank you to them. But yeah, it's been a bit of a trial by fire. You don't drive the game for a year, and then you jump back into what is probably the most competitive race in the world. So.
Yeah, a few good drivers, not too bad. But yeah, talking about last time round, you were driving an Aston Martin. This time round, you're driving a Porsche. Can you just take us through maybe some differences between the two?
Porsche sounds better. I think would be the first thing to say. No, I said that probably because the Porsche being mid-engined, it's a lot nicer to drive in some of the faster corners. The Aston Martin had a bit of a tendency to sort of just plough out of a corner, whereas this is a lot easier to rotate into a corner. But also that bites you a bit if you're trying to be a bit of a hero on corner entry, you might end up having a bit of a spin. So, which I definitely haven't done in practice. There's no footage, so you can't prove it.
So since the last edition, you've actually been competing in real-world racing. And you've actually done really well. Won 2 races. You were named a Rookie of the Year in Brit Car Rookie of the Year. Not too bad. Now, as someone who's gone from sim racing to real-world racing, and then back into sim racing, did the real-world racing teach you anything, and then that you applied to sim?
Yeah, actually, yeah. I mean, it taught me to be more aggressive because in real life, these guys don't mess around. You know, I'd say in sim racing, not quite at the top level, but just about where I sit. I sit below that. People are quite nice, quite gentlemanly. It doesn't really exist in racing in real life. Everyone's vying for that same bit of tarmac. So I think just having that, being a bit more confident in the moves you're making, is a better way of doing it, and also owning things when they go wrong as well. There's a lot of that in the paddock. If you have a mistake and maybe get in someone's way, you go say sorry to them afterwards. You know, in sim racing, you just sort of turn off your mic and go for a cry. So.
Go for a cry. And the fact is, you know, the fact that you've made this transition, and very successfully as well, you're testament to how effective and how good esports can be, and really you can properly train to a very high level. I mean, maybe kind of enthusiastic wish, but could you ever, or would you ever like to compete in the real 24 Hours of Le Mans?
I'm waiting for my invite. I keep coming into these races. I'm like, oh, come on, where's the invite? I mean, I would love to. I mean, yeah, it's not obviously as simple as just turning up and racing, but I think I've got a little bit of a way to go to get to that level, but it's a dream for me to get to be at the real one. So doing this isn't half bad either, so I can't complain.
It's not too bad. Well, actually, Pierre Fion's around, so I can have put in a word for you.
If you could.
Sure. So let's talk about this race. I mean, you were out in the opening stint. How did it go for you? I mean, what's the plan through the night? When will you be jumping back?
I actually think it went pretty well, the first stint. I mean, we started second to last. Thank you, Bram, for the great qualifying, mate. And we made up a few places because some people, I think, just forgot it was a 24-hour race. So that was good. But unfortunately, because of sort of everything coming together last minute, we got a big old 6-minute penalty. So we decided to tell Le Mans stories while in the pit lane. But so we're sort of coming back from that now. It's 6 minutes in a race like this, of the field being so competitive, is quite a lot. All we can really do is go around, but my next stint is some point in the evening, so I need to get my night driving glasses on, otherwise it's not going to go well.
So just tell us, I mean, it's still an endurance race. How are you kind of prepared physically? Because you're going to be night driving. It's, you know, as tough as the 24 Hours of Le Mans. How are you going to get ready for that?
You know, one of the main things, so I've got a set of these very fancy pedals down here, and they've got a big old brake on, and they can really hurt your leg after a while. So you have to, you know, I go there for real racing mainly, but being at the gym and actually doing stuff in my legs and my arms really helps out with the sim racing. You don't get tired as easily. Other than that, it's just making sure you're eating enough, drinking enough. That's the main thing. I'm a bit of a sweaty boy when I drive, so you got to drink as much as possible.
Okay. Some nice imagery to leave this interview on. So, Jimmy, once again, thank you so much for sparing us some time for this interview. Good luck with the rest of the race and your team, and thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you. Have a good one.
I can confirm, thanks to social media, that Jimmy is a very sweaty boy after those first couple of stints. It's interesting, he talks about his braking leg. Did you find, Alex, I know you love the gym, but did you find that you're sitting in a stationary cockpit with a heavy brake pedal, actually you ended up kind of being a bit numb and getting out the sim almost stiffer than you would do in a real car?
No, because my brake pedal setup is rubbish on my sim, and so it's very gooey. And I was told that only afterwards that actually having to put proper race car pressure through the pedal is better. So I probably need to get in touch with Jimmy and figure out what his setup is a little later on. But
talk to Bruce, who's in here. He's got a nice setup down there.
I think there are 2 or 3 people who might be able to help me out with that one. But no, I didn't find it physical at all.
Okay.
But that was probably more about my setup than it was about me necessarily finding it easy. And I know there are a lot of drivers who do put incredible pressure through their sim rigs when they're trying to stop the cars.
But here's the kind of like the thing. Having spoken to a couple of pro drivers, how you found it, and you know, as someone who's gone from the real world and then done a couple of sim races, like you say, you know, a couple of years ago when we did this. when it comes to focus through the night, because obviously in the car you're strapped in, you're a part of the car, you're focused, you're all a part of it, everything's happening, you're there. In sim racing, you're still like sat in your living room or wherever, you're a part of the sim rig. And some of the pros say like over the evening stint, like when it gets to the night stint, it can be so hard to stay focused and to stay a part of the race and to not drop it in the middle of the night. Even harder in sim than in real.
I mean, it's hard enough when you're in the real car, and dropping it would cause potential personal damage. So when I'm sat in the sim rig, I really struggled. I really struggled to keep focused on everything through the night. Absolutely, in these longer races, and the focus which you need, I think, as you do more sim racing, it must get better, because the sim drivers are able to hit their marks lap after lap after lap after lap, but without all of that information coming in to me, I found it really tiring for the mind, especially if I was practicing. I did a few hours of practice before I tried out Le Mans Virtual. Well, I say a few. I might be underestimating my practice slightly, but I was absolutely finished by the end of a couple of hours, putting that energy through the brain. So. Yeah, it's really tough to stay focused. It's really tough, especially when there's not a lot going on in your stint, and that's a piece of crossover to real life as well.
Watching ARC Bratislava here, chasing down Team WRT, a team that's already just missed out on the possibility of a victory at Le Mans. Team WRT recently announcing that they're going to be running Valentino Rossi in GT3s, amongst all the many other amazing things that Team WRT have been doing. And you know, they haven't actually been that long in the LMP game, but instantly just came in and just did such a fantastic job, both in the virtual but also in the real world this year in WEC.
I don't think they were expecting the level of performance that they were able to deliver this year, but it has been quite spectacular performance, both in terms of the results, but sometimes results can come when you fall into them, or you have, or others have issues. WRT put 2 cars at the front of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, so even when one did have that critical issue, the other one was there, you know, to take the flag. And I think that demonstrates the real quality of what they're doing in terms of endurance racing. As we've got a little bit of a contretemps down at the Ford chicane, old boy.
Squeaky bum time. The Marla Racing car there getting in the way. The Marla Racing is number 10 machine.
And that was a 70 we were on board with.
Is that a battle for position? Bajska Visser is aboard the Marla Racing machine at the moment. She's done plenty of sim racing, and indeed Team WRT just 2 tenths behind at the last timing split. So I think that was a battle for position. That is a change of position as well that happened about 5 minutes ago, where Real Team Redline got themselves ahead of Veloce, but Veloce were compromised coming onto the Mulsanne Straight, so that's why that happened.
And this will happen all stint long. So much of a Le Mans type battle between these two. They can't decide who wants to lead and who wants to follow. Someone will make the overtaking move and then get balked in traffic. The driver behind will have a run, and that would indicate that both of those teams are on a similar strategy in terms of tyres and have a similar level of grip and pace out there.
We've seen Mike Epps come into the pits actually just now. Schmidl's still out there, so we do think they are on a similar strategy in terms of tyre life, but certainly in terms of actual pit stop lap by lap, it does seem there's a slight difference between the two of them. We do know that Redline and Veloce are on different strategies from earlier on in the race. Have got slightly lost with our laptop.
They are the way they're pitting. It's kind of hard to say because they're sort of on different strategies. They are running the same kind of thing, i.e., doing double stints, 10 laps a stint, so 20 laps on one set of tyres. But it's where they've made the first pit stop of the race. Now, some came in on 6, some came in on 7, some 8, some went all the way out to 10. There is Bajska Visser behind the wheel of the Marla car. comfortably. Well, I think just recently dropped behind the WRT car, because that is a switch of position. I was going to say comfortably giving him a bay, but I was more focusing on the ARC Bratislava car behind.
And there are a couple of reasons why you would short stop at the start of the race. Either you've had an incident or had damage off the early section of the race, or indeed to get you out of the traffic.
I think that's more danger.
And try to keep you out of danger. I did it actually in Le Mans this year with Inter-Europol competition. We started a little bit not where we wanted to be, and so we moved our stint plan slightly out from everyone else, keep ourselves out of position and gain time, of course, because you don't follow in the aero wash, you're not racing wheel to wheel. You lose so much time around here racing wheel to wheel. It's a terrible circuit for it because of the amount of speed you need to be carrying. If you slow down anywhere, you lose out so much over the straight which will follow. And big old wiggle on the way down to the SS4A for Bikes Vissa. But yeah, you lose so much down the next straight that actually, just even if you're not on the optimum strategy, moving yourself out of the traffic can be very beneficial.
We'll just say, by the way, when it comes to strategy, going back to this about the 70 car, because Schmiedel's done quite a few stints now. He's been in the car for coming up to 2 hours, an hour and 45 minutes at the moment. And what that means is that when he comes into the pit lane this time by, I'm going to take a wild step in the dark. He can stay in the car, but I'm going to suggest that he might jump out and potentially pass the car back to Ollie Rowland, maybe over...
Have we seen Rowland in the car?
We did see Rowland in for the second stint because, and this is a bit of a story, Drugovic, and I know Dom Dern told me not to say it on there, but sorry, mate. I've dug myself into it now.
Yeah, you are. Come on, back out now.
Basically, Drugovic was having a little bit of issues with the game, and so they've...
I've said that already, don't worry.
Have you?
Yeah,
right, cool, so I'm not in trouble. Woo! So Drugovic was having problems with the game. He's had to effectively reinstall it, or at least adjust things on his side to try and make it work. That was why he was struggling on speed in the first part of the race. Now, it's whether they put Drugovic back in the car, whether they put Ollie Rowland back in the car, or potentially even switch him out, stick Jeffrey Rietveld in. Now, I don't know if they're saving him for the night. Who knows?
And as we heard from Alex Palou, different locations of drivers will mean that they will do different parts of the stint. And we know that, for instance, the Montoyas are doing most of the work today because they have less availability tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it's a conventional kind of thought process for stints is driver A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D. That's kind of the most logical. But then when you start throwing in gentleman driver issues and vision issues for some drivers, and some are better in the night than the day, and then suddenly that very simple A, B, C, D gets completely ripped up. And of course, also, you want the best drivers to do the most time as well.
Yeah. Move on track between Rebellion and Veloce, taking fourth place away from the Veloce car there as they continue on. And Veloce car dropping back actually a little bit at this stage through the field.
Presumably that was a full tyre stop just now for Veloce?
Yes, it was, and they dropped back into the clutches of the Rebellion car.
Yeah, the last pit stop for Veloce. Actually, it was apparently, according to this, it was 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Oh, so that's fuel only.
That is just a fuel only. Now, the thing is with the number 22, with Marcel Cinchik, what are we taking a look at here? We're going into the TV truck.
Yes.
So I've not been in here. I wasn't allowed.
This is what we're connected to, people. Just so you are aware of the level in which we're going to. We visited race control. We visited where we're controlling the driver streams, and now this is where we are being controlled. We've got Olivier, the director, just there. I was about to say with the grey hair, but that's a bit unfair, isn't it? Natasha just alongside. Natasha is spotting all the different cameras, telling Olivier which way to go. And then we've got more of the EVS, the replay guys, 2 replay guys there with the EVS machines. And then producer Fred on the right-hand side and producer Cedric on the left-hand side. Those guys are talking to us in our ear, so I need to be very polite. Those are the producers for the World Endurance Championship and the producers. In fact, this whole team is who control the best parts of the Le Mans 24 hours. They don't do all 24 hours, and they won't do all 24 hours because there is a replacement team that come in due to French regulations. In fact, so you can't work more than 8 hours. But there is lots and lots that goes on. And of course, in the real Le Mans 24 hours, they would be connected to 40-odd cameras. Luckily, here, they're only connected to 7 cameras that are being fed by Motorsport Games, and we saw that earlier on. That was a quick summary of how TV works. Alex Palou, how does Le Mans work?
Oh, Le Mans works over 24 hours generally, but pit stop by pit stop. And we have just had a pit stop for Team Redline, who are, of course, leading the race, well, leading the virtual race, virtual race, as in terms of being the first of the cars who have completed 8 pit stops, and they have just come out of the pits as well. Yeah, we had the 2 leading cars into the pits. We had the 1, 2, 3 and the 70 are back out onto the racetrack now. So
just both the tyres and Drugovich is back in the car. Now that is interesting.
Yeah, Formula 2 star of this season, Felipe Drugovich, in his 2nd year of Formula 2. Really enjoyed watching him throughout the full year. And
yeah, he burst onto the. If it was, or am I thinking of last year, where at Austria, I believe it was, had maybe had pole position.
A driver. Well,
it was a long time ago.
A driver who really delivers during the race, delivers on a hard compound tyre. Hasn't always had. It has had pole positions in Formula 2, but hasn't always had the greatest of qualifying day, but delivers through the sprint race. Is such an exciting driver. Has a massive following from Brazil. And Felipe Drugovich, great to see him plying his trade in the virtual world. And as you say, back behind the wheel, sitting in 6th place in the Real Team Hydrogen Redline car, which has just exited the pits.
And we'll keep our fingers crossed that all of Drugovich's issues are sorted for the latter part of this race, although that might be me jinxing it, so I'll knock on wood. Nikodem Wisniewski, our race leader, by the way, we are expecting into the pit lane this lap, as well as Marcel Chinchik, who's presently running in 3rd. This is the thing of what we were saying before. A lot of these cars are the ones that have taken it all the way to the end of the pit window, right at the start of the race, up to lap 9, up even to lap 10 for some of these, and that's why they can get a couple of laps later. Might work out later on in the race.
Right, riding aboard with the Alpine Esports 36 on its way out of Mulsanne corner.
Car 123, the red line car. I would have expected that to be a long pit stop.
It was a longer pit stop. It was tyres as well for the 123, and a switch to Atse Kirchhoff behind the wheel, one of the team managers of Redline.
Absolutely. So long pit stop. That means the field closes up. We've got a couple more cars that owes us pit stops. As you said, Rebellion just heading into the pits with number 1. 22 will follow. And then Race Clutch is another one that kind of owes us from the top 10. Then we'll know where we're at, because everyone, well, I don't think we'll know where we're at until the end of the race, actually, considering the way that some are taking tyres on other occasions. And of course, that's all going to change in the night, because you do use the tyres differently in the night to the day due to tarmac temperature and air temperature as well.
Although chatting to a couple of the drivers we have racing on our sim rigs here in the studio, it doesn't seem to be that much of a huge deal throughout their testing that they've been doing in the preparation for this race. Most of the drivers thinking they're going to be using the medium compound of tyre over 2 stints for pretty much the whole race, come darkness or daylight. And so the stint plan for most teams, thank goodness for us, is relatively simple. And I do think we are going to see a little bit more of a pace race on track rather than a strategic race, because the compound selection appears to be, for most teams, relatively clear.
Yeah, it's not the most overwhelmingly taxing thing to do. The reason being is that if you go onto the soft tyres in the prototypes, you burn them out too quick. You can do a double stint on the softs, it's not really quick. So then you have to then look backwards and maybe try to do a triple stint on the mediums, maybe even a triple stint on the hards. The hards are not fast enough to be fully competitive, and you can take the mediums and control them better and get more pace out of them, that you effectively account for the 20-second time it takes to change the tyres for the 3rd stop. So, i.e., there's not enough of an advantage to go onto the hard tyres. That's why most of the prototypes do mediums and doubles. The only exception to that was a few teams towards the start of the race went mediums and triples because a slightly shorter first stint when they got out of the traffic. That's why they went triples, and that's why we're back onto doubles now.
So everyone's on doubles now?
Everyone's on doubles. As far as I am aware, as far as I can see, every single team is on doubles. A couple of them are off kilter with when they're doing the doubles because a couple of them changed as well early on. And then they're doing doubles. But for the most part, they are doubles. Actually, look at this graphic at the bottom. This is the total time in pit lane. You can actually see that, yes, of course, we're not that late into the race, but for the most part, it's not actually that different, with the exception of teams like Veloce, who did that triple early on in the race.
Interesting to see that Team Redline have spent the least amount of time in pit lane, considering their strategy is kind of normal in comparison to what Veloce have done.
No, I think so. Redlines did 9:54, and I think Veloce was 9:29.
Okay, sorry.
This is just the order of them in the
This is the order
in
the race, not the order of how long they've been in the pits.
I believe so. Race Clutch Alpine, though, look at those in 11th spot. They were under 8 minutes. Same with the graph.
Well, that graphic might have been generated before that last pit stop.
That is true, but I will. I'll remain hopeful.
Well, we've had 8 pit stops for everybody now, so we can kind of have a bit more clarity that 42 seconds is the gap between Kirchhoff and Team Redline and Epps in Veloce. Then there's a 10-second gap between Veloce and the real Team Hydrogen Redline car. And then you've got about 20-odd seconds to Drogovic and Wisniewski, 23 seconds. Then it's a bit tighter. 5 seconds the gap between 4th and 5th position. Sandy Mitchell in the Yassi car, and then Luke Browning back aboard that Ford Zilla car. So he's really doing the lion's share of the work, although since those last couple of stints, Nuno Pinto, the Ford Zilla car dropping to 6th position, and then Sergio Setticamera, Formula E driver in the Bicoles Burst Alpha Industries 444. He's in 7th spot, so that's a car to watch.
Yeah.
That's going up and up and up through the field, and is now probably, well, very much in touching for 5th.
Interestingly, the 1-2-3 car at the moment at the front of the field, the red line car, lost out slightly, I believe.
I was just about to explain this.
Through that last round of pit stops to the 28, which is driven currently by Epps. He was up around 50 seconds cleared. Looks to have lost around 8 seconds through the last round of pit stop.
This is because Epps is back up ahead of the number 70 car, of which is now driven by Drogovic, because you remember how I said about the teams, some teams are off kilter with when they're doing the doubles. Epps and Veloce Esports are one of those teams, so their pit stop was 22 seconds shorter because they didn't take tyres, took a little bit less fuel as well, and so they're now going to be on slightly one tyre. So what we're going to see is we're going to see the 70 close up and then potentially get past on this stint. But when you're looking at the lead gap, you're more looking at the moment realistically as a consistency between 1, 2, 3 and 70. Look at this from Panis and R8G. This is one of the cars that's inside the studio. The number 18 is the R8G car that is presently in our wonderful eyes.
Ottaviani in the 65 machine, the battle for 17th position. Battles all the way down the field, as there always is, and they're not actually far off from Maxime Briant, who is in the graph by Pro Simu car in 60.
Also in the studio? No,
not that one.
No, they're not. No.
Yeah, so the Epps car's boxed itself into contention by having a shorter stop then, and will drop away with the tyres.
Ebbs and flows.
In that instance, may well be passed on track by the 70. So we have got a real race on track, really, between the 1, 2, 3 and the 70, with an imposter in terms of the Veloce car. However, they have been really, really quick, haven't they, through the last sequence, as has that R8G car, not the car which we have in the studio, the sister car, the number 8. That's being pedalled very, very quickly, pedalled to the fastest lap of the race at the moment by Jajowski, who's behind the wheel.
Yeah. We've got another big name in the world of esports aboard the Red Bull Racing Esports LMP2 machine. Fredrik Rasmussen is now in that car. So big names from the world of real racing, such as Sergei Setticamera from Formula E, 7th position for him. Rasmussen 2 places back, 25 seconds back. Rasmussen, we would say, is most well known for his F1 Esports exploits as part of Teams Champions for 2 years in a row, but has yet to win it as a Drivers' Champion. But he's also very fast on R Factor 2 because he won the Formula E Accelerate Championship, which gave him the opportunity. Gave him the opportunity to drive a real Formula E car as well. So he has, credibility on R Factor 2, but Formula E versus LMP, very, very different.
Yeah, no, I was genuinely a little bit shocked when that actually came about. But you know, a fantastic championship. By the way, we've just seen a battle here for 16s. You could just see the R8G car has gone down the inside of the number 39. You were saying that it was being caught, and most certainly was. Switch positions, and even the Panis cars coming through as well.
Side by side through the S's, a little bit more kissing going on between the two cars, a little bit more of an elbow,
yeah,
actually.
That was a bit much.
Oh, both of them off track, one on the inside, one on the outside.
Oh, red line coming through, race leaders.
Oh, was that red line coming through?
I believe so.
Blimey.
Oof. Very, very close to a bit of side-by-side contact even for the red line car as they made their way through the exit of Tetra Rouge. Now there will be
flashing brakes, flashing lights on the back of that.
I think it's just flashing lights. It's just it's pretty standard. Don't panic too much. Okay. We'll take a deep breath on that one. Flashing lights though coming from the 1, 2, 3 car. Is it saying, look, you've got blue flags, get out of my way? And the Panis car uses this chance of Alessandro Ottaviani to get past on Maxime Briente, who's another one of those drivers. You know, we normally see him elsewhere in sim racing, more towards you know, iRacing and that lot. Not really seen him on the platform of R Factor 2, so this is a fairly exciting scenario for me to see Maxime Briente driving in something different. Unfortunately, not fully up to it in speed. And I think like the only real comparison that you can have in real life, Alex, is jumping category. In, you know, you've raced prototypes all the time, and now suddenly you're racing in GTEs. It's, yes, some parts are the same, but realistically speaking, it's a hard transition.
Yeah, potentially a hard transition. What I would say is the Formula E drivers spend an incredible amount of time on a simulator because they race at street circuits. They prepare for those street circuits using quite complex simulation software to make sure that their energy management is correct, to make sure that they're delivering the performance they need. The circuit so often in Formula E doesn't exist
until they
are there. So what do you want to do? You're not going to go testing. And so it is often, and another guy I would highlight for this is Ollie Rowland, who I know is absolutely rapid on a simulator, does a lot of simulation work for Williams and indeed Williams previously and also now Alpine in Formula One, and spent a tremendous amount of time on a simulator preparing for Formula E, and is thus an excellent pro driver to bring to an event like this.
And what's really interesting is, as you're alluding to, they rely upon the sim work to prepare. There is a company that goes out and laser scans the track, even when the track is not actually built yet, so that the teams have a realistic representation of what the track will feel like, at the very least, when they actually get there. So the preparation that you're talking about is done on a laser scan track. And there is a company that's going out and laser scanning streets whilst they're presumably in the middle of the night when there's no cars on it, because normally, you know, Place de République Invalides in Paris is got cars all the time.
The quite incredible thing are basically when you have to laser scan a track which will be there. For example, various circuits at the end of this year's Formula One World Championship were finished moments or weeks before the race was actually there. Lo and behold, we watch, we see Codemasters have already got a pretty accurate looking scan of the racetrack, and so have all of the teams. And that's really quite impressive to consider that they've managed to laser scan and render that entire theoretical landscape.
Yeah.
And this just shows you what companies just like that can do with all of the information available around a track as complex, around a track as deep and interesting as the one on which we hold the Le Mans 24 Hours.
I mean, the nice thing about Saudi Arabia was they didn't really have anything to prepare with, so we had a much more chaotic and interesting race than perhaps something that they could have spent years and years preparing with. But my personal opinion, testing made things boring, and now sim racing is making things, well, not sim racing, but
sim racing is making things boring. Oh, here he goes.
Sim preparation is making things less unpredictable when you come to motorsport races.
I've been having chats with.
That's
fine. That's good. No, I've been having chats with Jimmy Allison and such, who are backstage, back with Eduardo Freitas. It's been fantastic to discuss the idea that we can try and get sim racers to not practice. Like, how do we do it? And it's kind of like this, you have like a load of tracks in a system, and you just randomly draw one. And Eduardo was like, yeah, it would be great to do that in the real world. But just like, right, we're all off to Japan then. Right, here we go. Watch this from Fordzilla, who's going down the inside of Yaz Heat. We'll be seeing the battle happen, but we're going to go to an interview either way. Simon Pagenaud.
The most legendary thing that happened in the last virtual sim race with Simon.
I'm joined here live by Simon Pagenaud, IndyCar champion and Indy 500 winner. Firstly, Simon, where are you right now?
I'm running late. I was still at the gym, but hey, I'm making time for you guys. Thanks for having me.
That's very kind. Thank you so much for that. So have you had any time between the treadmill and doing your squats to watch any of the 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual?
Well, unfortunately, I haven't been able to get on yet, but you know, it's a bit earlier for me. I'm in the US, so I'm 6 hours behind, but I'm about to go home and I want to see the end, especially it's always the most interesting part.
It's an endurance race. No excuses, Simon, no excuses. So, Simon, let's take us, you took part 2 years ago, actually, with Juan Pablo Montoya, who is just to my right in a sim as we speak, taking part. A very memorable moment was when you changed sim rig halfway through your stint. Now, can you just, I don't know if you think back, remember back to that and tell us exactly what happened and what brought that about?
Well, yeah. I guess one of my strengths in racing is preparation. So I thought 24 hours of racing on my simulator, who knows what could happen. And I didn't want to let the team down. So just in case, I borrowed a friend's simulator that I had on the side. And I practiced. I changed the simulator just in case. Unfortunately, my steering wheel did seize on me. But I was prepared and made the change really quickly. And we were able to continue. So I see Juan Pablo was driving, so
that's correct.
Sign.
Yes,
that's a good sign.
With his son Sebastian. So I mean, that is preparation. You actually kind of prepared a sim rig change prior to the event, and you actually said you trained 100 hours you spent on the sim before the event.
I did. I tell you, the level on sim racing is just absolutely incredible. It's very similar. Obviously, you know, the evolution of sim racing has gone to a level that's just baffling. I use it every day for training, but the pros, the sim racer pro are just from another planet. So it took me a lot of time to, you know, learn the technique, and still I wasn't on pace. So you know, it's quite interesting and fascinating to see these pros, how good they are.
So you drove for Team Penske with Dame Cameron, Ricky Taylor, and of course Juan Pablo Montoya. Now you were one of the teams that didn't have a sim racer in your team. In retrospect, thinking back, do you think that was a bad decision?
For the results, yes. For the performance also, yes. Now, you know, we were there to represent Team Penske. We wanted to do it. I personally was very involved because, you know, I hold that place, Le Mans, I hold that race so close to my heart. It's actually the first race I ever saw as a kid with my dad. So I competed in it, and I haven't been able to come back in 2011. So that was an opportunity to, you know, in COVID time, that was a great opportunity to show the fans that we could still race in some ways. And that race, just even from the US, had a feel to it that was incredible. So I was happy we could be part of it, but certainly we knew going in that we weren't competitive enough.
I guess we kind of forget that you're, you know, initially a single-seat driver. So would you consider yourself a single-seat driver that now drives sports cars, or a sports car driver that used to drive single-seaters?
Well, I drive both. I'm still doing both. So I'm going to be with Shank Racing in IndyCar in 2022. Next chapter of my career, I would say, in the IndyCar series. I'm going to try to go for another Indy 500 and try to take Alex Palou's place at the top of the chart in the championship. And I'm also racing with Shank Racing and the Acura in Daytona 24 coming up next weekend.
So you mentioned Alex Palou, of course. We just spoke to him earlier. He's taking part as well. Are you supporting any particular teams?
I support Montoyas, the Montoyas.
Juan Pablo, you've got an extra supporter over here. He's actually racing, so we can't hear you. He did say, though, that you love onion soup.
I love to say I do, and I do, yes.
That's good to hear.
Correct.
I hope it's French onion soup. Now,
Of
just
course.
before, I know you
French.
spent, of course, a lot of time in the USA, but we're here at the 24 Hours Le Mans Virtual. You are French, even if we do forget sometimes. Do you have a word to our Spectre fans in French? I mean, do you remember how to speak French? No, I'm joking.
Je me rappelle très bien comment parler
Tant mieux,
français.
tant mieux. Un mot pour les spectateurs?
Oui, un petit mot. Alors, en français ou en anglais?
En français.
En français, alors, j'étais juste en France. Ça m'a fait énormément de plaisir de rentrer, puisque ça faisait 2 ans que je n'avais pas pu rentrer en France. Et ça me fait très plaisir qu'on parle déjà du Mans aussitôt dans l'année. Alors, c'était la course de l'année, la course d'endurance de l'année. Et j'espère pouvoir y revenir un jour, en tout cas. Et voilà, on a un petit goût du Mans avant le mois de juin. Donc, profitez-en. Merci à tous pour mettre en place cette course en ligne qui pour moi est aussi le futur du sport automobile, parce que ça permet un accès à tout le monde au niveau du sport automobile.
Ça fait plaisir, merci beaucoup. So he did actually reveal that he hopes to come back and compete in the 24 Hours of Le Mans one day. So that is good to know. Thank you very much, Simon. Thank you for sparing us this time. I'll let you get on with your day and have a lovely day. Take care. Hope to see you soon.
Let's go and have a good one.
Cheers. Bye.
Is there anything else other than French onion soup? I don't know if they do like Japanese onion soup or Chinese onion soup. I think onion soup is only French.
As long as it's not English onion soup.
I mean, that was my takeaway from that.
But the fact that he can speak French still, that's a good sign.
He's French, of course he can.
You never know.
It was very good French, and he was very excited about one day coming back to Le Mans, and he said that sim racing is the future of motorsport. So for those, that will be in L'Equipe, the sports magazine tomorrow. Simon Pagenaud says.
I mean, I'll take it. Any advantage our way is all good to me. We'll just say, by the way, with this car, speaking of real-world drivers doing this race, this car, I was very concerned about this car in the early stage of the race with how long Max Verstappen was in the car. Just to clarify with how the rules work and stuff, there's a minimum, maximum driver times that we have, and it's a little bit complicated when you throw in, there's a in a certain period clause to that rule. The basics are, every driver must compete a minimum of 4 hours throughout the running of the 24-hour race and a maximum of 7. But then you can only do 3 hours in a 5-hour period. Sounds like I'm boring, and that is absolutely right. But my point is that Max Verstappen in the first stint of the race did 2 hours and 51 minutes, which is getting quite close to the 3-hour cutoff. So he needed to then step out of the car for at least 2 hours, and then he could jump back in and do his final hour required, but I'm pretty sure we might see him in for another 3 hours later on during this race.
Did they have to shorten one of the stints to make that happen?
No, it was all good.
Okay. Oh, interesting. So battles continue across on track. 51 seconds between Redline and Veloce at the head of the field, and this is Atzi Kirchhoff aboard his Team Redline, heading past traffic, and at the moment in control of this Le Mans 24-hour virtual, the second edition, the 2022 culmination of the championship. And of course, in a few months' time, we will be back at the Circuit de la Sarre for real for the next edition of the Le Mans 24 Hours, with brand new manufacturers and expanded opportunity for winners at the head of the field, and as always, a spectacular atmosphere. I can't wait to get back. And I really hope that every single person around the world has the opportunity to come to Le Mans for this year. It's been too long. We've had too many years of silly disruptions due to this pandemic. And I know that it's still raging out there across the world, but hopefully, touch wood, by June, it will be a thing of the past and we can all just celebrate around Le Mans and the Circuit de la Sarre motorsport, with Peugeot returning to fight Toyota with that awesome looking machine, and the potential for more manufacturers to come in the next few years. Can't wait with that.
Yeah, no, I mean, Le Mans is special regardless of where it is, whether it is on the simulator as we're doing now, or of course the real thing. There aren't many things that you can do in sport, in any sport across the world over any 4-year period, that are as big as Le Mans. It's fantastic. Even people that don't care about motorsport love Le Mans because it's this great centre that brings everyone together, and that is what we are all in for. Got this battle going on, but let's see what's happened.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, here are the highlights. $2 local time, and the second edition of the Le Mans 24-hour virtual began with Max Verstappen in second place, heading towards the first corner. Teammate Felix just ahead, and Mercedes in third position on their return to the Circuit de la Sarre. There was a little bit of argy-bargy further back in the LMP2 category, and then the door was opened for Max Verstappen, the F1 World Champion, to lead at Le Mans. In the GTE category, the Red Bull Racing Esports car took pole position, the Corvette, but the works machines of Porsche were always going to pounce. And straight away into the first corner, Mitchell de Jong took the lead in the 91. This was probably the biggest accident of the lot. The SimTag sponsored machine crashing at the S's and then coming across the track, collecting the number 4 machine. Dennis Lin was struggling with his Corvette and initially got passed by the 92 Porsche, who then ran wide. Also down at Arnage, Juan Pablo Montoya, a little bit of a roadblock for most of the LMP2 field, streaming past at that point. Ferrari represented, fighting with BMW, just the one FDA entry this year, as Max Verstappen maximised his pit stop time and did nearly 3 hours of racing. Dropped behind Veloce due to Veloce getting themselves offset on the pit stops, and James Baldwin heading into the lead, but then Max Verstappen taking it back. Baldwin on old tyres at that point, Max on new. Battles rage throughout the field, contact as well. The 8R8G sports machine tagging the back of the GPX car and sending itself into a spin. This was Sebastian Montoya getting into the back of Team Mexico. Mexico heading into the wall, but the LM Cup Champions car staying out of it. A double shift down into first gear meant Danny Yucadella in the Mercedes AMG car blew his engine and retired out of third position in the race. A huge loss. Then a rather strange incident for the number 15 Alpine machine. It was driving around, it couldn't see any other of the cars, eliminated the D-Station Aston Martin and caused major damage to the 61 machine, the 61 machine of ACO Esports. Little bit of contact between Team Redline, Hydrogen and Veloce as they fought for what was second position, but Skavissa in the Marla Racing getting in the way just a little bit, and still Michael Schmidl and Mike Epps going at it all the way around the circuit. Great to see Team Fordzilla representing Ford. They get squeezed onto the grass. Oh, we didn't see that, but that was the issue that they had. Luckily, it looks as though they got away with contact. GTE, Porsche very much in control, and Redline in control in LMP. So Team Redline leading by nearly a minute now over their teammates, Real Team Hydrogen, and then Rebellion, GPX Esports, the winners from last year, 19 seconds back. That's because Veloce have just pitted. Team Fordzilla recovering up to 5th position, and Yas Heat also just pitting, so they are falling down the order. They are offset on the strategy that everyone else seems to be employing right now. Still many of our cars running. We haven't had too many retirees, just 4 in total. It means Porsche are 1-2 in GTE, and 5 seconds now separate the second car to BMW Team Redline after a fantastic stint from Enzo Benito. The best of the Ferraris in fourth position, 56 seconds back from the leader. We also do have Corvette and Aston Martin, but only one Aston Martin remains. ProDrive Esports down in 44th position overall, and that is 17th in class, with Lasse Sørensen aboard. The retirees, the 15, the 77, and then the Mercedes, and sadly, the W Series car as well, retiring after not even getting themselves in. Oh, and that's the Pescarolo machine that is actually piloted in our studio. That's a replay, which means they are still running. Who is aboard that car? Is it Bossman? Yes, it is Bruno Giuani. A very well-known racing driver back in the day internationally, A1GP and things like that. He is now the star of Top Gear France.
I did not know that.
Has a very, very cool job doing lots of adventures. He also owns a sim rig manufacturer, and they have an epic setup here in the studio, probably the best that we've got. It has motion. They don't use it though, interestingly, and I think in the night, Lewis and I will get into the technicalities of rigs and screens and VR.
I can talk to you
and
about
not
it now
VR.
properly, and we can know what we're talking about.
We're going to do it later on when,
Oh, yeah, definitely.
when it's dark and we can't see anything going on.
Yeah, definitely. Because let's be honest, it is far too.
It's far too early.
It's too nerdy to start at this time. By the way, whilst we're here, we can talk a little bit about the GTE and how the strategy's been working here, and etc. Because we kind of, whilst we're focusing on some of the excitement within the prototype category, we've not really seen too much of what's happened down in the GTEs. Now it's being led Porsche Esports 1-2 at the moment, the 91 ahead of the 92, which is roughly how they'd want it to go at the moment within the Porsche Esports and Coanda camps, because that would settle the championship long time away. So, you know, I'm not getting ahead of myself, don't worry. I understand that 5 hours and 10 minutes done in the race, but it would be great for them, for the title, for winning this 1 and 2 as well, and 2 years on the bounce. But they are leading on a different strategy to what Enzo Benito and BMW Team Redline are doing. BMW Team Redline are running slightly different. They're running, as we all know, a much more fuel conservation strategy. They are pushing the limit just a little bit further, and it's only eking them out little bit by little bit. They're running on a slightly different timing as to when they're coming into the pit lane. And we know, anyone who's watched the Le Mans Virtual Series, and anyone who hasn't, this is an explanation of how the races go. Redline are nowhere, and then they're leading at the end. Let's see what happened to Yas Heat.
By Colleds 444 down the inside, and I think that's just a passing
nice,
move,
tidy
isn't it?
move.
I was about like, what drama
yeah.
has befallen them? It's fine. That's the battle for 11th. That's the 444 car up to 11th, but not really, because we are in the midst of kind of this weird moment where, kind of created by Veloce, where half the field are pitting and the other half are not, and so we don't really know what that actually means right now. The track's very, very dirty.
I wouldn't panic too much about that. When you go back onto replay, sometimes it can just mess about. The track is not actually that dirty. There is a marbling and such. There is a dirty line. Obviously, we know of in the real racing world, you've got your racing line, and that is in the sim as well. You've got your faster racing line, and once you get off that, it's why traffic management is so tricky in this, because you can't just go, oh well, I'll just go around the outside of the GTs going around here. It's like, yeah, but you can't do that because you don't have enough grip, and if you try doing that, you're going to be slower than they are. And so it's knowing how to do it and where the dirty parts of the track really are.
That's the one for Brundle tomorrow morning, just how horrible it feels. Late into a Le Mans race like this, where you've got 24 hours of detritus offline, you know, suddenly picking those up on your tyres because you're going offline to lap somebody must feel horrible. But anyway, we don't know that. We can just say that's how it feels in sim. Alex Brundle can tell us.
Yeah, I remember in sim doing a race at Silverstone years ago, and we were leading in the top category. It was my teammates, not me, don't worry. And it was coming down to maggots, and I was like, right, if I go around the outside here, and then I can have the inside there, and I can go around the outside there, and it'd work lovely to get past all these. And I went straight off because
you just don't have the grip that you think you're going to have, and that is where the very, very best of these, they can read the road ahead of them and know where that grip's going to be. Seeing, by the way, the battle here between the 7.9 Flash Axle car and the Alpine Esports, the 36, the new one for this round. Flash Axle with a new livery for this race between both of their cars, between the 21 and the 61, prototype car and the GTE. Looks fantastic, a nice little update to it. And this livery that we're on board with looks fantastic, and if you look at it from the side, you kind of think, that looks like it should have had a certain driver in, because it definitely looks like Fernando Alonso's helmet. It looks fantastic.
Now, Fernando's team principal of the Alpine Esports team, and I think they only have one car?
They've technically got 3. Because you've got this one here, the 36, but then there is the 2. Well, technically I've got 1 now. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So the 15
ripping into them there.
That's it.
The
15 is gone.
Is gone, and then so they've got the 14, and then technically the 36 as well. Or it's more the other way around. They've definitely got the 36, and then they've technically got the 14, which is a race clutch Alpine, but it is an Alpine car. Race clutch are the ones that are sort of jumping in from the simulator side to be like, which is very, very common through the series. By Colles Burst, for example, BMW Team Redline, another example, and all the Zancho teams with Rocket and Jota.
So is this similar to the BMW thing, whereby BMW have got different teams? Alpine have got race clutch in one, but they've got FARB running another one? Or
in a sense, yeah. I mean, far be it from me to speak to how things have been behind the scenes, as well. There we go, getting a little bit
confusing.
It's in sim racing. You think it's complicated in the real world, as me and you have found out. It is so complex in the sim world with who's in here. I mean, even with sponsors. We'll go back to Marla, shall we? With whether they're a BS competition team or whether they're a Williams. They're BS competition this time, so we're all right. It's so complex, and that's why we see drivers appearing in random teams.
What we should say, though, whilst we mentioned Marla, because I'm not sure we're going to see too much of them, they're quite far down the pecking order. Thank you. Great to have a brand. Marla is a brand.
Amazing, yeah.
Not really linked to the esports world. They don't make screens or sim equipment, but they have been such a great supporter over the last couple of years of sim racing, and it's really, really great that they get involved with different teams on different platforms. We really, really love it. So thank you so much to the big bosses at Marla for your continued support in sim racing in a way that, you know, it's not a direct thing. It's not we make screens and therefore we think that the gamers will buy my screen.
Exactly.
Like BenQ, for instance. Marla is a bit more, actually trying to remember what they do. They're manufacturing, but I can't remember exactly what part of manufacturing they are in.
It's the same thing with a lot of sponsors, though. You know, they may not have a direct link to sim racing, or maybe they're planning on having a direct link to sim racing a bit later on. There's one of a team, now this is where it sounds like a plug, so you know, we'll go with it, but Silverstone Composites, who sponsor Zancho Simsport, and then of course in turn the Rocket car. Is there much use for carbon fiber composites in sim racing? Not so much, but it's still the partnership. It's the knowledge that they're together, and
but it's the association.
It's worth, yeah, exactly. Actually. It's worth something potentially not just now, but in the long run as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, and that's why a lot of brands decide to get involved, because it's the association of you driving that car and loving that car, and then, oh, maybe you'll buy that car, because ultimately what most of these manufacturers want is for you to buy their brand of car eventually. So, you know, Porsche is not something that very many young people can buy straight off the bat, even let's say a BMW. But if you've been racing a BMW in the sim world for 10 years, you're more likely, when you have the ability to buy a BMW than you are to buy any other brand of car, because you have that love and association to it. So I completely get it, and it's something that you can't achieve in other forms of motorsport so much. You can be a fan of it, you can love the Corvette at Le Mans, you can't be a driver of a Corvette at Le Mans unless you are in sim racing, which I think is really cool.
I think, you know, like you say, I think the being a fan of whatever it is as a brand is critical to it. You know, you're absolutely right. Like, half these sim racers aren't just going to go out tomorrow and buy a Ferrari, but seeing one and being able to drive one and being able to be a part of one, it is incredible, and something that you can only really get
you know, from an approachable standpoint in the sim racing world. We're going to see this battle, by the way, between the 966 Luke Browning car. I did get a message from Gianmarco Fiducci from Team Fordzilla, who'll be jumping into the car a bit later on this evening alongside Alex Palou, who's doing the night stint more so for the team. Saying that about that spin, he wasn't sure if it was a big crash or anything like that, so they weren't 100% sure within the team as to what had happened. Catching it there on the replay seemed like a spin that isn't going to cause any damage, with the exception to creating some pretty nasty flat spots on the tyres. Race Clutch Alpine coming into the pit lane.
Yeah, so we also have in front of them Rebellion GPX Esports, and coming in just ahead of these guys is the GPX Rebellion Esports.
It's very confusing.
And the 22 car, lying in 5th right at the second, has a penalty, a drive-through penalty for contact earlier on. We didn't actually see it on the stream.
They might have already served it, considering that would have been sent out a little while ago. That one I would need confirmation from race control, but
it was given to them. Yeah, it was given to them half an hour ago.
So I'd assume they would have applied it.
That's quite impressive, therefore, that they were still in 5th position.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
It is also very confusing. Now, this is I'm sorry to throw you this one, but with the 22, you say that, you know, Williams, Rebellion Williams GPX, and the GPX Rebellion Williams having the background. Those two drivers, the sim drivers in the 22, aren't even anything to do with Williams. So you're kind of like, oh, well, hang on, where have they come from? They were originally from Varga, a sim racing team at the start of the year, and they've now recently signed with an R8G license to their name. So they've now jumped over to the R8G camp, but they're finishing off the season here. So they'll be off to Romain Grosjean's esports team, which is fantastic signing for them. And to be fair, looking at their results this season, looking at how much they've competed, they could have been coming into this round with an enormous championship lead had things not gone awry towards the end of the Sebring race. They have been fantastic throughout this season.
It does sometimes blow my mind. I know I have a weekly chat show and I'm very associated to sim racing, and it's still so hard to follow what goes on and who's associated to what.
Yeah, no, I get messages from people being like, oh, yeah, no, have you seen that? Did you not see that social post? And I'm like, no, I didn't, because things change in sim racing so fast, especially around the new year, where, you know, people are getting their contracts and stuff, are moving over, and the idea of contracts being a part of sim racing might be a bit alien to some people, but some drivers are under contract here.
We're watching Tommy Asgard here. This is second position Porsche Esports team, the number 92. Now, over the last hour or so, he has been consistently caught by the Team Redline BMW, Enzo Benito at the wheel of that car, and consistently taking chunks actually out of both Porsches at the head of the field. We're talking about the BMW doing an economy run, where it doesn't feel like Enzo's on an economy run at all. He really has dropped that gap down, and I don't know whether we're going to get to a pit stop before we get a chance to see the two together, but a really great stint from Benito, who is joined back with Team Redline. Originally was a Team Redline 5-6 years ago, then won competitions that took him away from Team Redline to McLaren, for instance, McLaren Shadow, and then got poached by Ferrari to be part of their F1 Esports lineup, and just didn't really gel, and actually was quite disillusioned when I spoke to him about his year in F1. It was so intense, it wasn't enjoyable, it just got so tiresome having to train the way that they trained, that he decided to split with Ferrari and rejoin Redline. And you get the feeling, even from Verstappen, that if you're part of Team Redline, you love your motorsports and you love your sim racing. And the community of drivers, whether it be Antonio Felix da Costa, who is obviously Formula E champion, not represented this weekend, I think probably focusing on going to Daytona. But there is Enzo with the floppy hair. Lots of flashy lights going on from his screen. I don't know exactly what's going on there, but
I think it's the shadows, because the sun's setting, so the shadows are coming in. So going down the Mulsanne, you're constantly, you know, you've had it like driving a car, and you've got like a hedge, and it's hard. So yeah, that'll be what that is.
Oh yeah, that does correspond, doesn't it?
There we go. We've figured that one out. We're all right.
And oh, that's nice. Thanks very much for putting that graphic in. I was not going to mention it, but he was the inaugural E-Rock champion as well.
Yes. like I say, a fantastic driver. Great to see him back in with Redline, and this season has put in some fantastic performances. This car, in the hands of Kevin Siggy, has started from pole position on 3 occasions throughout the season. Didn't have pole position, of course, for this round, but 3 out of 5 ain't bad. And it's won 2 of the races, is in the championship lead. And the 2 races they've won, it has come down to fuel economy. That's how they've got themselves into that position. So obviously they're going to try and apply that strategy today. But I was speaking to a couple of the other BMW teams, more towards the BS competition BMW team, and asking them, about what do you think of their strategy? And they were honestly sat there being like, we don't know how they do it. No idea. But how they are able to go that fast whilst also saving that much fuel is a mystery to some of them. But that's what they're good at, and clearly are showing it now. You're absolutely right, closing in on the 92 and the 91 as we ride on board with the AF Corsa Ferrari. You can see Jordi Zveers, who's presently driving that car, and not having a cap on as well. He was telling me yesterday that he only likes to drive with a cap on if he's having a headset, because it doesn't ruin your hair. So,
why does your hair matter when you're sim racing? He's got to look good. That's how he sees it anyway. That's not something that is figures when you're in the world of real motorsport with a helmet on. Here's
you don't have a choice
by the way, and they are one of our teams represented in the studio, although their rig is unoccupied right now, so this is one of the drivers that is not in the studio, but we do have part of that team represented, and it's fantastic to have 4 different teams represented, of which 3 drivers are in the rigs right now. None of them have retired, although many have had issues. And fantastic for Duquesne to be represented in this Le Mans Virtual.
Just getting some great chat, by the way, from one of the race engineers of one of the team. I was speaking of BS competition. Felix van Delft, one of the race engineers of that team, has just messaged me saying, we've given the advice to the driver, drive faster, and he's not doing it. So, sometimes strategy advice doesn't work. So I'm told, anyway. I don't think, to your point a little bit earlier, I don't think Enzo Benito is going to be quite able to catch Tommy Osgaard before the stints, because they should be in. Martin Kronke and Tommy Osgaard should be into the pit lane this time by.
But the BMWs have a couple of extra laps in hand now.
15 extra minutes.
Oh, already?
15 minutes
what,
extra.
Not per stint?
Well, at the moment, so what I mean by that is that they're going an extra 15 minutes from now. So we're going to see the Porsche Esports team come into the pit lane at the end of this lap, and then 15 minutes later, i.e. 4 or 5 laps.
We can do maths here.
No. Never trust a commentator's maths. I'm scared.
They've won themselves 15 minutes, and we've still got 18, nearly 18. So they've won 15 minutes in 6 hours.
Yep.
Right? So they will win themselves...
Minute and a half. No. Let's see how it goes. This is why I don't...
No, if you said 15 minutes.
15 minutes, 15 seconds.
Come on.
So there we go. I'm just trying to get him 15 minutes. That's way too much.
They'll win themselves a minute, which is a quarter of a lap.
Yeah, it's pretty much.
There you go. I was like, 15 minutes? Oh my God, that's amazing.
Sorry, this is why you don't trust a commentator's maths. We've been over this.
It wasn't maths. You gave me the facts.
Even
I did
then,
the maths.
Don't trust a commentator.
Jeez, I think we need a break. It's coming up to my bedtime, which means we can switch out from our action on track and our action in the commentary booth and learn a little bit more about Le Mans Virtual, and also learn about IMSA and the partnership between ASO and IMSA, because they are also big fans of sim racing. So I can see Haley is in charge with Gerard Nouveau on the pit.
That's correct. I'm connected live with John Doonan, president of IMSA. So just a little test. How are you doing? Is everything okay for you over there, John?
I'm here in the office today, preparing for the Rolex 24. And behind me is a beautiful sunny day. I hope the weather is this good here next weekend and the weekend after.
Yes, well, I mean, I was just going to mention that because we've kindly kicked off the season with a legendary 24-hour event, the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual. Then, of course, it's over to you guys in the USA for the 24 hours of Daytona. Just tell us about how preparations are going.
It's amazing. We're in store for a race that's going to be one for the ages. We announced this week a mega 61 car grid, 35 GT cars in our new GT3 platform with the GTD Pro and GTD class, and then 25 prototypes among LMP3, LMP2, and of course our DPI cars leading the way. So the place is going to be jam-packed across the street. Can't wait to make noise here in Daytona Beach.
And we're waiting, we can't wait to hear you roar. So you've got a jam-packed grid. There are even some of the drivers that are taking part in this 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual. Just tell us about, your thoughts on this event.
Well, it's incredible. My friend Gerard and the entire team at Motorsport Games has done an amazing job of building this out. We all found sim racing as part of our way to go racing during the pandemic. They've taken it to a new level with these broadcasts, a tremendous audience around the world. We're thrilled to be able to watch it here. I've been on for the last 4 hours, almost the whole race, here in the office, working for getting ready for the race. But being able to watch is amazing. The technology has come so far, and I know how many of our drivers, and we all know how many drivers globally use this as a tool to train. Engineers use it to set up the cars for real life, and so just amazing that we can do this.
Absolutely, and it's great that you're following. Now, you mentioned Gerard. Now, he's right next to me, in fact, and he'd like to... He is, yes, he is.
Just to tell you, very warm regards from all the team here. You know how much you appreciate you and all the team from IMSA. As we said before, internally here, you're a big part of the key actors for the sports car and the endurance. You share the same value than these people here and than the people in Le Mans. So it's important to have you with us. And thank you very much to take some time for us today. I know how much you're busy just before the Roar and the Daytona. Happy to see you in a few days there. And thanks very much to be here. Hope to have a chance one day to do something similar with your fantastic grid and team in America. Thanks very much.
I hope so too, Gerard. And look how far we've come with the convergence in the top category. The work that Pierre and Frederic and everybody at the ACO, the FIA, IMSA have done to bring us to what will be an incredibly historic time for our sport. You guys are making history with what you're doing here. And boy, 23 and beyond is just going to be amazing. So really grateful and can't wait to welcome everybody here in person. And if they can't watch, they could go to IMSA.com or Peacock and tune into the race next weekend.
We have a dream that we share with John.
Right.
One day to have the top sports car. We have many dreams, but one of this is to have all the top competitors in sports car racing for league with, let's say, Daytona, Sebring, Le Mans, for example. Maybe it will happen one day with virtual than in the real life. Let's go to do it now.
Yeah, I mean, you're key players, and you're really invested in and working on kind of, improving the future of endurance racing. It's right now, it's happening, this year and the next 5-10 years, and it's such exciting times for endurance racing. What are your thoughts on that, John?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's for the fans. They've been wanting this. They want to follow the best of the best drivers, teams, manufacturers, all over the world. They want to see, as Gerard pointed out, that battle on the same stage, whether it's Le Mans, whether it's Daytona, whether it's Sebring, the top events throughout history. So that's one. I think for the manufacturers, it's an opportunity for them to build one platform and be able to race it all over the world. And they make massive investments. But really, the fans are so incredibly important to what we do. They're so loyal. We're proud to be able to kick off the WeatherTech Championship here and also the Michelin Pilot Series next weekend and during the Rolex 24 weekend. But thrilled that we have this convergence going forward, and can't wait to see what the competition holds there.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to have you with us. All the best for Daytona 24. And just for you to know, in Le Mans Virtual today, we have a fantastic sunshine also. Like in Florida, my friend.
It may be January, but we have sun over here.
Well done. Great show. And
take care.
You all take care. Bye-bye now.
All the best.
Thank you very
take
much,
care.
John.
Cheers, bye.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Wonderful to hear from our friends over in America, and I know from personal experience that IMSA President, the IMSA President John absolutely loves his sim racing and is a real passionate about getting sim racing out to the wider audience as well. So shares the same passions as Gerard, and you can see from when Gerard interacts with John just how much there is passion still flowing between both the two men, and it's great when championships are guided by people like that, because sometimes championships fall into the hands of people who are guided by other things, and passion is what makes the world go round, in my opinion. I know that there are other people who think, no, passion is bad, but passion for me, I love.
No, you need passion, 100%. You need to be involved in the sport. You need to, if you're just running it and you go, no, I'll sit back and let it happen. You need to be hands-on. You need to see what the future holds and get on board with it and enjoy it and love it. And that is what we're seeing here. By the way, we're seeing one of the teams. This is one of the new teams. We've spoken about them a little bit. The Satellite Racing number 63. And I know Matt Strand, team manager, another one who loves his motorsport, loves his sim racing, runs a little bit in the real world, running in Formula 600s and things like that over in the US. And has transitioned a couple of their drivers from the sim into the real world. I know they assisted names like Sven de Vries and stuff just into a little bit of real world action. Big behind it, and big behind signing some young talents. A couple of new teams, drivers in that car they picked up from the Le Mans Virtual Cup. What happened in the background there?
Somebody was facing the wrong direction.
Might have been the 57, and either way, we've got the switch between the Duquesne and Panis cars.
The other switch that has happened, maybe we'll see this in a second, is we did have a change for third position. Baldwin back in the Veloce car has dropped off Drogovic in second spot, and Baldwin is now fighting with Wisniewski, but is ahead of Wisniewski. So and found himself in fourth position, had to pass Wisniewski in the #1 Rebellion GPX esports car, and is now setting his sights on Drogovic, but is 13 seconds back right now.
Well, we've got here the battle between Freddie Rasmussen, who's just going to be trying to hang on in the Red Bull Racing esports camp from the Alpha Industries by Coles cars, but David Marocek has absolutely no time for any of Freddie Rasmussen's nonsense and has decided that, nah, I'm just going to get past you. And to be fair, Freddie Rasmussen, rightfully so, he will have been taught, don't fight him. Why would you? Right now.
And I was just looking at thinking, how are these guys up in the top 6 now? And this is the battle for 6th position. That's because we have seen the 22 do its drive-through penalty, which we hadn't seen previously. So
it has finally served.
Yeah, so they've now got an extra pit stop over everybody else. They've dropped down to 10th position. And Flash Axel also with 10 pit stops. Not sure exactly why they have 10. Maybe they had a drive-through earlier on. Either way, they are both outside the top 10 positions now, and this is Miracek up into 6th, Rasmussen down to 7th.
Yeah, and these cars are approaching their pit stop window. Miracek, I think, might be in next lap, potentially. This one goes round for one more, so to begin his 10th lap of this stint, so we'll be in bang on the 35. Good job he didn't come in as well there, because I think that might have been one of the Porsche esports cars that was coming into the pit. It certainly was one of the GTEs. Actually would have been the absolute in-speed car, Jonathan Hoggard, behind the wheel.
But you are right that both the Porsche, our front two Porsches have made their pit stops before the BMWs, as we would expect. But Tommy
BMW's coming in 10 minutes. It is 10 minutes time. Yeah, no, see, this is things you got me all confused.
Oh my God!
It is so Enzo Benito is going to pit in about 2.5 laps time.
Okay, so over the course of the 24-hour period, if in 6 hours they've made up 15 minutes, they will make up an hour across.
By the end of the race.
Yeah, and that an hour is, well, it's not a pit stop, is it? But it's like 3/4.
This is the thing: is it would push them back and it would save them. I think that the general consensus, it would save them a pit stop. I think is the main thing from them, at least one. And you know, if they can save a few pit stops across the entirety of the race, that is a monster deal, and that is so Team Redline. It is unbelievable. And that's kind of the thing we need to track between us. And this is where it's one of those beautiful things. As we know from a sim perspective and from a real world perspective, this is on the sim side, Redline versus Coanda, the two biggest teams in sim racing. And from motorsport side, this is Porsche versus BMW, and they are officially backed cars from both camps. It is enthralling.
I hear me now. Huge.
I hear you.
Riding on board with the 92, hearing those throttle traces. Nowhere near as aggressive as what we saw, obviously, in qualifying, where Josh Rogers absolutely threw this 92 car about. And now we're a little bit more just chilled and just getting through the stints.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty impressive. Obviously, just jumping into the car. We'll just say that his teammate, Martin Kronka, did set the fastest second sector of the entire GTE field on the previous lap. So there's clearly plenty of pace within these cars right now. Obviously, fresh after a pit stop. But remember, yes, they're fresh after a pit stop, but they also have a heavy tank right now, and that makes things a little bit difficult.
Here is the Baikolles 444 machine. Miracek just getting himself up into 6th position. His teammate is Michi Hoyer, and he is with Martin Haven on the pit wall.
Ready to chat to Baikolles burst driver Michi Hoyer. Michi, you're out of the car now for about another 30 minutes. How is this year's Le Mans 24 virtual compared to the first time that the race ran? Does everybody now feel that they've got an idea of how this race is going to work?
Not at all. Actually, like a lot of things have changed in the background. Like the car is a bit different. There have been a few updates. The regulations are pretty much the same, but you know, you're in a different team, you're in a different environment. The preparation is a bit different, but something that is identical to last year's the vibes, you know, the feeling and the tension and all the suspense and the moments around such a great event.
Well, listen, let's talk a little bit from what the fans want to know. From my point of view, I'm not a sim racer. So where are you racing? Are you in an operation with a bunch of your teammates, or are you racing at home?
We're all racing at home. Like, we decided to stay there, to stay in our rigs, to have maximum performance. There was the idea to race from the Baikolles factory, but in the end, since Autosport was cancelled, we decided, since most of the people probably going to race at home and going to race from their own equipment where they are best, we rather try to do the same to be equal on performance and to have the best chances.
And of course, one of the things that is so important, like with any race driver in the real world, in the virtual world, that's exactly the same. It's the feel, it's how you are set up in your rig, your seat, your pedal position, your steering position, all the parameters that you have spent weeks and months getting exactly perfect. If you then have to share a rig, all of that goes and you're compromised immediately and maybe can't give your best performance.
Yeah, exactly. That is absolutely the reason. Like, here, I run my own brakes, I run my steering wheel that I always know, so does all of my teammates. Here I have my gadgets around that support me with useful information during the race. And technically, we just sorted out as good as any real-life team would be. So there's no disadvantage from running at home.
So we know what you do when you're in the rig and logged into the game and you're driving the car. So that is 7 of the 24 hours. What about when you finished your first stint? Did you go and make yourself something to eat? Did you just watch the race? Do you put a race engineer's hat on? Do you start to think, how can we make the car better? Do you start having conversations with your teammates about that? What are you doing?
In all fairness, I've done all the 3 things that you said. So from the beginning of the race, I'm sorting the strategy for the 444. We had Sergio that had to go again into the car like an hour ago, which wasn't planned. Now I have more restrictions to sort out with Sergio around the driving time and the general schedule, so that he gets enough sleep, everyone gets a nap of sleep, so they are at full powers when they are in the car. I already had my dinner roughly half an hour ago, and now I am keeping an eye on what David Mrozic is doing in the car before I jump back in roughly an hour and 45, and then we go from there and I have another stint afterwards, then after midnight, and then I'll take 4 or 5 hours of sleep.
All right, well, every 24-hour race, you've got to have some rest at least, but turning off isn't easy. Tell us a little bit about the strategy in LMP. Everybody's running the same Orica car. Everybody is running the same engine package. Everybody has the same choice of tyres. You don't always have to use the same tyre, but we're guessing everybody has gone with the medium. Is that the case with you guys as well?
Yeah, literally we saw everyone on the medium as far as we could see from the live stream, as we don't have live telemetry data from the server itself. But yeah, what we see is mediums getting used a lot, and the problem, unlike in the real world, is, as you've just mentioned, everyone got the same car. Like, literally everyone got the 100% identical resources to work with. So as much as it is a 24-hour endurance race, as much it is a 24-hour sprint where you need to get every single lap, every single bit of strategy just perfectly right. There's not like in the real world, when in the night the temps are cooler, you can do a more endurance run on softer tires and have to to look after so many variables given by Mother Nature. Here in the sim, it's pretty much a 24-hour sprint. And any split-second decision you do, like right now, could have still a big effect on the race 8, 9 a.m. in the morning.
Are you able to save any fuel? Is everybody going to be roughly on the same fuel window? Is there any strategic advantage that you think might come your way long-term to handle the pace of the front-running cars?
It's a bit difficult. Obviously, we decided to go a little bit off-sync just to do something different when starting from P11 to get ourselves into clean air, do something different, see what happens. One has to quite say, though, in the LMP class, with the tank size, with the fuel consumption the car runs, you most of the time are very limited to strategic options in terms of stint length. There could be a surprise here or there, but for the moment, everyone runs the same strategy, everyone runs the same rhythm as they have just started the race.
Okay, so for you guys, keep the car in one piece, make sure you don't hit anything, stay out of the pit lane until you absolutely need to come back in. It's the same as with every Le Mans from the very first one. The more time you spend on the track, the further up you'll be as we get into the final hour and decide who's going to win this thing.
Absolutely. Like, obviously, you want to spend the least time on pit road for service and tires. You don't want to spend any second for repairs. And I mean, it's a phrase that has literally been said every time in every endurance race or in every 24-hour race. You gotta have to survive the night, and when it's 3 to 4 hours to go, you see where you are, and then it's maximum push to the end.
Yeah, Daytona 500, 400 miles of survival, 100 miles to win it. This is the same deal, 23 hours to survive, one hour, maybe even one final lap to win it. Listen, we wish you guys the best of luck in your recovery drive. Have a great night. Hopefully we'll get a chat to talk to you and watch you guys all the way through to the checkered flag.
Sure, we'll work in on it. Thank you so much, Martin, for having us.
Mishy, always fantastic speaker when it comes to sim racing, a real advocate and a really great person to get into the nitty-gritty of exactly how things work. Also, very fast peddler as well, although, as you said, it's some work to do for him to get a half-decent result. Looking at the race clutch, Alpine, the number 14 machine, who are up in 9th position now, although we still have some pit stops to sort out. But a little bit of animation in the studio just a few moments ago.
Oh no, RHG on RHG.
Ooh, teammates.
Oh, and that is a big crash for the 888. So that's the Tesla RHG BMW, that is.
This is Arthur Rouget trying to go round the outside, no space, got squeezed. The BMW, I don't know how you call that. I need to look at Alex Brundle to give me a bit of tips on that one, because ultimately the space was there. There is a slightly calmer Arthur Rouget now, but the space was there but closing. And why is the BMW going so far left when it needs to cut right? Ideally for Arthur, he thinks there's going to be space because the track's going left, but
you as a prototype, you just can't assume that. You've always got to go into it and of course, you know, you're racing through them at high speed. You're trying to predict everything, but you've got to accept that you don't know roughly where the tyres are. And watch the prototypes coming through. I know it's the same, similar in the GTEs. When they go through the Porsche curves, they arc out quite wide through that because, you know, they're taking so much speed in, and they've worked out that's the faster liners going through the left-hander. You're already starting to scrub off a little bit more speed, bring it out to the wall, and then back in. It's one of those things that's a little bit, you know, tricky to work out. But I can tell you, Race Control will have a a long look at it. Now, this is one of the things with Eduardo Freitas. He can take a very, very good look at it from almost any angle he wants. Doesn't have to limit himself to just the TV cams, and he'll get assistance from Jimmy Allison as well, from the entire crew backstage with Fede and Sophie, and they will all look over this in fine detail. They can see the input telemetry, they can see what has created this incident and adjudicate blame. And
That's tough.
It is a tough one, and I'd almost lean it to being the prototype being very aggressive in traffic. The GTE had already committed to his line, had already committed to I'm going here. It hadn't, as if it wasn't as if he changed line midway through the corner.
No, but
that's the thing.
But for me, I mean, it's Elliot Veron aboard the 888 car, so
it's not easy.
He's a guy that knows what he's doing. For me, I just thought, if I was in the LMP, I would expect there to be more space on that left-hand side where Rouget put the car.
It's so tricky, though.
Worst thing is, it is teammate versus teammate.
Exactly that. And also for the 888 is that was an enormous hit into the wall, losing the rear wing and such. I think they might still be okay within this race. They are still going, meaning they'd have to bring it back to pit lane and do a damage repair. Now, normally in real life, that's the car done. The way the damage is in this and the way it is repairable, they are mostly okay to repair it and then carry on with a fairly new car after not too long in the pit lane.
We were looking at these pedals earlier on, and they are an official FIA licensed pedal set, interestingly. And Arthur Rouget wearing his race boots. Now, a lot of sim racers like to race in socks, especially those that don't have really strong pedal cells. But Arthur Rouget in his race boots, and that's because, like we were talking earlier with Alex about the braking pressure, he's got a lot of braking pressure need in that load cell. And so if he was not using boots, then he would end up getting blisters. So that is why he's got his race boots on. But really, I was fascinated just to watch the work that goes on with those pedals, because he is able to slightly modulate what he's doing as well, and it very much differs to the way that we will see other drivers in the studio drive because of the setups that they've got. The R8G guys bringing their setup, Bruce Joanny bringing his setup, and then Juan Pablo Montoya being supplied a setup because, of course, they couldn't ship it all the way across the world.
It's very interesting because, without going into too much detail, because I don't want to scare away too many of the viewers, but you've got different styles of pedals that you can go into, load cells or potentiometers in that kind of vein. This is a
hydraulic.
Yeah, exactly. Load cell pedals. The reason why you'd want to go for that rather than a potentiometer is about basically where the pedal is on the arc, and that means how much it moves over a certain distance. Whereas a load cell is basically about how much force is being put into it. Now, us as humans, when you try and think of, oh yeah, but my foot's exactly here, you can't really think of it, but you can really tell by feel how much force you're putting into something, and that is why a load cell is much more consistent once you've got used to it, if exhausting.
Yeah, and the strength you need to push that pedal.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got all the different examples here because we do have a hydraulic set that is literally being pulled out of a touring car and adapted for the sim.
Yeah.
And that is what Bruce Joanny is using in his particular Pescarolo rig. And that should feel exactly like a real pedal, because it is a real pedal. Whereas LM Cup champion with Juan Pablo Montoya aboard, we're about to see what his setup is like, supplied by Thrustmaster and Playseat. And you will see this is much more the kind of thing that you can buy from at home very, very simply. You can still see how he modulates the brake. But I think he might have a hole in his sock.
Oh, we don't want to look at that.
You got a hole in his sock? That's a hole, right?
It does look like a hole. Also, potentially even odd socks, but...
Okay, so watch how he brakes now. Very, very careful on the brake. He's not stamping on it because that pedal set doesn't require him to do that.
And if you do, you lock up.
And he's having to be super soft. And this will be one of the things that he was talking about earlier on, feeling alien to him. The rig he has at home will be in the $30,000-$40,000 mark. This is a much more accessible rig that you at home could buy, and therefore it has to be driven in a very different way.
Now the thing is this is approachable for the everyday driver. Now you might think, oh yeah, but I can't really get the most out of it because I've not spent best part of $100 grand on getting this sim rig.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Honestly, getting out there and into the race. In my entire sim racing career, genuinely, I've spent £300 on equipment. Excluding the computer, we can go into that another time.
Because you get freebies, right?
No, no. On the wheel side of things, it is only because I don't race that much. But when I do race, I want to race, I want to enjoy it. So, I've got myself a Thrustmaster T300 that's just exciting. It's enough to do the racing. That's all it needs to be.
And I love how even the pressure is instant straight away. Even though it doesn't need a lot of pressure, it's instant, and then he fades off it to allow and help the car to rotate. Even when he's not sitting in a real race car, he's not sitting in the rig that he would have from home, the discipline is still very much the same.
And it's hard to do that. So it's like you say, it's hard to have your self-control.
A man that's done a huge amount of sim driving for Formula One teams across his career, and I know still loves his sim racing. I'm actually on a WhatsApp group with him when they infuse. Not as Alex Brundle, no, but it's the man he's about to talk to. Anthony Davidson joins us here in the studio, and it'd be interesting to hear his thoughts. Why is he not racing for us?
Well, one of the good guys of the World Endurance Championship paddock, 2014 champion, Anthony Davidson. Anthony, you've stopped racing. You stopped racing altogether. I was there for your absolute final race. Man, we miss you. Give us a feel for why you've left us. Why have you stopped pounding around in LMP2 cars?
Oh, well, I'm not like you, your young self there, Alex. I had great fun racing against you, but I see you young guys coming up, and I was having to work harder and harder, honestly, to keep you guys at bay. So that was on a good day. And I just felt at the age of 42, I'll be 43 in a few months' time. It was the right time. I'd kind of been there, done it all, had a great career. And I just felt in myself it was time to walk away. But we'll never, ever lose the love for racing, that's for sure.
So what are you doing with yourself these days? Netflix, bot sets? How far through Squid Game are you at the moment? Or you got other plans going on?
Well, you were the one that suggested Clarkson's Farm, so I've actually watched that, and you were right. Once again, you were right, mate. You're right.
But you've got options. I mean, Mercedes simulator driver and considerable experience in simulators over the years. Why is there not a virtual car with Anthony Davidson plastered all over the side of it in this race, mate?
Well, never say never, mate. Never say never. There's always time. And look, lots of things going on, lots of exciting things in the pipeline, which I can't reveal yet. But some of my more familiar jobs continue. The role at Sky Sports F1, be doing that again this year. I really enjoy that job, bringing F1 to the fans. As you well know, Alex, it's something I've always enjoyed. And working with Mercedes in their simulator role is a fantastic job. It's great to be still part of Formula One and watch that development and be at the forefront sometimes of the early developments that don't even make it onto the real car, but you get a chance to feel them sometimes before they do, at least, and help the team along on its way throughout the weekends. When they're at a Grand Prix, I'm back at base in Brackley working on the simulator too, to try and find extra speed in their car when I'm not at the circuit with Sky Sports. So those two jobs alone are pretty intensive and takes up a lot of my time. But there's more to come, I think, and more avenues that you can get into once you've stopped racing. But it is a shame. I would be honest. I've got to be honest and say, it has mulled over in my mind a long time, thinking, have I done the right thing? Haven't I? But when it got to kind of just after Christmas, I realised it's actually a nice thing just to feel more relaxed. You don't have that buzz in your stomach, that kind of tense, nervous feeling of, oh, am I going to be all right this year? Can I carry on fighting? It does feel like it's the right time. So I'm sorry for the fans that enjoyed me watch me race, but it's selfishly it felt like it was the right thing to do and focus on now the other jobs.
Are we getting you a little bit by throwing up a load of virtual Le Mans cars and forcing you? I don't know how much you've been keeping in contact with the race here, but forcing you to watch us have fun here on the simulators. If there's something you miss about this great endurance race, and I was going to draw it out of you, what do you miss? What do you miss the most about being behind the wheel?
Honestly, I think what I'll miss most about being behind the wheel is not just standing up on the top step of the podium, and that's the reason that everyone does it, but it's the weird thought is that to never be able to put a racing car right on its limit again, you know, that balance that you feel, only that a driver like yourself will know what I'm talking about. When you put that car on the limit, it's a feeling that you don't necessarily get even in the virtual world. You get a snippet, but you're missing an awful lot of cues that you get from the real thing. And the thought of never being able to do that again is quite strange. I mean, yes, you can go and do karting and things like that, but to put a racing car, especially a racing car with a lot of downforce, right on the limit and teeter on that edge of balance, just to feel the way that the tyres work and everything, and just really wring the thing's neck to get that lap time. It's an odd thought to think that I'll never do that again.
Oh, I don't have to sell it to you, mate. You're selling it to yourself. I see a return in the very, very near future. But this virtual stuff, how far do you think it can go? Is there a ceiling on this? Or is this as far as it goes? Or where do you see this all travelling in the future from your perspective of ex-F1, ex-World Endurance Championship, and of course, your broadcasting background as well?
That's a very good question. I mean, look, today's world is all about simulation. The fact they can put, say, a Mars rover on Mars exactly where they wanted to pinpoint it with that kind of accuracy, it couldn't be possible without simulation. So we live in a world of simulation. It's only getting stronger and stronger. And it's great now that we're seeing like the race going on today, that the pros and the esports pros and professional racing drivers in real life behind the wheel coming together, racing together. You know what? It's more than sky's the limit. This isn't going away. It's not just a one-off. It's not just because of COVID. This is going to grow, and graphics will get better and better. Simulations will get better and better, possibly to the point where in the future there's a blurred line between reality and virtual reality. Who knows? But it's definitely not going away. And I am a sim driver myself. I've got a sim at home, and I race a lot on that, and it's fantastic. It really gives that kind of experience already. In these early days, we're only teetering on the edge, I think, in these early days of computer games and simulators. I mean, where can it go in the next 100, 200, 500 years, say? Well, what's it going to become? It's really exciting. It honestly is.
Yeah, absolutely. You could really be there, couldn't you? All you need is somebody to cook a barbecue and waft some sausage smell at you as you head down towards Mulsanne Corner, and you'd be absolutely as though you were bombing down there at over 200 miles an hour. And best of luck. I know you can't reveal what's coming up next for you, but we're all really excited for us. Thanks so much for joining us and giving your insight. Catch up really, really soon, I'm sure.
Thank you, yeah, and enjoy the rest of the race. It was a good one.
World Endurance Champion, Le Mans ace, and all-round nice guy, Anthony Davidson, with Alex Brundle, another all-round nice guy. Hello, everybody. Martin Haven back with Lewis McGlade as we continue our race. Another stint is complete for Ben Constantiouris. He goes off to get a little bit of dinner and a bit of respite, and he will be back with you at midnight CET, when we will still have, oh God, loads of hours left. Lewis, the race seems like it's been going on for a long while. We have only just cracked 18 hours still to go, so we're a quarter distance in. What are the takeaways so far as the 1-2-3 Team Redline continues to lead the race?
Yeah, I mean, in the prototype category, it is all about this 1-2-3 car leading at the moment. Atsay Kirchhoff behind the wheel. Had the switch in the driver from Mike Epps back to James Baldwin in the Veloce Esports car that's running in second. But the thing is that gap's been growing and growing. They are running on slightly differing strategies when it comes to the tyres. So basically, on one stint, the 1-2-3 is changing tyres, and on the next stint, the 70 is changing, or the 28 is changing tyres, and they're basically just doing them on each other's stints, and that's just how it works. They're double stinting. That's how it's going for them at the moment. In GTE, though, that's where things are becoming, for me at least, a bit more interesting. The two Porsche esports team cars that are running 1 and 2 at the moment, they are going a lap less. They're doing the 14 laps per stint every single stint at the moment. Now, what that's doing is that is dragging the BMW Team Redline back into the fold, back into the action. And this is something which, if they don't sort of nip in the bud, if they don't get ahead of, if they don't either find time or find fuel, they are going to be asking some very serious questions, because it's one of those things that looks like it's getting quite close, quite close, and then suddenly you're like, oh, I'm a stint behind. How? Where did that come from? It just clicks.
Well, we've seen it already in this Le Mans Series virtual season, where BMW have finished a race of this length or less by doing one stint less than the Porsches.
Yeah.
And so they've done it in 6-hour races, so, or 8-hour races. So over the course of 24, you're absolutely right. If you can find an extra lap, even in every 4 stints or 5 stints, then somewhere it's going to pay you back. And so far the race has gone green. We're a quarter distance, it's gone green all the way. You can't always rely on that in a race of this length, particularly once we get into nighttime and the visibility levels go down. So if you are giving away a fuel advantage, and BMW definitely are taking that fuel advantage, if you're Porsche, it's a little bit like everybody trying to battle the Team Redline 1, 2, 3 car in LMP. You've got to try and figure a way of combating their outright speed. And if you can't do it in outright speed, you've got to do it some other way. Porsche have the other battle. They've got to try and somehow combat the fuel economy matched with pace of the BMWs. And so they can't do it on economy. So they then somehow have to do it on speed. Well, time to catch up with another of our Bike-Olis Burst team, for Bike-Olis car number 4. Let's hear from Jesper Petersen with Alex.
Jasper Pedersen is driving, not at the moment, but he's waiting to drive, the number 4 car, sitting at the moment in 7th position in the race. Jasper, thanks so much for joining us. Take us through how the early phase of the race has gone for you, and then how the plan is changing as you try to take the maximum out of the middle portion of the race.
Hello, and thanks for having me. Yeah, it's been a tough race for us so far. We went into the race as championship leaders, so it's a bit frustrating right now sitting in P7. But we made a lot of progress. In lap 1, we sadly had a car slide across some grass, hit us really hard on the side, so we had a big repair and fell all the way down to P28 in the race. And then we slowly made progress throughout the race. We are a little bit out of sync, so we can hopefully get some clean laps in and make some progress. So for now, it's going better now than previously, and we are making the progress. We are up to P8, P7, depending on its strategy. But yeah, really happy with the progress so far. So that's at least great.
So what's the plan for you now? You have a little bit of time until you're back in the car. When are you going to be back out there doing the job for the team?
I'm not 100% sure when I will be back yet. It depends. We might have a pro in next, or then me, or the opposite. It depends on, because right now we're not following our strategy 100%, because because of the damage early on, so we are still finding out which strategy is the best to use. So I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think it will be too long before seeing it.
That's great stuff. And how's it going, gelling with the pros in the team? Have you been able to pass the information over that you need to pass over? Have they been able to absorb that information from you guys and deliver in the car? Or is it a bit more of a tough process?
For us, we've been really fortunate to have Bent Veskal and Tom Dillman in the car. They take it really, really serious, and they really put in the hours. And the other good thing is Tom, he did the race with us last year where we finished P2, so he has the experience already, and he's done a lot of sim work early on for pro teams. So he's really fast, and he's just as fast as the sim drivers, and the same goes for Bent. So we are really fortunate and in good position, so we can actually put them in the car and know they will deliver on a high level. So we are really good on the pro side of our line.
Jasper, thanks so much for joining us. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Hope the recovery drive goes well.
Thank you.
Number 4, Floyd Bycolle's Burst Machine, just behind the Alpha Industries sister car, 444. They're running 6th and 7th. They're just about 4 or 5 seconds apart on the track, so very close gap. 444, you can see there on the timing pylon, 7.9 seconds now is the gap. So those cars both with a little bit of work to do from recovery. Yes, we'll take over from Jenny Simoncic. I beg your pardon. Yes, you will, from Jenny Simoncic. David Mrocek in the car for roughly another 45 minutes or 40 minutes or so. So one more stint, I think, for David Mrocek before Michi Hoyer gets into the 444 car. Both hovering around in the top 10. But again, the problem is dealing with the speed of Team Redline 1, 2, 3. And Veloce seem to be the only car that have sort of got a handle on that at the moment, Lewis. It's obviously Lady Luck has to smile on you. You know, it almost goes without saying from anybody who's watched any Le Mans racing in the real world over the last few years that even the last lap is no guarantee. Halfway around the last lap, coming towards the forward chicane for the final time on the last lap, that's when teams start to think that it's actually going to happen. But between now and then, we've still got very nearly 18 hours of racing.
Yeah, it's way too early to start letting the mind wander, but the mind does wander. Realistically, in this prototype category, the focus for, like, obviously the 1, 2, 3, who can catch it? I wouldn't be back in the 28 to be the one that catches it. That Veloce car that's running in second at the moment is the one we're focused on at the moment, which is Felipe Drugovich, who's just behind the wheel of the real team hydrogen Redline car. That's the one that had issues a bit earlier on. Felipe Drugovich had issues on his side, on his sim side. Has clearly rectified those issues and is now charging them down. But I will remind you back to something from 18 months ago when we were going through all the teams and stuff to focus on, to highlight in this race. There was one car that stood out to most of us, which was one of the Team Redline cars. It was the number 20, and that was the one that had Max Verstappen, Lando Norris, Atsej Kirchhoff, Gregor Hutu. So fantastic drivers in the real world and in the sim, in the form of Max Verstappen and Lando Norris, and then well-experienced sim drivers, including one of the greatest sim drivers of all time in Gregor Hutu. And that was the car that we were all highlighting, being like, that's the car that's going to win, that's the car that's going to win, you've got to focus on this one, and it finished 25th. So things don't always go to plan, and it was because of issues.
Yeah, and you know, Lady Luck, and that's the deal. You know, you can do everything right, you can bring everything right, you can be right there, you can have a lap lead, you can have an hour's lead, and if Lady Luck is not smiling on you, if it is not your turn to win Le Mans, you will not win Le Mans. What I enjoy so much about the virtual Le Mans 2 years ago, 18 months ago, what I've enjoyed so much about the Le Mans Series races this year, and so much already here in this year's 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual, is watching the drivers on their rigs, watching their expressions, their body language. You get so little chance to do that. Of course, in the real race, when we do have onboards, we do look back at the driver, we look into the driver's cockpit, but they are nailed to the seat. The seat belts are so tight, you cannot breathe in a full breath. They have to be that tight because otherwise the driver would be literally broken by the car. Yeah. When you're driving the sim without that physical violence, and there's no point talking about forces, the drivers will say, oh, you know, it's whatever. It's not. It is utterly, utterly brutalizing the physicality of a real race car like this, and I've never been in a prototype like this even with that level of downforce, but any GT car for an average road driver of anything, no matter how fast, you know, your road car is, it's the brutality of it over, you know, just a handful of laps that just leaves you absolutely breathless. But here, our sim drivers don't have that, and so you can see them, you know, leaning forward like we all do when you're chasing, and just kind of sitting back and relaxing when you've got a little bit of clear road in front of you, and they're all the same. Juan Pablo Montoya in our studio, his son Sebastian, you know, when they're in traffic, they're like really up by the screen or up by the wheel, and then when the track's clear in front of them, they're just much more relaxed. I just love watching that involvement because that's the relatability of this. Yes, it's Le Mans. Yes, you're racing the Formula One World Champion. Yes, you're racing Indy 500 winners, IndyCar champions. Yes, you're racing some of the greatest sim racers currently practicing and some of the greatest professional racing drivers currently practicing, but they're all the same. Everybody does it the same way, whether they're in their bedroom, whether they're in a specially built, rig in a specially built house or wherever it is. They all have that relatability to the fans. And, Jimmy Broadbent is no different from anybody else. He's as much in awe of the guys he's racing against as the millions of people who are watching it online.
Yeah, I mean, the way you're saying about like pulling yourself forward, it's such a relatable thing to most people in sim racing.
Everybody does it.
If you look, there's one driver on the grid, not on the track at the moment, Yuri Toman though, and he sits closer to his wheel than anyone that I've ever seen. And I don't necessarily know the logistics of his room, by the way, as we'll see if Drugovich is able to get through on Baldwin. At the moment, that is not looking like it's an option. Potentially down into Indianapolis, though. We'll keep our eye on it as they get blinded by the sun, which is just starting to dip below the horizon. Shadows are getting longer. The night is on its way here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. But you do pull yourself forward because you're almost trying to get closer to it. It's instinct. And you're not held back by these enormous belts.
It's such a human thing, isn't it? And now, we're on board with Drugovich. Is the traffic going to play a part? Oh, he's being brave down into Indianapolis, and he holds onto it as well.
Smart from Baldwin, did not fight it.
Well, he could have, but then they could both have had a big crash, and if you concede the corner and allow him to go through, he went in late, he went in deep, and he's going to be compromised into Arnage. You're immediately thinking, right, I'll get Arnage right, I'm back at him, and then I pick up the toe. But Drugovich has made the pass for now. Question is whether well, there you go. Now, look at him, though. In the lower seat, he's just, okay, now he's sitting back. Now he is concentrating on the traffic in front of that red and blue Real Team car. And that's one of the cars that's here in the studio. That's the Duquesne car.
Yes.
So, that is one of, again, one of our Le Mans only entries, but it doesn't mean it's any less well crewed. Think of the teams that we've got joining in. It's not like they're guys that didn't make it for some reason. These are guys who could easily have been championship runners if they had entered the entire series. So he gets through the traffic, job done there. He now gets onto the start-finish straight, and there's another car for the man behind him to deal with. And so it's that extra little bit of breathing space. And every time you make a move like that, great, you've got a little blocker, fantastic. You think of American football, the guy running the blocks is almost as important as the wide receiver because it creates the space. And so that traffic, well handled there, just gives him another little breathing space. So Drugovich just a fraction further ahead of Baldwin. But again, now more traffic, and this will be every corner, every lap until he gets out of the car.
Yeah, now you speaking American football to me, it could have been French for all I know. It's
the
so
French don't play football.
It's so far beyond me. No, the thing is obviously, again, remember that these cars, they're on different parts of their stints, fairly similar in length of stint, but they're on a different tyre lengths. That's the thing, is that the 70s got fresher tyres. Now moving back down the field, this is on the fight just a little bit further down between the Panis car, not the Panis car, the Alpine car, wrong end. Just trying to hang on at the moment. This is 11th spot, 36 defending from the 21. Now, every time I see the new Sem 9 flash axle cars, I'm always like, wait, what is that?
Yeah.
And it's because they have a different livery for this round. And I've got to say, I quite like it.
No, I absolutely. Nothing wrong with that. It's very different from any of the others, and that's what you want most in a livery. You want one that stands out. I mean, look at the Redline BMW. You don't mistake that for anything else. Team GB's BMW, don't mistake that for anybody else. It's just that we haven't seen it all season long, so we're going to, okay. By tomorrow lunchtime, we'll be all over it like a rash, and we'll remember what it is.
We'll see about that.
Yeah, just before the end of the race, we'll have it all completely down pat. But again, look at the battle here. Look, 45 thousandths of a second, I beg your pardon, is the incremental gain on a lap. 13 kilometers. We talked about that qualifying lap. 2 thousandths of a second, Max Verstappen was off pole. 39 thousandths the car in third place, and that is the length of the car from the front of the splitter to the back of the front tyre. That's the distance that covered 3 cars on 3 different 13.5 kilometre. It's utterly astonishing that they can be that close. And actually what beggars believe here in the real world and in the virtual is that they can do it lap after lap after lap after lap and be within tenths over that distance.
It's beyond. It's why I don't sim race anymore.
Yeah.
You know, I've tried that, but yeah, no, it's not for me. The ability to just switch it on like that is just honestly incredible. And that's why we have the very, very best on the track. Just going to update us a little bit, by the way, from race control. Remember how we saw the incident just before you came online? On air. See, I'm getting too much into the virtual.
on RHG.
The RHG on RHG. Penalty to the car 18, the prototype coming through, which was in our little chat, was exactly what Alex Brundle said.
Yeah.
The 18 was just too aggressive at that point, was going for a gap that just wasn't there.
Had the speed and wanted to carry it, and the GT car was always going to have to go for the apex or have an accident on its own, and there's not many drivers that will opt to have an accident on their own rather than actually try and remain on the racing line and hope that the guy behind realizes that that's where you're going to go. And you know, this dates back to time immemorial. The driver of the faster car, it's his duty to get by safely. And that's all there is to it. And again, you know, I've said this for many years, and I think Eduardo Freitas and our race direction here are very much the same opinion. You know, if you ruin somebody else's race, then whether it is by accident or design, it is really the duty of the stewards to ruin yours at least to an equal extent. Now, you know, nobody's setting out to ruin anybody's race, but if you make an error like that that causes somebody damage or a delay, then there is a penalty to be served, and that's not a surprise.
Yeah, the critical thing you're saying there, it's the responsibility of the faster car lapping to get by safely, and that means that GTEs are frequently told, they're even told this by most of the prototype drivers, it's do what you're doing.
Yep.
Until I'm there, and then you actually do have to give me a little bit of room, until I am actually there, do what you're doing, because it's the only way you can actually be predictable.
We talked a little bit earlier on with Alan McNish about potentially the new unified era of prototype regulations under the FIA's hypercar banner, with Le Mans hypercar, with LMDH coming together. That ushering in a new golden age of sports car racing, and I don't doubt that that's what we're going to have. The variety of manufacturers, of car types, of car shapes, of formats, of designs of car, it just augurs enormously well. And it was a little back reference to when Alan started, really, in the after the Group C era, you know, through the GT1 era. I remember early in Group C, Jochen Mass having the mother and father of all accidents at Brands Hatch in Clearways, trying to go around a back marker, who then moved out of the way to the outside when Mass was already committed to going around the outside because the back marker was on the racing line, and it was a plane crash.
Yeah.
And about half an hour later, somebody was in the pit lane, and Jochen said, look, I'm fine, car's out, okay, but please, I just want to say to every driver that's out there who's not in a front-running car, please stay on the racing line. Whatever else you do, stay on the racing line. Then we can predict where you're going to go. Once you're off the racing line, we have no clue what you're thinking and where you're going next. And that, whether you are playing GTA or whether you are, you know, right at the top of the sim racing game, that remains as valid in sim racing as it does in the real world. If you're on the racing line, they know where physics is going to take you. Apex, out to the exit of the corner. If you're off the racing line, all bets are off, and they are expecting there's going to be a crash and you're going to be the cause of it. So whether you're in a P car or a GT car or anything else that you're racing online, stay on the racing line.
Yeah.
They'll work out a way to get by. And if they can't, they're not in the quicker car.
That's their fault. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm surprised. Yeah, more gaming talk from you. We're over from Call of Duty now back to GTA, so that's fine.
No. Well, that's my, well, actually, I've never played Call of Duty. That's my son's here. I started in GT Academy, and that's where it ended.
Gotcha. I will say with like race control, and it will be in the rulebook as well, is that blue flags, as we'll see once again in the Sem 9 flash axle trying to look past the Alpine, but no way as of yet to create this pass. Maybe down into Mulsanne corner. We'll just see if the eyes are open and wide enough to dive. I don't think it's quite there, but it'll be in the rulebook that blue flags are an advisory. They're not forced except in class, where, you know, if you're a GTE catching a GTE that's a lap down, then it's like, get out of the way.
It ain't F1, and actually Juan Pablo Montoya, again, in one of the drivers' briefings, in World Endurance Championship, in the end of season film, there's a little bit of him saying, look, you know, he raced in LMP2 in last year's FIA World Endurance Championship. He said, look, this isn't Formula One. The blue flags are not to tell us to get out of the way.
They're to tell
us that you're behind.
Yeah.
I know you're behind, and if I don't know, the blue flags will tell me, but they're not to tell me to get out of the way.
100%.
If your car is faster, you can drive round me.
100%.
You know, so, and it's not F1. It's not move over in 3 corners or you're black flagged out of the race.
Yeah.
It's a warning, the same way that a yellow flag is a warning that there is potential danger ahead. A blue flag is a warning there's potential danger behind, in the form of a nut loose behind the wheel of a quicker car.
Yeah.
So it's just to alert the driver, and particularly in the night time, you know, if it's white lights behind you and you're a GT car, you know it's going to be a P car coming, so you know he's going to be quicker. You just don't know how far away he is. The blue flags will alert you to that.
And that there, Mr. Haven, is why I only race in the top category. It's nothing to do with being good enough to race in the top category. It's because I am terrified of being in my own little race, doing my own little thing, and then having someone blast down the inside with absolutely no care of my race. It is honestly terrifying. You have to give a lot of respect to the GTE drivers on this grid, because it is terrifying. Because I can't explain it. It must be so bizarre in real life as well, because, to be honest, 10 times more so. When you're in the sim and you're in a GTE and you're on what you believe is the absolute limit of that car, and then suddenly someone goes around the outside of you 4 times quicker than the speed of light, and you think, wait, hang on, what just happened?
Well,
Bizarre.
and actually the real danger is not them going round the outside of you at the speed of light. It's then they stop dead like a brick wall, just as you're picking up the brakes at maximum retardation into a chicane.
Yeah.
They stop dead in your braking zone. And that is the biggest cause of accidents at Le Mans, real and virtual, is a faster car either not judging the distance as a slower car comes up to the apex of a corner, or much more likely leaping in front and stamping on the anchors and literally stopping dead compared to the distance that the GTE car needs still to get stopped before it's going to turn into the corner. And it's much less often a prototype running into the back of a GT car, and much, much more often a slow car hitting a fast car which has stopped in front of it. And because that's what braking and downforce does. You know, you saw the view of Juan Pablo's pedal box, maximum retardation immediately, 100%. Why? Because you've got the downforce to grind the tyres into the road, and as the downforce bleeds off with the speed, you bleed off the brake as well. It's the exact opposite of what most people do in a road car, which is bring in the brakes gradually, but then you bring them off. Well, you see the cars that rock to a stop at the traffic lights, they're the ones that don't feather off the brakes when they come to a halt. Red line back out of the pit lane. So that is another driver change, and oh boy, this is where the YouTube followers start going mad. For the last 4 hours, they've been asking, where is Max? Well, the answer is, Max is now back at the wheel.
Now, I did say this to Ben. Now, when it comes to his maximum driver time, once again, to bring out the number, it's 7 hours is a maximum driver time. He has done 2 hours and 51 minutes behind the wheel at the moment. So still has a good hour and 10 minutes to meet the minimum driver time. But I wonder if he will do, once again, as he did at the start of the race, if he will be in the car for 2 hours and 50 minutes. And you were telling me earlier that Michi Hoyer was saying about he couldn't believe the speed of Max Verstappen in this race.
Yeah, well, yeah, when Michi was in his previous stint, he was the second fastest LMP car on track, and he was still 0.4 per lap on average over the double stint, slower than the number 1, 2, 3 Team Redline car. And it wasn't Max at the wheel there either. So, I mean, it's not just that they've got Max, they've got a great driver roster. You know, Max Benecki, who was driving when Michi was in the car, was still 0.4 per lap quicker than one of the top cars in the field. So it is trying to combat that. Obviously, the Max factor is enormous as well. You know, he started the race and ran away at the front. A lot of people online saying, I don't understand why everybody just lets him go past them, you know, just because he's Max Verstappen. Well, first of all, most of the people in the early stints were in GT cars and weren't as quick. And secondly, even the prototypes, they want to survive to tomorrow. They don't want to have a crash now.
I'm joined here by Olivier Panis, team principal of Panis Racing. Firstly, Olivier, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. I'm looking the race, to be honest, and we're not quite good, but the race is still long.
Now, I just heard that Max Verstappen's just jumped in the car from one F1 driver, you used to be a former F1 driver yourself, to another. I mean, what is it that attracts such high-level drivers to the 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's very difficult. To be honest, I tried last year. I trained for 2 months with the sim racer to explain me how to drive, but it was so difficult to have the pace. But, well, I have a big respect of them, of the e-racer, because he's pretty impressive. And what doing Max in this time is very impressive too, because, but you know, he's a different generation of me. He's young. The new generation is more useful about this game.
Absolutely. You have more of a capacity to adapt to sim racing, I guess. Why was it important for you to have your own esports team involved in this?
Well, I mean, we started last year during the pandemic. I mean, you know, it was also for drivers' team to do something else before we go back to the real track. But what I need to say is pretty impressive. The race, the design, the drivers. When I saw the image on TV, it looked like real, really. I mean, and is why we want to be part of this, because the most of the team doing it, and for also our engineer and people to still continue to working and make some, you know, strategy, all this kind of thing is quite important, and is why we're doing it, to be honest. Last year we're doing a proper our team, and now we share the team with the structure of Romain Grosjean, and we are very happy with that.
That's right, we just spoke to him earlier on. Now, is it something you're going to continue investing in, esports?
Sure. Well, I mean, when we saw, I mean, how much important is it now? And I think the organization this year is better to last year. I would like to say to Gérard Neveu, thank you, and a really good job. But yeah, for sure we continue, because everybody looking it. I mean, you have more follower, more support, more fan. For sure, we continue.
Yes, it has been very. You know, they managed to pull it together and do a fantastic job 2 years ago, and of course this year. So Olivier, we're heading. This is the first big race, endurance race of 2022. I mean, what's the program for Panis Racing for this year?
For Panis Racing this year, we're doing again the LMS and the 24 Hours Le Mans with Panis Racing Car, but at the same time, we're doing the team for Ultimate, and we're going to the WEC this year also with Ultimate. I think we have a very good program. We don't announce the driver yet, but I think we have very fast lineup, and is why I'm very pleased to go back in the LMS again to try to win, because last year we finished third in Le Mans. I really want to win the LMS and Le Mans.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for talking to us, Olivier. Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Olivier Panis, the man, the legend, the ultimate racer. So competitive still. He and his son Aurélien are both currently racing in the Trophy Andros Ice Racing Series, and Aurélien also races in touring cars. Olivier Panis, he might be the other side of 40 by a couple of years. Don't think he is any less competitive than any single youthful driver out there. He would get his elbows out against Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton as soon as give them a handshake after the race. He is a proper racer's racer, and Aurélien is a real chip off the old block. Well, there is Max Verstappen in the 1-2-3 Team Redline entry. Car that has led this race really pretty much, apart from pit stops from the start. But on the other side of the luck scale, Lewis, we just saw that the Graph by Pro Simu car has stopped, car number 39. That has stopped, and also BS in competition saying that Alan Turchis's force feedback has gone on his steering wheel. So He's now driving what is essentially a Series 3 XJ6, where the wheel twiddles and turns, and he's got no actual feel of what remotely is going on. He's going to have to finish his stint and try and fix that afterwards, but it looks as though there's no dramas for Team Redline. Max Verstappen in the car and back into the lead as the number 28 car. Baldwin in and out of the pit lane as well, so Veloce still continue, but Felipe Drugovich in second place for Real Team Hydrogen, 37.9 seconds back. Now, when Max finished his last stint, he was a good half minute ahead. And he's not much more than that ahead now, sort of 4 hours, 3 hours later. Do we think that he, big smile on his face, do we think that he is maybe the biggest significant factor, the strongest link in the chain, if you like, without being detrimental to the others? Do you think there is just a little bit more that he's bringing than maybe any of the other pro drivers are bringing to their lineup, let's say?
Well,
there is the Graf Racing car.
There
that is them done.
Just out. It is done for the day.
Do we have a digital marker of doom? Real race Le Mans fans will know the marker of doom hovers over our spotters. Oh, a spotters guide. We were promised one, weren't we?
We were promised one. We never got one.
Okay, well, maybe there's one online. Well,
I mean,
we'll cut that out of the edit.
I have my basic one, but it's not great.
Yeah. No, your book of BS is an astonishing work.
BS competition.
Yeah.
Of course.
and something I'd be inordinately proud of if I could produce that for one race, or even for something as significant as the Olympic Games. So, all right. So, unfortunately, the marker of doom. And Graf by ProSimu, unfortunately, one of our Le Mans only teams. So who was at the wheel? Arno Santamato, wasn't he? Who was only actually brought into the team this morning, today, or probably yesterday. So yeah, unfortunately, that is the end of the road for them. And okay, well, while we are in the territory of those recently departed, let's, for those who weren't here maybe for the first 6 hours, where were you? Catch up with exactly what happened. Well, to start with, W Series had an utter catastrophe. The car or the starting driver's rig would not log into the game for the formation lap. They could not get into the servers, didn't do the formation lap, did not start the race, and as a result were unable to start, so did 0 laps. And for the W Series entry, it was a Le Mans only entry, an all-female crew. Fabian Volvin was destined to be the driver who started, couldn't get lined up, couldn't get connected, and so their race, not even stopped, didn't even start. Danny Juncadello for Mercedes AMG Esports, that car also out very early. Some issue with double shifting down, which effectively, as you might imagine in the real world, blew the engine, so too in the sim world. D-Station, victims of somebody else's ping issues, latency and lag on another prototype car. They were one of a number of cars that were hit, including actually the one that we saw most dramatically, the ACO Motorsports GTE car, the 61 car, which was fired up into the air at quite some altitude. They have managed to continue, but D-Station are out. Alpine's Esports number 15 car is out as well, and it does now look as though the number 39 car of Graf by ProSimu is out of the race as well. Others have tales of woe, others have had delays, not least Mexico Racing Team, who got disconnected in one of their stints, and the LM Cup champion crew with the Montoyas here in the studio. They've had a couple of disconnection issues, but it looks fairly terminal, I'm afraid, for Graf. Well, that's what's going on. We have had millions of fans already watching online on YouTube, on the FIA WEC website, on lemans.org, on a whole host of different streams and a whole host of different ways of watching with various teams, various different drivers, Twitch. Let's catch up with all of that with Hayley Edmonds.
So I'm down here in the social corner. We want to hear from you. We're making this an interactive event. So if you have anything to say, any questions, anything you want to share with us where you're watching and following this 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual from, take a photo, put it on social media with the hashtag Le Mans Virtual, and we will probably actually use it during this social corner piece. So we're going to start off with this rather fun meme done by the fantastic Zishan. Now he's talking about Jimmy Broadbent. He is the motor racer stroke YouTuber stroke sim racer who's taking part here today, who we spoke to earlier. There's a lot of buzz concerning his interview. This very funny meme of Drake and referring to, of course, Max Verstappen, who's also competing, and then him being very content to seeing Jimmy Broadbent taking part. Now on to our next how would I say this? It's real. It's the Eiffel Tower. It's just down the road. You can see it if you walk out the studio. And as you can see, it's not the stars of the European flag. It is, of course, 24 Hours of Virtual Le Mans. So you can probably see it out there. I'm not joking. Okay, guys. I'm not going to lie, it's not real. So don't go out to the Eiffel Tower right now and take a photo and send it to us. But look, it would look fantastic. And let's try and make this happen next year. Macron. You know, we can make things happen. And so for our final one, I mentioned it earlier. As you can see, this magnificent trophy constructed by the sponsor of the event, Lego Group. Now, this is Lego Technic. You know, it's very abstract but fun. And the winners of the GTE and LMP3 categories will be going home with one of these. Now, our challenge to you is to build your own trophy. How good are you with Lego? Personally, I'm still on my Audi Quattro rally car that I took about 4 months to build, still haven't built it, so I probably won't be going into this. But if you can do better, why not? You know, challenge yourselves, then we'd love to see it. Try and make your own 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual trophy with Lego. Okay, that's the condition. Make it with Lego, take a photo of it, put it on social media with the hashtag, of course, Le Mans Virtual and Lego France, and we would love to see it. And there are 2 tickets for the 24 Hours of Le Mans in June up for grabs. So, you know, put your hard work. Yep, you heard it. You heard it right. 2 tickets to the 24 Hours of Le Mans in June up for grabs. So get building your very own trophy out of Lego, be it Lego Technic, whatever. Thank you very much. So back to the race.
Okay, on top of that, I am going to say right now that the winners of the tickets to go to Le Mans courtesy of Lego Technic also get free invitation for coffee in the back of the commentary box, whether they want it or not. We're going to make that. We are going to make that happen. If it is requested, I will guarantee that I am not in the commentary box at that time. But the coffee machine will be genuine. So yeah, absolutely. And again, thank you to Lego Technic for the fantastic trophies. There will have been nothing like them before. That much is a guarantee. And I don't mind an Audi Quattro. I've got the time. After the games, I've got a few weeks to finish one off. Just saying, hashtag.
Oh, hashtag. God, it's her saying mem, and now you with hashtag. Oh
well, at least it was hashtag, not hashtag.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
What do you mean her? You mean Haley?
Her.
But maybe the French for meme is meme.
Probably is, but it's still meme.
No, but I don't. Maybe the French is meme. As in, even though.
I just can't.
Is there a race still going on?
No. Oh, actually, speaking of the race, there is one thing that I want to update with in this class, because I should apparently do my job, which is explaining how there has been a change within this category. The 91, if I remember correctly, the 91 was leading.
Yes.
And it's gone for 15 laps on its last stint, but only because it came into the pit lane once more. And so I think it was straight after the pit stop more so. So as Mitchell de Jong's come into the pit lane, has changed fuel, changed tyres, refueled, gone out, and then come back in again. Now, I'm not 100% sure what this is. Can't guarantee it. It would be speculation that it comes down to track excursions. Would have to double check this one with race control. I'm sure Jimmy Allison, who's guiding things on the server, will try and let me know. He's been messaging me about her saying LMP3 as well. Again, gloss over that one.
Her
again, yeah, no, her. I just can't now. I'm disappointed.
You've lost. Okay. So what you're saying is that it might have been a track limits drive-through,
which we have. Each car has 12 cuts basically, and so on the 12th excursion of track limits that is picked up inside the game, you will receive a drive-through penalty. After that point, it resets. That is not per driver. That is to the car.
Per car. So there's a song about that.
Is there?
On the 12th. Track limits.
Goodness.
Okay.
Well, we are on the wrong side of the new year for that.
Let us talk about... No, because the 12 days of Christmas goes into the new year, goes to January the 6th. All right, so we're 5 days out. Let's talk about GTE, because when I left it safely in your hands, Lewis McGlade, and especially Ben Constantinos, actually, and Chris, Porsche Esports team were 1-2, 91 ahead of 92. Okay? FDA Esports were sort of meandering around 60th, 7th-ish, 8th-ish. There were a couple of BMWs up the front. There were also Proton up the front. Now, 71 BMW Team Redline appears to be leading from FDA Esports. Now, are we on staggered stints? Is somebody halfway through a stint and the others are nearly finishing or harder? Or have the Porsche drivers forgotten how to drive and the Ferrari and the BMW drivers remembered how to drive? What's been going on, in a nutshell, in the first quarter of a race in GTE? Why are the Porsches no longer at the front?
1 lap less on stints. It is as simple as that. The Porsches have been running more aggressive. They've been running 14 lap stints. The BMW and the Ferrari that are leading 1 and 2 at the moment are running 15 lap stints. They are due into the pit lane at either the end of this lap or the end of the next lap. I think it's the end of the next one, once they come round, and they'll be coming back into the pit lane. Now, basically what this is saying is despite the Porsches being the fastest, you can screenshot this and come back in a couple of hours' time, and if things continue the way they're going, knock on wood, I think this is what we are seeing. I think we are seeing Redline taking the race lead off of Porsche. This is happening right now, bit by bit, and this is what I was saying. It's the example of you're seeing the race unfolding. You know, they're going 1 lap longer, they're going 2 laps longer. Suddenly, out of absolutely nowhere, bang, they're a stint longer than you are, and that's where it just starts to baffle the mind, and it's hard to react to. That's how we've got the 71 and 51 out front at the moment. They're going to pit, they're going to drop back behind the Porsches, but then after a few hours, that lead is going to hold, provided there's no mistakes and no issues, which, you know, this is Le Mans, so who knows.
Well, I was watching Porsche's feed. Porsche, of course, have got all of their, or most, if not all, they've got all their sim races in the same place?
At least all of the Porsche Esports drivers. I'm not necessarily sure about the Coanda team, because I think they might also be there, but definitely the Porsche Esports.
Well, there is Mitchell de Jong. They are all in the same area. There's a Porsche studio there as well, so they're doing interviews as well. And the Porsche feed, Porsche Newsroom feed, has had interviews with them. Watched Mitchell de Jong chatting about the car, and Chan Juven as well after his first stint, and they were saying, okay, car feels good, had a little bit of incident in traffic, maybe spent too much time fighting in the opening stints. Hello, we did try and tell you, but you were too busy fighting and driving. And it's of all the pitfalls at Le Mans, it is the one into which almost everybody falls almost every single year, having a 10-lap Formula Ford finale battle in the first hour of the world's longest race. But still, they were feeling quite happy with the car, quite happy with the setup, quite happy with the strategy, quite happy with the way the race was going from their point of view. But it's gradually sort of being marched away from them by the fuel economy of BMW, which can't have come as a surprise to them, because as we pointed out earlier, that happened in Le Mans Series Virtual at other races, races shorter than we have currently run this year. So it can't have come as a surprise. It therefore means that it is an unfixable problem.
Well, like I say, it happened twice. It happened at Spa with the incredible fuel economy of Redline. They weren't leading very much that day, and then suddenly we're just like, oh, they're leading, and they've won. Cool. And the same thing happened at a much shorter race at the 500 miles of Sebring. We'll just see Freddie Rasmussen, by the way, pull out on David Marocek in this Red Bull car, looking now to the outside of the Floyd by Colles Burst Esports car. We'll see how hard David Marocek will fight this one down into Indianapolis. Does have the advantage.
Hard
and
enough.
Will hold so. And to be fair, you know, we're at the point in the race where, yeah, they are going to start racing for these positions. Just watch this, though. Now, where they come through Indianapolis, they're blocked by the trees, but once they've departed Arnage, particularly into the Porsche curves, they do get blind a bit. And you kind of think, well, it's only as bright as the screen will go. It's not necessarily your eyes being blinded, it's the fact that the track, you lose detail on what is on the track. And judging the Porsche curves is really tricky when it's like this.
And you get the glare as well, so everything is a little bit iffy. And the shadows lengthen, and the shadows show you dips and hollows that aren't there.
Yeah.
And so there is all of that. And you know, it's one of those times when the sun's setting, and particularly when the sun's rising, that the more poetic of our drivers really refer to as being some of the most glorious moments of racing at Le Mans. If you talk to Alan McNish, if you talk to Alexander Wurz, they go all misty-eyed about, you know, early hours of dawn as the light is starting to come back at Le Mans. And, you know, I think those are some of the times they miss most, and will always miss most. And, you know, when they go back, as Alex Wurz has now for a number of years as being a team consultant, and as Alan McNish will next year as being team principal of Audi's endurance racing team, those are the moments that he's going to miss.
Marocek pinching.
Well, Marocek holding the racing line. The Red Bull car was on the apron, if you like, on the inside, trying to go through down low, or in that case, inside. So Davin Marocek doing exactly what he should have been doing, exactly what he was justified to do, hold the racing line. But Rasmussen sticking his nose up the inside, and that is high risk because there's not grip on the paint, there is muck on the paint, there is dirt on the paint, and the longer the race goes on, the lower grip the paint will be, and it then risks you can make it inside, you can turn in tight, you can't hold the line, and you ram the car on the outside, and he ends up in the gravel, and you end up in the pit lane with a penalty and or a broken car. So it is a very high-risk move, and not one that I've ever seen pulled off in the real world for a pass in equal machinery.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see where Freddie Rasmussen can find his way past. Receiving a little bit of information from inside the Red Bull Racing Esports team from Dennis Jordan, who's passing on a little bit of info. He was the one that passed on the info on the gear ratios that they can play with in the prototype category, and explaining how this is working in this battle. Even here, they're watching it. There's Freddie Rasmussen back to the inside, does look for it, but doesn't go for it on Marocek. Now, the way that they're saying is that Marocek, in the 444 car, that is running the, hear me out here, the long gear ratio, which is inside the car. You've got the long gears, you've got the Le Mans gears. Now, the Le Mans gears are longer than the long, so you know, that in itself is confusing. What that means, though, is that theoretically speaking, that on a lap completely by himself, the long gears are the better gears to go for. They're the ones that you'll just about hit the rev limiter at the end of the Mulsanne. The Le Mans gears are great for being in slipstream, and that is where Freddie Rasmussen is right now. But because he's being countered by the longer gear ratios, it's really, really tricky to work out this battle. They're running essentially stuff that's very different. Freddie Rasmussen once again to the outside. I've explained that terribly, so bear with me on that one. Apologies, because it's really hard to explain the long gear ratios as being the shorter one. But I'm sure you'll follow on. There's a difference between the car. The grey and yellow one has shorter gears than the blue and red one. We've simplified it there. That's about as easy as as simple as I can make it, unfortunately.
Yeah. Now, when we were talking about GTE and the fuel economy, is there a similar situation in GTE? Is there a drop it in top gear and all the revs die, but my goodness, it's good for fuel economy diff ratio in a BMW, that maybe the Porsche team just think, no, that's just going to murder us everywhere on the circuit, it's not worth using? That's a question we need answered. Is it the way, is it just inherent in the way the M8, which was never really a successful GT3 car in Europe, drives, or is it something that the team are doing, something that the drivers are doing? I mean, you know, that's a question that Porsche haven't been able to, well, I don't know if they've got an answer, but they haven't got a solution to what it is. This battle now has been settled in favour of the Red Bull car, because the car in front has disappeared into the pits for its pit stop, so Michi Hoyer will take over. But here is the Team Redline car, number 1, 2, 3, making contact.
Pescarolo.
Yeah. Strange to see Pescarolo with so little green on. I mean, it's a nice livery and all, but it's not a Pescarolo. Pescarolo's more blue and green for me. Flat in
need to be a
fifth in the
livery
Porsche
designer.
curves and slap side. I'm not a livery designer. Andy Blackmore is a livery designer.
Yeah, and
I'm a livery critic because
That's fair.
I have to look at them all day, every day, and trying to figure out which one's which. And it makes it very difficult if they're. And plus, you get you get used to a certain livery with a certain name. So Panis Racing, that sort of blue and goldy blue and bronzy colour that they've got in real life, they've got here as well. That's great. Redline, red and black. Okay, I'm all about that. That's great. But for me, Pescarolo, well, it's got the pea green of Henri's helmet, and it's got blue for France, racing blue, and those are the colours, blue and green. And predominantly, actually, it's sort of Matra-ish throwback sort of feel to it, but that's a white car with a bit of green on, and
it's not. Yeah,
it
no,
doesn't scream
I'm with you.
Pescarolo to me.
Oh, I am 100% with you. I definitely don't design liveries. I've tried. I've had my fair share, but everyone's a critic, so you can look at it and judge. My favourite one on the grid, actually, especially from the new cars, is actually the 36. I think it looks absolutely fantastic. The Alpine Esports one that looks like Fernando Alonso. I think it's absolutely stunning. The additions that they've done as well to the two other race clutch Alpines also look great. Receiving a bit of information from, about the Porsches and who's there and who isn't. The fact that they can't respond to BMW, it's not because of a lack of people. They've got plenty of people over there, just even from a race engineering point of view. Zach Campbell, one of their drivers that recently signed for the team not too long ago away from Apex Racing, has flown over from America over. They've got Dane Warren, who's flown over from Australia to go and race in it. They don't have Dylan Pereira or Lauren Heinrich, I believe, because they're both at Dubai, if I remember correctly. Maybe not Lauren Heinrich. It's incredible where they've brought people from just for this race, for a sim race.
Well, the good thing is nobody's taking it, that seriously. It is just a bit of fun. Yeah, right. I mean, it is phenomenal that, and this again is what all the drivers were saying, the sim drivers were saying, and the real world drivers were saying when we first did this 2 years ago, when the two worlds collided, is that everybody learned so much, and the sim racers' takeaway from it was how many engineers are involved in running a real car. Well, while when you're a sim racer, you kind of do it yourself.
Yeah. When you're out of the car, you're then the engineer. Bizarre.
Well, let's catch up again with Martin Brundle, or is it Alex? So hard to tell. Chatting with Renger van der Zande.
Two-time Daytona 24-hour winner, Renger van der Zande. How you doing, buddy? Where are you in the world right now?
Yeah, I'm in Amsterdam. I live in Amsterdam, so right now at home and ready to leave next week again for the season, getting underway, of course, in Daytona. But right now, there's much going on where you guys are at. I mean, what a cool studio you guys build up, and what a lot of big names you have in the show. So love to see that.
Yeah, we'll get back to your racing plans in just a second. But what do you think to all this virtual racing stuff? You do plenty of sports car racing yourself, re-signed again, of course, for Chip Ganassi for the next season. But is what you're seeing impressing you out there in comparison to driving these cars as we both so often do in the World Endurance Championship and in IMSA?
Well, it's super impressive. Seeing guys like Max Verstappen joining here, of course, he is our hero. And, we're not surprised he's leading because he's good with everything that has a steering wheel. But at the end of the day, it's you need to be full focused to do this and do it properly. And, you can't do it as a side job. But it's cool to see. And, a little different one from the reality, but at the same time, it has so many similarities. So it's nice to see.
So you got a Supermax T-shirt on underneath the shirt, then? Yeah, no, don't do it. Don't do it to us. So your plan this year, continuing on with Chip Ganassi Racing, also in development of the Cadillac LMDH car, spending a lot of time on the simulator, I might add, to do that. How is all of that going, and are you excited to roll the car out and get competing with that in the coming years?
Yeah, it's an amazing program. It's going to be the future for going to the real Le Mans, and I think with so many big brands, Cadillac, but all the other brands coming in and developing their car. We saw the Porsche rolling out, I think during this week, and everybody starts to roll out their new cars now. And we use the simulator a lot, of course. So at the end, the simulator is some sort of getting a feel for the car, what it does, but it also gives you a lot of direction of going where, you know, trying stuff on the simulator before you try it in real. And we do that at Dallara, for example, in Bologna, but we also have a simulator in Indianapolis, you know, which is close to our race team in Indianapolis from Ganassi Racing. And at the end, it's super important. Simulators are part of what we are doing. You know, racing for victories is a whole world on its own. I'm not really involved with that, I have to be honest, but simulators, and if you can see how these guys can maximize their lap times and maximize their racing and strategy and so on, it's like in real. So and that's, you know, for us developing a car is the same thing. It's like in real. You can test stuff that you don't have the time for during a race test, you know, with the real car on the track. So it's an amazing tool for drivers and teams and car manufacturers.
We got a massive commitment here from Porsche. We got a massive commitment from Ferrari, setting up their own rigs, setting up their own studios to participate in this event. We've also heard from John Doonan, super keen to get IMSA involved in a kind of a global series, potentially, of virtual racing. Do you reckon we could drag Cadillac in to a virtual IMSA series, maybe even a virtual 24 hours of Daytona? And I'm assuming we're counting you in on that. If not, we're going to be very upset.
Yeah, no, if I participate, I want to win. So that's for sure. No, I think it makes sense. And, you know, there's so many manufacturers getting into the real, you know, Le Mans, the 24-hour. And there are already a lot of manufacturers. And also in Daytona, it's a bit of a it's nice to see that Daytona 24 hours, IMSA, is now finally starting to cooperate with the WEC, and the WEC is starting to cooperate with IMSA, also very important part. But at the end of the day, the virtual part, you know, why not? It's a whole world on its own again, which can be so much more highlighted as well. So if you can put the two together, I think it would be an amazing strategy. I'm on your page, Alex.
Always, mate, always. Renga, super good to have you on the show. Thanks so much for joining us. Best of luck at the 24 hours of Daytona, real or virtual. Catch up soon, buddy.
Have fun there. Thank you, guys.
Well, we are in a position now where we have the Le Mans 24 hours virtual firmly established. We have inaugurated the Le Mans Series virtual, IMSA virtual, Daytona 24-hour virtual, and a combined great sports car racing program has got to be not too far away. Into the pit lane, this is our race leader, 61, 123 rather, the Team Redline car.
Yeah, just into the pit lane. Which
just into the pit lane, which means he was not going towards the pit, he was going for a penalty. Has he had a penalty for contact?
No, I think this is on target for Verstappen.
But I thought he'd only just taken over the car.
Yeah, that's
10 minutes ago.
That is 35 minutes gone. You're
all right.
We're all falling behind. I'm pretty sure Drugovic here that we're focused on will also be into the pit lane this lap. So it's all on target.
And indeed he does. Okay, so Max did not get a penalty for sideswiping somebody else in the Porsche curves. Even more of a story. Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual 2022 started with Max Verstappen, one of the crowd favourites on the outside of the front row of the grid, having missed pole position by 0.02 of a second. A chance to lead the race, had to wait until the exit of the Dunlop curve. Over the hill and down the underside into the S's, Max made the first move for the lead that he was not to relinquish. Behind in the GT class, the Red Bull Corvette had been the sensation of qualifying, led the field away, hemmed in by a phalanx of Porsches and the Redline BMW, one of the strong championship contenders, because this time round, Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual is not just a standalone race, it is the culmination of the Le Mans Virtual Series. Trouble for WRT, they got fired off and then were collected as their crash continued by the number 4 by Collet's car. Corvette from Red Bull could not hold its qualifying pace right at the start of the race. And behind the top half dozen in LMP, there was mayhem. Cars battling for position everywhere. Juan Pablo Montoya and son Sebastian racing in the studio, doing the early runs in their car. Ferrari's FDA team have struggled throughout the Le Mans Series Virtual, but here at Le Mans in the 24 hours, they came good. Team Redline stayed out in front in LMP, battling though with a couple of close rivals. The white number 28 from Veloce Esports, their closest, and having a different fuel strategy brought them consistently back in contact with the red and black car. Trouble on the straight, always a little bit of a problem with high-speed cars getting sucked up behind each other in the slipstream. And it's not just about the slipstream. Sometimes it's just driver error and occasionally connection error that causes the issues. So we lost about half a dozen cars in the first 6 hours of the race, including the first ever entry in the Le Mans Esports from Mercedes-AMG Petronas, that car buzzing its engine and heading into retirement. Trouble for the 61 Axel sports car that has taken a while to fix. They got hit by an errant prototype which was having connection issues. So did D-Station. D-Station out of the race for good. And the 61 Axel GTE is still struggling to recover. Problems in the Porsche curves, never too far away. R8G on R8G, prototype versus GTE, both delayed. Race action with Real Team once more at the front of the field. They were the early season leaders in the Le Mans Series Virtual, courtesy of a great start at Monza, but they still have to come out right at the top of the pile here to take the title. Max Verstappen back in the car for his second major stint, making contact, but he leads overall as Porsche Esports retake the GTE lead. So we are 7 hours into the Le Mans 24 hours, and we currently have, let's count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 5 cars that have semi-officially or officially retired. Team Redline 1, 2, 3, that is the lead car from Rebellion GPX Esports, bearing number 1 because they were our winners last time out. Real Team right in the fray, as are Veloce Esports, and the number 22 GPX Rebellion Esports car. Team Fordzilla still reliably in the top half dozen ahead of the better of the Bicoles cars. The number 4 car currently with the advantage, 444 dropping back down the order outside the top 10. When we look down into our GTE class, once more the 91 Porsche and the 92 Porsche are cycling back towards the top through the pit stops. But Team Redline, 71 BMW, is right at the front. So too FDA Esports, the Ferrari, with currently Nick Nielsen at the wheel, looking to show much greater promise of a good result here at Le Mans than pretty much anywhere else through the Le Mans Series Virtual. So BMW versus Porsche has been the story of the year so far. However, Ferrari and potentially even Corvette might have something to say. We have a very long race still to go. We've only just gone by quarter distance. Good news for GR Wolves at Molineux, 3-1. The final verdict over Southampton, a win at home for the mighty Wolves. Unfortunately, one of the mighty GR Wolves cars is out, and W Series, the all-female crew, did not even get to start the race because of connection issues. Well, in the studio here, Martin Haven and Lewis McGlade watching the action with you. Online, gazillions of you following it from wherever you are across the world. And 99.9% of the gazillion, Lewis, watching and waiting for one man to come on. There is no doubt that one of the big draws for everybody in the field is the quality of the grid. And you don't get much more quality than having one of the cars driven by the reigning Formula One world champion. And Max Verstappen is not just making up the numbers. Max Verstappen is topping the numbers and trying to get anyone to get dragged along into a fight with him.
You don't need me to tell you that he's a fantastic driver. That is in sim, in reality, everywhere. And it was interesting, you know, some of the interviews that he's done recently, he's spoken of the importance of sim racing. He understands the position of sim racing and how important it could be to the future of motorsport and everything in general across the whole spectrum.
Well, in his real life job, pretty much ever since he started, maybe after karts, but ever since he started in single-seaters, learning tracks on a sim, learning the cars on a sim, developing your skills and the car on a sim has been part of it. But he loves sim racing. He loves it for the fun, he loves it for the camaraderie, he loves it for the team spirit, he loves it because he's good at it.
Yeah.
Just like the real world. And you know, and that love for it just exudes out of him, and he's super competitive, and he's leading Le Mans here as we head into the darkness. Now, we talked about our studio here. We've got 4 rigs here. 4 teams have got at least part of their team here. So let's find out from one of them what it's like to actually race in the studio.
You're Van Oyter, driver of the number 18 R8 GTE Sportscar. You're right over here in the studio with us. Fill us in on how your well, we've seen a little bit of how your race is going so far, but fill us in on what happened in that incident.
Well, so far the start was already quite hectic. The first lap we had an incident with a back marker, and in the end we had another crash with our GTE teammate, which is not the best way you want to have your 24 hours going, but we're still in it, we're still driving, and we will not give up until it's over. Yeah, it's still a really long race, I think 19 hours to go, so a lot can happen.
Is it tougher driving here in the studio with us buzzing around you, annoying you, shouting at people through the virtual pit wall? Is it tougher to be here than maybe last time? We did this race together, didn't we, in 2020, and we were all at home. Do you reckon it's harder here?
Well, at home you feel a bit lonely when you do the race. Like, you drive your stint and then you expect a lot of people to be there, like in the real Le Mans, but yeah, there's actually no one around you. But here is a lot of people, which makes it great fun. Like, you can actually hang around, talk, and do more things than just driving the sim. So it makes it feel more realistic, as we do in the real Le Mans, where you have a whole team around you. And
I mean, sometimes we talk, but...
yeah, it depends.
So talk to me about setting up these cars. How far removed is it from what we do? Same car, of course, being modelled on the simulator as we race at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. How far away are you from a baseline setup of a LMP2 car?
Sadly, it's not that we can implement the same setup that we use in the real car, but in the end, the parameters, etc., are roughly the same window that you can play in. Like, we have the same power of the engine, obviously. But then setup-wise, if you feel like you have understeer, you can make the front a bit softer in the roll bar, and that will help initially, and also like it does in real life. So yeah, there are some places where it actually helps to have the knowledge from real life and implement it in the sim racing.
So what can you achieve now? You've obviously had an incident, you've been delayed. Are you racing for fun now? Or, well, you never know what can happen, hey? Server or any kind of red flag, any kind of game issue could put you right back in the hunt here. So you've got to keep going.
Yeah, definitely. You cannot give up, and the race is long, and you don't know who disconnects and who doesn't. Like, it's something that can happen with sim racing. And also might be a red flag, server issue. You don't know how many laps you will get back, and you're always in the game until the checkered flag is over. So, and it always remains fun to drive a car, if it's in real life or on the sim. So in the end, you do it with a smile.
Well, we've had absolute stability so far with the game, and all the players enjoying green flag conditions pretty much. You're Van Oyter, though, potentially hoping maybe for an interruption to put him back in the hunt. Well, we wish you all the best for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Well, while Job was entertaining Alex Brundle, Sage Karam, Kevin Siggy entertaining everybody. Sage Karam in the 92 Porsche, that's the white and black and turquoise and all the other kind of colours on it car. And right behind, slightly more sedate livery, the red and black of Team Redline, Kevin Siggy, the 71 BMW. Again, championship contenders both, potentially, because there are so many points on offer here, double points on offer at the end of the Le Mans 24 Hours. Both could well end up in a top 2, maybe even in top spot at the end of the Le Mans Virtual Series.
Between these two, it's as simple as it gets. Realistically, it's it's between the 71 and the 91. Ignore me. Yeah. The 71 and the 91 is whoever finishes ahead of who basically wins the championship, and this is swinging very much in the favour of Kevin Siggy, who's piloting this BMW Team Redline at the moment. It's really swinging in favour. There's that Pescarolo who's just
it's through. The Pescarolo who sort of ducked in front, but because the downforce car has a much lower minimum speed in the corners, to be able to, we came back past him on the exit of Indianapolis. He then had to have another attempt to get by the Porsche going into Arnage. So yeah, the 71 red line car and the 92 car. 92 is sort of really playing a bit of a blocking game now. Obviously, they want to win Le Mans. If they can't win the title overall, then they'd love to win Le Mans and have their teammates second and still win the title. But Mitchell de Jong not too far behind, actually only 7 seconds behind the BMW right now. So this is a really tight battle. The top 3, that's not the 3rd place car.
No,
we won't
BMW
see it in
Team
shot.
GB.
Yeah, I was going to say we won't see it in shot quite yet. BMW Team GB just a lap down. So
with this, just to clarify a couple of things as well, the 2 Porsche Esports cars, 92 and 91, are going to be heading the way of pit lane in around 2 laps' time. They'll be returning their way to pit lane. So that's kind of the situation they're in at the moment. Having a little bit of a chat with some of those behind the scenes from Coanda and that are running this Porsche Esports team. Sage Karam, by the way, is not on site at the new Coanda Esports facility. He's back at home, and the 91, we were confused about the drive-through penalty they had. That was for speeding in the pit lane from Mitchell de Jong. So that is why they had to return to pit lane. And I mean, you said it before, you want to limit the amount of time you spend on pit lane, and that is not the way to do it.
Don't come in if you don't need to. Just can see the Rocket Sim Sport car coming through this little battle, and that opens up the gap between the Porsche and the BMW a fraction, but not by much. Again, that BMW somehow is managing to drive at least as quickly as the Porsches, but go further on fuel, and that is... It's the double whammy, isn't it? And as long as they can avoid contact with any of the other BMWs, which has sort of been the bugbear of BMW in the series so far this year, that's the case. Duquesne Engineering here, under pressure. The Duquesne car, Gabby Aubrey in the studio, racing here with...
The 18.
That's not Alessandro Ottaviani who is behind him, so that is the 18 of Thierry Casumon, who's gone by him. So that's a replay, Martin. I didn't see that in the top left-hand corner. Too busy squinting into the lights. It's like the low sunlight here with the studio lights permanently glaring in your eyes. And there's the pass for the lead. The Redline BMW goes through, even though the Porsche is almost running on fumes. It's as empty almost as it's going to be. And the BMW, which will run longer on fuel, has run longer on fuel, passes on pace.
And this is danger zone for Redline, for Coanda.
Well, that means now that when the 92 car stops, it won't lose the lead, it's already lost the lead, and it will then come back out behind, and then the BMW will stop and will come back out in front. And that's the first time that will have happened. So this is that little moment of transition. And where are we now? 7 hours in. You know, we're less than a third distance, and BMW's speed stroke frugal ability has got through again. Watch here.
Coming straight back at it.
And there you can see in the bottom, you see in Sage's left-hand monitor, you could see the BMW sliding past in that bottom right-hand shot. That's fantastic stuff. So Kevin C at the top. So we're sort of looking towards him, but Sage Karam below, and again you can see that. You know, the left-hand monitor there, that's his left side window, if you like. So when the BMW hopefully gets a chance to make a pass again, well, hopefully for us, at least, as fans, we can watch it happen, sort of monitoring the driver on board.
But Siggy won't be in a rush to do this. He won't think, I've got to do this now. They know the advantage they've got. They've played this game quite a bit. I mean, Redline versus Coanda, you see it all the time, and it comes down to things like this. If this were an 8-hour race, this would be absolutely insane. We've got to do this another 2 times before we can reach the checkered flag. So it'll be very interesting to see how they're going to unfold their way through it. Siggy's not rushing his way past Sage Karam at the moment. He's just going to hold position and wait to do it on the slipstream. Potentially at Dunlop, probably not really. You're more looking into the Mulsanne corner, down to Indianapolis.
Well, now bearing in mind that the BMW team also know exactly when the Porsche team are likely to come in. So he'll be told 2 more laps, then he's going to come in, or he'll be told he's coming in at the end of this lap.
They will be following it. It's always the way with endurance racing, same as in real life, same as in sim, is that you track 1, maybe 2, 3 cars in the race. You track yourself and those that you're battling. And so Redline know exactly what's going on. Basically, what Porsche are saying here is that we can't do anything about you right now. We do not have the pace. The word is that if they were to run a 15-lap stint, they would lose 0.7 of a second a lap trying to make the fuel numbers work. Now,
I would say that this is, the Porsches maybe just not got the fuel mileage on the BMW. The BMW is being run to this fuel number by everyone else, just nowhere near as fast. Everyone else in the BMWs are doing 15 laps, just not to this speed, and they've been showing that so many times this season. BMW Team Redline have found something in this car, in the way they're driving, in the way they approach the race, that allows them not only the grace of fuel consumption going their way, but also the lap times as well.
Yeah. And that, it's a magic bullet. If you can be fast and go further, that's it. That's it. That is endurance racing. Endurance racing is go faster, go further. And if you're doing both, then you're winning the serve and the return. I mean, that's just everything. And so the BMW sitting there in the tow. Here comes an LMP car, and again, that offers an opportunity. If he cuts in front of the Porsche now tries to pick up the tow, from the P2 car to try and stay in front, but Kevin Siggy sends it, and actually didn't even need a stamp. The Porsche was too busy trying to fend him off by picking up the tow off the LMP car that he actually forgot to stay on the racing line and just added in a few extra meters into the braking zone. The BMW needed to do nothing other than just take the line, take it away.
And did you see who was just entering shot there in the background? Might see them just here running down, just coming over the crest now. 92. That car in the background is the 92 that's closing in. See, we're getting both of these.
Yeah, I know.
It's terrible.
Well, there you go. That was just a give. That was just a hand off. Here's the lead, buddy. You take it and carry on.
Again, too focused on something else, and then it was too late.
And it's his in-lap. Does it matter? No, it doesn't. Well, no, it doesn't actually, because he can sit behind him all the way, and he can come in 2 tenths behind him instead of 2 tenths in front of him.
But he's going to race it. Look at this at Indianapolis. Sage Karam back to the outside. Kevin Siggy on the inside, going to hang on in Indianapolis. Just there. They are racing hard. And to be fair, rightfully so. Sage Karam could have forced the issue a bit there.
Yep.
A little bit more and didn't so. But right now, again, everyone direct your attention to the top left of the screen where there is 16 hours and 40 minutes to go.
Yes.
And this is how it is at the moment. It's fantastic. I'm loving it. But is this the championship slipping out of Porsche Esports' hands?
Well, right now, it's not slipping. BMW have just, it's just an interception. BMW have just taken it away and are carrying the ball. So BMW has the pace, and BMW has the fuel economy and has the lead as well. They're not coming from a long way back. This is not a long run-up. They have been there from the start. They were there in qualifying, and they are still right there. They didn't get pole, didn't matter. With this car, clearly, it is not about qualifying. It is about the long game. That's what this car is best at, and that's what we're in. So, again, the leader continues. 92 should be ducking into the pits behind him, and this will be the first time that the Porsche has pitted not from the lead, and the 91 will follow it in. There it is. Those are the two Porsches. 92 with the, this black and white sort of does look like DC Comics' latest iteration of Joker, and I actually think that turquoise goes best of all with it, because that's it's almost the sort of Joker green. But yeah,
I really like
the Joker here is definitely the 71 car, and it's hard to think now in that team, in those two Porsche GT cars, what are they going to come up with? It's like everybody else in LMP trying to go, what are we going to come up with other than Max reaches his 7 hours maximum driver time and he's not in the car again until the end of the race, and that will come.
Yeah.
But by that stage, how much damage has been done? The Redline prototype team don't have a lap advantage. They don't have a fuel advantage.
So far from done.
They've got a pace advantage, but they have to keep that pace advantage up because everybody else has got good pace too.
Once you get in the region of a lap lead, which, let's be honest, at this kind of level, it doesn't really happen that much. Once you get into that region though, even 3 minutes lead, you can start relaxing, I can say, breathing a little bit. And that's only if you're doing that within the final couple of hours of the race. You can start breathing, but that at any point It only takes one backmarker doing something somewhat unpredictable or someone else having a technical issue. It doesn't have to be you having the technical issue. If someone else has it, you could be caught up in their mess. We don't know how that unfolds. It just does.
The other thing, of course, is that damage is on, and so it's not just a trifling insignificance if somebody hits you or you hit somebody else in somebody else's accident. That might spell the end of your race out on the track. It might just cost you so much time getting back to the pits and getting it fixed that you are effectively out of the hunt, even though you're not out of the race. There's also weather. It's been nice weather. It's been dry. It's been sunny. So first of all, it's going to go dark, and it's going to stay dark for 7-8 hours, because this is midsummer now. Even though we are in January, we are racing effectively at Le Mans time, so midsummer. And things happen in the dark, you know, the witching hours. But there is also the potential that it may rain at some stage. You know, we've got green all the way through. Things can change. Woo.
Speaking of drama, the 1-2-3 is in the pit lane, and I was very confused seeing that. I think we need to see what's happening with the 1-2-3, or whether this is a timing thing, because that is early. That is 15 minutes prior to when the 1-2-3 was expected to return to pit lane. They were running the identical strategy as to what the 70 is, and it's been going for 21 minutes now. This could be everything that we have been talking about right now. I don't know exactly what's happening, though.
Well, Jeffrey Rietveld has taken the lead. That's what's happening.
That's the fact.
So
that's
he's
what
taken
we know.
the lead for Real Team Hydrogen. Veloce Esports up to second. Rebellion GPX Esports up to third. Fordzilla fourth. Floyd by Colles, the number 4 car, is fifth. Max Verstappen in the Team Redline 1-2-3 cars dropped down to 6th position. But we do need our
Fiduci's lost a position
directors to have a look at what is the deal with 1-2-3. Has he actually come through for a penalty? We haven't heard of one or been informed of one. He did make contact with a slower car just before the end of the last hour.
No, the last note from race control was a warning to car 16. That was the last thing from race control, so this is something different. Whilst it's been going on, though, we can speak of recoveries and such, by the way. Jerne Simoncic, obviously, along with his teammates in this number 4 car, the Burst by Colles esports car. This one has recovered from the start of the race. It was the one that was involved in that incident at the start with WRT going straight across them. Jerne Simoncic just getting past Gianmarco Fiduci. You can see there Gianmarco Fiduci on the top of the right-hand side, driving for Fordzilla, and on the bottom is Jerne Simoncic, your recently crowned a 3-time Formula Sim Racing World Champion, along with countless other things, including the R Factor 2 GT Pro Series Championship, which is one of the official competitions on R Factor 2. And there it is,
wow.
The 1-2-3 in the pit lane. Is it out of the race completely?
And if so, why?
What has happened? Is it connection? What are we seeing here? There was the movement. Now that tells me that this might not be out of the race.
And on our timing screen, normally if they disconnect or if they are disconnected, it says stop.
Stop.
And it doesn't. It just says pit. And they are okay, 3 more cars have gone by, so they're losing a lap now. They haven't lost a lap yet, but they will lose a lap unless whatever it is that ails Max Verstappen and or his rig and or his, maybe it's all the people in the Netherlands on the internet, all the Max fans, get offline just in case it's as simple as bandwidth. It seems hugely unlikely, but much more likely to be possibly a connection issue with the rig itself.
You say that. I mean, I remember once we were racing in the Virtual Endurance Championship, one of the big endurance categories on R Factor 2 back in 2015, and we were doing a race Sebring, and at one point all of the Italian drivers disconnected from the race, and we were all like, that's a bit odd. That is all of the Italians out of the race in one go. Turned out one provider from Italian is one of the most popular had gone down for the day. Now Max Verstappen there is still in pit lane. That is ominous.
Well, that's not the end of their race, but it might be the end of their chance of winning the race. And again,
and championship.
We are not a third of the way through yet, so do not say never.
This was the dominant car up until this point, and like, that's just it. You know, it can unfold so quickly. All we know is that it definitely wasn't fuel, because they were well within their fuel window, so they've definitely not run out of fuel and then pulled out of the race.
He'd only just stopped 2 or 3 laps earlier.
Yeah, I think it was 20 minutes actually. See, the prototypes are so quick. He was 20 minutes into that stint.
Right.
But either way, 20 minutes is still, 6, 7, 8 laps into a stint. And that there for them, bearing in mind when they came into this round, they were half a point off of the championship lead. That could be their chance of winning Le Mans Virtual Done and the championship.
I am hearing that Max crashed heavily and is out. Now, we haven't seen the replay. The replay will be somewhere in the server, and hopefully we will get to see what happened, but that is what we are hearing now. In the pits also, we saw Thibaut Kazumon for RHG Esports. Also, Jene Simoncic, Floyd by Cars. Now, is Jene just taking that over now?
No, he's been in for this stint, yeah.
Okay. However, real team hydrogen, and you know, at this stage, all of the teams go, what? Wow! Ah! It's like when Senna crashed out in Monaco.
Yeah.
In such a dominant, in just such a dominant display, that it's almost inconceivable that somebody who is that good can make that mistake. But these things do happen.
They do.
Until we've seen what happened. That's what we are hearing at the moment here in the studio, so we'll have to wait and see exactly what we get from it. Alpha by Colles, 444 is in the pits. I think that might be 9:33. Okay, I think that might be about time to hand over to Michi Hoyer, who we spoke to a little earlier. Jesper Pedersen has taken over the number 4 Floyd by Colles, so that sounds like Floyd by Colles and by Colles Alpha are going to be into their driver cycle changeovers. But there's your top 3. Jeffrey Rietveld, Eamon Murphy and Loïc Delatraz, our virtual Le Mans winners from 2020, are in a podium position with 16.5 hours to go. Long race.
I don't remember exactly when it was in the race. It was certainly in the daytime, but Jesper Pedersen, when we were racing here 18 months ago, was coming through this section here, was just departing karting, that rhymes nice, and his wheel disconnected. His wheel just disconnected on the spot, and they weren't out of the race. They had quite a large crash. They were able to get back into pit lane, and then I think it was quite early in the race, like 4 or 5 hours into the race, and then were able to restore this to get back on. Red flags helped them. They were contending for the race lead, though. My point from that is that, of course, again, number one, you aren't out of the race until you're out of the race, so again, we'll have to wait and see on that one. But also that you can't count your chickens. You don't know. If you're going to be in the fastest car, it can all go wrong so quickly, and unfortunately it does seem like that is what's happened. The number 28 Veloce Esports car comes into the pit lane in the hands of Eamon Murphy, and when it comes to, yes, still early days, but still the championship, I do like talking about it. It's a lot of money, 125,000 euros up for grabs between the 2 categories in the championship alone. In that, at least in the prototype category, it's swinging towards the 70.
Right,
let's see.
Here's the red line car. Porsche curves.
No.
Buried in the wall.
And wheels come off. The rear left just went, nah, see you, mate.
Oh, that's not the Porsche curves.
No, it's
the
Ford
chicane.
Where he had to be, well, I say where he had the issues. He was faster through there than everyone else, but he used too much curb. That's tragic.
Going past the GT car.
Oh, I wonder if we can see that on board again, because, I mean, it's a little hard from that angle, but he might have been a little bit blind on vision and just couldn't quite see where the curb was on the left-hand side with the sun just coming through at the wrong angle.
No, he will have known exactly where the curb was, but he misjudged how long it would take him to get by the GT car and how soon the GT car would need to brake. And that's really difficult because you don't know who's in the car in front. And yes, it's a Porsche, he'll have identified that. He may even potentially have known what team the Porsche was in, but might have been expecting it to start slowing earlier and therefore be able to get more on the racing line. He went in fast, as he normally would, but way offline, and basically had to take all of the inside, the curb, the grass and everything else. And I'm afraid with that lack of traction, he basically flew across the next few meters of track and into the barriers. So it is just one of those Le Mans incidents. It's one of those racing incidents where the calculated risk that 99% of the time is absolutely on the money just wasn't. And you know, we've seen some of the very best drivers have the big accidents at Le Mans as a result of the gap not being exactly what they had anticipated. And I'm afraid that it does look like that now. There may be other issues that were in play. There might have been some issue potentially with the rig or actually with the car itself, but he carried more swing. If the Porsche hadn't been there, he wouldn't have had the crash, but the Porsche was there and he did have the crash, and unfortunately that does look like it's the end of their race.
I do genuinely think, because obviously yes, he was a little bit too quick, but I do think he used too much curb on the left, because I think it lifted the rear around. Because if you watch the trajectory, he was way too tight. He was over to the left.
Yeah.
Obviously, he was over to the left, avoiding the Porsche. And then as he's come to turn in, he's gone in, to be honest, you could almost argue too early, which is how I think it was. And he's bounced the left side of the car on the sausage curbs, which, as we all know through the Forged games, through the first part, at least on the left, they are fairly flat. But if you hit them wrong, that's what happens. You once you've lost grip,
well, you take off. You're
gone.
no longer in touch with the ground, and no matter how hard your brakes are on, if they're not touching the ground, they ain't stopping you.
Yeah, if you're steering, it doesn't matter. Too late.
And the precision with which these cars are driven, it's not about being a couple of meters offline. It's about being a few millimeters offline. That is the fine line between success and disaster. They don't leave room for error. Because if you leave room for error, you'll be as quick as I am, which is, I'm commentating, not driving. You know, if you leave room for error, you're not going to lap quickly. You're not going to be at the front. And boy, Max was lapping quickly, and he absolutely was at the front. However, as of now, that car is in the garage and may well end up being a permanent retirement. So, right, so hashtag virtual marker of doom. Well, that was the shot of it buried in the barriers on the exit of the Forged chicane. And actually, it was perversely taking the sausage curb on the other side that cost him the 2000s that he missed out on pole for.
It's kind of one of those things, by the way, with that car to confirm that it is out of the race, because it's lost a rear wheel more so than a front. If it had lost a front, it might well have been able to limp into the pit lane and then, you know, spend however long in the pit lane repairing it. Because it's lost a rear wheel, there's no drive. That's it. If you lose one rear wheel, you've got no drive in the car. It doesn't just go, oh, well, we'll put it onto one wheel then.
Yeah.
And so that's it. And if he were to be able to rejoin the sim, it doesn't matter, because it will give you the car in the condition that it was. And that's the problem for him.
Well, Redline had, where was it? They won both races in
Spa.
In LMP and GT in Spa. They've had a pretty good season. They still have half a good season going, because the Team Redline BMW is right at the front of the GTE class. But seeing an awful lot of Nicolas Nielsen in the real world. He's really becoming a huge star for Ferrari in their GT sphere. And in the virtual world, he absolutely is as well. So there's the FIA Esports driver. He chases Kevin Siggy. And Nick Nielsen in second place, ahead of Chan Juven by just over 2 seconds. Just under 2 seconds, Martin Kronker for Porsche in fourth place. Now then, as we told you, Ferrari 2 years ago race in their museum in Maranello. This time they're in a studio in Milan. Let's hear from them with Hayley Edmonds.
So the last edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual, we had a huge lineup of F1 drivers, notably Charles Leclerc. Now, we're also live with Ferrari. They're doing their own version of this 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual in Italian in Milan, at the Milan headquarters. Now, Frederica got to chat to Charles Leclerc live, who's actually on holiday in the Dolomites, but here's an interview with him.
How are you? And how is your winter? How is going your winter?
Very good. I'm actually feeling very well here in the Dolomites. Yeah, English. And yeah, just training as hard as I possibly can to get ready for this 2022. That is going to be a very important season for the team and for myself, of course.
Charles, you raced the last edition of 24 Hours of Le Mans. Which kind of experience you had?
I loved it. I really loved it. The only struggle I had is that I couldn't go to sleep the evening because I just wanted to see all of the action happening. But yeah, it was great. It's something very, very different. I always loved when I was younger. I used to do some long races in karting, 12 hours, 24 hours. I even did the 48 hours of renewal, which is very long races, and I always enjoyed it. So on the simulator, it's different. I did it last year, and I really, really enjoyed it. So it was great.
Do you have suggestions for the guys that will race this year?
Oh, my main suggestion is that it's a very long race. Don't take unnecessary risks. It is important to finish the race, and obviously every failure or damage you do to the car, then it costs you a lot of lap time. So yeah, maybe you can afford to lose a little bit of tenths every laps in order to not have any crash.
We know that you are a gaming lover, so tell us something about your passion for gaming.
Well, I've always played video games, especially motorsport games, when I was younger, and that I kept it being older and older. And also now with limited amount of testing, gaming is becoming better and better, and so it is also a tool for us to train on new tracks. So yeah, I use it to have fun with my friends, with my brothers, but I also use it as a tool sometimes, because now it really gets better and better, and you can set up the car, you can really go into details even with the driving technique, so it helps a lot.
It's more real every year. I think that in this area for a driver is really important the simulator. How important is for you simulating also your performance?
It is very important. As I was saying, the tracks are especially this year, last year, 2021, there were actually quite a bit of tracks that were new for me. And to have the simulator at home, to be able to jump on it whenever I have some free time to spend on the simulator, I was going there and I was doing Jeddah, by example, that it is a strict track and that we couldn't do any testing before. So yeah, I did those kind of things that I think helps at the end.
Sharon, imagine your future. Is it possible to see you a day in the 24-hour of Le Mans? The real one, I mean.
I would love to. It is a competition that always made me dream. Even when I was younger, I was always watching this event on TV and hoping to be part of it one day. So yes, it is a goal that I want to achieve in my career. Whether I want to do it now, no. I will focus now on my Formula One career, which I hope will be as long as it possibly can be. But after that, I will try and hopefully get a place in the 24 hours of Le Mans to participate.
There was a period of time where Le Mans was just something that happened inconveniently at the same time that proper racing drivers were doing the Canadian Grand Prix. I think that dismissal of a phenomenal race with phenomenal history is ancient history, and I think the appreciation now is very much just how good Le Mans is. Let's take a look at some of the reason why Porsche versus Ferrari. In this series so far, Lewis McLeod, sorry, we have seen a lot of Porsche versus BMW for victory. Ferrari has not had the car in the, I'm going to say sprint races now, 4, 6, 8, 500-mile races. It's not had the car, but it does look like FDA has got the car this time to be not just a realistic threat for the podium, but actually a realistic threat to claim a Ferrari victory here at the Vanco Tour du Mans.
Well, you've got to remember with the how BOP affects everything, blah 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 blah. But teams themselves, whether the teams in the Ferraris have been strong enough. That does sound pretty harsh, but FIA Esports, they have shown that they have had the pace this season to at least contend for top fives. In Monza, they were running inside the top 5 until a mistake from Jordi Sveers, if I remember correctly, might have been contact with one of the Proton competitions. Even last round at Sebring, they had some struggles late on with Niklas Nielsen behind the wheel. The 2 Ferraris that we've had through the Le Mans Virtual Series, they have been inside the top 10 a total of 6 times out of 8, so 3 each, which, to be honest, consistency-wise, is not bad. Now, IMSA have basically been learning R-Factor 2 and been getting used to it, so they're not an experienced team. So I almost feel they're a fairly unfair benchmark, but each round they've been improving. 11th, 10th, 9th. They've been finding something more. My point being that the Ferrari's not actually that bad. It is a good car to be racing in. It's maybe not the greatest, but you can get top 5s out of it. They've just not put the races together, and that's more of a team thing than a car thing.
And driving error has played its part as well. Really interesting there to watch Chan Juven in that lower shot, driving the Porsche in third, and in second now, and Nick Nielsen in third in the Ferrari shot. And just, Chan Juven almost like tongue out and like leaning forward, and almost sort of René Arnoux in the cockpit really hunched forward and attacking to try and break away.
The real car.
Yeah,
just under the helmet.
I'm sure. Well, in Super Cup he's pinned to the seat, so it's not that. But in a road car, I'm sure if he was in a road car driving quickly, then yeah, he very probably would be. You can take the boy out of the race car, you can't take the race car out of the boy. Shielding his eyes there is our race leader as he heads into the fast-setting sun. So Jeffrey Rietveld for Real Team Hydrogen. Car number 70 is the race leader. The gap is 25.5 seconds back to Eamon Murphy in the Veloce Esports car, who in turn is just under 2 seconds ahead of Louis Delatraz. Delatraz just fresh out of the pits in the number 1 Rebellion GPX Esports car, the car that won the first virtual Le Mans 24 hours. Now we've had father and son, we've had former teammates. We're just about to do, hi, I'm your new teammate in a moment or two. We're going to catch up with one of the drivers who Alex Brundle will be sharing a car with in the FIA World Endurance Championship, Esteban Gutierrez. But right now, we have a pretty close battle going on at the front of both classes. And as of now, absolutely no clue who is going to win this one. Let's have a little word with Esteban Gutierrez.
Mercedes ambassador Esteban Gutierrez. Hi Esteban, how are you getting on? Where are you in the world right now, buddy?
How are you, Alex? All good, thanks. I am in London at the moment. How about you?
Yeah, we're over here in Paris, of course, at the Studio Gabriel for the virtual 24 hours of Le Mans. Mercedes ambassador, we've got a couple of Mercedes cars in the race here, but I know also throughout lockdown, throughout the early stage of the pandemic, you got involved with a lot of esports, bit of streaming. Take us through your esports experience and how you started out. I believe you're still going, are you still streaming gaming online?
Yes, I did. Started in the of course when the pandemic started. We had more time, and as a team in Mercedes, we prepared all the simulators. We got one simulator to all the drivers, and we started just racing each other and testing each other, and then we got involved with the races, as you know, and it was actually really fun. It was really interesting, and of course from there I started experimenting on streaming, and it was a really nice way to connect with the fans and with the people, and actually give the time in that moment that we were all going through quite a tough time for everyone.
We got a bit of tire action going on in the studio.
What's going on over there in the studio?
I think they're putting new tires on the Montoya car over here, but. Look, there we go. Look, did it give you? I think sponsor Goodyear are going to be delighted. Did it give you a bit of something extra then when you jump back in? When you jump back in the real race car, or even when you're preparing on the sim in Formula E, is it worth something to you?
Yes, I mean, as you know, I mean, I'm sure you also drive quite often on the simulator, but as you know, it gives you, some edge. It's quite impressive, the feeling, specifically when you get into the races. The feeling is quite similar. The sensation, the tire is going there around. But definitely it's a great tool. I give a lot of importance to the simulator, especially when you have it at home and you can actually turn the simulator on and just drive anytime you want and race anytime you want.
My team are getting a little bit overtired here, but it's a bit of a weird interview, honestly, because as I watch the darkness fall over the 24 hours of Le Mans, you're coming back to endurance. I'm sorry about the terrible teammate options that were made available to you. Back with us at Inter Europol competition. Is the virtual 24 hours of Le Mans whetting your appetite to jump back in an endurance car, even if it is only with me?
Well, it's gonna be great to be your teammate, I'm sure. Or I hope so.
Or else.
It's good. It's definitely gonna be great, and I'm sure we're gonna have a lot of fun, and we're gonna be a great team. I'm really looking forward to it. I haven't been racing much in the last couple of years. Actually, I haven't been racing, and I'm very excited to be back racing, and especially with this new challenge, learning on, resistance, long races. It's something new to me, and I'm really keen to learn that from you, from your experience, and hopefully I'm going to enjoy it. I think that's the most important thing, to build up a consistent rhythm throughout LMP2.
Yeah, we'll have our pre-season briefing perhaps at another time, but Esteban, let's catch up before the season. Really looking forward to working with you. See you through the year. I really hope you enjoy this year of endurance racing and enjoy the rest of Le Mans Virtual. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for having me here, and all the best.
There you are. You have just watched the very first almost handshake between new teammates. Alex Brundle will continue his FIA World Endurance career with the Inter Europol team this season, and will be joined by Esteban Gutierrez. So really good to welcome Esteban into the World Endurance Championship fold. And who knows, he may get a chance not just to race at the Le Mans 24 Hours in June, but maybe even inveigle himself into a team for the Le Mans Series Virtual and the 24-hour race Virtual next year as well. Back to our racing action, and the gap remains fairly much steady out front. Jeffrey Rietveld, car number 70, that's Real Team Hydrogen, leading by 25.9 seconds now over Eamon Murphy in the Veloce Esports number 28 car. And last time's winners, Louis Delatraz at the wheel, one of the drivers who took the Virtual Le Mans in 2020 for Rebellion GPX Esport. 3.7, so losing a fraction in traffic behind Eamon Murphy, remains in third. Fiducci for Team Fordzilla in fourth place. So that car just continuing to creep up the order. You know, we highlighted early on that they were having a very strong start to the race. Where did they qualify? Like 11th on the grid?
12th, I believe.
12th on the grid. Had a really good start, and they were top 6 or 7 in the first hour, and never looked like being anything other than top 6 or 7, touch wood. They're still going really strongly in fourth place. Jesper Pedersen has taken over. Number 4, floored by Collis Burst, they're fifth. Norbert Kiss, European truck racing champion. Kish Norbert in the Red Bull Racing Esports car number 11. That is up to 6th position ahead of Michi Hoyer for 444 Alpha Industries by Colles. He's 7th ahead of Yiffy Yi, the man who, or one of the men with Louis Delatraz, actually ironically, who was so nearly winner of Le Mans in June 2021, just 5 minutes, 1 lap away from victory. Then for WRT, now for GPX Rebellion Esports, he lies in 8th ahead of Yasheet, who are 9th, and the Alpine Esports number 36 car, the Fernando Alonso, quote, blue and yellow Alpine really Esports car. And, you know, Fernando really invested in this whole Alpine program, you know, excited to be racing with Alpine in Formula 1, but really, really excited and flagging very strongly that he is going to be one of the leading lights in developing Alpine's return to Le Mans. Of course, Alpine, the sporting brand of Renault, won Le Mans twice in the 1970s before the Porsche era really started with outright wins with the 908s. But it was a very successful run in the turbo era of the 70s, and it sort of, you know, broke ground for Renault's Formula 1 turbo program that then came along hot on its heels. But that's Alpine's last success, 2 back-to-back wins in the 1970s. So it's been a long, long time since the brand from Dieppe originally has been represented at Le Mans. And to have them coming back with a renaissance man of the like of Fernando Alonso, he didn't say as much, and you don't sort of venture as much, but you just sort of feel that he might well be one of the major driving forces behind that entire thing, even being a thought in anybody's head. And that would be fantastic. For him to be able to come back leading a team like that, with such a strong name and such a good history behind them, I'm sure he would just give everything to be able to win Le Mans again, but for a different brand and for one that he's obviously so invested in and actually physically invested in their esports presence as well.
It's kind of one of those things that's it's a dream. You kind of think of it thinking it's just a dream, it's a dream, but it's really one of those things it's a dream that's tangible, that's realistic, that's expected is probably too strong of a word, but there is almost that weight on the shoulders of someone like Fernando Alonso to go on, you can do it, you can bring that to life. And
you sort of feel from the way he talks about it that it's the opposite. I don't think he feels that there's any expectation that he's going to make it happen other than his own expectation and almost not expectation but desire to make it happen that's sort of driving it along. And all these programs, they need something. Famously, Audi's enormously successful Le Mans program wasn't thought up in R&D, wasn't thought up in marketing, wasn't thought up in the racing department. It came because of a lads' weekend.
Yeah.
Dr. Ulrich was invited, he was the head of Audi Racing, and they were quite happily racing DTM and rallying and everything else. All the rally program had finished, but, looking at DTM. He was invited by David Ingram from Audi in Great Britain to join them at Le Mans for the weekend. And Sunday morning, they're in the VIP boxes, over the pit lane, leaning out the window, watching, and David Ingram tells a story that Wolfgang Ulrich turned around and looked at him and went, we have to be doing this.
Yeah.
And that's where it comes from. It almost always, you look at any of the sponsors in motorsport, predominantly they're there because one person likes motor racing, loves motor racing, gets involved somehow in motor racing, gets bitten by the bug. Most of the teams that exist, you think of the famous teams, here we got Pescarelli, we got Duquesne, in the room with us here. You think of all the big names in Formula 1, Tyrrell, Williams, McLaren, all the others. One man's dream.
Yeah.
One man's overwhelming dream. And you just sort of feel a little bit that unless something really queers the pitch with Fernando and Alpine, that's his next big program. Yeah, he wanted to be Formula 1 world champion, he was. He wanted to repeat, he did. He wanted to race for McLaren, he did. He wanted to win Le Mans, he did. He wanted to go back to Formula 1, he did. His next goal is obviously to be Formula 1 world champion again with Alpine, but clearly bringing Alpine to Le Mans is part of that goal too.
He's got a broad view of motorsport. Well, to be fair, he's got a broad view of everything in this. And this is why he has such an involvement in sim racing, in what we have here. It's because his vision is over the entire thing. It's not just what he is presently doing in Formula 1. It's the eye of, okay, we can expand into here and be successful here. We can be over here as well. We can do that. We can do, and it's not just a pipe dream of someone thinking, oh, here's a list of things that I want.
Yeah.
Here's a list of things that are actually obtainable.
Well, and all the time going to make happen. And of course, we haven't even talked about the Indy 500, and that's unfinished business with him as well. So so there's all of that. Meanwhile, back with the action, battle for second place. Rudy Van Buren, he is in the 71 Redline BMW. That car has been at the top of the pile. Anchan Juven in the 92 Porsche, back in the lead of GTE, again ahead of Rudy Van Buren, but there's been a driver change there in the BMW. Kevin Siggy was out at the last stop, Van Buren is in. Martin Kronker also a driver change in the 91 car. He's taken over the 91 car. Chan Juven back in the 92 car. So that you know, we haven't quite sung the disappearance of Porsche's challenge, but we have pointed out that BMW is not going away, and nor is their fuel economy advantage. No. So Porsche have to fight that with pace. That's the only weapon they've got left. They've tried all season to fight that economy with economy, and it's not worked. So they know that's not going to work. They have to outrun them.
And tyres as well.
Yeah, and they just have to do it, and they can't do it on strategy. It's not fair to refer to the BMW as the tortoise, but they have to be the hare. They have to be a quicker hare than the BMW is.
But they're trying the best they can. The problem is, at the moment, it does look, at the moment, like the Porsche is much, much slower than the BMW. What is an actual fact is that these are two cars on completely different ends of their stint life. This is the BMW on fairly fresh, just 3-lap-old tyres, versus the Porsche on, 10-lap-old tyres. And the thing is the tyres in the GTE categories, because they're running the softs, do drop off quite a bit, and it's just trying to figure if Porsche Esports can throw anything else at them. I don't know if they can. I don't think even they think they can. They are sat here praying at the moment.
So, all right, let's put our thinking hats on. Right now, you can see the balance might be starting to tip towards BMW. So you've got two, with the Porsche Esports team, we've got two cars in the fight. 91 is the one that could win the championship. 92 at the moment is the one you have to try and then sacrifice to break BMW somehow.
It's just...
BMW can run within tenths on a 13-kilometre lap of your outright best pace and save fuel compared to what you can do. So, currently they're single stinting tyres. Double stinting saves you 20 seconds in the pits, costs you much more than 20 seconds probably over the course of a stint. It's going to cost you more than a second a lap. That's 20 seconds. So that doesn't work. One other slender possibility might be going to a softer tyre when the conditions are cooler. So from midnight till 6 or 7. And in the real world, that happens because the track gets cooler and the air temperature drops. But in the virtual world, as I understand it in rFactor 2, that is less of a dramatic change. But you've got to try something, because doing the same is not having the correct effect.
Because they're in the GTs, they are already on the soft. They're already on the
So there is no softer tyre. So the only option would be to try and double
mediums
stint
and
that
doubles.
soft.
But the Porsche is a little bit too aggressive on its tyres to be able to go. I mean, we saw it in qualifying how much they're moving around going into the Porsche curves. And they're struggling a little bit on the rear end, and that is just burning out the rear tyres. It gets worse as the stint goes on. By the time that you do that, if you were to do a full stint, 50 minutes on it, return to pit lane, change or refill the tank, and then go back out again. The first time you go into the Porsche curves in tyres that are already pretty sold, to be perfectly honest, the moment that you put weight back on at that kind of level, the rear end is just going to go.
Okay, we need plan C. I don't have plan C.
They've got enough race engineers to try and figure something out, but at this point, the speed and the aggression that Redline are coming at them basically from all angles, with the fuel, with the tyres, with this, with pace now, oh my goodness. What can they do? And to be honest, aside from the basic advice that was given to BS Competitions drivers from Felix van Delft, their race engineer, go faster. That is all they can say at the moment.
That's what I've got for you, boys.
Yeah. How do I get out of this situation? Well, if you were going about a second a lap faster, then it wouldn't be a problem, so you know what to do. I love it when race engineers do that.
Well, and that's every second Formula One radio message you ever hear. I say, oh boy, you might want to try driving a little quicker. Oh, do you know what? I'd never thought of that. Yeah. And if they're frustrating for the fans to hear on the TV, imagine what it's like for the driver who is braining himself trying to find just an extra 100th in a corner.
I've had it in practice with when I was racing in leagues and stuff, and Oscar Hardwick, who's very quick on a multitude of sims, he would give me advice. He'd be like, I see, you're, I was like, I need help. Someone needs to tell me what to do. And he was like, you see, you're struggling on the corners and the bits between them. And I was like,
Yeah.
well, thank you, mate. That is really helpful. Really, really helpful. It's not wrong.
No, it's not, is it? But it's not useful. Well, as the time lapse has showed you, the sun has finally sunk below the yardarm, which to me definitely means it's gin and tonic o'clock. However, I think just for one evening we may have to pass that by. 122 laps in the books. We are on lap 1. Oh, in fact, that's not 120, that's 132 laps in the books. That's more than that now. We're 100. That's GTE. Oh, there you go. That's why the lead's done 136. 122. Chan Juven, Rudy Van Buren, Martin Krunke. Luke Hartog, fourth for Proton competition. Again, as we've seen all season in the Le Mans Series Virtual, there or thereabouts and capable of a podium if either of the two factory Porsches strike any kind of a problem. Proton right there in backup. Kevin Stolzer now in the FIA Esports Ferrari, that is in 5th place. 6th place, Javier Raivio for BS Plus competition there, BMW. So that's the second of the BMWs. Simsa with the second of the Ferraris in 7th place. 8th place, Tesla R8G. That's the 888 Corvette. And then Sammy Matutrogan just out of the pits. I think just into the Team GB BMW in 9th place. Rounding out the top 10 is Yuri Kazdorp for Red Bull Racing Esports in 111. And that is the Corvette, of course, that was started by Dennis Lin. So excitingly, their teammates Nesta Garcia and Sebastian Job, the pro sim racers. But this is the view from on board the BMW, heading into the darkness. And as you can see, reflecting the real world, it's not just our onboard camera, but that will be the amount of limited visibility that is being generated on the driver's screens as well. So from above, there's a little bit more illumination. We're no longer seeing the lights just faintly on the road in the shadows, in the sunshine. We're now seeing the lights illuminating the cars and the scenery. But for the drivers, suddenly all the reference points become very, very different. And judging distance, as everybody knows from driving in the dark, unless you've got the full beam on really illuminating everything, becomes very much harder indeed. And when the scenery is moving at quite the pace that it is in the race like this, then that is a very significant change indeed. So here's our overall classification with just under 16 hours remaining. So we've just got to the 8-hour mark. It is just after 10 o'clock local time here in France. Jeffrey Riedveld leading for Real Team Hydrogen Racing from Eamon Murphy, Louis Delatraz. Fiducci for Team Fordzilla ahead of Kish for Red Bull Racing and Yi for GPX Rebellion. Looking further down the order, we have currently 25 cars running, because in LMP our 26 car, Team Redline 123, is parked in the garage, and that must be confirmed or must be considered to be hors de combat. So Chan Juven, Rudy Van Buren, Martin Krunke, the top 3 in the GTE class, Porsche, BMW, Porsche. Then Luke Hartog, Kevin Stolzer, Javier Raivio, Porsche, Ferrari, BMW. So all except for Aston Martin with representation in the top half dozen. And the top Aston would be, well, okay, well, we only had 2 in the field, and D Station are out. So our only Aston, therefore, is also our top Aston. David Pittard is driving the Pro Drive Esports car. That is 13th in the GTE class. So officially, 10 p.m., we are kind of into nighttime running. We have bid a fond farewell just before catering closes to Lewis McGlade, and welcome back Chris McCarthy. Chris, well, since you went to, well, you left the race with us in our tender care, and we've lost Max Verstappen. Yeah, sorry. And obviously, with him, about 6 million viewers probably have all gone, right, that's it for me, I'm off to bed, or I'm going to watch Clarkson's Farm, or whatever it happens to be that that takes the fancy of most Dutch fans, in fact, a lot of sim racing fans. But yeah, big accident for Max Verstappen, passing a GT Porsche in the 4 curves, in the last elements, the 4 curves, and misjudged the distance and ended up in the barriers and tore a rear wheel off the car. And that's as far as it went.
Yeah, I watched it. I think I was with you, Alex Brundle, when we were watching it as well. And it was a big incident for Max Verstappen, obviously devastating effects. I could talk about what I thought of it, but I think you'd be able to give a much more educated opinion than me.
Well, you know, it's can be quite specific to sim curbing, and actually the curbs are the hardest part of a simulation to model, I really believe, from having driven the game versus the reality. And sometimes if you just catch an element of the car on the curb, it can send you into that kind of spin. But it's not an unknown incident, certainly not an unknown incident, especially as the race wears on in that section of the Ford chicane. I think it was the Inception McLaren either this year or last year. They did exactly the same thing with Ollie Milroy on board. And yeah, you just plain lose it on the way, and it's so fast on the entry there. It's one of the most difficult braking points to pick as well. You see how you had the GT on the right-hand side, because normally you'd use the end of the pit lane there as a braking marker to turn in over that curb. But when you have a GT outside you, it becomes extremely hard to pick your braking point. There's absolutely nothing on the left. Add to that the bananas, the big old curbs, which, as we've seen, such are the liberties taken on the curbs in there when you don't have to worry too much about breaking the suspension of the car. It's easy to get in there a little bit early, and it did look to me like Max just got in there a little bit early. But a combination of sim, Le Mans, and just plain bad luck, I think, for Max Verstappen, unfortunately.
Traffic in the wrong place, and he was way offline to the left. He had no option. If he didn't cut the inside on the left, he was just going to fly straight off on the right-hand side. And so, yeah, he tried to mitigate as much as he could, but the Porsche meant he was a long way offline at the most critical point of the turn in there. He was just always in trouble.
I give you Mike Rockenfeller, I give you Alan McNish, I give you Loic Duval, I give you some of the greatest drivers, in my opinion, to have graced the tarmac at Le Mans, even specialists. And they've almost all ended up at some point stuffed in one of the walls, because that's the nature of this racetrack, that's the nature of this race, especially as the light fades and darkness falls and you start to rely on those blue marker boards so heavily that you can see there that glow beautifully. I am blown away by the accuracy of the rendering of this. It's quite fantastic.
Yeah, there's been a lot of people on Twitter actually, you know, using the hashtag Le Mans Virtual to say how sim racing has just come so far. Well, people just blown away with, as Alex says, just how accurate it is. I think particularly when it gets to dark in the Le Mans Virtual, it becomes very hard to know whether you're watching Le Mans Virtual or Le Mans.
It's the layer upon layer of detail. It's the way that it gets hazy before it gets dark.
Yeah.
It's the things that blew me away 18 months ago when you're following a car down through the old Maison Blanche section and you can see the shadow of the Telly Heli following it and crossing across the track and molding the shadow, molding over the car as it crosses the track. And those details, and the details of the driver's helmet being correct in the car, what the driver's view is in the mirrors, in their side, as somebody comes past their side window as they pass them or they are passed. And then it's the level upon level of detail. My time playing on PlayStations on Gran Turismo, you think how, it was just a sea of polygons. And now this, the most disorientating thing about doing a virtual race as opposed to the real Le Mans 24 hours is the fact that we don't get to go and talk to all the drivers in the back of the garage. And that unless we're doing it from the studio here, if we're doing a normal sim race series, we basically have to set up our own equipment for ourselves. And that's not what commentators do, that's the rest of it looks and feels 99.99% the same as the real world. And that's the key.
I'm back down here in the social media corner, and I'm just going to tell you what some of the interactions that we've had today on social media thus far. Now, we asked you earlier to send a photo with the hashtag Le Mans Virtual to see where you are watching the 24-hour race from. Now, Brett Morrison is watching it from Montecito, California, USA. I imagine it's around mid-morning there, so he's rightfully got his coffee there. That's what you need to watch an endurance race. He's cheering on Veloce Esports team. Now we're going to move on to, this is actually in Germany. This is the Porsche headquarters, and you can see the setup there. Absolutely fantastic. They're actually doing a live broadcast in German as well. They've got all of their esports, official esports teams competing from there. Now we're going to move on to, of course, Wolves. We showed this photo from earlier on today. They've set up the two Wolves esports teams. Have got two sim rigs that are with this fantastic view of the stadium. Best seats in the house, as they may say. However, they brought them luck. They won 3-1 to Southampton, which is a great result. Let's just hope it works in the other sense and gives car number 87 a bit more encouragement and maybe a bit more luck with regards to that. Now, earlier on, I spoke about the fantastic Lego trophy competition that we launched. You can win 2 tickets to the 24 Hours of Le Mans this year. What a fantastic prize. We said to you to send in your constructions, and here is one of them from Annelle Clouet, and she says we did what we could to make our virtual Le Mans trophy. I'd say that's very good. It's very kind of like chateau inspired. I love it. That's fantastic. So moving on to our next one. Look, this is a real kind of Le Mans setup here with the starting gate as well. It's on the podium over there. Look at that. Brilliant. Done a great job. Better than me with my Audi Quattro. And I know we've got, here's our creation. That's from Susan Sheerin. Well done, Susan. Love it. And now I know we've got one more. This is my 11-year-old's trophy. Well, your 11-year-olds can do a lot better than me. That is a good job. So well done. That's Leon Van Rooyen who sent that in. Please don't hesitate. Continue sending us in your photos of the 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual Trophy, or your interpretation of it. If you can get inspired by this, of course you can see the flag, the black and white checkered flag, the wheel, and the aero here. I mean, you know, just get inspired by the race, by the sim racing, esports, whatever. We are really keen to see your creations, but don't forget, if it's either that, or if you have any questions, or if you have just a photo of where you're following this event from, use the hashtag Le Mans Virtual. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, Hayley, and thank you to everybody who has created trophies. I sense there may be a few more of those coming on Sunday morning once the kids are awake again, and Dad's been up all night. Realistically, any homemade Le Mans trophy needs to exist almost entirely of discarded espresso pods and matchsticks, because anybody who's up all night. And another thing, actually, you've seen our setup. Let's see yours. I know from years and years of experience at Le Mans with a whole host of different broadcasters, fans very often have much more information at their fingertips, bizarrely, than the race commentators do. So show us your setup, either your sim rig, compare it with some of the drivers, or how you're watching, where you've got the timing screens. What you don't have is a leading car. Now, the lights are on the leading car. Does that mean that Yannick Dalmas is being called out? That is the H24, the hydrogen-propelled prototype that is being prepared for a race debut in 2025. But I'm not quite sure that there is anything at the moment that would demand the safety car to be scrambled. State of the race as of now, darkness has fallen. We have reached 1/3 distance. Yellow lights are on, so there is an incident somewhere. Was that down at Mulsanne Corner, Alex? You've got very good eyes for corners.
I didn't catch that one actually, so I've gotten up on that one. Let's see if we can see it again. No, it's Porsche curves, middle of the Porsche curves.
Okay.
And is that the Jota car? Did I catch it? Just made a little bit of contact in the final part of karting. Yeah, you see, I've tried not to run into that one myself, so I can pick it out relatively easy. It looks like the Rebellion.
Rebellion Esports, is that the #1 car? Is that why it's now in the garage?
No, he owed us a pit stop anyway.
Okay.
But he's had to go in sideways there.
Yeah, so as
with the car
real-time
before.
hydrogen is in as well, so that is the top 2 cars in the race. You also saw, well, I thought that was both factory Porsches, it is. So Rudy Van Buren rather, back at the top of the pile in GTE. So suddenly, 2 of the top 3 cars in GTE and our 2 leaders in LMP are in the pit lane. So, still not quite sure what the yellow lights are all about. There was a tiny bit of contact, but it didn't result in either car going off.
I'd say he didn't want to be caught on the outside, so couldn't get into the pits, or caught on the inside rather, which would have blocked off pit entry.
Yeah, there is a way generally, if you are much faster than the car ahead, to go round the outside of that middle part of karting and then basically cut off the car you're passing in the oft-camber left-hander. In any case, Louis Delatraz, or whoever has replaced him, is heading out of the pit lane now in that Rebellion car, so it seems no harm, no foul. We've got the WRT car in the pit lane as well.
Yep. With a rear wing, which is a rare state of play for WRT.
Yeah, there's low downforce.
In almost any of our races this year. So Agustin Canapino has retaken control of the #1 car. This is WRT.
And that.
Losing a rear wing. And that is at the second chicane, isn't it? Left, right, left. Right, left. Oh no, hang on. This is.
That is. He's just caught the grass on the way into Indianapolis, and that, I'm afraid, is textbook commentator's curse. I'm afraid, Martin, even for the WRT car that comes in.
Did I literally speak too soon just then?
Absolute
really
textbook.
did, didn't I? Oh my goodness. All right, so that's why the yellow flags were out, and that is why there were lights on the leading car, which is also going to be our safety car should we need it. Haven't needed it yet. The race has gone green all the way through. In fact, that's the first sign even of a yellow that I've seen. Because we don't have real marshals or virtual marshals in the virtual world moving virtual debris, we don't even have to have full course yellows, which of course have become, part and parcel of racing at Le Mans, is that there will be full course yellows at quite a number of junctions just to cover off particularly debris recovery, and that's something that you don't need to do in the real world because bits don't fly off cars, and if they do, they don't stay flown off cars, and you don't get shards of carbon fibre in the track or all of that. And nobody's yet managed to or bothered to simulate that. I think probably a lot of sim racers are probably very glad that they haven't, because real racers don't like debris in the track, particularly at night. I don't think sim racers will be any keener on it. Oh, it's more realistic, yeah, but it's a right pain in the backside.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of times you go screaming down the Mulsanne straight and there's something absolutely in the middle of the road, you have to jig, you have to find the other side of the straight and get out of the way. It's a really horrible part, actually.
Or you don't see it early enough, it just thumps up underneath the car, like when you're driving a road car. Yeah,
and the
that's
sound,
even worse.
And the sound that makes, you wouldn't believe. And the damage that can do, you wouldn't believe. So, yes, not part of the virtual 24 hours of Le Mans. And also, it's very interesting, isn't it? Because there are no full course, we don't have full course yellows really in the real race. You tend to run it in terms of slow zones to keep the race operational, although this year that we did have a few more full course yellows. But what you also don't have are any teams gambling to pit under them either, which makes our stint plan quite clean.
Yep.
Because, when you look at the front of the field, the whole top 10, everyone down to the car in 9th, GPX Rebellion car, have done 14 stops. That's because they've been running cleanly. There are no full course yellows to gamble over. So you've basically got such a clean race, such a pace-driven race, and you can see why it's so important to be on the pace, to get that car set up right, to have low tyre wear, because there's no shoot from the hip strategic stuff can go on here. You've got to have the car underneath you.
It's as if all the top dozen cars are being run by Audi. Yeah, everything is relentlessly efficient. There are no mistakes. And actually, looking down the order, the only cars that have made more pit stops than the standard number is Oz as a result of damage. So the first who has made 15 stops. Nesta Girolami now just coming back out in a 22 GPX Rebellion Esports car. They had a pit stop earlier on for damage. So did SEM9 Flash, that Axel Motorsport car 21. That had damage early on. Jota had an incident. RAG had an incident. They've all made a pit stop above and beyond what is required just for fuel. And that's the, you know, it started with your dad, actually. Let's go, you know, harping on about your dad again.
Chris is mine.
No, your dad. Yeah. It started with your dad in the Jaguar era when they first put in the chicanes. He went, well, this has now become not just an endurance race. This is now a 24-hour sprint, because you don't get that long 2.5 miles of Mulsanne straight just and relaxing and nursing the car down it like you did in the old TWR days. Now it is just bang, 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 bang. And particularly when we got into the hybrid era, when you had a maximum energy consumption per lap, measured per lap, not per stint or over the whole race distance, you had to be 100% on the maximum pace in every sector of every lap of every stint, because if you didn't, you knew you were giving time away and you couldn't be any faster or you would be forced to give time back. So it didn't become an endurance race then, it became a 24-hour open heart surgery. I mean, it had to be surgically precise.
And
it remains that now in this virtual world, because there are no brakes, there are no breathers, there's no respite, there's no safety car, there's no slow zone, there's no full course yellows, there's none of that. There is no respite. It is 100% concentrated commitment from the start of your stint to the end of it.
Yeah, unless you're talking about the Charles Leclerc yogurt zone, in which case that area you can afford to rest slightly just to get a spoon.
Which just shows how much spare mental capacity you have to have to drive cars of the nature of a Formula One car or of a prototype. You say he has, you've got the same, otherwise you wouldn't be able to, you'd be able to drive the car on a track on its own to an acceptable degree. Throw in all the other nutcases, you're all at sea. And you can see that, and you know that. You will be able to name drivers specifically through your career who could deal with the car but could not deal with the traffic.
Outstanding concentration being shown there by pole sitter Reitfeld as he makes his way through the traffic, and certainly it is a big factor, especially at night. Drivers, those who aren't absolutely on top of the car, those who aren't happy in the car, that becomes blown out of all proportion in these conditions, because all of a sudden, not only are they struggling with balance issues, the temperature is a bit weird, the track surface is a bit weird. Racing cars don't behave normally. You barely ever test at night. In fact, you never test at night until you come to Le Mans so often. And it's a totally different surface. The reason for that is because you don't have continuous, what they would call sun load on it. So it doesn't warm. The surface isn't warm. So the car is warming its tyres kind of organically through the car. It's such a different feeling. And you get these massive peaks and troughs of grip depending on how exactly the tyre compound is working. The grip at a certain temperature can be fabulous, and then all of a sudden it can fall away to nothing, and it can be a real horror story out there. And no doubt it's the same for these teams of drivers working with their virtual cars. The one difference that they have are these drivers can go and set up their simulation to nail these conditions, and can go and do hours of night testing and then make a plan across the whole race to make sure they have a car which works in the day, which works in the night. It's way more strategic.
I think you'll find that
it's the relentless repetition, isn't it?
You'll have two drivers through the night, two drivers either side of the night. I think a lot of the teams will go that route simply because of what you were saying.
Yeah, drivers specialising in the track condition as it is. Perhaps the guys who put, or guys or girls who put a little bit more temperature through the tyre, a little bit more temperature through the front tyre, are able to drive better with the reference points that they have. Perhaps, as we see with Alex Palou, the drivers who are in their best time zone for these particular conditions.
As well. Yeah, that's when they're out practicing, because where they are in the world.
Well, we talked about this early on, didn't we? You know, that we've got drivers spread across the globe, and particularly when we did the first Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual, which was in full lockdown. Toyota drivers in Japan, in New Zealand. Brendan Hartley was at home in New Zealand on his only just purchased sim rig. Somebody went out and to the supermarket or to an electronics store and bought the sim rig in the week of Le Mans to be able to compete because he didn't have a decent enough one at home. Well, yeah, exactly. Some electronics store, but managed to buy the kit he needed. And you had drivers in the USA, North and South America, all across Europe, and it seemed logical to us that you wouldn't put Brendan Hartley in at 3 in the morning New Zealand time. You put him in at 3 in the morning European time when it was, the middle of the day there, and so he'd be well rested. But no, they actually didn't. And Toyota Gazoo Racing particularly just ran them through stints in the sequencing which they would normally run through stints. So, you go in second, Brendan, you go after Kazuki, and then, in third, you whatever. It's daylight here in Le Mans, but it was like 4 in the morning for him. But okay, tough luck, it's Le Mans, get on with it. But you would think, in a slightly less, let's say, regimented factory sort of setup, it does make sense. If all your drivers are in Europe, somebody's going to be sleepy. If some of your drivers are in North America or in a way different time zone, sort of out east, then it makes sense for them to be as awake as possible, because it's going to be punishing on the brain anyway. And if you put them in tired without having to, then it's going to be doubly punishing.
That's what I really enjoy about this race, which is that it's not Le Mans. It's virtual Le Mans.
Yeah.
And there's a difference.
Yeah.
There is a difference. The competitors are here to challenge the virtual system, which is based around the concept of the 24 hours of Le Mans. But if you have the opportunity to practice in the dark, you don't sit there and go, well, it's not really it's not really what we should be doing. It's not really what you take that opportunity.
Of course.
And you go and compete on the virtual stage, which is why we have sim racers operating as pros here, because there are those differing factors. We have the beautiful crossover of the fact that we love our motorsport. We all think, like Jimmy does, as we ride on board with it, Jimmy Broadbent, that Porsche sounds awesome. But we also see that essentially that there are specialists in this environment, and they're showing us how it's done.
Yeah, and one of the things I think that the real world drivers were especially envious of. That didn't really come out. It'll be better after rehearsal. One thing that the real world drivers really envied in the sim racing drivers was their ability to test anything at any time at no expense. Time and expense are utterly interlinked in real racing, but not in sim racing. So, for instance, in sim racing, leading up to Le Mans 18 months ago, there were a series of test races, and after those, each of the teams will have had a job sheet. We need to do this, we need to do that, we need to do the other, and would then go off and do more testing immediately after the race, which you couldn't do with the real car because you'd have to rebuild it, or real drivers because they would have to be at the circuit or going back to the hotel. But for instance, finish a race, go, okay, we're 2K top speed down on the Mulsanne. What are we going to do about it? Right, I'm going to go to Indianapolis now with the car, and I'm going to spend 2 hours lapping Indy with various different degrees of radiator and brake blanking to see where I'm going to find that 2K top speed without boiling the car or ruining the brakes. You can't do that in the real world, and that's one of the reasons why virtual racing and the ability to work solutions for problems at a much quicker rate was really, the envy of the real world drivers. Clearly in the studio here, somebody has had several rum barbars for their dessert.
Someone should just knock into that tyre as they're walking by.
They're having a lot of fun in the back of the studio here. We've got our 4 sim rigs, 3 of which are currently populated, so there are stints ongoing.
They are threatening to push him over.
Yes. Sticky is going for a Burton here, I think, at some stage. You're not seeing it. The culmination will be there, but we're watching the FDA car right now. Kasper Stoltz at the wheel of the Dane at the wheel of the FDA Ferrari. Chan Juven right.
This is Mac Backham.
Has now gone in front. Yeah, this is Mac Backham behind. This is the 91 car that is challenging for the championship lead and still trying to find a way to catch the BMW Redline car. But right now, first has to find a way past the Ferrari. So because the BMW and the Ferrari on slightly different fuel schedules to the Porsche is now running lighter, but on slightly older tyres, but it is the weight that has the advantage there, picks up the toe, makes the move down the inside into Indianapolis. And Alex, that's never a move that you would make lightly and without a lot of careful consideration in the real world.
Now you think about that one. Sometimes only all the way from Mulsanne, but you do think about that one on the way down to Indianapolis. He may well have a go back at him, mightn't he? Down towards the Porsche curves. So it's not really too much of a big braking zone to have a go back. Cheeky little side draft as well on his way into Indianapolis. That one was nice to see, and more tyre tomfoolery. Control Alt S.
Goodyear's been used in a way that I've never actually seen anybody sleep in a Goodyear tyre stack before now. In or against a tyre oven.
But you haven't been in endurance racing long enough, my friend. Yeah. He said to Martin Haven.
What year were you born? No. Seriously, what year were you born as a matter of interest?
1990.
Okay. So I'd only been to 8 Le Mans before you were born.
It's when they start getting your lunch out of a tyre oven. You know.
Tyre ovens can be one of the great saviours of a pit lane reporter at Le Mans, because it is never hot all the way through the night, and usually by 3 or 4, when your batteries metaphorically and physically are flagging, hugging a tyre oven or just leaning up against it for half an hour to get some warmth back into your bones, back into your core, because you haven't been heat soaked either for several hours, they can be a real saviour. Again, back with the battle, the Ferrari with the Porsche back behind it once more. And this is what we see all the time, you know, different cars, different strengths, they're better on better tracks, they're better on different parts of the track, and drivers have a different way of skinning the orange as well.
It looks like Mac Backham is just ahead, but all that's done, Alex, has just lost them more time to Juven. So clearly for FDA were as determined as possible to keep that Porsche behind, delay its progress.
Yeah, Porsche back through, it would appear, on the way down towards... no, we're seeing, yes, indeed, that... big, heavy braking move. What is this?
Oh, this is our LM
ARC.
Cup champions. Now, so which one of that's not the ARC Bratislava car, is it?
I just picked up a yellow car. We'll see a number in just a moment time, but a little bit of a rotation in the mid-corner. The bank mid-corner of Indianapolis puts them into the inside wall, and surely a little bit of left front damage that they're going to have to fix on that car.
I did think that was the LM Cup champions car, the yellow and blue, but it's neither of the Montoyas. They are neither of them in the studio here. So the other two drivers, Luca D'Amelio and Christopher Hoogveld, who battled out in the LM Cup virtual series to take the top 2 spots and earn that place, they may well be doing the night-time driving. We'll wait to see if either of them show up as stopped. Nobody has shown up as stopped so far, and nobody has shown us in the pits yet. So Christopher Hoogveld is driving the LM Cup car, so we'll wait and see. Meanwhile, back with Mac Backham and Kevin Stoltz, and the Porsche just creeping away ever so gently. And there is a degree when you're in a battle with somebody, Alex, and you're a long way from the start and a very long way from the end of the race, where you just go, okay, all right, buddy, off you go.
Yeah, you've got to be really smart, but also there's something about being in a race. As a race car driver, it's really, really difficult to let somebody through.
To be a grown-up.
You're never going to make it. You're never going to make it easy. It's just not inbuilt into you. But sometimes you do just have to be that little bit more mature. Understand there are still 15 hours to go, and so much. It's happened so many years at Le Mans. It's happened to me. You see a guy come by you on the brake super aggressively, and you think, might not be now, might not be in 3 hours' time, but at some point in the race, that's going off.
And then you'll drive past them 3 hours later.
Lo and behold,
there we go.
a couple of hours later, the inevitable has occurred. Sometimes they're just faster than you, and you have to just accept that because they've got a better car underneath them.
they've got fresher tyres, they've got lower fuel, all of that. In the end, in this race, you have to race your own race. You know, this although you're on the track at the same time as other people, this to a very great degree is something like doing downhill. You have effectively total control over your own race, barring weird hands of fate, and in 24 hours there are plenty of those, but only you can overdrive your car, only you can over-rev it, only you can boil the brakes, only you can fry the tyres, only you. When you're in the car, you are 100% in control of your own destiny, barring fate. And as a result, you've got to run your own race. And that is how so many teams have won Le Mans so many times. Yes, you need that rubber to green, because if Lady Luck decides it ain't you, I don't care who you are, it ain't you. Max Verstappen has just had that proved to him, you know, this evening. But you have to run your own race. And if somebody on a different stint is coming by you, making your life a pain, let him go. Get your car back up to its maximum pace, because that's the only way it's going to be as good as it can be.
It's a race which is about pressure, which is why we look at a 26-second gap at Le Mans, where normally a 4-second gap is
a lifetime.
A lifetime, you know, in a race like a Grand Prix. We look at a 26-second gap or a 30-second gap as between Reutefeldt and Murphy at the front of the field at the moment, and we go, ooh, because there's something about being caught and knowing you have 2 hours to go, and actually the amount of damage that can be done to a lead over 2 hours, you're talking minutes, over 2 hours of racing. And so if somebody's bleeding half a tenth out of you over a couple of hours of racing, that's the kind of distance you're going to pull out. Just take the concept of racing and just grab it by both ends and drag it.
Yep.
Long and wide. And that's basically the concept of Le Mans, except each individual lap, each individual driver, each individual stint are only their individual part of it. And so you have to understand that long game, and that can catch drivers who are coming to Le Mans for the first time out. But it must be said, despite the difficulties of nailing the line on a sim, despite the pitfalls of Le Mans, I think the level of driving demonstrated has been quite incredible.
Yeah.
I've had a go at this race. I know how tricky it is to keep one of these LMP2 prototypes in between the white lines, both in real life and on this simulation with all of the pitfalls of Le Mans. Just touch the grass, just touch a curb, and you're pirouetting offline into the gravel or even into the wall. And we're lapping, they're putting in still, you know, sitting there in the 323s as they have been all the way through the race. Everyone in the top 15 cars is capable of just banging in 323 laps consistently. It's really quite impressive.
I was going to ask, how did racing in this in 2020, first time doing a Le Mans virtual, first time we did it, how did it compare to doing your first Le Mans race?
It's an interesting one. I mean, Le Mans, when I first drove it, was quite a frightening place. You had, and even more frightening when Martin first went in the 40s.
1840s.
No, it was quite, you know, the Porsche curbs were basically a tube of concrete, pretty much, and obviously safety has changed. So that was the overwhelming. You were at this massively kind of aggressive racetrack. There was a personal risk associated with it. When I drove Le Mans Virtual for the first time, honestly, as a pro driver coming to this race, not a pro driver who does a lot of sim work, and by a lot of sim work I mean a lot of esports work, because I really think there's a difference between driving the sim to develop your racing car in real life and driving the sim to be fastest on the sim. You know, there are some guys who are just so far above and beyond us. Honestly, my focus was not messing up the race, because I know how annoying.
It's a good focus.
I know how annoying it would be if somebody turned up in the middle of my series, in the middle of my year, and just was plain incoherent and couldn't do the job, and got in the way and messed up the race. And I do believe for a lot of us pro drivers, not messing up the race for the sim guys, where this is their focus for their year and they want to take home the cup, and it's a big deal for them. It's a big deal for us, but it's arguably for the sim drivers, their biggest race of the year is absolutely the aim.
Well, it's like being the third driver in a factory GTE Pro car who only does Le Mans, or maybe does Spa to blend in with the team, but predominantly only does Le Mans. Much more pressure on driver 3 not to bin it than there is on driver 1 and driver 2, because it's your only race, and you feel all that responsibility. And I think you're probably right. I think probably all of the pro race drivers felt exactly that. They are the fish out of water. No matter how much time they spend on the sim, they're not the pro sim racers, and as a result, because almost everybody came from team sport, from endurance racing of a kind, and particularly now this season does, then you've got that team ethos. You don't want to be the one that lets the team down, and I think that's really, really part of it. In a way, and we've said this several times, did again in the first Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual, is that the pro race drivers become effectively the de facto gentleman driver. They are the one that the sim pros have to bring up to speed, have to educate, have to teach, and who realise that they are potentially the weaker link in the team and don't want to be the one that snaps.
Absolutely, and you've got to bring a good attitude to it. 28 car is on pit road. That's the Veloce Esports, was sitting in second place. And it'll be interesting to see how long we have to wait for the number 70-11 Red Bull Racing car also in the pits. Those are both prototype pit stops. We've also had Collis in, Ben Viscal back on board that car. Alpha by Collis also in. And Job Van Uter is out again on the R8 in the R8G Esports number 18, up to 6th place now. Up to 16th place now, I should say.
Yeah, 15th.
That would have been a good recovery, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And Rudy Van Buren is in as well from the lead of the GTE class. So BMW Team Redline in, Simsa Esports in as well.
Right,
of course,
now
pit stops coming thick and fast now. For the next couple of laps, we're going to see a lot of teams coming in through both classes, I'm sure.
While you were away, for the first time, Porsche had to pit not from the lead in GTE. Look at the lead that Rudy Van Buren had when he went across the line, 1 minute 18 seconds over the Porsches who had pitted, which means when he comes in, he then will go back out with the lead, because he's not going to spend 1 minute 18 in the pits. So Porsche have lost the pit stop battle at 1/3 distance to BMW. BMW are now pitting from the lead and coming back out
in the lead. The last thing Lewis said to me was about exactly that.
That happened in the last 90 minutes. So in their last 2 rounds of pit stops, BMW finally got to the place where not only were they taking the lead from Porsche, but they actually passed them on track 2 laps before the Porsches were due to pit. So the Porsches didn't even pit from the lead to lose the lead, because of the out of sync pit stops of the BMW and the Porsches. They pitted from not being in the lead. And so that's the beginning of the tipping of the balance. And Lewis and I had a long conversation trying to figure out, on behalf of Porsche, who obviously can't do that for themselves. But
they've not got that many people to help them.
But because they're not here, we can't ask them what the answer to the problem is, or what they're trying to figure out how we're going to deal with it. The BMW is as quick as the Porsche lap for lap and goes further on fuel. So either Porsche have more pace that they haven't shown yet, or they have no more pace and BMW will win the battle by being quick and economical. In which case, what do Porsche do? How are they going to make it work? How are they going to change the balance back? They can't just wait for fate to intervene. And they're all running on the softest tyre. It's not like they're all on mediums and they can take a soft and gamble a soft. They're all on the soft tyre. If you save the 21 or 22 seconds by not changing tyres, or by only doing left sides or something, you lose more time in the stint, which is nearly an hour long. So actually, what we need to know from somebody in the Porsche Esports team is, what do they think the problem is? But more importantly, What do they think the answer is, and how are they going to go about? You know, it's like Usain Bolt. You're lining up for the 100-meter final against Usain Bolt. You know he's the quickest man on the planet. You must have a game plan other than who's going to take silver. And Porsche must have a game plan. So let's see if we can figure out from Hayley Edmonds, while she talks to Josh Rogers from Porsche Esports, what are they going to do? How are they going to beat BMW?
I'm joined here by Josh Rogers, who's live from Germany, driver of car number 92 from the Porsche Esports team. Firstly, Joshua, you're actually currently playing, you're all sharing the same rig, and you're playing in a brand new building. Just tell us a bit about how that's going, and you know the race, how it's gone for you so far with the synchronization of you jumping in or out of the same rig.
Yeah, it's certainly a different experience. Obviously, having to make adjustments to the rig between pit stops, whether it's pedals, and also kind of making sure that all the software and everything is going to work okay. It's an awesome environment here to be part of it. Obviously, massive thank you to Porsche Motorsport and Coanda Simsport for everything that they've put into this, our new Coanda Esports hub. But yeah, so far, so good. Fantastic race. It's all planning out to be very, very exciting. But yeah, it's definitely a very different experience, all sharing the rig, and there's plenty of extra sweat there too.
That's good to know. So just your defending champions, did you come into this competition with that extra pressure?
No. I mean, at least for me, I don't really tend to put that extra pressure on myself. As far as I'm concerned, a couple days after the race in 2020, just kind of looking forward to the next one and making sure that you know, you're putting yourself in the best position to be able to come out on top again. Sure, it's lovely to be able to look back at that and be proud of what we achieved, but at the moment, obviously the focus is on this race, and yeah, it's yeah, that's always going to be the main goal, is just to get us the most out of ourselves on that particular race day. So yeah, it's, at least in this particular scenario, I'm not looking backwards, but more so forwards to the end of the race to see how we go.
Now, you're currently leading in GTE category. I mean, what are you going to be doing? What's the strategy to keep the BMW off your toes?
It's going to be a little bit tricky at the moment, how the kind of strategy is playing out. But you know, we've done our numbers and we'll stick to what we're doing. And yeah, we'll see how things go. I think Chan's still got a couple laps left in the car. Sage will jump in. I'll have a bit of a rest, and yeah, we'll see how things pan out. But no, yeah, it's looking like it's going to be an extremely exciting end to the race for sure.
Absolutely, it's panning out to be. Well, you can have a good rest. Thank you very much, Joshua.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, interesting, and the fallback, of course, is Porsche's fallback always. We've done the numbers, we know what we're doing, leave us alone. But they will have, they will have put as much sweat and brain power into pre-race thought, planning, strategizing, as they are currently putting into driving the race car and driving its wheels off. So interesting. You know, it's hard to tell whether there is any sort of sense of impending doom there, or any, there's definitely no sense of panic, because that's pointless and utterly counterproductive. But how close they think they're going to be, well, that's going to be interesting. He never quite got round to saying how they're going to battle BMW in terms of pace and economy, because they've got one, but they haven't got the other. So we'll wait and see how close the end of the race gets to be. Is he saying Chan? That's Anchan Juven, who's in the 92 car, leading at the moment in GTE. They've got another couple of laps to go, and then their next round of driver changes. Kevin Stoltz is in the pits currently for FIA Esports. So again, the Ferrari on a very slightly different strategy from the Porsches, having to stop a lap earlier. I think possibly that dates right back to the very first stint. They might have gone slightly shorter on their first stint. I'm struggling to remember now what happened 8 hours ago. Jimmy Broadbent in the pits in the Team Project 1 car, 56. He is taking regular service, I believe. And we now have 7 retirements, as the number 20, 123 Team Redline car has been dropped to the tail of the field. That is our most recent retirement. The car that was in the hands of Max Verstappen when it went off at the exit of the final element of the forward curves into the tyre wall and lost a rear wheel, and has was explained at the time, if you lose a front wheel, you've still got drive, you can try and creep it round. If you lose a rear wheel, you lose drive and you go no further. So looking down on Nestor Girolami in the GPX Rebellion Esports number 22 car, currently in 6th position. Nestor Girolami, Argentine race driver, races in the WTCR Touring Car Championship for Honda, and is a multiple Super 2000 champion in touring cars in his home country. Long-time rival of one of Toyota Gazoo Racing's current string, the reigning world champions, Jose Maria Lopez. He and Nestor Girolami spent a lot of time racing each other in Argentina before Pachito Lopez then came and won the World Touring Cars and then moved on to World Endurance Championship glory. And right behind him, Alex Siebel. And Siebel pushing very hard indeed right now to try and get by. A very late addition to this car. Only in the last 24 hours did he join the number 11 Red Bull Racing Esports team. A late technical change, because the driver that was supposed to be doing it had all sorts of problems with his wheel that couldn't be fixed in time. So subbed in at the last minute, which presumably means that he came in with much less pre-race prep, Chris, than would be ideal.
Yeah, Alex Siebel is someone very experienced, though, and I think if you were going to take the role of a reserve driver, you would probably put in a little bit of practice just in case something like this were to happen. I guess we could cross-reference a wheel issue to an injury of some sort, because basically you're not able to drive.
Yeah.
That's in the real world, I guess that's what we'd cross-reference it as. But Alex Siebel is someone who already knows this track very well. I believed he did race in this one back in 2020. It was a long time ago. So Alex Siebel would already be well prepared coming into this, and is looking to get on the move very shortly.
Battling over 6th position in that Red Bull car, but he looks like he's got a great big slipstream down there towards the first chicane, but he is not happy to put the car across the crown of the road and make that big out-braking manoeuvre, and of course then will remain stuck behind, will continue losing pace. Let's catch up with Hayley Edmonds, who's checking out the social media activity down at Social Media Corner.
So I'm down here at the social media corner, just checking out the activity on social media. I'm going to start off with this sim rig, the photo of a sim rig that we were sent over. As you said, Martin, as I said earlier on, we'd love any photos of your setup. Send them on with the hashtag Le Mans Virtual, and we will show them throughout the course of the event. Here's another setup, courtesy of Jonlin Lull, my setup and how I watch Le Mans Virtual. That is a very good configuration right there. Very realistic, very dark. And this is Fernando Lesser, who's taken a photo of where he is following the event from. It is, of course, from Porto Mirim Beach in Ceará Mirim, Brazil. I hope I said that all correctly. So yeah, do send any photos. The whole production team are laughing in my ear. Do send any photos that you do have. Where are you watching us from? Where are you following the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual? Now, once again, I did mention the trophy competition earlier. You can win 2 tickets to the 24 hours of Le Mans in June this year. Just send us a photo of your Lego Technic trophy, your own interpretation, be as a creative or just, somber, as subtle as you like. This one is from Gemma Sumner, getting the Lego out to create a trophy for Le Mans Virtual. My son has created a scale model trophy and the full podium, look at that, looks like a rocket, but we're here for it. And the full podium to go with it. He's loving the racing too. Well, thank you very, very much for that. He's got the Corvette. He's got 2 little cars either side of the podium, which is fantastic to see. And behind it, 24 hours Le Mans podium, virtual podium ceremony. Fantastic. So yes, if you do want to join the conversation, use the hashtag Le Mans Virtual. We'd love to hear from you. Any photos, where you're watching it from. Just send us photos of the sim setup as well, who you're watching it with. And as I say, join the conversation.
Thank you very much to Hayley Edmonds, who is now going to hie herself off for a good night's sleep, because that's what happens. That is great work on the sim rigs, and yeah, nice pictures there from Brazil as well. So if you've got a glamorous location, if you are watching us on 26 different screens, and I know that some of you will probably have at least half a dozen different ways of watching, then send us your pictures, #LeMansVirtual, and we will feature them throughout the race. Meanwhile, let's catch up with our highlights of the race so far. From the start, the race was always going to be focused on one particular name, the reigning Formula One world champion Max Verstappen. 0.02 of a second off pole position. He started from the outside of the front row of the grid and was headed by the real team racing car from pole position for all of the Dunlop chicane. Down into the SSO, Max pounced and immediately took the lead that he was to build on straight away. The pole sitter in the GTE class was the Red Bull Racing Corvette, but its early race pace was all about staying out of trouble and trying to make sure that it could convert into a good result on Sunday afternoon rather than Saturday afternoon, allowing the Porsches to go by. Trouble, Panis Racing tagging WRT, who flew across the grass, getting collected by the number 4 by Collar's car. More trouble in the GTE class as the Corvette gradually got buried in the field. Duquesne heading a frantic midfield pack with Rocket Sport E-Team in the middle of the action as well. The Montoyas racing together in the studio here in Paris. Ferrari showing good pace early on. Niklas Nielsen going by the 888 R8G BMW. Max Verstappen bringing his car into the pit lane from the lead, and then continuing in a big battle with the Veloce Esports car as they continue to race clear of the field, but on slightly different fuel strategies. They would come together and then be separated by trips to the pits, separated by trips to the barriers. Some of our other LMP contenders. Not everybody was having the best start to their Le Mans 24 Hours adventure. Team Mexico getting fired off into the barriers by our LMP Cup team, both of whom would have to visit the pits as a legacy. Trouble then for Mercedes, double downshifting over the curbs in the Ford chicane, blew their engine, and they were one of the first casualties out of the race for good. More trouble with a car that had lag issues and was unable to see its rivals. That put Ben Barker's GR Wolves car out. Also out was D-Station as a legacy of that contact as well. And the Axel Sports GTE car also had problems. R8G and R8G prototype meeting GTE, and not in the best result for either. Battle for the lead, real team with the pace to go and move out front. Number 1 Rebellion GPX Esports also in the lead group, but once more when he was back behind the wheel, Max Verstappen putting his car 1, 2, 3 back in front. As the evening drew on and the shadows continued to lengthen, it became evident that BMW was going to be one of the stronger of the GTE teams, and finally Team Redline taking the lead of the race on the track rather than because of staggered pit stops away from the Porsche Esports team. Porsche have got pace that BMW can match. What they can't do is match BMW's economy. And then the end of the road for Max Verstappen and Team Redline. The car in the barriers on the exit of the Ford chicane as he was trying to lap a back marker, losing a rear wheel, and the race done and dusted for the world champion. Which leaves Real Team Racing at the top of the pile in the LMP class. From the winners 18 months ago, Rebellion GPX Esports with Veloce Esports, Floyd by Colles, Red Bull and Alpha Industries by Colles in the top half dozen as night falls. In GTE, the battle remains between the Porsche Esports team and BMW Team Redline, with Proton Competition and the Ferrari of FDA Esports very much embroiled there as well. And with only 1/3 race distance completed, there is an awful lot more racing to be done, and probably fate will have another hand in it. The LMP Cup Champions car in the barriers on the exit of Indianapolis. and Porsche currently leading in the GTE category as Real Team lead overall. So it is 11 o'clock, shortly after Central European time, just after 2200 GMT. Wherever you are around the world, thank you for joining us for Le Mans Virtual 2022, the second running of the virtual version of the world's greatest endurance motor race. And all our TV pictures have just gone off as night has fallen. It's gone dark in the studio. We've put it onto nighttime running lights and somebody turned all the tellies off. However, they are back with us. So Martin Haven and Chris McCarthy breathing a sigh of relief, because it was going to be a long night doing radio commentary with just the timing screens for a moment or two there.
That'll feel like old times, won't it?
Yeah, that will be proper Radio Le Mans before we had TV monitors in the truck and when the TV crews went to bed at night time for 7 hours. So, Chris, I mean, an awful lot of changes in the first third of Le Mans. We've lost 7 cars in 8 hours, and at that rate, half the field will be gone before the end of the race. So that is actually quite a high rate of attrition. And there have been some incidents. I mean, you saw that incident between R8G's P car and R8G's GT car. Both are still in the race, but have been delayed. But damage is a factor. Weather is a factor here. Driver fatigue is a factor. So, it's not a given that these cars will be able to battle at full strength all the way through the remainder of the race in the real world or in the virtual world.
Yeah, these are some of the best drivers, best professional racing drivers and best professional sim drivers in the world, but at some point they're going to make a mistake in some race. It might be their misfortunes that they hit a mistake in this race like we saw with Max Verstappen. They're only humans after all. So, we're going to see some mistakes being made throughout, and that's going to lead to bits of contact, as we saw, but also clipping a curb a little bit too hard with the car on your right, so you've been a little bit distracted offline. Some of it is down to a bit of misfortune, a bit of bad luck, wrong place, wrong time, and I think Max Verstappen showed just clipping at one curb a little bit too hard in 24 hours is very easily done.
Yeah.
But it comes with huge consequences, as does the Le Mans circuit is just so punishing.
It sure does, absolutely right. And it can happen to anybody. And traffic is the factor. It was the factor in that accident. That's why he was offline. That's why he was maybe fractionally later on the brakes than would have been ideal, and certainly off the line that would have been ideal, that would have got him safely through at the speed with which he was, approaching the corner, which was his normal high speed. So it's all those factors, and traffic and other people's accidents are what take most cars out of the race these days. Most modern racing cars are so reliable and so relentlessly tested by competition that, barring accidents, most of them will make it all the way through a 24-hour race, even ragged by the sort of nutcases that are given them, and even more so in the virtual world, because debris on the track and other people's bits of bodywork and bits of, razor sharp carbon and all that stuff, people don't come limping in with left rear punctures in Le Mans Virtual the way that they do at Le Mans. They don't pick up a puncture going out of Tertre Rouge and then have the car ripped apart down the Mulsanne as they do in the real world. So the actual car damage is less of an issue, but the contact that takes so many real cars out of the real Le Mans is still a high stakes factor. And whether you're racing a rival for position and one of you gets it wrong, whether you're lapping traffic or whether traffic's lapping you and they get it wrong, contact with other cars, as in all forms of motor racing everywhere, is still the biggest decider of whether or not you get to the checkered flag.
There's a perfect example there with the Rebellion Williams car just ahead of us, just clipping that curb a little bit too hard. On another lap, that would have seen them going straight across into the barrier by the pit lane. So, yeah, they did well to catch that one. I think this is one of the battles a little bit further up in the order as well. But while you try to pick out which
that's the 22 car, isn't it? Nesta Girolami ahead of race coach Alpine.
Yes, so this is McDuff. That was Girolami actually who ended up catching that one. But that's how easily done it is. Nestor Girolami there just pushing a little bit too hard. I think one thing I found with the Le Mans circuit the first time I went is it's such an inviting circuit to push hard on. Here we go. We're going to see a change of position, but I think when you go and see it in person, you look at it as a track where every corner is one that you're really going to push into. It doesn't have your classic really tight hairpins or 90-degree rights all the way around the circuit. So all the corners are very inviting to a driver to just push that little bit harder all the time. So, and they're all fast as well, aren't they? They're all very fast corners.
And look, we talk about, traffic, and the driver of that GTE Porsche had white lights coming down both sides of the road behind him, and all he was thinking was, do not hit me. That's all you think when you're in that position. You know it's a battle, probably for position coming up behind you with two faster cars, and all you want to do is to get through the chicane without getting mullered from behind by one of those guys who's missed their braking. In that case, there wasn't a drama. They had enough room to get by him. Great, fine, fantastic, thanks. And he breathes a sigh of relief and carries on his own way. And you just saw there was that position change. So the 22 car has slipped back down one to 12th place, and 14 Race Clutch Alpine has gone up. Now then, remember just before we did the highlights, before we heard from the departed Haley from Social Media Corner, we saw a car going off on the exit of Indianapolis, and I thought it was the LM Cup champion car, and Alex thought it was ARC Bratislava because it was predominantly yellow. I thought it wasn't yellow enough for ARC Bratislava, but ARC Bratislava are shown as stopped.
I think that might be a separate problem.
I think it might be a separate problem because I really do think it was the LM Cup champion car that had that issue.
When that comes up as a stop, it means it's just immediately happened. So that car isn't even back in the pits yet. And usually that's when we'll see that shot of the car parked up in the garage. And there it is, just on cue. ARC Bratislava in the garage. Right. And that is confirmation. You can get your pen out now,
and
Martin.
that has lost the rear wheel.
Another one out of the race.
Right, so ARC Bratislava number 44 car in real life and in the virtual world. Mato Homola, David Nemček, Denis Sefak, and it was Jakub Stovko who was driving the car. So that looks like he's either had some kind of latency or disconnect issue or an issue with the rig, but whatever the cause, the effect is, he's hit the barriers hard, he's torn a rear wheel off, and that, as Lewis pointed out earlier in the case of Max Verstappen, is a you will go no further, because even if the car is disconnected, it will be reconnected to the server with the wheel missing and no drive. They don't have one-wheel drive, they have no wheel drive, so he is out. So
the only time we saw it last year was when we had the red flag, and that then allowed teams to get back in, including the team of Max Verstappen and Lando Norris. That was the only reason they actually got back into the race. So he's not had a much better fortune of things, has he? It was going a lot better than it was when he was racing with Lando Norris last time, and the rest of the team, not just Lando, of course. There was all four of them out, and they just didn't really have good fortunes. Here we go, on board with the Porsche then.
Now that's not the 92, that's the 91 car. So this is championship rivalry. Mac Backham in the 91 car goes by Enzo Benito, not taking that bait. Enzo Benito in the 71 Team Redline BMW, allowing Mac Backham just a little bit of margin to go through. So we're now on board in the BMW, looking at the Porsche ahead of us.
I think that was a case of the BMW Team Redline team just trying to fill the mirrors there of the Porsche, just to make it look like he was going to make a move down the inside. As a driver, when you see that car appear in your mirror, I'm not talking from experience of Alex Brundle, but I can tell you, when you see a car appear in the mirror like that, it can just disrupt your concentration, because rather than looking right ahead on the road, you have one eye on in the mirror, and that can sometimes lead you to brake a little bit late and run wide. And we all know at Indianapolis there is that gravel trap on the outside of the left, and if you find yourself in there, you're going to lose a good few seconds.
And if not at Arnage, so many cars run out at Arnage, and there goes the Porsche into the pit lane. And you see, and that's another part of the battle. Why didn't Enzo Benito fight back? Because he knew it was the Porsche's in lap. He knew because the team knew, and the team told him, here he comes, don't fight it, let him go. He's coming into the pits. You are back in front. So he retakes the lead, and he retakes the lead of the race because Anchan Juven is also in the pit lane. So, and I think it's driver change time for the 92 car. I think that's what Josh Rogers was telling us when he thought that Chan had another 20 minutes or so to go, or another stint or so to go. And so he was halfway through that, and I think there's going to be a driver change there. So again, the BMW is back in front. Now, the question remains, when the BMW comes to its stop, how far back in front will it be, and will it be able to stop, fuel, tyres, driver change, come back out, still ahead of the Porsches? Even if it doesn't come out ahead of the Porsches, it will not be far behind the Porsches. Chances are it'll be between them. So they are in a very strong position right now. Porsche believe they've got enough pace to handle it. We'll wait and see.
That was two very quick in-laps from those Porsches as well.
Yep.
Mac Backen was the quickest first sector we've seen.
Now
and Chan Juven.
This is an anomaly. This is an anomaly of the timing system that gets me every single time in World Endurance Championship racing. When they come into the pits, it shows their best sector times of the race, not of the last lap.
No, well,
which
actually,
is the most annoying thing on God's green earth.
When you actually look at his,
always gets me.
It will probably get me in a few hours as well.
Oh yeah, repeatedly.
Yeah.
I mean, especially at Le Mans, when the fatigue builds, you forget all of the simple stuff, and all the complex stuff definitely goes. So, so unfortunately, those are the best sector times of the car's race. But Enzo Benito leads. Sage Karam has taken over the 92 car, exactly as we heard from Josh Rogers, and Martin Kroenke is taken over in the 91 Porsche. So they continue to cycle through their drivers. So it'll be full tank of fuel, full service, clean of the windscreen, all the other gubbins that goes on in the real world. That's done automatically by the server. But actually, it's worth pointing out, for fans of the real world, we're used to the team doing all the work on the car. The driver just brings it in, hits his marks, either stays in or gets out, has the drink or whatever. But in the virtual world, you basically have to do the pit stop yourself. You have to pre-select before you come into the pits what you want to happen in the pit lane, correct? You have to physically choose the change of tyres. This is the driver. It can't be done by anybody who's not actually working the rig. So he has to select the tyres he wants, either 2 or 4, medium, hard, soft, wet, whatever. He has to press the button to fill the fuel tank, and any damage that needs fixing, they have to make a decision on whether or not they're going to spend the time, I was going to say waste, but I meant spend the time having the damage fixed. So the driver has to pre-select all of that. Also, by the way, while racing wheel to wheel at Le Mans. So there's another part of that is an added layer of complexity. It's not just going by the BMW on your in lap, or also on that lap, as well as battling the BMW, he is pre-selecting what he needs to happen in that pit stop.
And they're doing a lot of things on the wheel as well, often, just like you would have in a real LMP2 car. They'll be making adjustments on the wheel to, things like brake, as simple as brake bias, things like that. They might adjust those as they're going down the Mulsanne straight. Some drivers will change that most laps when they go around a circuit. We can see actually a pit stop going on with the R8G team we have here in the studio, and you could see there, Martin, just before the driver who's going to jump in was getting ready to go out. He was getting himself fired up for it. He was jumping up and down, just warming himself up. It's Job van Uitert, I think, has just got out and may even join us now.
Well, that's one of the joys of actually being with a selection of hand signals. No, don't go away. Come this way. Come this way. Come this way. You almost never get this opportunity in the real world to get a driver out of the car. The first thing that happens is that, as Job will tell us, welcome Job to the stage, the first thing that happens when you get out of your car at Le Mans is you go into the back of the garage and you talk to your engineer, correct?
Yeah, or sometimes if you have a crash, then you get Haley in front. No, normally you talk with engineers and mechanics first. So this is quite unique that you are on stage.
So, yeah, I mean, you don't normally come into the TV studio and talk to us. If we're lucky, there'll be a pit reporter who'll be waiting and we might get a word. But we were just talking about what you're doing as you're going into the pits on your in-lap. What did you have to do on your in-lap to set the car up, to make the pit stop happen, to make sure that your teammate was ready to take over? What was going on, as well as driving it at 330 kilometers an hour around Le Mans, all of the other office administration that you were having to do?
Yeah.
Run us through it.
Yeah, so basically with R Factor 2, you have to basically, first of all, ask pit request, which is a button you have to assign, and once you do that, the pit crew basically knows, okay, you're going to box this lap, and if you don't press that button, the pit stop will take a bit longer. Like, it simulates that the crew is not ready, and they're basically waiting in the box, and the crew have to come, but in the end, we don't see the crew in the pit box. Like, that's too much visually going on. And I think that would cause more problems than it would be good.
That's the next generation. In 10 years' time, there'll be people running everywhere.
Yeah. And then we have to select like how much fuel we want in the car and tires, but obviously right now it's easy, like, oh, you always go full fuel, and if you swap for another driver, he gets a set of new tires. Like, until now we've only done double stints, so you basically carry on like when you only fuel for yourself, a pit stop, and you have to drive after again, you just fuel yourself and no tires, and after you, yeah, but it's not so hard. Like, we have a joystick on the steering wheel.
Okay.
And with that we can change everything quite quickly.
But look at what's going on here. If you are in a battle, we were just watching in GTE, BMW versus Porsche. The Porsche was on its in-lap, made a pass into Indianapolis on the in-lap. Now,
I passed them. I was going on the inside there.
So if you're in your real race car, you're going box, 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 box. In this lap, you're okay, box, box. That's all you need to know. You need to know it's your in-lap, and the team are doing everything else. But as you've just described, while you're racing here into an Indianapolis at 300 clicks, wheel to wheel with another driver, you're also pre-selecting all the stuff. All right, maybe not exactly in Indianapolis, maybe you've done it earlier on the Mulsanne where things are a little quieter, yeah, but you're still doing all that. But then the other thing, of course, is when you are getting close to coming into the pit lane in the real world, you'll be having little bits of conversation with your engineer. He'll be having little bits of conversation with the driver that's going to take over the car. You might even get a chance in the pit stop to get the headset on and say, look after the brakes because the left rear is grabbing, or whatever. There's lots of gravel at the first chicane. Really look out for that, particularly when it's dark and he's not been out in the dark. Do you have that chance in the game as well? Do you have that chance in the sim to talk to your conversation, or to talk to the incoming teammate who's, quote, like race engineer as well?
Yeah, well, we actually have a race engineer, but he's sitting currently in Holland. It's a Dutch guy, and we are constantly talking with him. We update him over what's happening on track, etc., if anything's up, and he also communicates with other team engineers from other cars if they want to pass, or we can pass them, etc. But then once the other driver jumps in, basically the engineer immediately updates the driver on the current, like what's happening on track, etc.
All right, so now you've talked about the fact that you've been doing double stints up to now, because that really works well for the tyre, and that means that you don't inherit somebody else's ruined rubber. If you ruin it yourself, you've got to live with it, but the new driver gets new tyres. As we go into the night and you want to try and give each other a little bit more rest, perhaps, are you going to look at triple stinting, and in which case will the tyre take a triple in an LMP car?
It does here, but it's not faster. So basically in real Le Mans we are limited by certain sets of tires, and with the virtual, until now we don't have that yet. Maybe it's something that they will apply in the future, but Currently, the fastest strategy is to double stint. Or if you would change them after every stop, it would cost too much time, because then every time you have to add 20 seconds. And yeah, the most optimum is doing a double stint. So also in the night, we would still continue double stinting. We have done a triple with our drivers, but we used 3 sets in that triple, like in the 2 triples that we did.
Yeah. Okay. So you do your 3rd stint on new tyres, and then the incoming driver takes them for his first, and then he gets a new set for 2. Okay. Right. We've just cost you 10 minutes sleep. So listen, thank you so much for sacrificing that, because God knows when the alarm goes off to wake up again, an extra 10 minutes is like life and death. As you well know.
I will just get another espresso and probably not sleep at all.
Well, and that's all part of it, isn't it? And that's in the real world and the virtual. I mean, physically in the real world, you're beaten up by the car, and you have the mental stress, particularly driving at night, and the adrenaline keeps you awake. In the virtual world, it's all brain. That's where the fatigue is, isn't it?
Yeah,
for everybody, for the real drivers and the virtual drivers equally.
Probably, as you can see, I'm sweating quite a bit. It's hot inside. You don't have any ventilation. In the real car, you get some cold air inside, so it's a bit cooler. But yeah, obviously, physically, this is a lot less hard. Like, you don't have the G-forces. The steering wheel strength-wise is the same, and the brake force that we have to do on the force we have to brake with is also the same.
Okay.
Only, the G-forces make a big difference.
Yeah. All right, well, listen, races, I won't even say how the race is going. All I'm going to say is get some rest if you can.
Oh, it's going very well.
Enjoy the I know, but the moment you say that, we just talked about that with WRT, and they lost their rear wing again. So we won't even go there. Job, thank you so much for coming over and spending time with us. And it'd be great to see you back in the studio, back in the car, in probably not half as long as you actually think it's going to be.
I hope it's a bit longer now, so I can get some sleep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys.
All right. So good night to Job van Uitert, and continued good luck to his team. The R8G car that is down in the studio, on the studio floor with us. He's just bailed out. And Chris, you know, that's one of the great things about this race, is that the parallels with the Le Mans 24 Hours in the real world and the virtual world are right there all the time. But there are some bonuses to the virtual world, and being able to get a driver to come up onto stage is one of them.
Yeah, and not only that, now for the driver, he can nip off to the hotel, which is just around the corner, maybe, if that's, you know, if they've got a hotel nearby. There's plenty around here. We're in the centre of Paris. And go and get a comfortable bit of sleep. Sometimes, you know, the teams, that might not be possible when they're at Le Mans. They might not be able to nip away from the circuit. They always all stay in the circuit, don't they?
Absolutely,
so,
and almost always even in the paddock. You know, even if you've got a motorhome down in the infield, you never get away from the noise, because you are surrounded by the racing cars 24/7.
Exactly. You don't get the chance to go back to a comfortable hotel room, have a comfortable sleep, a comfortable shower, and then come back again. So, yeah, that's something they don't get. I've got to say that the guys set up down there, they've got a laptop there. Just having a look on it, you know, I wouldn't have a proper look at it because that's their team data. But it was very, very impressive. You know, the amount of data going through the laptops down there for the teams, which is all their own setups, is hugely, hugely impressive. And as you said, they've got their engineer back in Holland as well, who I hope they've got more than one, because otherwise he's still got 14.5 more hours of no sleep. But,
well, yeah, listen, you know, if you're a real racing engineer, and you can ask any engineer, particularly chief engineer on a car, you know, you go into the Pratt Perch at 9 o'clock, at 8:30 in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning on Saturday at Le Mans, and you don't come out until 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and that's just the way it is. That's where you live your life. What life it is, standing in a plastic tent for nearly 36 hours. But, you know, God love them, somebody's got to do it, and definitely I can't. While we were talking to Job, of course, naturally, there was all sorts of close racing going on. Paul Truswell came up with this theory many, many years ago on Radio Le Mans. He said, I think cars become magnetic at night, and everybody sort of, because it was radio, and I was down in the pit lane, and everybody was all over the place, everybody metaphorically sort of looked at him and went, you what now? He said, no, they all clump together at night. You get nothing, then a big bunch of cars coming along, as if they're sort of, you know, turning the headlights on makes them magnetic, and they all stick to each other, and there is a certain And you see it when you're driving on the road. If you drive on the road at night, if you drive on a highway, on a motorway at night, or autoroute, autobahn, whatever, you will come across a clump of cars, or a clump of cars will come across you, and then they'll all go, and then it'll be relatively quiet, and then another bunch more. And it's sort of almost they stick together because there's more visibility from all the lights than there is less. But of course, it's just it's not actually a thing. Cars don't stay close to each other at night time any more than they do in the daytime. It just sort of feels a bit like that because there's not so much periphery going on, and you're really focused on only the cars and none of the other parts of the picture. Ooh, little bump over the curbs there into the forward chicane in this very tight battle. Again, we saw this is the Race Clutch Alpine car, isn't it? Right behind the SEM9, snappily named SEM9 Flash Axel Motorsport car. I don't know what SEM9 Flash is or what any elements of those are, but yeah, the Axel Motorsport car, which has been in the category right from the start of the Le Mans Virtual Series, one of Axel's 2 Malaysian-based crews.
Well, that's what they've been known as throughout the season. They've just added that for this race.
Yeah, they got title sponsors for Le Mans, and why wouldn't you?
They're going a lot better than they have all season. You know, their best results so far.
Did you just say that?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That was him, everybody, not me.
Shall I continue?
Yeah, no, you have to now. You've committed to curse the commentator. I'm just waiting to see it play out.
Their best results so far this season's 13th. They're running in 7th. And nothing in the next 5 minutes is going to see them go into the barriers.
He says. But you just rode on board for a fraction there with Rory McDuff, and boy, he was flat in 6th on the limiter as he swerved out from behind that Porsche. And again, in this battle, even the LMP cars are picking up a tiny bit of a toe from the GT cars, which is why he pulled out so close behind. And here we go. We saw him go by Nestor Girolami. He's got by Will Traversa because Traversa and Girolami have both pitted from in front of that car. And so Rory McDuff now in 8th place for Race Clutch Alpine, just 1/10 behind Josh Perween in the Axel Motorsport car. And Rory McDuff is having a rocking time in that car. The number 22, he is just really, number 14 rather, Race Clutch Alpine car, really pushing on.
And this is the real-time hydrogen Redline car, assuming the race lead with Agustin Canapino coming into the pits in the number 1. So the reigning champions have made great progress from what was a very poor qualifying by their incredibly high standards yesterday. Now, is this that battle we were talking about before that's kicking off once again? We have the likes of Perween, McDuff, and Rocek as well. Round the outside, down the inside. That's the Race Clutch Alpine making a move on the Axel car around the outside at Indianapolis. And just got through on the left-hand. A brilliant move there from the Alpine guys.
You know, any Le Mans, real or virtual, there are some star drives that sort of, you know, stick their head above the parapet. But right now, Rory McDuff is having one of those. He is just charging at everything in front of him, and he's pulling off the moves. You know, it only took him 2 or 3 laps, maybe not even more than 2 laps on the tail of the Axel Motorsport car, and he was through and by. And that was a proper big ballsy move as well at Indianapolis. Round the outside inside, he did it the hard way, he did it the committed way, he had faith, and it paid off for him. Riding on board now, 5th gear, just hooking into 6th. Oh no, not quite, into the pit lane.
Yeah. Well, that was why he was pushing so hard. It was on an in-lap. Rory McDuff back for the second time.
That's not McDuff into the pit lane yet. He hasn't got there.
That was the Alpine Esports car then that went into the pits. But McDuff is back for a second time. He raced. He finished 4th.
Oh, he is in the pits now. Yeah, he is in.
I thought I'd gone crazy there, or I thought it was just as tired as I'm feeling. But he raced with the 2 Seas team alongside Oliver Rowland in 2024. They finished. So he's going to carry some natural confidence into the event because of that result. And on his in-lap there, a good move around the outside at Indianapolis to get one more position before he then goes into the pit stop. So a crucial time to make a move.
Well, Kuba Brzezinski has taken over the #1 Rebellion GPX Esports car in 2nd place.
Here's Alex Palou.
Yeah. And it's a busy pit lane. Alpine Esports are in. Alex Palou, Team Fordzilla. Just saw him. Race Clutch Alpine, Axel Sports, GPX Rebellion, the #22 car in the pits as well. So too Panis Racing. They've sort of slipped back down the order down to 17th. Franco Colapinto for WRT in the pit lane, and ARC Bratislava in the pit lane as well, but that car I think will drop out of the race and become our 8th retirement of the race. W Series didn't get to start, their car would not connect for the formation lap. Real heartbreak for the W Series entry, first time ever in the Virtual Le Mans or Le Mans series. Mercedes EMG, the first racing retirement. D-Station were out of the race courtesy of somebody else's issues. Alpine Esports, the #15 car. That car went out as well. GR Wolves crashed out by another car. The 86 GR Wolves car. Graf Racing's #39 car. Team Redline, 1, 2, 3. And I think the most recent retirement then will be the 44 ARC Bratislava car. So 8 retirements in what is now nearly 10 hours, 9.5 hours of racing. So we'll wait and see how the rest continue as the pit lane empties, as if somebody has pulled the plug at the bottom of the bath.
Get out.
Only Williams Esports remain in there. Everybody else, almost everybody else in LMP have made their stops and heading back out. In our GT class, Enzo Benito leads for BMW Team Redline. The lead over Sage Karam in the better of the 2 Porsches, the 92 Porsche eSport car. 1 minute and 8 seconds. Martin Krunke 6.8 behind in 91. The championship, or the better placed of the 2 Porsche factory cars in the championship. That is 3rd in the race at the moment, ahead of FDA, Kevin Stoltz in the FDA Ferrari, and Kevin Van Doren for Proton competition. The 77 now is the better of the 2 Proton Porsches. That is now up to 5th place, and in 6th place, the 2nd of the BMWs in the race, BMW Team BS and competition. Just ahead of BMW Team GB. BMW collision alert there. It wouldn't be the first time. Will hopefully be the last should they actually come together during the race. And the car that started on pole, Dennis Lin back in the Red Bull Racing Corvette, sort of inexplicably slipped all the way down the order in GT to 10th place. Did it have an incident that I didn't see?
They had a 6-minute penalty.
They did.
Now, they're on a recovery.
Which effectively is a lap and 3/4 for a GTE car, isn't it?
It's a
or 2 laps
6
down
minutes
near it.
is a long time.
Yeah.
You know, okay, it might not be long in Le Mans terms because it's just a couple of laps, but these are very, very long laps.
Yeah.
So, yeah, to catch 6 minutes back up over 24 hours requires absolutely 0 contact with anyone. You can't afford any mistakes at all, and you have to be on it for the whole time, which is a huge task. But
I had forgotten that penalty. Who was the other car that had, because I'm now writing it down on my jumbo-sized entry list, was there one other car or 2 other
so
cars?
the Project 1 car also, the 56 car.
56.
Yeah, so Jimmy Broadbent in his interview said that he took the penalty when he was in the car. They took it very early because
they did, didn't they? But
they just got it out the way.
Exactly. If you've got 24 hours to recover, then that's better than 23.5 hours. So yeah, I mean, do it on lap 1. Get out of all of the traffic. Spend your time in the pit lane. You'll come out a lap and a half behind your rivals. So you'll have nobody around you for at least 1 lap to get up to speed, and then the LMP cars will arrive, and then all hell breaks loose. But you've got the entire race to make it up. So yeah, it's like everything else. Take the medicine as early as you possibly can take it, as early as you're allowed to take it, and then it gives you the most possible chance to recover.
I think, taking it at the start of the race is sensible because it takes you out of the pack and it just allows you to do your catching back up without any traffic around you.
Well, for a very short while.
But you're in that pack, aren't you, of people. If you take a 6-minute penalty, then you're out of the sequence with all the other teams. So
actually the upside of that is you're never then stopping at the same time as everybody else. So you're always coming into an empty pit lane because you are you're not half a stint out, but you're a couple of laps out with everybody else. So there are, the massive 6-minute cloud does have some little glimmers of silver lining.
And it mentally, you know exactly what your task is then. If you're going to catch back up, you can set yourself the target. Okay, the top 10 is this far away. And once you see that gap coming down and down, you become more motivated as a team. And it just gives you something. You're constantly chasing something rather than trying to, get yourself enough in the lead so that when you take that 6 minutes, you know where you're going to be. I'd say
you've got to beat
better.
the entire field by 2 laps.
Yeah.
And that's all there is to it.
And imagine, we get a red flag or a safety car of some sort, then, that makes
well, that's the very last thing they want. Safety car will close the field up, so it will gain them some space, but the last thing they want is a red flag, because 30 minutes out of the race is 30 minutes they're not spending trying to catch everybody else up, and everybody else stays the same distance in front of them for 30 minutes, and that is one precious 48th of the race.
Yeah.
And and it's a silly way of saying, well, it's 1/48th. What possible difference can it make? Well, when you're in the last half hour trying to make a position, maybe to get onto the podium, that's the half hour that you lost behind the safety car or in a red flag. So they need it to go green for 24 hours because they need every single second of every single lap to try and claw their way back somewhere close to where they would have been. And in both of those cases, or I think there are 3, in all the cases of the 6-minute penalties, the penalties have been applied because the teams did not have 2 pro racing drivers in the lineup, and that is one of the requirements. If you don't have a pro racing driver, or 2 pro racing drivers rather, if you only have 1, you get a 6-minute penalty, and that makes up for the fact that the pro racing drivers are expected to be slightly slower than the pro sim racers, and as a result, by packing more sim racers into your team, you will have a better overall pace throughout the 24 hours, and that is the calculation. So 6 minutes over 24 hours, basically, they calculate is what a pro racing driver gives away.
Right.
I mean, that's why it's a 6-minute penalty, not a 25-minute penalty or an hour and a half. Yeah. I mean, apart from the fact that if it was a 25-minute penalty, teams would just go, okay, we're not entering.
Yeah.
Because you can't make it up. You couldn't possibly make 25 minutes up in 24 hours unless every single car in front of you had a puncture and an engine problem and a crash and a. So it has to be something that dissuades teams from just fielding lots of pro sim racers or too many pro sim racers, but that still makes it conceivable that if you have the perfect race, you will get a half reasonable result at the end.
I think it's a good system because sometimes it's not the sim driver's fault that the pro drivers have become unavailable for the race for whatever
Indeed, and the reason that Virtual Le Mans happened in the first place is because of COVID infection and because there was no racing. And some of the racing drivers that would otherwise be racing here may not be available because literally of that, because of COVID infection and because they can't get to the team rig or whatever, or actually
not feeling
they're not well. They're not well. Driver change going on right in front of us at Pescarolo.
And unlike last time, we
actually... Hot swapping going on in the studio.
Yeah, we have some races going on as well, of course. One of them out in the Middle East. So, yeah, there we can see, we can see it. You can't, but the driver change going on just in front of us. Pescarolo. It's good to see the Pescarolo
really
in
good.
This race, isn't it?
Really, really good. For all of the years I've been going to Le Mans, Henri Pescarolo has been there. No, I don't know. When I first started, he was still racing in Group C. I was going to say as a team owner, but no, I wasn't there in the glory years of Matra, but I have watched him race towards the end of his 33 starts as a driver, and I think a further 16 as a team boss. And so this just adds to that. So this is his first start as a virtual team boss.
Yeah, 4 wins as well.
Or with his name above the door of a virtual team. Honestly, I don't know how involved in the entire operation Henri himself is, but the fact that it's carrying his name forward for me is not even remotely any way of a bad thing. To have the Pescarolo name involved again at Le Mans is fantastic. In the same way that if there was a Jackie X Esport team, I would think that was fantastic as well, you know, because it's just continuing to give that name, you know, some life to a whole new bunch of fans, a whole new audience. Who is this Pescarolo? And you know, they will Google it and they will find out exactly who is this Pescarolo.
He's got some records, and back in 2005 there was 2 Pescarolos on the front row of the grid. It was an absolutely fantastic year.
Well, both he and Hugues de Schonak's Orica team nearly won Le Mans with Peugeots against the factory Peugeot team in 2 different eras. So, I mean, you know, and Pescarolo won the European Le Mans series a number of times. They have been a hugely successful team, and let's hope they become a hugely successful esports team as well. Couldn't be happier. It's a name that is so intimately associated with Le Mans for so many decades, for generations of fans.
Are you going to convince McNish to get the Audi guys really
honestly, I don't think it takes much convincing, you know, because he and I are of a certain age, and because we are not fervent gamers, we've got kids to do that, and because we don't come from the virtual world, I think we needed to be convinced.
Yeah.
And actually, by the time we got to Le Mans Virtual in June 2020, I had done enough online racing commentary by that stage to realise that the only thing that's not real is the actual car, because the people that are racing are as real as the people that are racing in every other form of racing that I cover, whether it's on wheels or on runners, on ice or on tarmac or on mud or whatever. And that's the unifying fact, you know, that the people involved are as real, and for them it is as important as it is for any real world racing driver. And then to see the way that everybody else from the real side, from our side of the fence, if you like, sort of, oh, right, okay, there's an awful lot more involved in this maybe than we gave it credit for, and suddenly everybody just got carried along. And universally, when I started doing sim racing a couple of years back, everybody said, what's it like compared to the real world? And I said, well, actually, it's exactly the same as the real world. Really? Yes, except I have to do all my own engineering, all my audio setup. Everybody uses a different program for this, different program for that, different program for the other. I spend more time panicking, as I'm sure a lot of racing drivers do, about not getting connected properly than I do about what's actually going to happen when I am connected. And that's the biggest difference. The biggest difference is I don't have a TV crew to set things up for me. So I have to do it all myself in my own studio. And that's the biggest difference, because what you look at here is so similar. I mean, we've got the same Alcamel graphics as we have in FIA World Endurance Championship at Le Mans. We have the same, many of the same manufacturers, many of the same cars, many of the same team names, a whole bunch of driver names that I recognize and I know. And when you're looking at it, again, you know, you hark back to sort of 15 or 20 years ago when racing games were blocky, polygon-ridden things that at the time were fantastic and deeply involving, you know, like the early Gran Turismo games, deeply involving, but now you can't imagine that anybody could ever have thought it was even remotely involving. Now it is so realistic. And actually somebody on Twitter a little bit earlier was saying, imagine what the graphics are going to look like in 10 years' time.
Yeah.
It is going to be indecipherable from 1080i or whatever spec we are then in HD, because that is digital imagery. The quote real TV pictures we're seeing are as digital as the digital TV pictures we're seeing. They're generated in exactly the same way by a computer chip in a camera as opposed to a computer chip in a computer. So it is so close, and the racing is so similar all right, there are fractional little bits that are not quite, that tell you you're looking, and you see sometimes, don't you, clips on, on YouTube or that go viral, and you have to look at it a lot of times and going, is that actually real or is that CGI? Oh. And that, or AI in a game or whatever, and you look at it and a lot of time it's really hard to tell the difference. Now, obviously, we know that this is a virtual world race, but it doesn't make it any less enthralling, exciting. And when the cars are side by side, we're getting excited to the exact same level as you or I would do if we knew it was real world touring cars or real Le Mans racing cars. It's the same. It is the same. And the people involved are at least as passionate as anybody in the real world.
Max Verstappen proved that. You know, he was very, very angry when he didn't get that pole position. We've seen him lose pole positions in Formula One, and he gets very angry. And he's done the same. Yeah, he's not that he's an angry person. He's just, he wants to go and get pole position like every other driver on the grid.
It's the frustration of being so close.
And you could see what it meant to him. You know, it means a lot to him. And it means a lot to all of these drivers because they put in so much practice to go into it. And they all want to win.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right, they always say it takes 1,500 hours to become expert at anything, doesn't it? Whether it's drinking beer or climbing Mont Ventoux or whatever else. And I don't doubt that sim racing has a similar benchmark because these guys can put in the hours, and that makes the pro race drivers, really struggle to match what the sim experts are doing. In the same way that if a sim racer of decent real road driving ability had a year's run up in an LMP2 car, in qualifying, he would have a pretty decent stab at getting close to front running pace. But put him in traffic and make him do it with all the other fast moving machinery around him for 2 hours at a stretch. And that's where the big difference comes in between somebody who's been doing it half their life, literally half their life, to somebody who's been doing it for a few months. And the pro race drivers coming into this world, into this hemisphere, that's their Achilles heel. They haven't been doing it half their life. They've been doing something else half their life. It's going to be Valentino Rossi's learning curve, converting from 39 years of racing motorcycles or whatever it's been, to racing on four wheels. He's raced on four wheels. He's got racecraft, more racecraft in his little fingernail than many racers will have in their entire career, but not in that. And so when he goes into GT World Challenge, he is going to have a massive adventure. And in the same way that every single day he rides a motorcycle, he's learning something, he's going to be learning so much every single time he gets behind the wheel of that WRT car. He's just going to be on this massive learning curve. And he knows it, and he's ready for it, and he's so looking forward to it. And it's going to be fantastic. And of course, the very next step is, how the hell is he not yet involved in this?
That's very true. It would be.
Can you imagine the insanity if we come back here next year for Le Mans Virtual 3, and we've got Max Verstappen and Valentino Rossi on the grid? It will melt the internet.
And Fernando wanted to be in it, and Romain Grosjean wanted to be in it, and Alex Palou wanted to be in it. And how many drivers are now sitting on the sidelines thinking, oh, I wish I got involved in this, or getting on the phone immediately going, get me involved in that next time.
Yeah. And there are teams that were involved a couple of years ago. You're thinking particularly actually of a number of the American teams. Also, obviously Toyota Gazoo Racing, not involved. They had two cars in Le Mans Virtual 2020. We don't have Penske, we don't have Chip Ganassi Racing, we don't have any of the IndyCar teams, we don't have Andretti, we don't, there are a huge cohort of prime US racing teams who could do this and do it really well. And it's not like there are no sim racing pros in the States, and not like nobody in the States uses R-Factor 2. They could do it. They showed they could do it. They did it, 18 months ago. in the first Le Mans 24-hour virtual. And I think as this continues to grow wings and to grow, I think the grid will grow. I think the grid will get bigger, and I think we'll see more and more involvement from teams, particularly in the US, particularly as convergence brings US teams into World Endurance Championship racing or to the real Le Mans from 2023 onwards, when we expect to see Le Mans Daytona hybrids, and that will bring in Audi into the real world, back to Le Mans. It'll bring Porsche in the real world back to Le Mans. It'll bring GM in the real world back to Le Mans. It'll bring all these other manufacturers. Ferrari will be there. Alpine, as we heard from Fernando, are planning to be there. Maybe not 23, but maybe 24. Ferrari will be there with a hypercar. Peugeot will be there with a hypercar. Toyota Gazoo Racing will be there with a hypercar. So you're already looking at 7-8 manufacturers in the Premier class in the real race. Well, why would you not be doing the virtual race in January to build yourself up to speed?
Everyone's hugely excited already, aren't they, for 2023? All these announcements coming out have just got everyone so excited, me personally. But 2023 is a big year, as you said, for all those manufacturers coming back. But also, we're launching the Le Mans game as well, which Gerard Neveu mentioned at the start of the show. I mean, I don't know, has there ever been a Le Mans game? I mean, it's something that Motorsport Games are working on. When was it? How long's it been?
It was kind of, Game Boy PS1 era.
Right. So a long time then.
A long time ago. It was FIA GT Championship era, so a quarter of a century ago, and you can still play it. You can race the Le Mans 24-hour race, and you go to Suzuka and all the other places. No, you can do it.
And I mean, but now it's going to be based off this. So these graphics that you're seeing and how realistic it is and how realistic the drivers say it is, it's going to be based off the R Factor 2 model, the guys at Motorsport Games, of course, working on that. So it's going to be something similar to this. This is just me guessing off what the information that we've been given, and that's the same information you've all been given, everyone watching.
And 2023 is going to be an absolute landmark year, because it's going to be the first full fat year of convergence with all of these manufacturers coming to Le Mans and potentially going to Daytona and to Sebring and to Petit Le Mans and all the other marquee events with a selection of cars all in the same category. It's also the centenary of Le Mans. So for race fans, it's going to be a huge deal, whether they're Formula One fans and not Le Mans fans, or whether they already know about Le Mans and appreciate Le Mans. It is going to be omnipresent in 2023. So if you're going to launch a game, multi-platform, so we're talking PlayStation, Xbox, phones, iPads, devices, PC-based, of course, and everything else, it's going to... It has to be ported onto everything conceivable, if possible. All right, it will inevitably end up on either PlayStation or Xbox first, because that's the way the market works.
Do you know what? It'll probably go out and probably be on both. You'd hope it'd be on both at the same time. A lot of games
inevitably, one will want to have it at the expense of the other, not having it, because if they deem it might be a success, they will want the family that plays it to be loyal to their platform. In the same way that you can name any number of games that are predominantly on one or the other.
Yeah, well, you take something like Gran Turismo. Yeah. That's PlayStation now.
There you go. And that's it. But, that is absolutely the right time to be launching a multi-platform game, to be launching a home version of this that is accessible to all ages, whether you've got a sim rig or not, whether you're just playing it on a controller on your Xbox or whatever at home. That's where we get the next generation of competitors starting, not just fans being involved. If you survey the millions of people who had no idea that Colin McRae was a rally driver, they just thought it was a name on a game.
Wow.
And that's absolutely a fact. Far more people know of Colin McRae because of the game than ever watched him rally, because it was such a massive success, because it was so playable. And that's the key. This has to be so playable. So it's not just going to be about Le Mans. It can't be, because nobody's got 24 hours. Not everybody's got 24 hours. It's got to be you know, encompassing all sorts of different races, all sorts of places. Now, what are we seeing here? This is our it's not our LM Cup Champions car, or is it? It is. Oh
no.
24th place, it says on the side, and that is our LM Cup Champions car then. That's where they were in the race. Well, it is. Juan Pablo is back in the studio, back in the rig. So again, he was complaining earlier that the car spins much too easily, and we heard him talk to Haley earlier that it's in a rig that's very different in feel to the one that they are used to. Very different in cost as well, conceivably, but it's not about the expense, it's about the feel of the thing. It makes it harder to drive, and unfortunately, I'm not sure how long he's been back in the car, because the last time I looked into the studio when Jupp was coming up to join us, 45 minutes ago, their rig was empty, so their sim racers were in it, but the Montoyas, or at least Juan Pablo is back. His son Sebastian is not, but Juan Pablo is back in for his next stint.
For some people who can't fathom, how does it feel different? You know, you're driving in a sim game, and you're driving the same car, albeit in a different rig. If you take one of the WRT drivers in the World Endurance Championship, throw them into the Jota car, it's going to take them a while to get used to the feel of the car, the seating position. Everything's just going to feel slightly different. It's like when you go on holiday and you hire a car and you jump in it. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time just to get used to the feel of things.
Yeah, you turn the wipers on when you mean to signal to change lanes or to turn off the highway. All of that stuff. I think it's a little bit more fundamental than that. I mean, if you let's say you're going mountain biking with your friends, but you've got a road bike.
Yeah.
All right, it does all the same thing. Well, it's got pedals, it's got handlebars. Yeah, but it hasn't got the knobbly tyres that you guys have. Or you've got a bunch of road biking friends and you go out for a ride, but you've only got your mountain bike. So you've got bid-fact knobbly tyres, high rolling resistance, they don't corner well. You know, your gearing's all wrong. You've got lots and lots of low gears and you haven't got any big gears. That's the sort of difference. It's not that the car feels different, it's that all of his instincts for how the pedals are supposed to work, how hard he needs to push it, how the steering is going to react to what his inputs are, those are off. And so it's hard to express other than I'm trying to think of another, sort of sport where it's like maybe trying to play tennis left-handed instead of right-handed. I mean, it really is almost that fundamental to how you are going to connect with the ball, is that you're doing it all wrong. The timing's out. What you expect to happen doesn't happen. It is like trying to do it with the wrong hand, or play pool or snooker with the wrong hand. It's not about the speed of reaction. It's just that nothing works the way it ought to.
Yeah, he has they have purpose-built rigs at home, which they've built over a long time to make sure that it's perfect for their driving position, driving style. The brake, of course, how much brake pressure they want going through. You have to go into the brake pedal to change that. It's not something you can just change in the game. And that was one of the things I think that they were struggling with right at the start, was the feel of the brake pedal. So they've just been given a base model, and it's like, well, that's what you're using for the weekend. And they've tried to adapt it the best they can to get it as close to their rig as possible. But ultimately, it's still a long, long way from what they're used to. So, yeah, they are driving with a bit of an injury, if you like. And
it's like trying to race Max Verstappen's Red Bull when you're in the Haas. Basically, and that's what it is. It doesn't. Or it's like Max Verstappen trying to race his Red Bull when he's in the Haas, because it's not doing what he expects. And actually, we heard Josh Rogers talk about that. He's in the new Coanda setup, but they are sharing a rig, and it's not the rig he's used to, and it's not the rig any of them are used to. So they are all compromised, and that's another little fascinating aspect in that GT battle. Again, as we watch the Porsche versus BMW versus Ferrari battle rage on, Porsche back up to 1-2, because we heard from Josh Rogers, who is one of the co-drivers of the 92 car, currently leading in GT with Sage Karam. They're all slightly compromised. They're not getting the last iota out of the car. And say, oh, well, really, does it make a difference? Because Pole position and second were separated by 0.02 of a second for pole for the main race. Yeah, it does make a difference. 0.02 of a second over 13.5 kilometers. Yeah, it does make a difference. And that's one lap in one 20-minute session. This is every lap in a 24-hour session. That minor difference is extrapolated hugely. You know, we're now 169 laps in. If you're losing a tenth, what's 169 tenths? It's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you lose a tenth of a second in 13 kilometers just because you're not quite confident enough, if you're not quite confident enough on the brakes and you don't want it to spin, you're going to lose a tenth of a second every single time you hit the brakes. So that's going into the Dunlop chicane, down into the S's, down to Tertre Rouge, first chicane, second chicane, Mulsanne corner, Indianapolis, second part of Indianapolis, Arnage, Porsche curves a second time, Ford chicane. So that's a dozen braking episodes on the track, and you're going to lose a tenth of a second each one of those. That's 12 tenths, that's 1.2 seconds per lap, times 170 laps we're now working on. That's a lot of time. We're not even halfway through. Just because it doesn't work well. Even if you are exactly as fast as the fastest car, even if your setup is exactly the same, and that's what makes the difference. That's what makes differences when the racing is this close.
And that goes to show how high the standards is of Le Mans Virtual as well.
Yeah.
That's literally all it is. That's what you're used to when you're watching the World Endurance Championship, particularly in the P2 class or the GT Pro class. It comes down to very close gaps like that. It's exactly the same here. I'd say it's exaggerated here, isn't it? Because all the cars in the LMP2 class are the same, and they can practice for as long as they like as well. And it's not that one team has a bigger truck than the other. All the cars are going to perform exactly the same, no matter what. So
and they don't have more money, they don't have better budget, and they don't have the latest bodywork, and they don't have the best tyres, and they don't have the freshest engines, or they don't have. Everybody has no-cost options. Again, you heard it from Job van Uyten. You can put new tyres on the car every single stop. You can't even do that in the real Le Mans. So it is as close to being perfectly even, particularly in prototypes, because it is the same car. In GTs, there are different cars that have different strengths and weaknesses, but in the prototype class, it is the same car, same engine, same tyres. It is the ultimate level playing field. Then it is down to the four drivers and whatever engineering backup they can bring to make their equal playing field bit better than the other equal playing field bits. So that's, it is the ultimate meritocracy in racing. Ben Constangiris is back with us, minutes early.
Late.
Oh, no, late.
3 minutes I was early, but actually you need to finish your sentence first, so I became late.
That was 8 minutes I needed to finish that sentence.
Hey, I'm bringing a fact straight in here, because you were talking about previous Le Mans games.
This is the first fact in 8 hours. Carry on.
Yeah, Infogrames made a game in 1999 for release in 2000, and because there's a father and something going on, I thought this was appropriate. My father voiced it.
Oh, wow. Did he say anything other than the champagne?
Yes, he did. He did lots of phrases that you would hear whilst driving around for 24 hours. You could actually do a full 24-hour race on the Infogrames game, which was on PlayStation, PC, and eventually Dreamcast.
So it's Dreamcast. God, you are old. What was it?
This is 2000, Martin Haven.
What was a Dreamcast?
It was a platform. It was like a box you play games on.
Was that Nintendo?
Yeah.
Don't look at me. I have no idea.
Chris is claiming to be young here.
I don't have children young enough to know what a Dreamcast was. Ben does. Okay, a Sega Dreamcast. Oh, so I'm sorry, I'm a Mega Drive generation, so I missed that entirely.
I mean, the rest of the broadcast didn't hear Tom talking in our ear, telling us what was going on there.
No, I know, which is why I repeated it.
He went, oh yeah.
Yeah, It is that time of night.
Is
that the one that had the FIA GT car? So Chamberlain,
yes, exactly, yeah.
Chamberlain Viper and all of that. Okay, so that's the one I've played, but on PlayStation. So yeah,
really good selection of cars, and you could do a full 24-hour race.
Yep.
There are games that preceded it, including one on the Atari in 1976.
Has your dad fed you all this overnight, or have you just
I'm sure my dad is sadly still watching.
On Twitterpedia.
It's not sad if you're still watching.
He was tweeting earlier, but I think he should have gone to bed by now. The whiskey would have kicked in. I'd
say this is the best time to ask his opinions on the race then.
Unfortunately, the rest of the Skype team are down now, so we can't get him on air. We can't surprise him with an interview.
Yeah, that's
not... he can tweet us.
That's tweet us. That is not unfortunate for him, is it? That is probably very fortunate for him, otherwise it would happen.
Martin, you can go to bed now.
I can go to bed now, and in fact, having delayed Joop van Uytert by nearly 10 minutes of his required sleep. That was a very brief flash of red there.
That's Alex Palou.
Yeah, okay. Right, I'm going to leave you to it because otherwise I'll be here all night, and by 4 a.m. when you are going back to bed, Ben, I will be going back to bed as well. So I'll say goodbye.
Save your words for the next 4 hours in 4 hours' time. And Chris gets a chance to speak now for the next 4 hours as well, which is good.
Hello.
Oh, at least 2 hours anyway. Yeah, that's your phone. It doesn't feel like much has happened in the last 2 hours in the race itself.
No, of course, we were still recovering from the Max Verstappen
gate
drama.
Yeah.
And ever since then, we have Redline, of course, have started to assume the lead, pit in the lead. That was something that happened just before I rejoined. And they are now looking in an incredibly strong position in the GT class. Porsche's still, though, within arm's length, so it is still all to play for. And in terms of the LMP class, the Rebellion GPX Esports team, very impressive in their charge 2 up to second. Real Team Hydrogen, the team to assume the lead after the incident we saw. There are the aforementioned Porsches in pit road.
Yeah, remember they are pitting before the BMW. It must be nearly half an hour before now because, well, no, it would be mathematics, Ben, 20, 25 minutes before, because at 6 hours it was 15 minutes after we'd see the BMW in the pits and the Porsche, so now it must be like 20, 25 minutes. They'll never get a full stint, but they are certainly gaining ground just through the pit stops, and of course now leading as well with Enzo Benito at the wheel. Porsche's back out. They've changed drivers, I believe. Martin Kroenke in the 91, Sage Karam in the 92.
Real shame for Fordzilla, though. They were having a real strong race. I mean, Alex Palou is still going round and looking at his sector times. He's got back to a good pace now, but would have lost a lot of time. Here is the Proton team that we are watching now.
Don't think it's a battle for position here, because the 57 car is a few laps back.
Yeah, Van Duren is in the pits, so this is going to be Charlie Collins. And, of course, they had dramas right at the start of the race. You're right, it's not going to be for position because they are quite far down the order and quite far behind the next car. But still, they can make up plenty of time, and they've got just under 14 hours to try and make up as much time as possible. Proton, who were heavy hitters so far this season, and that 88 car had been on the podium 3 out of 4 races, so were ones to watch coming into this, arguably dark horses. Real shame, but these are the guys that are stealing the show now, Ben.
Enzo Benito at the wheel of the BMW, and previously a McLaren Shadow driver, previously a Ferrari Works driver. That made a lot of sense, didn't it? Enzo Benito, what a name, Italian, it's got crazy hair, driving for Ferrari. It didn't work out as a relationship in F1 Esports. He just didn't really get on with being under that pressure. But he is still one of the very best, one of the best pedalers. And actually, when we saw him a little bit earlier, his caption said inaugural E-Rock champion. In Riyadh, he won E-Rock against 4 selected drivers. But when he came back from winning the year before and came to Mexico as a legitimate leader of the sim racing team, he went and beat Lucas de Grassi in Race of Champions on the real track. So he has decent pedigree behind the wheel of a real car, and also has done some single-seater racing in Italy as well. Actually, that was kind of thanks to FDA boss at the time, the boss of AK, who kind of supported him and gave him a bit of a leg up. So Enzo's had lots of opportunities, and now with Dom Doohan and the Redline team very much at the pinnacle of sim racing once again, whether it be on this platform or others, and they are in control from a strategy point of view and in control from a pace point of view as well.
And he's had the experience of racing with 2 Formula 1 drivers as well, which he did in 2020 with Charles Leclerc and Antonio Giovinazzi, and that must have been...
Who was the 4th driver then?
Oh, well,
who was Enzo's sim racing teammate? Tanitza?
That's a question that I can't answer at this very time.
I think it was David Tanitza.
That
would make sense.
He was certainly in one of... There was only two of the cars, and he was certainly in one of them. So we'll take an educated guess at Tanitza. But yeah, that's that's one of those to tell the grandkids about, isn't it? That you got to race alongside Leclerc and Giovinazzi. Very, very exciting opportunities that Le Mans Virtual is providing these sim drivers with. But they are in complete control. This reminds me of Spa, when they assumed this kind of control, and in the end, people were pitting and they just didn't have to, and they went all the way to the flag, and the gap because of that was huge for them in the 6 hours of Spa.
We aren't even halfway through the race though, and as we've already learned from Max Verstappen, you would say before his accident that the Redline car was totally in control of the head of the field. Nobody could touch him, especially with the Mercedes AMG car disappearing out of the race. They looked like one of the competitors, and then they faded. The Veloce pace has faded a little bit once they've cycled through all of their drivers, and really on pure pace, nobody could touch that Redline car, and then Verstappen goes and chucks it off. And it's interesting, you know, that's why you don't employ Formula 1 drivers to do a 24-hour race, because they are at the limit so much more, because they only need to be at the limit for an hour and a half, than, you know, an hour and a half is half a stint in Le Mans. You can't keep that level of perfection up for that period of time. And okay, the traffic was probably what caused Max to be slightly offline, to turn in early, to catch more curb than he did. But ultimately, he could have been playing it safer, and there would have been no harm in playing it a little bit safer, a couple of tenths off, you know, a couple of tenths off the limit.
Well, he's used to being
at the limit.
As you rightly said, he's used to being at 100% for, you know, an hour and a half race, you know, every other week pretty much. And I know he's done sim racing, but I don't know, you know, he wouldn't have done anything near a 24-hour race. Maybe he's done
Max
3 hours.
No, he's done.
Has he done 24 hours?
Yeah, Daytona 24 hours. He's won the Bathurst 12 hours. So he has lots of endurance experience.
So then he has the experience. So
yeah. But quite often those have ended
in disaster. Yeah. He's not made it to the end.
Yeah. Ended before they should have ended. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. I guess you've got to think of it this way: he's got nothing really to lose, has he? As a driver in that team, you know, his main focus this year is going to be on defending his title. Of course, he's well invested in that Redline team, so he'll want to do his best, and he will be hugely disappointed.
You say that though, Chris. You say that, but what was one of the most remarkable things about Max that I saw this year was that horrible triple header that they had at the end of the season, was Brazil, Qatar, Saudi, 3 races.
Yeah.
Max was under huge pressure. He had that run wide incident in Brazil, and Saudi was a fracas as well. And on the Tuesday after Saudi Arabia, he was in his sim rig, racing a sim race, totally chilled out, no practice, bangs in a victory. He uses it to relax. It's not a case of being a distraction for him. It was a complete kind of, let's just go and drive more Redline mates. And
nice.
You know,
that's good though. That's
like you and I might go down the pub. That's what Max does.
That's great for sim racing because, you know, someone like, you know, Lando Norris loves his gaming, you know, but he does a little bit more than, say, sim racing. He loves all different kinds of gaming. But I'd say we're going to get to a time in the likes of, I know we have a lot more endurance racing drivers, you know, world endurance racing drivers. Let's look at this replay first, Ben.
Yeah, this is for 12th position, and that is the Rocket machine getting ahead of... Oh, hang on. I think that might have just been the way the replay was clipped. So that was for 12th position, was it? So, oh yeah, so Grafring, I'm not sure whether the tower has caught up with that, because I think that's a number 2 car. Yeah, so that's Gassner in the number 2, passing Girolami in the Rebellion.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a bit tricky at night, isn't it? Trying to pick out the liveries in the dark and the numbers on the side.
I think, though, going back to the point we were talking about, that we are going to get to a stage where all the top drivers in all the top championships, we're going to, a huge chunk of them, a huge percentage of them are going to be competing in the virtual world as well. That's already
Well, you're
happening.
seeing it from those young drivers that are coming through, right? They're all on the sim.
Yeah, you know, the amount of Formula 2, Formula 3 drivers, W Series had their own team, F4 drivers, you know, they are already well invested into it. So when these guys are getting up to, you know, and we're solely talking about single-seaters here, when they're into things like F3, they're already so competitive at sim racing because they've been doing it for a long time. Because when they're not old enough to race in those cars, they can have a go in them in the virtual world and can race in championships where they're racing an F3 car.
Pretty cool. And that's what I kind of love when you speak to the superstars of motorsport. They use sim racing to go and do stuff that they couldn't usually do, you know.
Yeah.
Go and drive a Lotus 79 around Watkins Glen, but they've never raced outside of Europe. And, you know, stuff that still, ultimately every single racing driver is a fan of motorsport. And I think sometimes we forget this. And they just love it. So any opportunity to do it, if the sim presents itself, they do. And so it's always nice to speak to those people. Quite a lot of luck going on with Nabil Aslan, who we ride on board with.
Williams Esports being shown as stopped.
Okay, well, there's lots of potential glitches in the timing system, so let's 100% check.
Every time we've seen that so far, it's been bad news.
Well, no, I did see one earlier.
We'll let it catch up then, just in case.
So this is the battle that we're watching for 10th position, chasing Rory McDuff in the race clutch Alpine car. Another car that last time I was in comms was up in the top 5, but that, again, as they've cycled through all their drivers, has dropped down the field a little bit into 10th position. I was trying to work out, if we threw a red flag right now, or a safety car right now...
there it is. That's that number 5 Williams car.
Attila Tashi aboard that car.
Now where is...
And that's a proper Williams Esports entry rather than the ones that Williams are running with other names.
Yeah, that's the car that has had 2 DNFs, 1 did not start, and a 10th this season. So, yeah, they've only finished 1 out of 4 races in the Le Mans Virtual Series, and that looks like that's all they're going to finish this year.
That's
so
a shame.
this was really a nothing to lose. They were dead last in the championship. All they were going for here was the big results and the big money that goes with it. But it was a bad race. That's gone even worse.
I'm going to say that's either Porsche curves, and I think it might be Porsche curves from looking at the...
I think so.
Yeah.
It was hard to say exactly where. If the guys have it, we'll see a replay of it.
Yeah, so that's
very
probably... There's not so much gravel around the Porsche curves, so that's probably the first part of the Porsche curves. He's hit the wall and the wheel is disconnected from the car, so he can't get back to the pits. He has to escape, and that means game over. No toes here.
No, and that will be...
I mean, I've got toes.
You'll have to assume Martin's role there. That will be another X.
Oh yeah, no, I've done a few of those.
On his list. Yeah, well,
he's done them in a different place to me, so I've got my ones, and then he's got his ones.
So you've got yours down the left, and he's got his down the right.
Yeah, very confusing. That's a shame. Attila Tashi, touring car ace, and loves his sim racing. And he turns into the first part of the Porsche curves, and there's already a Porsche ahead of him off. Did he get put off by that? That's the 61 Porsche. Alex Young, who is dead last in the GTE category. There was also a Ferrari kind of going slowly, or had Alex Young spun on his own, but that might have put Attila Shashi off. And yeah, there's just not much runoff area around there.
It seemed like an odd place to just run straight on like that. You know, surely he didn't get that much understeer going through there. So yeah, it might have been something put him off. But then it might have been that a spin started to occur and he just couldn't catch it and ended up going off. But yeah, I'd say there was definitely more than one thing involved in that incident there.
We were talking about how this circuit replicates the real world. I think that one of the places it doesn't is that gravel trap. That's a gravel trap that was modified maybe 2 years ago, certainly a year ago. Much, much, much larger and deeper than it was a few years before that. And then the second part of that as well, where you call karting, that's also changed quite a bit. The walls moved back. So the runoff areas around there are much more sympathetic now if you have an incident like that. Change of position there for 8th position, and that's Oli Pakala getting ahead of Alex Palou. So that's Alpine ahead of Ford. And they are on the cusp of being lapped. So they need to look in their mirrors for the hydrogen Redline car coming along, which means we've still got pretty much 10 cars on the lead lap. If we were to go safety, I was about to say, if we go safety car or red flag right now, we would still have 10 cars on the lead lap, which would then compress, and we'd still have those guys, and then we'd have, I think, another 10 cars before we go back to 2 laps down. So the field is still very, very close, much closer than you would expect to see perhaps from an LMP2 category in the real Le Mans, such as the pace and maybe the consistency of the circuit and the conditions out there.
Yeah, and that's it. It's here's one more look at it, Ben.
Well, this is Alex Young, isn't it, in the Axel car. So he's taken too much curb on the inside, lost the rear end, spun around, kept it out the barrier though. But the lights are going to be putting off the car that arrives at the scene of the accident, which is Attila Shashi. I wouldn't be particularly happy turning into Porsche curves and going, what are those lights? They're not supposed to be there.
I mean, he could have thought that Axel car was going to be rejoining and was going to be in the middle of the road, and and all of that happening at once whilst you're going at one of the quickest corners on the circuit, is always likely to end in disaster.
Most frustratingly, Alex Young continues at the back of the GTE field. Shashi in the pits, out the race.
Yeah, a real shame for Williams Esports. That, in all honesty, sums up their season so far. It's just been one disaster after another. When they had that first DNF at the first round, you were hoping that they were going to come back to Spa and reset, and it just hasn't got any better since. And I guess Nordschleife has summed it up because they couldn't even take part due to drivers not being able to make it to the race, I believe. So to get 10th last time was just damage limitation, really. It was nothing they could do, and a real shame that their season ends and their 24-hour of Le Mans virtual race ends in the barriers.
It's a tough one for Williams, isn't it? Because that is the Williams Esports car, the brand Williams, the partnership with the Formula One team. But them as a company are partnered with Rebellion GPX and run those cars. And so when you've got a pocket full of drivers, you don't want to give your client who's paying you money to run your cars the bottom of the crop. You need to give them the best drivers. So the best drivers are in the Rebellion 1 and the second Rebellion car, and then Williams get the Williams branded car ends up with the less. You have to do it that way, and I'm not being rude about the guys in the Williams car, because they are also incredibly fast drivers, certainly faster than me. Michael Romanidis, for instance, Pika Burlak.
Yeah. Michael Romanidis was on the podium in 2020 in the number 13, Peter Briat was 18th in the number 2 car.
So you end up spreading yourself a bit thin, I think, is what I'm trying to say. If you end up with too many cars on the grid and not enough drivers to fill it, you are going to have a weakest link. And the Williams car has to be that weakest link, because otherwise the clients will be unhappy.
And because look at where it is in the championship, and look at where the other ones are. But yeah, you're completely right. I guess it was their chance, though, on the flip side of that, to prove themselves on the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual. If they could go and beat those other customer teams there that you mentioned, then they would prove themselves as rightfully being the factory outfit. But you know, in racing, sometimes it doesn't always go the way you want it to, and particularly at Le Mans as well. It is a circuit and a race that sometimes chooses who the winner is going to be.
Red Luca 56, picking up on a thing I said earlier about stint lengths. Now, the maximum stint length you can do is 3 hours. So when I was saying that 90 minutes was half a stint, it's half a maximum stint. You have 4 drivers. That doesn't mean that all the drivers can do 9 hours. In fact, there is a limit on the amount of hours that an individual driver can do across the full 24 hours, and they cannot do more than 3 hours in any 5-hour window. So there's loads of really slightly complicated regulations to limit the amount of driving that is being done by these drivers. But ultimately, you can do a quadruple stint, which is around 3 hours. And that's why I said 90 minutes was half a stint, although it's not. It's 1.5 stints in LMP and probably 1 stint in GT. So I hope that clears it up. I'm not sure it will clear it up, because I'm confused myself from the words that are coming out of my mouth.
There's 7 hours, isn't it? It's the
Don't ask me at midnight, Luca. Come on.
7 hours is the maximum. They can't do any more than that across the entire 24 hours. So a lot of the professional sim racing drivers will be taking on those 7 hours for themselves. They can't do it all in once, though. That's like you said, they can only do 3 in every 5 hours, which forces the teams essentially to break it up with drivers all featuring at different points in the race. Well, here we can see then coming through the Ford curve, one of the the Ford chicane, sorry, one of the LMP2 teams. As the coming into the pits, Michi Hoyer in the Alpha Industries by Collis car. Risto Capit has come in for R8G as well. The number 5 dropping down the field and will continue to do so in that number 5. And we've also had Nikit Aslan now moving up the field with Michi Hoyer down in pit lane. Ben Viscal just making his way back out onto the circuit as well. Formula 2 driver. Great to see Ben Viscal racing with us. Had a very strong end to the season as well. I believe he was on the podium out in Jeddah. So good to see Ben racing. And that number 4, you have to say, Ben, is having a really impressive recovery.
But yeah, considering they've been wiped out more than one occasion.
Out at the start.
Yeah.
That's how their race started. Since then, they're now in the top 5.
And that's what they need to keep their championship alive, right?
Yes, yes. So we've lost championship-wise. As it stands, we've got the number 1 in 2nd, the number 4 in 5th, Redline are out. Now, 4 and 1 are split by 4 points. So if the race were to finish at this point, I believe that it would be the number 1 who would become champion. But that is something I need to check. We are running on double points for this race, so 50 points for the win. And that means 36 for second. So there's 14 points deficit between the two, and between the Rebellion GPX Esports car, the number 1 and the 70, there is 14.5 points. So it would come down, by my maths, I've just worked that out in my head at what time?
And it's
at
gone.
12. It would be half a point.
Oh, it won't stay like this. Come on, you're starting to get very Lewis McGlade.
The number 1 would win by half a point. That's how I.
But there's still half a race to go, so
yeah,
it's kind of null and void because it ain't gonna stay like that. Calm yourself, Chris. I know you're trying to keep yourself awake at 12:30 at night, getting all excited by championship, but just not going to happen. there is that quite distinctive Veloce car. Thank you to Veloce for having an all-white car. It was a risk because so many people usually also carry all white, but everyone seems to be black this race, so that white car sticking out like a sore thumb. Mike Epps has just taken over from Isaac Gillinson, and they are, well, it's showing as 2.5 minutes down, but we haven't got pit stops yet from our top two, so we are still waiting to see how it all plays out. The gap was around a minute before the pit stops. So they really do need to pick up the pace, because in the early stages, they were challenging for the lead with Baldwin at the start of the race. But as they've cycled through Gillinson, Epps and Eamon Murphy, we have seen them slip behind the #1 machine, for instance, the Rebellion GPX car. Still very much in contention, and you know, anything can happen, as we've just said, but a little bit off or out of touch when previously they were in touch. I should also explain to you guys, and you may have noticed in the last 35 minutes, that we do, hour and 35 minutes. We'd have a slight different look as we go through the night, much like in Le Mans. During the night stint of the 24 hours of Le Mans, there is about half the amount of cameras out on circuit. So they pick sections of circuit where they will keep cameras, and then they lock off some other cameras, so you just get passing shots with no cameraman following cars, and then many of the cameras are literally put to bed. And actually, it's only been the last 10 years where there's been any coverage overnight. They previously completely shut down and only covered the pits and the first and last couple of corners. So it changed a couple of years ago to actually have full coverage, but it's still about half the cameras that you have when you are in full light conditions at the start of the day. So a similar thing has happened tonight. The graphics department have headed off to bed, and our big TV truck has headed off for a rest. And so we are to a reduced crew. We've got English director, producer in our ears selecting the pictures for you, similar to what's been happening previously, but without all the insets. And it does mean that that graphic on the left-hand side is staying put, I'm afraid. So top 18 you will see. Anything below 18th you will not. Then that does mean we will not see for the next 8 hours what's going on in the GTE category graphically. So we will have to keep you up to date periodically when we get the opportunity and everything shakes out. At the moment, it looks as though Enzo Benito has a lap lead over Matt Packham, which is not right, because he still owes us a pit stop. So once they've done that pit stop, we can tell you a bit more about what's going on in GTE. But that is the reason why we're not going to see GTE results over the next couple of hours. I'm not going to apologise for it, because that's the way it is.
Yeah, and a huge chunk of this overnight crew is the dedicated Motorsport Games team as well. I mean, a lot of the Motorsport Games team who have brought you the entire Le Mans virtual series, the guys behind this, but of course they have brought you all the coverage throughout the season when we have been based at Silverstone. You know, they have that team operating all the gaming cameras, and now the film crew that we usually use at Silverstone, they're all going to be jumping in to get us through the night. So a big shout out to all of them for all their hard work throughout the season, and now they're going to be taking us through the toughest part
carrying
of Le Mans.
Us. Not just taking us, not just holding our hand.
Physically carrying us, yeah.
They are going to be carrying us through the next 12 hours.
I'm going to say to Tom, I'm going to need him physically to come down and carry me out at 2 in the morning.
Because if he does that, then he won't be able to select different cameras. So we'll need part of the team to come and carry you home.
Yeah.
And then
get a stretcher in.
And then 2 hours later, me. If we can be both delivered to our hotel, which is about a 5-minute walk away.
Yes, yeah, it's very far.
Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. And Martin will be back at 4 in the morning to wake you up, actually, much like he did at the start of the show with his season review.
Now, this is our race leaders in. Schmiedel in the number 70 has come in for his 18th stop of the race.
strategy computer will be here in a couple of hours as well with Lewis, so he can...
Has he worked out how to use it yet?
It's not easy. It's not easy. In fact,
I mean, if there was any one of us who could work it out, I thought it would be him.
And Louis Delatraz, who's part of the #1 car, messaged me on Twitter and said, have you got any idea how this works? Because we don't. And it is, I mean, I can see how it works. You just need to have one of those brains that looks at numbers and analyzes numbers.
They were using the strategy laptop as well?
The same program, yeah, because you can. It's an add-on to the live timing, so you can purchase it for your own team. But really what you need is an add-on to the add-on to graphically show it so you can understand what's going on and utilize it.
I think McNish is the...
He's the master.
Either he has the add-on to the add-on or he is physically the add-on to the add-on. So we need Alan McNish
Plug
here.
in.
Yeah, yeah. But everyone can't use him at once, so we need him first.
I'm positive that Alan is fast asleep right now. and if you're not, Alan, credit, kudos.
We need him having his own virtual team next year. It needs to happen.
Well, if it's not McNish Esports, then he can start. What would be bright is he starts McNish Esports, and then gives his old mates at Audi a nudge and goes, "Hey, look, I've got an esports team. Do you fancy partnering with us?
Oh yeah.
Give us a big chunk of money." And McNish Esports can run Audi's sport program, much like the relationships that we've already spoken about between BMW, Redline, So that's the thinking man's strategy. Although probably by that time he would be the man making the decisions. So he'd be like, on one side of the desk, "Hi, I'm McNish Esports."
He would look in the mirror and chat to himself.
Yeah, scuttle around the desk, sit down again, go, "Hello, Alan. Hello, McNish Esports. Yes, you can. Here's the check." And then run back around and go, "Oh, thank you very much."
Print a contract and put 2 signatures in.
That's a very similar signature.
Oh well.
We're not. I've got another 3 hours of this to go. It's going to be. It's going to be quite a. It's going to be quite a 3 hours.
Oliver Rowland has got in for the Real Team Hydrogen team. Formula E racer Oliver Rowland, who raced it with 2Cs back in 2020. That's not Oliver Rowland. That's one of the other cars that we saw. This is the...
I like the BS BMW there, Robbie Foley.
Is this the
just flashing his lights going, "Don't be so mean to me." Like, come on. I was just trying to get out of your way.
This is out there, so that's Olli Pakala for Alpine Esports. As just ahead of him, really, this is where our focus should be.
Yeah.
Because Cooper Webster is just up the road, and this is a fight for position and a fight for 5th place.
It is and it isn't, because Pakala owes us a pit stop like Brzezinski at the head of the field.
Yes.
So it's kind of a fight for now, and it's the best thing to watch right now, but it doesn't really mean anything because Cooper's already done his 18th stop. Pakala and McDuff owe us. So both of those are going to fall back down behind Nabil Aslam after that pit stop is done, and actually Michi Hoyer as well. So those are our kind of, and they might even fall onto 1 lap down by the time they complete their pit stop. We do have 10 cars with Payek in the Yas Heat. I can't believe Yas Heat are down in 10th. They were up in the top 5 as well. So the last time
they've had a couple of dramas, I believe.
Have they?
Yeah, minor, should we say, small dramas, but
kerfuffles.
Yes. I recall seeing their car not facing the right way once or twice, but it was nothing to take them out of the race. Yassi certainly have had 1 or 2 bumps in the road. Otherwise, it's been a very good race for them. Given, this season, they have not had a good season at all. They're 13th in the Le Mans Virtual Series standings. So they're running better than what we would expect. Lacombe here in the studio for Duquesne has just gone out as well. The team all gathered round that rig. Great to have 4 drivers in rigs here in the studio as well. That's not always been the case because some of those teams have drivers elsewhere, but we have company.
Which is nice.
Yeah.
Better than last time.
And of course we have the other members of the team at the back of the studio.
All
as well.
awake. Nobody's sleeping here.
That's the most comfortable grandstand that I've ever seen.
It's double protected as well, if you notice.
It says sofa, yeah. You can go to sleep on there later if you want.
I probably should have done earlier, to be honest. Kiewa Brzezinski out of the pits, so hands the lead back over to Ollie Rowland. Brzezinski drops down to second, and the gap is at the moment 39 seconds. That's what it says on my timing screen. It will sort itself out once Brzezinski goes over the end of the first sector, I imagine.
Yeah, Ollie Rowland signed with Nissan for this year as well in Formula E, which kicks off in about 2 weeks' time. It's not far at all that they're going to be out in Saudi Arabia for their first round. Will be alongside Alexander Sims for the Nissan team this year, so an all-British lineup in that one. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Sims? Nissan?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, the...
no, Gunter's at Nissan.
Oh, Mahindra, sorry. He signed from Nissan to Mahindra.
There you go. And
Yes.
was replaced at Nissan by Maxi Gunter.
Yes, I spoke to them when the announcement was made. So yeah, so Mahindra bringing a strong lineup there with Rowland and Sims.
That's why you know everything about everything, because you have to report the news on it, or did.
Yeah.
That's a great way of keeping up with the news, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like being a news presenter.
Yeah.
The best way.
Yeah.
You're being paid to follow everything, so you then know everything.
But then there's that point where you are trying to know too much, and then then you start to just forget everything. So.
To be fair though, Nissan Mahindra, they look kind of similar colour-wise.
They don't. No, there's no recovering that. Don't even try.
I tried for you.
No, I'm not gonna. It's I've used to been seeing him race with Nissan for a while now, but
yeah.
But yeah, I didn't read what I had written down properly.
Was a Nissan driver, no longer a Nissan driver.
Now Mahindra.
Now Mahindra. Who was Mahindra? Mahindra was Lynn last year. It was Alex and...
Yeah, it was.
Alex and Alex. So they're sticking with the Brits, but
yeah,
got Rowland in, got the Bruiser in.
Yeah, that's. I think that's a good signing for them. He's due a very good season soon, though. He's always had the pace, hasn't he?
Yeah. I'm a bit sad, though, that Alex Lynn's kind of dipped in and out of Formula E. I think he deserved... I mean, his London wins were just so amazing. He deserves more belief from a Formula E team, having been at Virgin, which is no longer Virgin, and then more recently Mahindra, and performed so well at both teams. It's weird that he's kind of, I don't know, not being recognised as a regular, like the likes of Ollie Turvey or Alex Sims are just kind of solidly there, doing their job.
Yeah.
And I feel like Lynn deserves that, but unfortunately I'm not a team boss of Formula E.
No, there's been so many drivers over the years that have just had that little bit of bad luck that potentially haven't been given the amount of time or opportunities they deserve. But things have got to fall your way, haven't they? The opportunities have got to come at the right time. The right doors have got to open at the right time. And yeah, you can do as much as you can out on track and off track as well. But ultimately, Alex Lynn can't just dip into his pocket and buy his way into those seats, can he? So he has to just do the best he can, and I think he had a very good year last year. I think he put in some really good performances.
Back at Le Mans, and following the closest battle out on track at the moment, the 966 machine is Alex Palou for Team Ford Silla, and only 0.8 of a second ahead of the 36th. What's going on here in the pit lane? Okay, so we're on board with the 21 car, which is the SEMA 9 Flash Axle. Come out the pits in a stream of LMP2 cars.
Something's going to happen here, surely.
Up towards turn 1. Turn in.
Oh, so were they clipped there?
I think the Mexican car was very slow on the apex.
And it's caught them out.
And it's kind of, yeah.
Because I didn't see a GT car or a prototype come flying by there as they went sideways.
He almost had to get on the axle, on the anchors so much that he lost the rear end. It started to rotate, and then he tapped the car in front.
Yeah.
Good spot. thanks guys, down the in the truck. Oh, Yas Heat has stopped in sector 3 according to the timing screen, so that's another one to go and investigate. The big red stoplight is not what we want to see on the timing screens. That is always a bit of a worry.
Yeah, we'll carry a bit more confidence in it this time as well, because...
Yeah, sorry about that. No, Chris, you're wrong. It's a timing glitch.
It was bang on last time, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But no, timing glitches do happen. But given recent events, I think that's possibly bad news.
Well, you see, now it's cleared.
Now it's cleared, and they're 5 minutes through the last sector.
So something's happened there. They were stopped, but they got going again, kind of thing.
Yes.
Means that they can continue. There is the...
But have they come across the line, or have they gone back to the pits?
Well, that's the Yatseat car there. So they spent 5 minutes sorting themselves out, and maybe...
Why didn't they come into the pit?
Well, maybe it's a hardware thing. Maybe their steering wheel pedals disconnected. They parked up on the side of the road, did a reset, got things working again, and they're definitely back up to speed, aren't they?
And the car looks fine.
Yeah. Now we've got Team WRT in the final sector, also marked and stopped.
I think we'll go back to your strategy now.
I mean, a 5 minute stoppage is losing a lap. I don't think Yas Heat have lost. They have dropped from 10th to 15th, so perhaps
and look, Fabrice Cornelis
has lost 6 minutes. Well, luckily, not race control, but like the guys controlling the what's going on in the game are also the guys that are showing us this. So they've got all the people in the same room that can shout, "No, you're right. No, you're wrong." So question marks over what's going on with Cornelius and with Payek. In theory, though, both of them have lost a lap, whatever happened to them in the final sector.
1 5 minutes, 1 6 minutes, right at the same time. Coincidence? Connected in any way? I'd say.
Took the wrong turning, ended up going into Arnage Village, picking up a beer.
Yeah, on the fun fair for a bit.
Saucisson, back and that's what they did. They stopped to go around the
around the Ferris
wheel.
You know, and saw Martin Hoven whilst they were up there. What are you doing here?
I just couldn't sleep. Still talking.
Yes.
I've never been on the Ferris wheel, but I think I imagine it would be really good fun, or a unique view.
A couple of the guys actually, when we went over there in 2019, were sending pictures from the top of the Ferris wheel, but it wasn't something that I ventured over to do. I know a few of the team were given sort of tickets or whatever to just go into the fun fair and do what it says on the name. Yeah, do what it says on the tin. Now that is the 61 Axel.
Yeah, so that's Alex Young. We saw that car have a bit of a spin and then have contact with the Williams machine that ended up in the same gravel trap. Oh, Team Mexico.
Mexico Racing.
Yeah, but that car, we saw that car running only a few moments ago, so...
it's just shown them coming through the first sector.
They are 22nd and running, according to our timing screens.
Yeah, they've just come through first sector.
I mean, I know that the timing screens aren't really being controlled by a human anymore, because they're all... our timing data comes from Barcelona and gets added to the game pictures. And so there is a possibility of bugs that are not being cleared, which would usually be cleared. I'm going to go onto Discord and see if there's anything being reported.
And while you do that, I believe we are riding on board with Fordzilla. So top 10 at this current time in LMP. Real Team Hydrogen lead and in a position here to challenge for the title as well, and would win it by half a point if they were, well, if my maths is correct. They're on 41 points. Then the Rebellion GPX eSports car behind the number 1 is on 54.5 points. That's a gap of 13.5 points, and the difference between first and second is half a point. That's how close it is in the Le Mans Virtual Series. 37 seconds it is between the number 70 and the number 1 reigning champions if they want to turn that around in terms of the championship and also turn it around in terms of retaining their title as well. Mike Epps in third place for Veloce, Ben Viscal for Floyd by Collis rounding out the top 5, as we have an update now from Ben, is Cooper Webster.
Well, no, this is battle for 7th. So Alex Palou, Team Ford Silla, Olli Pakala chasing him down, riding on board with Pakala in the 36 Alpine Esports machine, and marked on your timing screens there as 0.8 of a second, but no, 0.081 of a second.
Here we go.
What's going on? This is a super slow-mo of Pakala, right? And making a little bit of love to the wall, getting into the personal space of the wall like Haley Evans. It's not fair, really. They're all asleep, so we shouldn't really be nasty to the people who are sleeping. They can't hear us.
Change of position as well, isn't it?
What happens, though, is our social media team, who I've noticed are back with us, will be clipping up these things, tagging our friends, and then when they wake up, be like, hang on a second, they said that whilst we were sleeping. That's not fair.
And then they can say it about us when we're doing the same.
Yes, exactly.
You've got to take advantage of it when you have the chance. So Olli Pakala is now past Alex Palou. Then that position has been made.
So in the Discord channel, the Team WRT guys have reported that they have lost a lap, and reporting that their last sector seems to be very, very long. And so this sounds like some kind of a timing glitch. So that's Team WRT, and I imagine the same deal happened for Yas.
Mexico Racing Team were being shown back in the pit lane, now being shown back out on track, and we saw a clip of them in the garage. We'll wait and see if there's a timing glitch there as well.
Well, it can have a disconnect, and as long as the same driver reconnects, then they're okay, yeah.
Possibly.
Because the car resets itself, basically.
Yeah.
So, sneaky one, and I'm not sure this is really allowed, but if you crash and put your car into the wall...
yes, I know where you're going with this.
And then have a disconnect, then you'll be reset back to the pits, and you could continue.
I tell you what, that reminds me of old school karting. If you had a crash at the first corner, you jump out the car and pretend to be injured. Red flags came out, and then you jump back in the car, and all of a sudden you're back in the race again. And that's why the rules in karting change. If you're involved in the crash in a red flag, you are out of the race, even if you can carry on.
Oh, there's so many tricks like that.
That was one of the classics when I first started in 2008. That was used a lot.
Or at the end of the race, here, son, have a litre of water and make sure you drink it as fast as possible before you go on the weighbridge.
And then they started asking people if they were carrying a bottle of water in to the dummy grid, have a little bit of a drink of that for me. And if you couldn't drink it, they knew that wasn't water in that bottle. It might look like it was.
Cheeky.
That was something to make the engine go quicker. Yeah, I could talk to you all night about the I mean, I spent, to give you an idea, when I first started doing all this talking stuff, and I did I commentated on a championship in Belgium, I used to get a lift over there, because obviously I can't get a driving license, with the scrutineer, Paul Klassen.
Oh, nice.
You must have known him. And he used to give me a lift there and back, so we had 7-8 hours to talk, and in that time I heard a lot of interesting stories. Very interesting man to chat with was Paul.
Always fantastic to speak to the scrutineers, because it gives you an insight as to the way they think, which helps you then work out a different way of thinking.
It's like, imagine sharing an 8-hour car journey with Eduardo Freitas.
Oh yeah,
you know,
the stories.
It was, I guess, a similar experience to that.
In the GTE category, I think we are up to date with pit stops now. So it seems as though Matt Backham leads 91 ahead of Enzo Benito in the 71. So that's Porsche ahead of BMW by 6.3 seconds. And then Sage Karam in the 92 is another 5 seconds back from that. So 10 seconds separating our top 3 in GTE. And then you've got another minute back to the 77 Proton car. So there is the 91 with a bit of traffic, with a BS competition BMW ahead. The Zebra not in its natural habitat. got attacked by the zebra earlier. I think they misinterpreted my chat about old sim racing drivers, and so the zebra nibbled at me.
Oh really?
On Twitter, yeah.
What's
the zebra is BS competition.
Ah.
Look at the colours of the livery.
Oh yeah.
So
we never used that one actually throughout the whole season.
Ah. On social, they are known as the zebra.
Ah.
Yeah. Or the zebras.
Okay.
Anyway, they're a lap down, and the 91 car therefore happily passed.
What did they say?
I think they've thought that I was saying you couldn't be a sim driver if you were over 30, which is not what I was saying. I was saying there are lots of people that are sim drivers over 30.
That are over 30.
And Nuno Pinto was, at the time, he was on screen, and he was representing those elder sim racing drivers who are fulfilling their need for racing through sim racing rather than perhaps wasting their money on going C1 racing or something like that, you know.
C1 racing is amazing.
I have done a 24-hour sim C1 race.
What, at Silverstone?
No, I did a 24-hour C1 race at the last time Rockingham ever had a race.
Okay.
And my test race was a 3 hours at Snetterton, and 2 minutes before the flag, I put it on its roof.
Ended in style.
And my phone fell out of my pocket.
Why did you have your phone with you?
Don't know. It was a rush to get into the car because it had a brake problem and no one else wanted to drive it. I was like, yeah, I'll go in, don't matter about brakes. And
you're going to say you
got to the end of a straight, brakes didn't work, put it sideways, rolled, phone came out of my pocket, landed in the gravel trap, and the marshal was like, excuse me, sir, is this your phone?
Amazing.
Thank
God, it was a gravel trap.
British marshals, eh?
Oh, yeah, they're great.
Found my phone.
So, at least it was the gravel track and not the oval part of the circuit.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if, I mean, your phone, he would have been bringing 4 parts of your phone back to you. It would have smashed to pieces. Although phones probably weren't expensive. Were there even phones
This was
around?
not a long
Were there
time
even
ago.
phones around in those days?
C1 racing has only been around for the last couple of years.
Well, they have the 24-hour at Silverstone now, don't they? Absolutely fantastic race. They have over 100 cars in that race. It's insane.
And Spa 24 Hours also have a C1 race as
But
well.
all you can hear is tyres. That's it.
Yeah, you can't hear the engines.
You can't hear any
No.
engines whatsoever. It's a bizarre sound because that's all you can hear. Are people... you got to go and do some autograph duties down in the studio.
No, I want Bruce to come and join us on the studio on the commentary position.
Yeah, all right. We'll get him up. We'll get him in the guest chair.
Why not?
To have a little bit of a chat.
Only if you want to, Bruce.
Yep, come over.
Bruce Joigny is leading the Pescarolo Esports team here in the studio. Once well known in the single-seater racing quarters when he was in his younger years, but now most famous in France for being a Top Gear presenter. So he's basically the Jeremy Clarkson of France. That's not very fair, actually, Bruce. You're the Chris Harris of France. I don't know if you know Chris.
Yeah,
I do,
yeah. Jeremy's kind of older, just a little bit. So I was like, oh, okay.
And you're faster than Jeremy, and probably even faster than Chris as well.
I don't know. I've never raced against Chris. I know I've seen him in the UK actually racing in GTs. He's a fun guy. Never properly met him, funnily enough. But yeah, I'd like to have a go and see.
We were just talking about doing 24-hour races in C1 Citroens. As part of Top Gear, you must have done some pretty weird things.
Yeah, we usually have even weirder than that. Like we did a long race, but in reverse in the middle of a field. We did crazy things like racing with caravans and stuff like this. We basically copied your British ideas, which are amazing. And yeah, without Jeremy, we wouldn't be doing that Top Gear in France anyway. So yeah.
It took a couple of years to get going, but like you've really found like a rhythm now, and it's one of the biggest shows in French television.
Yeah, it's going on well, especially on the male viewers, and we're having fun. And yeah, it took the first year or two was a bit hard for all of us, but we're picking up. We're adding a little bit of a French touch into it, and it's super fun. I'm super lucky.
Have you seen? I don't know if this is particularly relevant on a worldwide stream, but there is a new Grand Tour.
Yeah, of course.
Which is kind of taking the mickey out of the French.
Yeah. The carnage.
Does it
Carnage of
translate for you in the jokes that they're making?
Yeah, it does. Well, it's a little bit exaggerated, some
Of course.
traits, so but it's amazing. I love the humor. I mean, British humor is special to me. I've been living in the UK when I was doing British F3 long time ago. Soon, actually 20 years ago. Oh,
wow.
Man. Let's not talk about that. And yeah, it's into me a little bit, and I love British humor and sense of humor. It's so much better than French and anything else. So yeah, Carnage à Trois and everything that Jeremy does, and the whole entire series is just amazing.
Yeah.
The best thing being when they invited guests on the Grand Tour at the beginning. They would all die before they reached the plateau, which was crazy, but it's just fantastic.
Yeah. For you then, so single seat, very professional, very successful single-seater career, then a few years away from motorsport, or just doing something different in motorsport before doing Le Mans last year, right? Or 2 years ago doing Le Mans.
Yeah, well, I basically stopped my career in 2013, and that was to actually focus on a company that does simulation.
Even back then?
Yeah, it's completely relevant, basically. We understood, myself and a bunch of engineers with who I had been working in motorsport, we thought that we kind of had a vision that simulation would be not avoidable for racing teams for race prep. So we created that company, which is RS Simulation, which is basically those rigs that you can see here. And we started by doing simulation services and engineering services for racing teams that needed simulation. And we started working with teams in endurance, but also in Formula E. And Formula E has been one of our biggest markets. We are doing modelization of race circuits, and we were the first people to modelize the Formula E car in simulation. So our first main client was actually Audi and Apt. And we were supplying sim services for them, and now we are supplying services for Dragon Racing, for Porsche, for racetracks. We do modelization for the FEH. Yeah, and we work in simulation.
So how does that work? The Formula E have you go out to these streets that are going to become tracks?
Exactly.
And do you have to laser scan them?
Exactly.
Oh,
through
wow.
the night and
through the night.
Yeah, through the night or early morning before it all starts, and we do the updates last minute for them, and that we keep for the following year, and then we are also having information coming from the FEH. If there is GPS changes to the circuit, we try to have a scene on that, and we do a track scanning with LiDAR, and it's quite fun actually.
And time I mean, the time is of the essence, right? Because Formula E changed things quite late, and
super
the
fast.
teams are desperate to get the information as early as possible.
Yep.
Is there like a set time where all the teams get the track at the same moment, so there's no one person gets it and another person doesn't?
No, yeah, they do. They do save money and costs sharing basically a circuit. So they come to us, for example, and they say, okay, we would like this new track that's coming up, and we give them a price, and obviously it's good business for us. It's saving money on scale saving for them.
Yeah.
And we try to supply the circuit as fast and as good quality as possible, doing last-minute changes on what they require and stuff like this. So it's a lot of work. I'm not doing any of this. Like the guys that are here, William, which is over there, does all that job. And yeah, so that's actually one side of the company, which is pretty much directed towards engineering. And the other side of the company is now to do those small rigs, which are semi-professional. Racing drivers that need rigs at home, or as well renting for events and stuff like this. So it's the new part of the company.
And is racing a team in a 24-hour race another new strand for you guys? Because I don't think I've seen you too much in the sim racing world.
Oh yeah, you haven't seen me at all. That's my first time, and it's a big struggle for me because I haven't had any time on this. Well, we're building simulators, but I'm never driving. No, it's a bit of struggle for me, but the young guns that are there are doing super well. And we are going to try to partnership with other big teams and supply rigs for them, and try to start to be known on the gaming market, which is booming.
Just on board with Juan Pablo Montoya here. Oh, he's lost his rear wing, so he can't get round the Porsche curves without a pirouette. He is still running. I can see him in the studio here, but somewhere he's had a big off, removed the rear wing, and it's not easy to get these cars back when they don't have those downforce. But he is still going. The Le Mans Cup Champions car is still represented. He'll get that back to the pits, hopefully. Oh, okay, he's just taking a shortcut. Very sensible. And they will still keep running, because I know he had a triple, then Seb had a triple, then they're done, and then they're handing over to the Pro Sim races. So a little bit of drama out on circuit. How hard is it for you, Bruce, to adapt your driving style and your pace to be competitive in this sim racing world?
Yeah, it's tough, because basically you need to spend time behind the sim and behind the screen, basically, and I haven't got much time. So it depends. I obviously tried a few things. This one on R Factor 2, it's a bit special in terms of physics of the car. You need to put a lot of steering angle, which I'm not used to. And I think Juan Pablo was dealing with the same problems that I was dealing with. Just lack of feeling of what to do. You have to pick up the throttle really earlier than what you would do in a real car. So those few things are hard to go through. You have to kind of shortcut your brain and what you know, what you've learned, to basically do something new and a bit different.
And make sure you then reset your brain when you jump back into an LMP2 car to not do the same thing again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I was lucky. I had an offer 2 years ago to go back at driving LMP3 actually, and rode to Le Mans, and I really had fun doing that. It was cool to be back.
And does that mean you'll continue to do that, or was that just a one-off?
No, actually I did 3 races. We did the last race of the Ultimate Series as well, and we had a win, which is amazing. Good feeling. So I might stop on that, but I have an offer on the table for next year with a Virage Racing to do LMP3 in ELMS. So I don't know. It's not dealt yet, but I might be back.
And what about sim racing? Opportunities to start building a team from this little seed that we have here at Le Mans?
Yeah, there's a very close partnership with Jocelyn Pedrono, who's actually bought over Pescarolo and the name and the team. And I think we're actually, with the name Pescarolo, there's an idea about putting up a team for the entire season of WEC next year.
Nice.
So yeah, I think it's the idea.
Awesome. Well, yeah. Bruce, thank you so much for spending a bit of time chatting with us. It's always really cool to hear and bring some energy, because we're flagging, but you seem to have loads. So
I'll see you in the morning. At 5 a.m. I'll come back with you guys.
Cheers, man.
See you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Bruce Joigny there, the voice of. And Juan Pablo Montoya's got his car back to pit lane, but without a rear wing. Juan Pablo, oh well, he's now vacated the car, and Seb is jumping aboard. So at least it's still running. Enjoy your sleep, Juan Pablo. He's in the studio. He's going to head off and have a couple of hours sleep before they've got a horrible schedule, Chris, to get out to do some real-world stuff. And there is a rear wing back on the car.
Yeah. Seb is racing in the Formula Regional Asia Championship, which kicks off next weekend. You know, a chance for the guys at that level in the feeder series to get some racing in before the European season starts. Now, is this where this all started?
Yeah, because the replay before was
Dunlop chicane. And that's probably the worst place that could have happened.
That's also really unlucky, because it's not been a big impact there.
No.
We've seen cars pile into Indianapolis and drive out the barriers still with a rear wing, but that was a small tap, and just the wrong angle just lodges that rear wing.
And it's left them. I mean, they were through 3 corners, and and that's it. You have the whole
12.5 kilometers to get round.
Yeah.
Great top speed along the Mulsanne without a rear wing.
Yeah. Just don't move the steering wheel an inch, otherwise you will be pirouetting all the way down the Mulsanne straight and through the chicane. But we were talking about him. We'll go on board with him now. Sebastian Montoya is going to take on the Formula Regional Asia Championship. Very good grid entered for that as well. And great to see Seb entering that. And I really, personally, I don't know why I would say this, I really hope he does the Formula Regional European Championship by Alpine this season.
I don't know why you would say that.
I don't know why I would say that, but he did finish 4th in Italian F4 last year. But I think one of the real big, the Asian, of course, the Asian Championship was exciting for me to hear, but I think the thing that got most racing fans excited was when they announced that they're going to be doing the 12 hours of Sebring together, and they did go testing at Bahrain. They were both in the official test that took place, and yeah, we're going to see father and son racing with each other at Sebring. Where that goes after that, I only hope the virtual race is in preparation to do the real thing, but for now we do know that they'll be racing 12 hours together.
Interesting, the more you speak to these professional drivers, the more you get nuggets about how this car feels different. Oh, that's a big spin. It's head on into the Indianapolis, and again, almost looks as though there wasn't a rear ring on the car, but there is, and he's got away with that one. Much faster impact into the wall, car's fine. Yeah. If it had been in the rear end, still could have been fine, but unfortunately Juan Pablo had a little touch, and it was a disaster for him.
This is always I imagine as a driver this must be hugely frustrating when you've had a race that's involved a lot of incidents, and then you go and have another like that to start your stint. Yeah. It's you know, they're in a frustrating position, and I think frustration is gonna come out in the driving. That's very easily done. That said, I mean, he has got damage, Montoya. You can see I think it's to the front left maybe that the damage is carrying, but he is certainly on a run back to pit lane.
So one of the things that
here we go. Juan
Pablo was saying to me as we see a replay of that, and just lost the rear end through the kink. Usually very easy to get through there, and then you brake after it, but the rear end breaking away. There are more and more differences. So Bruno talking a little bit about the steering angle there and how that changes, and the throttle application earlier than you would usually do. Juan Pablo telling me that the throttle also is quite sensitive at the high end of throttle application. So you get to about 80% and you don't really have too much, and then 80 to 100%, it spins the car around, and that is the number 10 getting caught up with a Porsche off the circuit. It's a little tap. That's the Marla. They're down in 19th spot. Phil Denez aboard that car. I think they might have got away with that. Just a little tap. But yeah, 80% throttle, and then you are given a lot more torque. And usually in an LMP2 car, it's quite a plain torque curve, and you wouldn't expect, almost like having an extra boost. So Juan Pablo has been really struggling with applying the throttle smoothly, and actually exactly how he got caught out there, just a bit too much throttle and the rear spins up, and it's not something you usually feel in an LMP2 car because it's very, very smooth usually, and as long as you're smooth with your inputs, you wouldn't expect it to spin up. But in this, there is this weird end to the throttle which can slightly spit you off.
Well, the LMV, the Le Mans Cup champion car, is back in the pit lane, and there we can see from our studio camera there is Sebastian Montoya in the rig, ready to go once he is set free. Once all the damage on that car has been fixed, then Sebastian Montoya will be released once more. And although they're in this isn't a position they wanted to be in at all, they're racing in the biggest esports race of the year. So this is nevertheless a great experience for them to be a part of this and to race in this. And these are all lessons for Sebastian Montoya. If he ever does get into endurance racing, these are problems that he's going to be faced with throughout his endurance racing career, that he might go out there, have a spin on his first or second lap, come into the pits. He has to find it within himself then to reset and get back to the pace that he was setting in practice and qualifying. So people might look at this and go, well, it's only a virtual race. It isn't. Look at the standard of it and look what's for stake. He can learn a lot from this race.
Steak was for dinner.
Yeah. I didn't actually have it.
Did you not?
Was it nice?
They were huge.
Yeah.
They were pieces of cow. Which car are we riding on board with here? Because that was very, very twitchy through the Porsche curves, and he was offline.
I'm trying to look at that number.
It's not 25, which is what I thought it was. No idea. But he was definitely offline going through the Porsche curves, and you could see him trying to coax the car back onto the line where the grip was, but he was completely off the racing line and struggling a little bit.
Is it one of our Porsches?
Yes, it's a Porsche.
92? Is it
yes.
Is that Jordi Sveers? up the road in the FIA Esports car.
Yeah, so it's Tommy Osgood. How have they dropped behind the Ferrari then? Porsche really struggling at this moment in time.
Well, they've stopped once more. Is that why?
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly. Lauren Heinrich aboard the 91, Usgaard aboard the 92, Sveers aboard the 51 Ferrari, and then usually 71's a Ferrari as well in the world of WEC, because the Ferrari have those two numbers kind of reserved. 71 here is BMW Team Redline. They are our leaders. They're a BMW, although they have an Italian driver at their helm still, with Enzo Benito.
And here we can see that battle now, and I think this is about to change. This is an out of sync FIA Esports in terms of where Porsche are. So
yeah,
this would just be a very easily done move, won't it? He'll wait, I'm sure, for the Mulsanne straight, and then he'll sail by unless the FIA car gets a bad exit out of the Dunlop chicane. That doesn't happen. So yeah, Tommy Usgaard will complete this one down the Mulsanne with no problems, I'm sure.
A little bit of a slip on old tyres there for Sveers. You can see the car moving around a lot. Should be new boots, or at least less worn boots on the Porsche. Although he has lost a little bit of ground, hasn't he? Coming on to the Mulsanne through Tete Rouge. And now he's going to have to rely upon the slipstream, which seems to be quite a big effect of slipstream in the GT category, but not so much in LMP. They do seem to kind of follow more in LMP. Look how much that Porsche has drawn onto the tail of the Ferrari, but just not quite close enough to get down the inside into the braking zone. Tiptoe through there, get a good exit, should be the second braking zone where the Porsche can be ahead.
Let's find out the pace of the Ferrari down the straight. With that said, Usgaard could be using this now to save some fuel, using this advantage of having the toe to just exaggerate how much fuel he can save. He can have 2/3 of the Mulsanne straight to save a lot of fuel, and then
big lift.
Yeah, and then into Mulsanne corner, then he can go for his move.
Yeah.
Why not?
Let's have a listen to the engine note. You can hear him lift off into that last chicane. Will he do the same thing here, or will he dive down the inside? Again, just come off the throttle a little bit earlier and just fall into line.
Yeah.
Wasn't happy to go down the inside there, and therefore save a little bit of fuel. That's what they kind of need to do, don't they? Because BMW definitely are playing the fuel numbers better. So if Porsche have this opportunity with a slipstream, if they feel as though Sveers is doing a good pace, why not? To be fair, they're matching Benito at the moment in terms of pace. Benito's actually not that fast. I think he's coming to the end of his stint, the end of his tyres. His pace is not fantastic right now.
No. Yeah, the Porsche are in a position on strategy. We're not going to see a move into Arnage, surely. I think that Porsche did make a move there much earlier in the race, but
he knows that Sveers is going into the pits in 1 or 2 laps. So if he's okay with this pace, then why put yourself in a dangerous position, right?
Yeah, and it could even be at the end of this lap. But Porsche have got just over half the race to try and figure out a way that they can try and claw back this gap that Redline have now got over them without the need for some kind of red flag or safety car. They've got to try and find a way that they could possibly do that by themselves, because in terms of the 91 versus the 71 championship-wise, it is a winner-takes-all scenario. Flashing the lights there. No, that was the lights being flashed at him, Jose, from the prototypes behind.
Yeah, that was Mike Epps coming through in the Veloce car. Another of the LMP2's.
Oh! Wow.
Calm yourself, don't drop it.
Could have been going straight into the pit road there.
Without wanting to.
Yeah, well, I was going to say there was a prototype going in. That prototype could have seen a Porsche Esports car appear in front of them and straight into the pit lane.
Juan Pablo Montoya's driving standards on that in-lap without a rear wing has caught the eye of our stewards, and unfortunately a 10-second penalty for the 24 car for driving dangerously. It wasn't really his fault. He didn't have
for Juan Pablo?
Yeah, on his return back to the pits.
Oh, really?
Presumably kind of spinning all over the place trying to get the car back. So race control.
Yeah. Well, when you don't have a rear wing, it's pretty hard. But
they could summon him to the stewards, and they don't have to do it virtually. He doesn't have to go into a virtual Discord channel where he
can quite literally go over there.
Go and just say hello to Eduardo.
He was stood in there earlier.
Well, there you go. He didn't know where they are.
Yeah, yeah. So that's probably one of the only times he's seen Eduardo Freitas just for
casually,
just for a chat.
Same with Alex Brundle as well. He was like, I'm going in here and I don't have to pay a fine.
Yeah,
it's brilliant.
Yeah. I think Eduardo Freitas was is actually staying at our hotel, and he almost got into the lift with us. And just as the door shut, Alex was like, it'd be very strange chatting to him without being in race control, without being in his office.
Do get in touch with us, by the way, at hashtag Le Mans Virtual. Use at Le Mans Virtual as well, monitoring all of those channels. If you've got any questions across the next couple of hours whilst it's in the dark and it's difficult to spot and we're finding more and more things tricky to say, we love to have your interaction. We still have the social media. No, we don't. They've gone to bed. I was about to say, they were there. They're not there anymore.
Yeah, they're not there anymore.
No, that means we're unfiltered. It means that whatever you say to us, it might well come out of our mouths. So do get in touch.
It will.
Duquesne in the right inset there. That's we do have all 4 rigs occupied in our studio right now, which is really cool.
As Director Tom making his way back.
Oh, hang on. How are you doing that?
Where is he? How are you doing all this?
It's no wonder the talkback's gone quiet. Tom wasn't actually controlling it all. He was doing his social media.
No, he was taking pictures to send to his parents. That's right, that's what he was doing.
Look, Mum.
Yes.
Look where I am. Still quite content, the number 92, to sit behind the Ferrari. Tommy Escard's... Tommy Escard is, for me, the character of an endurance racer. You never see him set the ultimate best, fastest lap time over one lap. But over a stint, he's so solid. He's the kind of guy that you get the feeling there's a lot going on in his brain. And he's always thinking about stuff. And it does not surprise me that it's him in this car going, do you know what? They're going fast enough. I don't need to pass. Whereas, and this is what I was talking about a little bit earlier about what happened with Max Verstappen. The Max Verstappen brain would be like, right, I've got to get past him as soon as possible. I've got to go. And it's not necessarily anymore. Sometimes you can do this. This is what Tommy's doing. This is beneficial for everything else. Ferrari not going into the pits this time, but we do expect him to go in very shortly and then release this Porsche. But actually, Tommy's not crawling all over the back of the gearbox of the Ferrari, is he? He's there and thereabouts. Yeah. And I think he probably could go past if he wanted to, and he might be able to stretch a little bit of advantage, but maybe it's also a bit distracting to have the Ferrari breathing down his neck. We'd rather be breathing down its neck.
Yeah, and he would have been, they're all together, that Porsche team. They're all in the same room, so I'm sure that the engineer would have been communicating with him, and they might have even had that conversation on the radio. What is their plan for this? And they've decided that this is it. I mean, they were quick enough to catch that FDA car. So yeah, you would think that they simply just have the pace to go by and clear off into the distance. But they've decided either the FDA car has found loads of pace, or they've simply, what we think is that they've just decided to use this to save some fuel and maybe see if they can go slightly longer. Who knows? But yeah, Porsche are taking advantage of having a Ferrari punch a hole in the air for them down the Mulsanne straight.
Just monitoring hashtag Le Mans Virtual, seeing what might have been said. People, tell us you're alive. Interact with us if you are still with us.
Oh no.
Where are you? Car in the barrier.
That is
Sebastian Montoya?
I think so, because they're running in 23rd place.
And is this finally it? I thought Juan Pablo was going to bin it before the end of his stint.
Yes, that is them. That's the number 24. That's a shame.
And there doesn't seem to be much action going on in the rig to suggest that he's going to try and get that home. Maybe there is a wheel missing, which seems to be the kind of thing that stops them. And tech support comes rushing into the studio to see if they can do anything. Yeah, so do tell us on hashtag Le Mans Virtual where you are and what you're up to, and keep us company. One question that Chris definitely knows the answer to.
Oh no.
Is, are drivers constrained to cockpit view, or can they use bonnet view? Ect.
Well, they can use whatever they want.
Can they? Is there even the possibility?
Well,
I don't know. Replay? Or, yes, this is the replay of Oscar on Spheres. Red Bull comes past the LMP2 car. Closing. Gonna go for it this time. Under braking, a little bit squirrely, a little bit messy through the first part of Indianapolis. Gets it all sorted there. Now into Arnage, not close enough to dive down the inside. I think we missed the replay, didn't we? Because the replay logo's gone, so it was a replay before.
Yeah.
I missed the replay, I was looking at something else. And now I'm just pretending that the real life was replay. Anyway, he's still behind, so whatever happened, didn't matter. Whatever I missed. Apologies for you guys who were actually watching the screen.
Yeah, I can't say I was either.
That's okay. It was a replay sting without an actual replay. We're saved, Chris.
Awesome.
It wasn't our fault.
Awesome. Well, that's probably the first time we've actually said that.
Oh, again, a little bit offline, that Porsche. Here's a replay. And this is Sebastian.
It's going to be traffic, is it?
Round the outside, the Proton.
Oh, no.
Big squeeze. Now, what happened to the Proton? Did that make contact with the wall? Sebastian Montoya is in the pits. Just trying to see if that is game over, game over.
Which Proton was it? Now, the 80, they're both still out on track. I didn't see the Proton follow them into the barriers, so I'm going to assume they
got away with
on.
it.
They were right by the pits if there was damage, so it wouldn't have been a long trip back. So either way, there wouldn't have been much time lost in that sense. You know, they would have got back to the pits very quickly.
Yeah. I'm hearing from our producer that Montoya is out, but he's actually still in his rig in the studio.
Well,
that'll be a great shame for the other two, who basically haven't done a lot of driving because the Montoyas need to do their stints before tomorrow morning or now, really.
The guy speaking to him now just
that is game over. So that does mean our two Le Mans Cup champions don't really get to show too much, because we didn't really see them because they were due to do all their stuff.
We saw them both go out.
Yeah.
We did see Luca Di Bene and Hugfeld out, but as you said, they would have been doing their main work tomorrow when Juan Pablo and Seb were heading off to do Formula Regional.
They could do 7 hours each, right?
Yeah.
So they could have done 14 hours. So they would have kind of been starting and Seb would have done his triple, and then it would have been those two to the end of the race.
Yeah.
So that's a real shame. That's a real shame for them, after all that hard work that they put in throughout the season to win that, to have the opportunity to be part of this, to work with the Montoyas, which is what an incredible privilege. Even just to hang out with Juan Pablo here in the studio is super cool. Oh, finally a bit more momentum from the Porsche down the inside, and that looks to be a pass done. Tommy Uskard past Schweers. Ferrari gets a bit slidey, giving the Porsche a bit of a hurry up, and I wonder whether we might get an answer back here. That Ferrari is almost disappearing under the rear wing of the Porsche, draws up onto the bumper. Bump drafting, karting bump drafting, NASCAR bump drafting. You can't see him, there he is. Will he go down the inside though under braking? No, he doesn't. This is the battle for third position in class right now in the GTE category. Benito leads, Heinrich in second position. And now back into third is Viers in the FDA Ferrari. Got another LMP car coming through. That's just got through without too much of a problem. Oscar is starting to have a bit of a hurry up here. Can he get down the inside? No, no chance. So that's it for the LM Cup champion team. The number 24, we can scratch off our entry list, and we're coming up to the halfway point of this Le Mans Virtual.
Are you going to pick up? Are you going to pick up the pen and do the honours?
I haven't actually.
Just make sure you do it on your side, just to confuse Martin further when he comes back in an hour and what would it be, 2.5 hours?
Oh, don't say that. It seems like a long time. Where are we?
Oh, I can see what you're doing now. Yeah.
I'm doing the numbers. He's doing, for some reason, the nationality of the team. I don't know why you're crossing that out. There's a couple of other cars that we didn't do. We didn't do the number 5 either.
Yeah. And who else now? So how many teams is that out now?
Well, we lost Fabienne Wohlwend in the W Series car before the start of the race. She decided to leave the server before during the warm-up lap, and so she couldn't re-enter to start the race. So W Series out. 47 laps in, Danny Ukudela double shifted down to first gear in the first part of the full chicane and blew the engine. Then on lap 55, we had the number 15 Alpine Esports car basically do a lap around the circuit where they couldn't see any other cars, and they nailed a couple of slower GTE cars, including the D-Station Racing Aston Martin. That 777 car retired on the spot with damage, and a couple of laps later the 15 car retired as well with damage from the same contact. Then Ben Barker had a disconnect, a computer issue for GR Wolves after 80 laps, and they never got back going again, so they retired. 108 laps in, we lost Graf by Pro Simu. Then the biggest drama of the race, Max Verstappen, Team Redline, crashing out on lap 124, 148 ARC Bratislava we lost. 156 we lost Alex Young and the SEMA 9 Axel machine, which had contact with Attila Tashi's number 5 Williams Esports car when they were both in the barrier at lap 170. And 183, Sebastian Montoya retires the LM Cup Champions car. So those are our retirements so far.
So that's 11? 11
I wasn't counting, I was just listing.
I just counted 11. So we've lost Mercedes and Max Verstappen at the same corner.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, for different reasons.
Yeah, for completely different reasons. That's been a corner taking big prisoners.
Because it's also a corner you take a lot of risk. It's quite a weird chicane. It's there to slow the cars down, but over the years it's become a 3rd, 4th, 5th gear corner. It's so fast, you smash over the first part of it, and then you get yourself sorted. Whilst the car's still bouncing from the attack of the first part of the curve, you then get the car settled and slowed for the last part. And even then, that's still so fast these days, rattling over the curves. As Ferrari gets past Porsche once again. Where is the Porsche? Is he there on the right-hand side as we sweep right? No, he's not. So Ferrari back ahead once more. The battle, I thought we were going to put the Ferrari in the pits in a few laps. He just hasn't, has he? He's still there, still fighting.
Still doing a great job. So Usgaard became impatient and then wanted to get by, but Jordi Viers is putting up a very strong fight in that FDA Esports car as they now make their way up towards the Porsche curves. Whatever Usgaard has tried so far has just not worked, so he's going to have to rethink the strategy slightly here as we go on board now.
I think the thing that's confusing me is Enzo Benito has done 11 pit stops in the lead of the race, and then Lauren Heinrich in the 91, they've done 13 pit stops. Viers has done 11 pit stops, and then Usgaard does 12, with Matt Campbell in the Proton 77 also on 13 stops. So the Porsches are running really, really thirsty in comparison. We're about halfway through the race, and they are one stop extra. And it seems as though, and maybe you can remind me of this, that the 91 car has done an extra stop on top of that. Perhaps as a drive-through penalty or something? That ring a bell?
I wasn't in when that would have occurred. No.
I don't know why the number 91 car has done 2 more than Benito when the rest have done 1 more. The Oracle Lewis has nodded and said yes, drive-through penalty, who will be joining me in 20 minutes, but has been biting, desperate to get back into the commentary position with his laptop.
Yeah. I'm surprised he hasn't locked me in the toilet so that he can rejoin a couple of hours earlier.
Can't do everything, Lewis. Got to pace yourself. Anyone talking to us on Twitter? Oh yeah, a few hours. A few people are now.
I don't know, do you want me to tweet you?
Yeah, can you tweet me?
I'll tweet you.
I know we've got loads of people. Thanks so much for getting in touch with us. So Mooncrawler, watching from Canada, cheering on Max Verstappen. Dylan Warren.
Oh, here we go. Almost.
I've got bored of this because it just keeps changing back and forward.
He's saving fuel. I'll keep an eye on it. You can read the tweets.
Dylan Warren wants to know, is there multiple splits going on? No, this is a standalone invitational race. This is not an open lobby where lots and lots of people can enter. And this is also a different platform from what you're talking about as well. Reflex Silver Metallic saying, keeping me entertained here in the eastern US. Great commentary, and it's actually kept me entertained for 6 hours. You mean?
Wow.
You mean Haven kept you entertained? Sorry, I'm so rude. It's not fair.
Oh.
Even Dalton says, hello guys, watching from Ireland. Have watched a total of 10.5 hours so far and plan a lot more. Hope you guys are doing okay. Would love to be able to commentate on a race like this. Are you sure? It's not easy.
Well, get involved.
Dude Just Know says, checking in from Dallas, Texas. Following always seems to be so much less intense. Leader generally will eventually push into an error. You're right, Max did. We haven't seen too many errors since then. Sparkly Oreo wasn't listening when I told him about the GTE standings. Unfortunately, you cannot see the GTE standings on our timing screens, but you can log on to the live timing on Alkamel Systems, ALKAMEL Systems.com. You'll find
there in the end.
You've got live timing ALKAMEL Systems.com is where you'll find.
And you are with CHRIS, Chris.
No, C-H. What?
That's how.
You don't spell your name C-R-I-S, do you?
No, C-H-R-I-S.
Oh, yeah, good. Where are we? Good evening, guys. Leon from the Netherlands here. How long do you give commentary today? And who do you switch with? Well, we're doing 4-hour stints, Leon, which is a bit long for what we would usually do in the real world. We'd usually do 3-hour stints at the Le Mans 24 Hours, but we do have a team of 6 people. So you are 3 in the box at any given time. Here we are 2 in the box at any given time and doing 4-hour stints. So I'm giving you 12 hours of my life across the 24-hour period.
Well, probably a bit more than that because you got the
I did the start and the end.
Race and the
yeah,
start
that's true. That's true.
So more like 13 hours.
Steve Gow says, hope everyone's doing well. We are. Thank you very much, Steve. We've got coffee on the go. Love from Canada. Love Canada. I love Canada. Who do you think will come out on top? Can we have some predictions, Chris?
Oh, wow. Where's the Oracle when you need him? I think the... I'm going to be boring with it. I mean, the BMW Team Redline are looking pretty impossible to beat currently. However, anything can happen at Le Mans. If everyone is to have a very smooth race, then I struggle to see how they can get caught. But we're talking about the Porsche Esports team, the teams that won it last year. So, you know, they're the favourites, BMW Team Redline, as are the real team Hydrogen car as well. I'd say they are the favourites, despite that issue they had at the start to go on and win. They have 32 seconds. However, all I would say is 33 seconds with over 12 hours remaining to our viewers. It's not a big gap at all.
Not when we've still got that amount of hours to go.
Yeah, it's not a big gap.
A little mistake, a little bit too much of a nibble of a curb, and as we saw with Max, game over. Watching from Kent after a lovely evening with friends, curry and wine. Mark Manley, thank you for joining us, Mark. I'm jealous of your curry and wine. I'm a man these days that likes a little whiskey with my commentary.
Yes.
And you can't do it when you're in a professional environment like this. You can do it,
That's
however.
what you've been bringing up in those little espresso cups.
Really? Oh, no. Sorry, I've just been told by the guys at on social media corner. Don't put me in the social media corner. I'm just reading my laptop. I don't want to be seen. I'm having a conversation with my producer. Who
want to go over there?
No, I'm not going to go over there.
Go over there.
No.
Why not?
I'm being stubborn. I'm sitting here with my laptop, comfortable. Hello, everyone.
I'll go.
Hello. We're in blue. We're in. This is social media corner as it is at the moment. My laptop.
Right. That's going to do, is it?
Yeah. But nice to see you all. Chris is also here, but the camera isn't quite framed, so he's just off screen there. Thanks for showing my face, boys, at 1:45 in the morning. Right, let's carry on with social media. It's fun. Good morning, Le Mans Virtual. Where are you from? It is good morning. Just woke up and tuning in down under Australia.
Nice.
Hello, Australia. Wishing along the crew of the SEMA 9 Gank ACO Esports, which reminds me, why was 7 afraid of Sem 9 Axel? Because Sem 9 ate 7.
Sorry?
Sorry,
I'd received a tweet.
And I'm sorry, it's too late at night for us to understand that. Have you got a tweet?
Yes.
Go on.
So this one from Andrew Mather from the Double Dash Motorsport Media guys, the commentary team, saying he is up watching it, stuck at home with it, but enjoying the coverage here in Wellesbourne. Well, I imagine he's maybe isolating. And yeah, I believe he is actually. And ask him, when are we going to have a commentator sim race again? We'd have to get you involved in that, although I think
he hasn't got a rig.
I think you'd win very, very easily. But
Lewis is good too.
Now, yes, actually, that's very true. Andrew Mather, now the Double Dash guys, when Le Mans is on, and when the Le Mans Virtual was on in 2020, the setup they have is incredible. They get a massive tent in their garden, barbecue on the go, big screen, which they had the Le Mans Virtual on the go back in 2020. Just a massive garden party, basically. Cool. Deck chairs out there. They basically set up as if they are in the Le Mans cap.
I do remember seeing those.
Yeah, you remember it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if Andrew has the pictures, he can tweet them in for us. We can remember them. I'm sure he's set up as he is in isolation at the moment. And I hope you're getting better now, Andrew. You can send those in to us. It was an absolutely fantastic setup here. No invite for me. Well, actually, I was here. So.
And would you have said, oh, yeah, do you know what? I'm not going to commentate on it. I'll come and watch with you guys. Actually, that's when you're on the real Le Mans and you can do both. And you can do your commentary and then pop down to a campsite, say hello to your mates.
That's the experience.
Chill. Yeah, you can. Yeah, I mean, you need to be committed and you need a bicycle to get around, but you can do it.
Oh, yeah. It takes ages to get anywhere.
Oh yes, it's
and there's parts of the circuit I didn't go to because it was just too far away.
Yeah, it's not like a Silverstone where you can. I mean, even
that's big.
Yeah, true.
It's not like Brands Hatch.
It's not like the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. No, it's not a kart track.
Yeah.
Although there is actually a fantastic kart track at Le Mans, two, in fact.
Well, that's myself and Bruno actually commentated on the Miami International Final there together. He was doing the French commentary, myself the English commentary, and basically they have the world final at the Le Mans kart circuit. Yep. It's absolutely fantastic.
Am I right in saying that the World Championship will end there this year, 2022? I have a feeling the World Championship's there.
I have a feeling you might be right, actually. Yeah. This is the official FIA karting championships, which always provide absolutely fantastic racing.
And they have a 24-hour race as well.
Yes, they do. And then they do that.
An arrive and drive one.
Do they?
Yeah, so they have an arrive and drive one, and then they also have a proper one for road tax and all that.
And they're going to have the official KZ and KZ2 FIA Karting World Championships. The KZ class is where you have your legends of the sport, the guys that have been doing it 20, 30 years. I mean, Marco Ardigo was still doing it up until, you know, a couple of years ago. Now he runs the junior team for the Tony Kart Factory team. But yeah, that's where you get the heavy hitters. And the KZ2 is where you get about 100 drivers all going out. Now, that's like the P2 class.
Yeah.
It's a bigger grid and a lot more can win. And then KZ is more like the P1 class. And then we have the Academy Trophy as well, which is where the country, it's like the Olympics of karting. You have to, each country nominates one or two drivers to go and compete. And then the winner of that becomes the Academy Trophy champion, which was won back in 2012, I think, by Charles Leclerc. Yeah.
Guess who was producing the TV footage?
Oh, wow, it was you.
Yeah.
And so you'll remember we also had one female champion in Marta Garcia as well, who now races in the W Series. So there's been some great
She must have
champions.
been very little at that time.
She was a fantastic karter.
Yeah, she was light as a feather.
She was very, very quick.
Yeah.
Though, in everything she did, she was really quick. So yeah, great to do. It's great to see her doing so well in the W Series.
Few more people to say hello to. Job Rietveld, watching from his rig. Zalgo, hello to you. Connor, PMTT Bone, 11.5 hours in, trying to stay awake. Me too. Philippe, just watching the Le Mans Virtual. These races make me very happy. Great. And I'm enjoying it very much. Fantastic. Starting to find a nice spot to sit whilst I wait for my food to get here. It says SilentCom 20.
Where are they? I mean, for some reason, I always just assume UK because that's where I'm from. I was like, where are you going to order you at that time? Actually, no, it's, I guess you could still, if it was 10 to 1 in the UK, just about.
Yeah, you might be able to get yourself a cheeky kebab.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly. Well, you can get those till about 6 in the morning.
Yeah, exactly. Junaid says, Mercedes AMG Petronas, Verstappen, Seb Montoya and JP Montoya and W Series all out. Yes, you're correct. Thank you for saying hi. We carry. Oh, you guys are being awesome. Thank you so much for all this interaction. Wow. We can carry on. We don't have to worry about the race anymore. We've got loads of tweets.
No. You can worry about that when the Oracle comes back. You know, I'm here for 10 more minutes. Let's keep going on the tweets.
Valentine says, Le Mans virtual commentators, thank you for being awesome. I'm working on my Lego trophy, and Haley will pick up all the Lego trophies in the morning.
They have been fantastic so far, I have to say.
David Buchan says, watching from Bendigo, Australia, and getting ready for lunch. Loving the nighttime 24-hour Le Mans virtual commentary. More entertaining than any typical daylight commentary. High five virtually, Chris. Awesome stuff.
Thank you. I'll send you your $5 later.
Thanks very much, David. Yeah, I'll PM you now. How many hours till sunrise? Very factual question from Max.
That was close. I don't know, actually.
I think sunrise was going to be at 7 in the morning. So we've got another 4 or 5 hours, right? 5 hours, Mathman? Cool. All right. Mathman will soon be with us. We've got about 8 minutes before we let Lewis onto the microphone.
Dictionary corner over there.
Dictionary corner. Me and Lewis are going to geek out about sim racing.
Oh, yeah.
Stand by.
It's gonna be
great. My setup for the next 12 hours, says Shayna. Cool. I can't do anything with your picture, but awesome. 3 screens. Love it. You've already read out Andrew Mather. Thank you very much for your tweet. Watching from the Netherlands, says Vasily. Been watching since the start. That's awesome. Ryan Harrison says, celebrating being 4 months old and watching Le Mans virtual, presumably whilst attached to a boob. Cheering on Jimmy Broadbent. 4 months old. Think about it. Think about it. It's what they do. They just attach themselves to boobs and do their thing.
Wow.
So
we are into the night here, well and truly, aren't we?
Mummy can watch Le Mans virtual whilst feeding. I imagine.
You didn't need to know that part.
I imagine my wife is doing the same thing right now. Brilliant. Although she's probably watching something other than me on the screen.
Well, she's got the chance.
Yeah, exactly. Simplane Motorsports says, been watching the virtual Le Mans before we do our own in June.
Nice.
Well, we will be commentating the whole thing. Okay, great.
Nice.
Hello from Milan, Italy. Thanks for entertaining me over the last 11 hours. Hello from Norway, says Borneo. And Le Mans Virtual have responded to Mooncrawler, who said, supporting Max Verstappen, with the pictures of Max Verstappen crashing out. Like, boom!
I can imagine Ben sending that one.
Ben Consti, thank you for keeping Justin Molino and me awake as we report for Traction, says Thomas Harrison
Nice.
Lord. Thank you very much, Thomas. Oh my God, Fernando Alonso got race eyes. Now it's dark, but I enjoyed it to the fullest. I don't open my door. Visit No. Got you your plan 3 car. I think he might be drunk. I don't know why I even started trying to read that one.
When you started reading that, I didn't know where it was going or why you started it in the first place.
Eva Norway says, hello, watching from Norway. And have been
oh, wow. Would never have guessed.
I should have my name, Ben Consti France.
Yeah.
And then everyone will know where I
Chris
am.
McCarthy, London.
And you can change it when you move.
Taxi service.
Chris McCarthy, London. No, I don't have a driving license, sorry.
Yeah. Would you take a taxi with epilepsy? Oh, no, I wouldn't either.
Nighttime work for Formula Student Car, and therefore watching Virtual Le Mans. I enjoy the stories with the commentators. Greetings from Poland. Thank you very much, Martin. That's really cool. This is what I love about this time of night. I was a bit worried about, to be honest, coming on there.
Oh, thanks.
For 4 hours in the middle of the night. But then you all just arrive from all different parts of the globe and join us and be part of it and ask questions and say hi, and I just love it. And I'm sorry if we haven't referenced what's going on track quite enough, but it's so cool that there are people in Australia, Poland, America, Michigan at the moment. Albert Hammond says, hello, watching from snowy Hancock. This is my second time watching the entire Le Mans Virtual. There's only been 2, so awesome, well done. Hello guys, watching from the Netherlands. Sad, but Max is out. Yes, but you've got plenty of other Dutch guys to support. I've been very much enjoying the night. Hamilton saying, watching it so far, all so far, was supporting Alpine, then they retired, then decided to support Otmir, he retired, supported Max, he retired, then Montoya, they've gone too.
Don't support anyone else.
Don't say any more.
Who's next? Support me, because I'm going soon, so the trend will continue.
Yeah, I support Chris. Oh, bye. Great commentary, says John Singleton. Awesome coverage from Bayside, Melbourne. G'day. That's so cool. Great racing for the Mans Virtual, says Angel. Hello from Midwest US, been watching for 6 hours. And Las Vegas, loving Le Mans Virtual. What's the chance of weather? Well, there's always a chance of weather. It's very much a possibility, but we think it's going to be dry for the rest of the race. But R Factor 2 does simulate weather. Dynamic weather is part of it. So as is night-to-day transitions, as you can see, but we don't think we'll see weather in this race. But it is a possibility. In fact, before the first Le Mans Virtual, they did a test in the rain, didn't they? And all the real-world drivers were quite taken aback at how difficult it was.
I remember seeing that, yeah.
Any idea Le Mans Virtual 24 Hours using the 70s version of the track with cars such as this and retired racing drivers at the wheel? Do you know what, Woody? I had a dinner with the boss of this event, and I said exactly the same thing.
Sorry.
I said, how about you start building old versions of the tracks and old cars, and do you think you could still generate revenue? Because I believe that there are loads of people out there that would love to race stuff that they cannot ever race again.
Yeah.
917 proper simulation of the car on the 1970s version of Le Mans.
So before we go racing for the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual, we have an invitational sprint race. Like we have other races throughout the Le Mans weekends. We have support races. We could have a couple of support races. That would be a great. And one of them, an invitational with absolute legends of the sport that have rigs and are able to get going. But we'll have a few in the studio, so yeah, we could maybe even invite some down. That would be absolutely fantastic.
Do you know who else is a legend?
Who?
You.
Oh, wow.
According to Brookerface.
Oh, thank you.
Says, Le Mans commentators at night are next level. What a pair of legends.
Oh.
And then followed by Felipe, who says, missing Martin Haven.
Yeah.
No, sorry, Dan Mullen misses Martin Haven, not Felipe. Martin will be back at 4 in the morning, Dan. So if you need to get your shut-eye now, have a little sleep whilst myself and Lewis are going to geek out about sim racing. And then Martin will be back at 4 and you'll all be happy again. Hello from Czech Republic. Hello from Denmark. Colombian in Germany. So cool. Question, easy one for you, Chris. Arjani Murrell says some pit stops are 20 seconds longer than others. Why?
I'm going to leave that one.
No, come on.
No, but
you can answer that question.
I'm literally about.
It's so easy.
I'm literally about to go in 1 minute.
Round things.
I want to read this one out first of all. That I know this has caught my attention. Darren Kirk, welcome from the technical room as well. Those guys working throughout the night. Hashtag Le Mans Virtual as well, because I am literally about to take my leave. So. Yes, big shout out to Darren Kirk and the team back in the tech room. I think I'm going to poke my head in and say hello to those guys before I head off back to the hotel and leave the debate, which is about to kick off. And you want to answer the question about tyres, yeah?
Oh, you've worked it out.
I've only been watching for 12 hours.
That is the reason why some pit stops are 20 seconds longer than the others. They are double stinting the tyres, so a keep the tyres on pit stop is 1 minute, and the change the tyres is 1 minute and 20.
Hence some teams will triple stint and some will double stint.
I don't know if there's there was triple stinting at the start. I'm not sure if there's triple stinting now. There was
some at the start.
Yeah, exactly. I think I've got to the top of my list.
It was the Veloce guys, wasn't it, that triple stint?
Yeah, exactly, because they also pitted early, so that allowed them to do like a half a stint and then 2 full stints. And that was you could do that with the tyre allocation, but I don't think tyres would have done 3 full stints and therefore do a triple. They did a double and a bit.
Yeah,
basically, and that's what put Veloce off plan with the rest of them, which was more obvious than it is now. It's now just very, very messy. We do kind of need a reset of strategy, bang, so we know where everything is, because it's kind of complicated for myself. It's kind of complicated for you, Chris. It's not complicated for the main man who has now joined us, because Lewis is full of all of that stuff, aren't you, Lewis? You know everything that's going on right now.
I don't know how he fits it in.
I don't think I know anything.
Hi, Lewis.
I've got a big book of rubbish to go through.
I mean, that's something you need to share.
What are you pointing at?
Hashtag Le Mans.
Oh yeah, not his belly.
The Bible.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be putting any of that there. No, I've got
that's the same size as mine.
Wow, that's something you need to share. What a way to kick off your debate that I'm sure is about to kick off.
Unfortunately, I don't have much on sim racing gear in here, so unfortunately that wouldn't assist our definite conversation about pedals and load cells and all of this. Unfortunately, the poor people that are watching that were struggling through the night now might actually fall asleep, I'm afraid. Sorry.
He says as he pushes his glasses towards his forehead a little more.
Martinez from Lithuania is about to hear about hydraulic versus load cell. Probably doesn't even know what those words mean, but they will by the end.
I think as I need to get some sleep, I might even listen in.
Is that what you're going to do? You're going to return to the hotel room, put the race on, and be like, "Wow, these people are boring."
It only took me 60 seconds to fall asleep. Wow, thank you.
No worries, I do my
that
best.
a bit more. Okay, guys, I think I'm going to leave you. I'm going to leave you to
enjoy. Enjoy your break.
I suck. I'm going to leave forever. No, I'm going to be back in about 4 hours. But yeah, try not to fall out too much. I don't want to see any black eyes when I come back in the morning. Martin Haven will be here to separate you two, I'm sure.
Yeah, we've only got 2 hours to
2 hours
to try.
Try and fit it all in.
So yeah, so get a checklist down and work through it. And good night, America. I'm off.
Well done, Chris. Good effort.
Thank you very much, Chris.
See you in the morning. Enjoy your bed. Oh, typical that Chris walks off and the highlights of 12 hours of racing is about to be thrown at me. And I've got to make sure that I'm concise. Chris, bye. Thanks very much.